Chapter 201, Demon Beast. Roar. About a dozen snow lion cubs surrounded Hao Ren. Except for 2 battles with Qin Xiaoyang and 1 competition with Su Han, Hao Ren's experience of battles was almost zero. The dozen or so snow lion cubs were not as huge as the adults, but their heights reached Hao Ren's waist. They looked fierce. Having blocked Hao Ren's only exit, the adult snow lions weren't eager to attack him. They seemed to want to use Hao Ren to train the snow lion cubs. Hao Ren's heart raced as fast as 180 beats per minute. Circulating the 5 elemental sword energies around him, he observed the moves of the cubs carefully, ready to release sword energy any moment. Meanwhile, the last 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotus was still up on the top of the cave. If he couldn't get it, Zhao Kuo would certainly die. About a dozen pure white snow lions stepped closer to Hao Ren. Kicking the ground, Hao Ren leapt up suddenly and shot a beam of sword energy upward. Swoosh! The sword energy cut into the root of the 3rd snow lotus, which immediately fell. Hao Ren reached out and caught it. Anyway, he had gotten all the snow lotuses. Almost at the same time, the dozen snow lions also leapt up as high as Hao Ren. Instantly, they pounced at Hao Ren while they were in the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hao Ren shot out beams of sword energy with his 10 fingers. He dropped to the ground and turned to race toward the entrance of the tunnel. However, the adult snow lions stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the exit like a huge wall of flesh. Hao Ren shot out sword energy with his full force, but they didn't budge. According to the power system of the Dragon Clan, these snow lions each had the strength of the Shuan level. That was why the Earth Dragon Clan members guarding this place couldn't get the 1,000-year snow lotuses, even though they knew the lotuses were in the depth of the cave. Hao Ren crashed into them, but he was bounced back as if it was a resilient wall. The dozen or so snow lion cubs pounced at Hao Ren again. Hao Ren tried to release sword energy, but he lost his aim. The snow lion in the foremost of the group pounced on him and pushed him on the chest with its paw. Splash! Hao Ren fell backward into a puddle. He tried to struggle up, but the other snow lion cubs had all followed up. Each of the snow lion cubs weighed more than a human adult. Although their spirit beast potential had not been activated yet, their body strength and attacking force was even stronger than that of a Dragon Clan cultivator at the Gen level. With its paw on Hao Ren's chest, the snow lion cub opened its mouth. Hao Ren closed his eyes, knowing he would die this time. Lick! Hao Ren felt a slimy feeling on his face. He opened his eyes and found the cub was licking his face affectionately. And the other cubs were all sitting around him tamely, scratching his hands, feet, and belly. Huh? Panicked and baffled, Hao Ren sat up on the wet ground. The snow lion cub which had been licking his face put its head on his chest and rubbed against it fondly. Tentatively, Hao Ren reached out his stiff fingers and scratched its head as if he was petting a puppy. The cub seemed to like his petting, squinting its eyes cutely. The adult snow lions blocking the exit rumbled, then they turned to leave. Hao Ren stood up, and the snow lion cubs followed him obediently, while some of them rubbing against his pants affectionately. Is it possible that they were playing with me instead of attacking me? Hao Ren felt amazed. He walked out of the tunnel, and the adult snow lions had disappeared, but the dozen or so snow lion cubs followed him closely. He continued to walk and encountered nothing dangerous on his way. He touched his chest to make sure he was not hurt, still baffled about the situation. When he came to the exit of the cave, a surge of nature essence rushed at him, and the cubs timidly hid behind Hao Ren. They shook their round heads and looked at Hao Ren expectantly with their black eyes, seeming to beg him to take them out. Hao Ren understood them, but he couldn't take them all. He squatted down and chose the prettiest one, which was also the first one that had pounced on him. He scratched its paw. Understanding Hao Ren's intention, the snow lion cub jumped into his arms, turning into a mini snow lion as big as 2 palms. The ability to change sizes was a born ability of spirit beasts. Holding it in his arms, Hao Ren got a faint glimpse of 2 huge adult snow lions looking at him in the depth of the cave. It seems your parents want me to take you out. With a pat on its little head, he put it in his arms. Circulating a surge of nature essence, he walked out of the cave. It was bright outside. It was the second day. Hao Ren had spent a whole night stumbling through the cave. The 2 guards were still on the ground, unconscious. Hao Ren wondered if they had been like this for the whole night or had woken up and then sent into unconsciousness again by Su Han. She was sitting on a nearby boulder, cultivating with her eyes closed. Sensing Hao Ren approaching, she opened her beautiful eyes. Have you got them? Yeah. Hao Ren nodded. He didn't want to tell her the dangers he encountered in the trip. After all, the only thing that mattered was that he had gotten the snow lotuses. Su Han's gaze rested on the snow lion cub in his arms. And you caught a little spirit beast? Hao Ren thought, I didn't catch it. It followed me out. But he just nodded, not caring to explain. Su Han glanced at it again. A bin-level spirit beast. It will be a good pet. How many snow lotuses have you gotten? 3. There are only 3 that have matured, Hao Ren said. We have no choice but to ask the Earth Dragon clan for the last one. Su Han tossed up her sword and stood on it. Hao Ren also stood on it. Knowing Su Han had been guarding the entrance in case Qin Xiaoyang would come and rob the snow lotuses from him, he felt a surge of gratitude. The sword flew swiftly toward the highest peak of the sky mountain. Su Han tossed out 2 air currents and woke up the 2 guards at the entrance of the cave. It was the first time the snow lion cub saw the world outside of the cave, and it looked around at everything curiously like a harmless little animal. However, Hao Ren had seen its original form and its great power. If it took its original form, a cultivator below the gen level would not be its match. If your hidden space is spacious enough, you can place the cub in it. But you'd better not put any herbs in the space, or he will eat them all, Su Han told Hao Ren. Good idea. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Hao Ren tossed the snow lion cub into his necklace and took out the 5 1,000-year snow lotuses. He handed them to Su Han. Su Han put the 5 snow lotuses into her space ring. After a moment of consideration, she asked, was there only one spirit beast in there? No, there are many of them, big and small, but they didn't attack me, Hao Ren said. Then you were fortunate. Since your cultivation strength is weak, the essence of the dragon core in your body is not strong. You are also cultivating the human cultivation technique, the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The spirit beasts guarding the snow lotuses in the cave thought you were a cultivator from the Sky Mountain sect and didn't attack you. Driving the flying sword, Su Han turned her head and said to Hao Ren. Poor spirit beasts. Their masters left them hundreds of years ago, and they are still in the cave guarding the spirit herbs and waiting for their masters. No wonder they were so happy to see me, thinking I was a human cultivator, Hao Ren thought. Since no one fed them and they couldn't leave the cave, they had to eat the snow lotuses. So far, they had eaten the matured snow lotuses, and the 3 1,000-year snow lotuses must have been their food stored for the future. Su Han's white jade sword flew toward the highest peak and arrived at the mountaintop shortly. The flying sword landed smoothly. Seeing Su Han's sword light from a distance, the elders all hurried out to welcome them. Elders, the snow lotuses in the karst cave are not enough, so we still need the last 1,000-year snow lotus in your possession, Su Han said politely. The elders exchanged a look, thinking they were not able to get into the depth of the cave but were too proud to admit it. They had expected Su Han would come for the snow lotus and had put it in a golden wooden box. They handed the box to Su Han. Su Han opened the box and made sure it was indeed a 1,000-year snow lotus. As compensation, she took out 6 dark red elixir pills. Here are 6 soul-transferring pills which are very useful for breakthroughs. I'll trade these pills for your snow lotus. The first elder took 2 steps forward respectfully and took the 6 elixir pills from Su Han. 6 elixir pills for 1 snow lotus, it was not a bad deal for them. I'm in a hurry now. We must take our leave. Su Han tossed up the white jade sword and brought Hao Ren up to the sword. Farewell, Inspector Su. The elders of the Earth Dragon clan bowed their heads. Having gotten 6 1,000-year snow lotuses, Su Han had no time to settle accounts with Qin Xiaoyang. She immediately took Hao Ren back to East Ocean City. On the way back, Su Han asked him abruptly, when you were deep in the cave, did you see some small dark red flowers? Small dark red flowers? Hao Ren remembered faintly that he had seen several very ordinary-looking small red flowers in the big cave at the end of the karst cave. They grew on the wall of the cave beside the 1,000-year snow lotuses. Are the red flowers as big as half a nail, looking like little dots? So, they do exist. At Hao Ren's answer, Su Han murmured to herself, these are materials for youth elixirs. Someday, I'll come back for it. Su Han, have you heard of a kind of seven-colored snow lotus that takes 10,000 years to take root, 10,000 years to bloom and another 10,000 years to mature? Hao Ren asked abruptly. The natural snow lotuses wither after 1,000 years. I've never heard of such snow lotuses you mention. However, the Sky Mountain sect were experts on growing snow lotuses. Maybe they could cultivate such snow lotuses with special methods, Su Han answered casually. Not knowing how to pursue the topic, Hao Ren kept the questions to himself. The things the Lu sisters mentioned were all treasures, and some of them were beyond Su Han's knowledge. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, Hao Ren felt the snow lion in the hidden space of the necklace rolling around. The cub seemed to be hungry. Chapter 202, covered in tears. With Su Han's identity as an inspector, they returned without incident. When they arrived at East Ocean City, there was still 4 hours left before the deadline. Su Han took Hao Ren directly to the bottom of the ocean. Sensing their arrival, the array formation of the Dragon Palace immediately opened. When they landed on the square in the Dragon Palace, Lu Qing and Elder Sun hurried to them and asked, "How is it?" "We got them," Hao Ren told them. They both heaved a sigh of relief before taking Hao Ren's arm, saying, "Let's bring in the herbs immediately. Little Taoist Zhen has been impatient." They took several steps forward before looking back at Su Han. "Ms. Su." "Well, I have to go now." Su Han handed the 6 1,000-year snow lotuses to Hao Ren before walking out of the main gate of the Dragon Palace. "Ms. Su, thank you for your understanding." Lu Qing and Elder Sun cupped their hands to Su Han. After all, she was not a member of the East Ocean, and it was not appropriate for her to show up on some occasions. In her fluttering trench coat, Su Han walked away. This time by putting in her time, energy, and 6 elixir pills, she had returned a big favor to the East Ocean. Glancing at Su Han who was leaving, Lu Qing dragged Hao Ren along with him. "We must hurry up. Gongzi Hao, please come with me." Zhao Kuo was resting in a small palace. Beside his bed were Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi, and Xingyue. Zhao Kuo had changed into clean clothes, but he looked listless. Seeing Hao Ren come in with Lu Qing and Elder Sun, Zhao Guang walked up immediately. "How did it go?" "I didn't let you down. We got them." Hao Ren opened the box and revealed the neatly arranged 6 snow lotuses inside. "Great." Zhao Guang's face turned from anxious to pleasantly surprised. He said to Elder Sun, "Hurry up and ask little Taoist Zhen to come here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Elder Sun turned and walked out of the room. Red-eyed from crying, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren incredulously, now expecting he would get 6 1,000-year snow lotuses so successfully. Seeing her tear-reddened eyes and the tired look on her face, Hao Ren knew she had not slept a bit in more than 10 hours. His heart ached for her. In a gray silk Taoist robe, little Taoist Zhen walked into the room with Elder Sun. Seeing the box in Hao Ren's hands, his eyes lit up. Without further ado, he turned to Elder Sun and said, "Open the furnace, I'll begin making the elixir." "Okay." Elder Sun strode out of the room into the yard. Little Taoist Zhen grabbed the box from Hao Ren's hands. He picked up 3 snow lotuses and stuffed them into his sleeves before walking out into the yard with the remaining 3 snow lotuses in his hands. All the people in the small palace had been turned away as a measure to keep the secret of Zhao Kuo's failure at the heavenly tribulation. Those people at the altar during the heavenly tribulation were elites of the East Ocean, and they wouldn't leak the news. Half squatting, half sitting before Zhao Kuo's bed, Zhao Yanzi held her third uncle's hand and kept him company. Zhao Kuo was breathing shallowly, half awake and half asleep. The road of cultivation was full of dangers. Even the highest-leveled cultivators could be struck down by the heavenly tribulation as Zhao Kuo was. Concerned about the process of elixir making, Zhao Guang followed little Taoist Zhen into the yard. Zhao Hongyu hesitated and decided to stay in the room to keep Zhao Yanzi company. In the yard, with the primary materials in hand, little Taoist Zhen began to make the elixir. The process was not complicated. He opened the black elixir furnace's door and put in the materials he had prepared one by one. The 3 1,000-year snow lotuses were the last to be placed into the furnace. After all the materials were in the furnace, little Taoist Zhen sat down cross-legged. There was no fire under the furnace, yet he just sat down. Hao Ren was puzzled at the sight when little Taoist Zhen, who was only about 8 years old, suddenly spat out a burning flame. The flame was so hot that it forced Zhao Guang and elder son to step back a little. With the lowest cultivation realm and totally unprepared, Hao Ren almost backed into a room. The burning fire shrunk into needle-thin threads and began to roast the black iron furnace. "Is this the Samadhi fire?" Hao Ren asked Lu Qing, who stood beside him. Lu Qing shook his head. "Samadhi fire? That's the lowest grade fire in the cultivation world. Little Taoist Zhen is the fire disciple of Chu Niu, who is the great master of elixirs in the dragon tribe. His fire is called the evil eradicating fire, which ranks 6th on the list of natural fires. Samadhi fire is not even in the top 100 on the list of natural fires, and any demon beast turned human can spit it. Isn't little Taoist Zhen a dragon?" Hao Ren heard the hidden information in his words and asked. He, little Taoist Zhen's original form is a demon beast. He was tamed by Master Chu 100 years ago when he was traveling in the ocean of demon beasts. However, he has activated his intelligence and successfully turned him into a human form about 8 years ago, Lu Qing told him in a low voice. Looking at the handsome boy in the yard, Hao Ren was surprised to learn he was, in fact, a demon beast under the sea. The flames circled the furnace thread by thread. The weird blue flame was no longer hot. Instead, it gave off a cool sensation. Time ticked away, and little Taoist Zhen seemed to be dozing off while he spat flames. However, no one in the yard dared to disturb him. Red-eyed, Zhao Yanzi also came out of the room. Seeing little Taoist Zhen was dozing off while making the elixir, and the flames he spat out had turned intermittent, she wanted to remind him of his job, but Zhao Guang stopped her with his eyes. Zhao Kuo's life was now in little Taoist Zhen's hand. The boy was every bit as eccentric as his master, and it was very likely that he would take his hands off of the matter if he were displeased. From sitting to leaning to lying down on the ground, little Taoist Zhen yawned. After spitting out 2 more flames, he finally fell asleep. Zhao Guang, Lu Qing and others looked at each other, not certain if the elixir was ready or not. 2 hours later, little Taoist Zhen stretched and stood up from the ground. Brushing the dust off his robe, he walked to the furnace before lifting the lid. In the elixir furnace, a golden elixir pill was spinning. Little Taoist Zhen reached in and took it out. Feeling the burn of it, he blew at it before tossing it at Hao Ren. Hao Ren reached out and caught the pill, feeling the scalding heat in his palm. Immediately, he activated nature essence to protect his palm. "The elixir is made. I'll go back to sleep." With that, little Taoist Zhen walked out of the small palace arrogantly. With the elixir pill in hand, Hao Ren immediately turned and walked into the room. The golden pill was still hot, but it was cool enough for Zhao Kuo to take. Frowning, Elder Xingyue took the pill from Hao Ren and helped Zhao Kuo take the pill with a bowl of water. Even an ordinary snow lotus could turn a dying man back to life, not to mention the 7-colored snow lotus which had grown for 1,000 years. Besides, the elixir had an additional effect since it was made personally by little Taoist Zhen, who had vast experience with elixirs. In the past, he had ignored the people whom Zhao Guang sent to ask for Dharma treasures, but this time, he did the East Ocean a big favor by making the elixir for Zhao Kuo. Red-eyed, Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Kuo hopefully. She sniffed, after another bout of crying. "We can't underestimate the power of the heavenly tribulation. Besides, little Taoist Zhen didn't promise that his elixir would save Zhao Kuo with 100% certainty." Zhao Hongyu stood beside Zhao Guang and said to him gently. "I know. But I am still hopeful." Zhao Guang nodded. After a moment of consideration, he turned to Hao Ren. "We must thank you for your effort." "No problem." Hao Ren waved his hand, grateful for the opportunity to serve the East Ocean to repay the kindness Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu had shown him. However, he didn't want to tell them the dangers he encountered in the karst cave. Thinking Hao Ren just went on an errand, tiresome but not life-threatening, Zhao Yanzi pouted while she looked at him, not able to bring herself to thank him. Zhao Kuo was still sleeping. Elder Xingyue sat by the bed and took care of him. Lu Qing and Elder Sun sighed slightly at the scene. Take a walk outside. You've been here for 1 day and 1 night. When your third uncle wakes up, I'll send for you." Glancing at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, Zhao Guang said. "Okay." Nodding, Zhao Yanzi walked out of the room. At a glance from Zhao Guang, Hao Ren took his silent instruction and walked out with her. They crossed the yard and walked out of the small palace. Everywhere they saw were celebratory decorations. Red lanterns were hung everywhere. Glittering Dharma treasures were attached on the columns. The whole dragon palace looked like a celestial garden. Dressed in a traditional Chinese robe, Zhao Yanzi's small face looked exquisite with tear stains on it. Her white and delicate hands were a sharp contrast with her red robe. The people coming and going in the Dragon Palace all looked joyous since Zhao Guang had announced that the Dragon Palace would celebrate Zhao Kuo's success with the heavenly tribulation for 3 days. The celebratory atmosphere made Zhao Yanzi even more upset. While she walked, she sniffed abruptly and was on the verge of tears again. Hurriedly, Hao Ren pulled her to sit down on a nearby stone step. Looking at the swaying red lanterns by her side, Zhao Yanzi couldn't bear it anymore. She threw herself into Hao Ren's arms and burst into tears. She was so fond of her third uncle that she just couldn't accept the fact that Zhao Kuo had failed to pass the heavenly tribulation. If Zhao Kuo had not come out earlier from his seclusion to celebrate her birthday, maybe he would have passed the tribulation. Putting his arms around her, Hao Ren didn't know how to comfort her. At a moment like this, being with her was what she needed. Seeing her tears had dampened Hao Ren's clothes, Zhao Yanzi took several deep breaths and finally sat up. Her red face and tear-dampened eyelashes caused Hao Ren to hurt inside. What should I do if third uncle can't make it? Leaning against Hao Ren's shoulder, she asked in a low voice. Hao Ren was silent, knowing it was a real possibility. Even a great master as powerful as Zhao Kuo was insignificant in the face of the heaven. If Zhao Kuo died, Zhao Yanzi would be sad for a very long time. After a moment of consideration, he took out from the hidden space the snow lion he got in the Sky Mountain. Looking at the unfamiliar place and sensing Zhao Yanzi's dragon essence, the snow lion was instantly alarmed. It showed its claws and fangs at her. Behave. Hao Ren said one word. Immediately, the snow lion lowered its head and dropped to the ground, looking up at Zhao Yanzi with its bell-sized black eyes. What is it? Blinking her tearful eyes, Zhao Yanzi sniffed and asked Hao Ren morosely. Chapter 203. The turning point. It came with me when I was picking the snow lotuses, Hao Ren said. Oh. Zhao Yanzi bit her lip and gazed at the snow lion before her. With its big round eyes, the snow lion stared back at Zhao Yanzi who was sitting on the step. It doesn't have a name yet, Hao Ren told her. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Hao Ren before turning her gaze back to the snow lion. Call it Little White. With eyes still moist and nose still red, she was a picture of despondency. Little White. Hao Ren clapped his hands at the snow lion. Hearing Hao Ren's words, the snow lion immediately stood up from where it had been sitting before skipping up the steps. Then, it jumped into Hao Ren's arms. While it was in the air, it turned from its 1 meter size into the size of about 2 palms. Grr! Clinging to Hao Ren's chest, the snow lion cub responded affectionately. Beside Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up. Little White, she called it. Little White looked at her timidly. Hao Ren patted its little bum, and it joyously jumped into Zhao Yanzi's hands. So cute. Carrying fluffy Little White, Zhao Yanzi forgot her apprehension and sadness. She smiled. Little White rubbed against her palms, and she giggled at the itchiness. It's a demon beast. Can you keep it? With Little White in her hands, Zhao Yanzi asked Hao Ren abruptly. What's the difference between demon beasts and spirit beasts? Hao Ren asked. Almost the same. The only difference is that demon beasts are wild and spirit beasts are tamed, Zhao Yanzi answered. Then, Little White is a spirit beast. It listens to me, Hao Ren said. He reached out and touched Little White's head, and Little White rubbed its head against his palm. Little White looks quite tamed. Usually, demon beasts are not tamed easily, Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren thought for a while and said, Su Han said Little White is a bin-level spirit beast. In fact, he had not meant to ask her about this stuff, but he was trying to distract her from her sadness. Sure enough, Zhao Yanzi took the opportunity to show off her knowledge. She explained, the spirit beasts are divided into 4 levels. Jia, Yi, Bin, and Ding. Jia level is the most powerful level, and spirit beasts of the Jia level are usually mounts of immortals. Yi is the second level, but beasts of this level are very powerful helpers in battles. Spirit beasts of bin level such as Little White are more powerful than ordinary spirit beasts and have some talent, but they are no match for real masters. Spirit beasts of the ding level have no strong power at all, but their skins are so thick that ordinary cultivation techniques can't harm them. If they launch an attack in a group, an ordinary cultivator is no match for them. Hao Ren had never imagined that he would tame a spirit beast, but Little White had followed him out willingly. Although it was only a bin-level spirit beast, Hao Ren was delighted with it. From the look of it, Little White should be only half a year old. Now familiar with Little White, Zhao Yanzi pinched its little nose and said, "Half a year?" Hao Ren was surprised. "Yeah. If it were not so young, it wouldn't have been so eager for attention or be so obedient." Zhao Yanzi nodded with conviction. Hao Ren thought about the adult snow lions in the karst cave. Each of them was over 3 meters tall, and they were not at the most powerful state yet. Hao Ren was excited when he imagined the scenario when the little animal running around his heels turned into a hill-sized snow lion when it was in a battle. Princess Fuma. At this moment, Premier Shah, with his back bent slightly, was running toward them, panting. Growl! Little White, who had been sitting quietly in Zhao Yanzi's arms, suddenly jumped up and turned into its original size, blocking Premier Shah's way. Startled by the sudden appearance of a demon beast, Premier Shah almost fell to the ground. "Little White, don't be rude." Hao Ren beckoned at it. Little White hesitated before jumping back into Hao Ren's hands, turning into its miniature version. Premier Shah steadied his steps and wiped sweat from his forehead. Zhao Yanzi stood up anxiously. "Is it about third uncle?" Third Lord, Premier Shah panted and broke his sentence into 2 parts. Hao Ren began to share Zhao Yanzi's anxiety. "Third Lord is awake." Finally, Premier Shah finished his sentence. Zhao Yanzi was exhilarated at the news. Without thinking, she grabbed Hao Ren's hand and dashed forward. Little White followed them joyously, thinking they were playing a game of chase. With his bent back, Premier Shah walked fast. Shortly, he led them into the little palace where Zhao Kuo was resting. In the room, Zhao Kuo was awake, though his face was still pale. Elder Xingyue sat by the bed, still despondent. "Third uncle." Zhao Yanzi shrugged off Hao Ren's hand and rushed toward Zhao Kuo. Zhao Guang stopped her immediately. "Your third uncle is still weak. You must not disturb him." Standing by the bed, Zhao Yanzi was so excited that she burst into tears again. Hao Ren followed Premier Shah to the bed. Seeing Zhao Yanzi crying her heart out once again, Hao Ren witnessed the sensitive and fragile side of this strong-headed girl. Little White followed Hao Ren into the room and jumped into his arms. Snow Lion, Zhao Kuo was surprised to see Little White in Hao Ren's arms. "Third uncle, this is Little White." Zhao Yanzi dried her tears and smiled. "Hao Ren brought it with him when he picked snow lotuses for you." "Did you go to the Snow Lotus Cave in Sky Mountain?" Zhao Kuo stared at Hao Ren in surprise. "Yeah." Hao Ren nodded slightly. "Brother, how could you do that? The Snow Lotus Cave is a very dangerous place. How did you let this kid go there and pick snow lotuses?" Zhao Kuo turned to ask Zhao Guang. Little Taoist Zhen said it was dangerous, but he didn't mention it was very dangerous. Zhao Guang frowned. "He doesn't know." Choking on his words, Zhao Kuo coughed. 100 years ago, I broke into the Snow Lotus Cave in Sky Mountain and found the snow lions there each had the power of the Shuan level." Shuan level. Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren in astonishment, not understanding how he got the snow lotuses from a group of Shuan level demon beasts. But Zhao Hongyu nodded appreciatively at the fact that Hao Ren had not mentioned a word about the dangers in the cave. If Zhao Kuo had not brought it up, they would have thought it was an easy trip. Hao Ren's modesty and disregard for vanity was the style of a master. "Yeah. At that time, I was only at low-tier Kun level. To pick a 500-year 7-colored snow lotus, I ventured too deep into the cave and almost couldn't get out intact. The snow lions are very smart. They lured me deep into the cave before surrounding me. Without the help of a treasure, I couldn't have gotten out," Zhao Kuo said. Zhao Guang smiled. "To save your life, Ren got 6 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses." Zhao Kuo's bull-like eyes widened as he looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. Hao Ren smiled faintly. Indeed, the trip to the cave was quite dangerous, but everything ended well for him. "Kid, I owe you one." Zhao Kuo stared at Hao Ren and said. Third uncle, you are still weak. Don't talk so much, Zhao Yanzi reminded him in concern. Meanwhile, her gaze toward Hao Ren looked different. Although snow lions are just bin-level spirit beasts, they are the rare kind with both ice and fire elements. Last time when I broke into the Snow Lotus Cave, they almost burned off half of my eyebrow. Despite Zhao Yanzi's reminder, Zhao Kuo continued. Is Little White that powerful? Zhao Yanzi's bright eyes blinked with interest. The adult snow lions can spit fire, release fire with their paws, and can even condense ice as well. I'm not sure if they possess any other powers, Zhao Kuo said. Equipped with his great cultivation power, Zhao Kuo had traveled the world and thus knew a lot of things that even Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu didn't know, not to mention Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren looked down at Little White in his arms and imagined it spitting fires in a majestic white body with fiery paws. It would be an awe-inspiring sight. However, Little White was now wiggling in his arms, looking nothing like he had imagined. Opening the hidden space in the necklace, Hao Ren put the cub inside. There was a water-repellent bead in the space, and Little White began to play with it as soon as it landed. Third uncle, although you didn't pass the heavenly tribulation and didn't reach the heaven dragon realm, you are still powerful. Let's go and get some demon beasts as pets. Zhao Yanzi squatted before the bed and caught Zhao Kuo's hand, pleading cutely. She was a bit envious of Hao Ren having such a pretty pet. She wanted to have her own demon beast pet. Zhao Kuo had by now regained some of the colors in his face. Hearing her request, however, his face dimmed. Your third uncle, Zhao Guang, lowered his voice. He's alive, but his cultivation strength is gone, including the last 1/20th of his power. Really? Zhao Yanzi widened her eyes and looked at Zhao Kuo in astonishment. Zhao Kuo, who had swept across the mortal world unrivaled, had been reduced to a weakling lower than the Khan level. Ha ha ha, lying in bed, Zhao Kuo burst into laughter abruptly. He struggled to sit up and pointed his hand into the sky. Sneaky heaven. Broken heaven. As long as I have a breath in me, I will fight you to the end. His former crazy expression returned while he clenched his fists. What if I'm now a weakling? What if all my meridians are broken? As long as I'm alive, I will cultivate again to the Qian level. I, Zhao Kuo, will rewrite the rules of heaven. One day, I'll poke a hole in heaven. Boom. As if in answer to Zhao Kuo's arrogance, a muffled thunder boomed in the sky above the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. Zhao Guang sighed slightly. Brother, rest. As to your cultivation, we'll talk about it later. Elder Xingyue, please take care of Elder Zhao. The rest of you come out with me. Yes, Your Majesty, Xingyue answered with a bow of her head. When they were outside, Zhao Guang thought for a while before saying, remember, we tell the people outside that Elder Zhao has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Elder son, you take Ren back on land. Zi will stay here for a few days to keep her third uncle company. Chapter 204. Worried about Gongzi when Elder Sun took Hao Ren back on land, it was early in the morning. The Mercedes-Benz was still parked by the seaside, and Elder Sun drove Hao Ren to school. On their way back, they were silent. Elder Sun's silence signaled the heaviness he felt inside. Zhao Kuo's failure at the heavenly tribulation brought a shadow to the whole East Ocean situation. Gongzi Hao, don't worry. The East Ocean will handle the remaining business. Driving the car, Elder Sun said abruptly. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. Whatever happens, we'll not let you and Ms. Z get hurt, Elder Sun continued. Looking at his determined expression, Hao Ren knew that he meant what he said. Along the seaside highway, the car drove into the downtown core. Elder Sun possessed many properties and businesses in East Ocean City, including a big hotel and restaurant, a martial arts dojo, and several clubs. He was quite a figure in the city, and his aura and calmness were not something an ordinary person could copy. Elder Sun stopped the car at the school gate. Gongzi Hao, here you go. Thank you, Elder Sun. Hao Ren got out of the car and watched as it drove away. At the moment, the elders were handling the situation between East Ocean and West Ocean. Hao Ren's task was to cultivation right now. It was almost time for class. Hao Ren went to the cafeteria for breakfast before walking to the classroom. In the classroom, as usual, Xie Yujia was already sitting in the front row. Seeing Hao Ren, she immediately stood up and walked to him with a bag. This is the textbook you left in the classroom. I kept it for you. Oh. Thank you. Hao Ren was amazed by her attention to detail. Well, when Hao Ren didn't offer an explanation, Xie Yujia had to ask him, "You took off suddenly a few days ago, and I called you yesterday when you still didn't show up, but the call couldn't get through to you. Did something happen to Grandma?" No, it was something else. With the bag in hand, Hao Ren began to walk to the back row of the classroom. You look, Xie Yujia locked eyes with Hao Ren, different. Hao Ren looked down at himself and saw that he was still wearing the same clothes from a few days ago. The only difference was that he had jumped from Con level to Li level. He guessed that the elevation in realms had made him look different. The initial instance of this chapter being available happened at N0v3L. Bijane. He looked back at Xie Yujia and said, "You look different as well." Xie Yujia gave him a sweet smile. She knew that her clothes were as simple as before and thought Hao Ren said the words to flatter her. Their classmates began to file into the room. When Zhao Jiayi and his buddies saw Hao Ren, they immediately yelled, "Ren! Where have you been these past few days? Did you go on vacation with the twins? We haven't seen them either. Are we friends or not? Why didn't you invite us to your vacation with the beauties?" The classroom became lively when they began accusing Hao Ren of going on a vacation with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and urged him to admit it. Hao Ren guessed that the Lu sisters must have skipped classes due to his absence. They must have been worried about him after his abrupt departure. The altar had blocked all the connections to the outside world, and the bell the Lu sisters gave him must have been ineffective during that period. After class, Hao Ren decided to contact them. Not wanting to summon them with the bell, he went directly to the graduate student dorms beside Yixin cafeteria to find them. Gongzi. As if they have sensed Hao Ren's presence, they rushed out before Hao Ren could raise his head and call out to them. They had been reading in the dorm in soft cotton sweaters. Since they were in a hurry to see him, they didn't even change out of their slippers. Gongzi. They rushed out of the dorm building and threw themselves into his arms. Hao Ren back off 2 steps under their momentum. Stepping back, he placed his palms against their shoulders and said, okay, I'm fine." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily pouted. "Gongzi, you disappeared for 2 days. We were so worried." Looking at their cute faces, Hao Ren knew that they were telling the truth. He was a little touched and felt a bit guilty. "I will remember to inform you when I have to leave abruptly in the future." Looking at their pretty faces, Hao Ren promised. Good. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily nodded. Since they had been staying in their dorm, they had their hair down. They looked like 2 little identical pink flowers. "Go back to class. Elder Lu arranged you to study in the school, and you can't embarrass him by skipping classes without any good reasons." "Okay. Gongzi." They nodded with hand in hand. "That's all. I just came to tell you that I'm fine. You should go back to change and go to class." Hao Ren felt quite pleased after seeing them. "Gongzi, you seem to have reached Li level?" Looking at Hao Ren closely, Lu Linlin suddenly said. "Yes, you have." Lu Lily yelled as she was pleasantly surprised. "Well, I reached it by accident." Suddenly, Hao Ren remembered the incident with snow lotuses and asked, "You mentioned last time that 7-colored snow lotus could become my mystic crystal, but it seems like there are only 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses in the world." "Not true." Lu Lily pouted. "Only the 7-colored snow lotuses that need 10,000 years to root, 10,000 years to bloom, and another 10,000 years to mature are the real 7-colored snow lotuses. However, this kind of snow lotuses needs essences to help it grow and thus is very precious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the best 5-element mystic crystals in the world." "What kind of essences can help them grow?" Hao Ren asked. "I don't know. If my sister doesn't know either, then only those people who are experienced at nurturing the snow lotuses would know about it," Lu Lily said. Obviously, the shy Lu Lily was quite lively around Hao Ren after getting to know him. When Hao Ren glanced toward Lu Linlin, she shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Since we are not in the above realm and can't consult the scrolls and documentation, we can only tell you what we remember. We do remember that such snow lotuses exist. As to the 1,000-year 7-color snow lotuses, we don't know if they can turn into mystic crystals. But you can try if you get them one day." Okay. Since 10,000-year snow lotuses were not available, and the 1,000-year ones had been all used up, Hao Ren didn't pursue the topic. The girls returned to their room to change, and Hao Ren walked toward the library. Rumble. When he walked to the back of the library, Little White in the hidden space began to roll around again. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren stepped into a concealed corner and quietly opened the hidden space. Bang! Little White jumped out. It was as tall as 1 meter. Moron! Turn small. Hurriedly, Hao Ren patted its head. Immediately, it shrunk into the size of 2 palms, and its voice turned quiet at the same time. Wow! Suddenly, girls' voices came from behind him. Chapter 205. Shameless Little White. Hao Ren was terrified. He thought they saw Little White's transformation. The girls ran over and circled them before he could escape with Little White. Whoa! Such a cute puppy. They squeezed Hao Ren out of the crowd and circled Little White. Puppy. Hao Ren sweated as he thought, hey! This is a bin-level spirit beast and at least should be called a lion. How could you be calling it a puppy? Just as Hao Ren was thinking about this, those girls had already picked Little White up and passed it around in their arms. They completely ignored Hao Ren's existence as the owner. Little White was so well behaved that it made Hao Ren mad. It didn't even struggle a little bit in the girls' arms. On the other hand, it looked even more adorable with its innocent eyes wide open. Is this what they call a teacup puppy? This is a British mini puppy. The girls discussed as they patted Little White all over. Hao Ren began to sweat a bit more, but Little White was still obediently being passed around like a cute little puppy. After a while, they finally remembered Hao Ren as the owner of the puppy and turned to him. They asked politely, such a cute puppy. What's its name? Little White, Hao Ren said speechlessly. Little White hopped out of the last girl's arms and hid behind Hao Ren. However, this wobbling and soft look caused another wave of screams. Hao Ren could tell from their looks that they were girls from lower years who came to the library to study. They made a shortcut since their dorm was just behind the library, and that was why they saw Hao Ren and Little White here. Don't you have your bread, Meowling? Give it to it, one of the girls said to another. A girl opened her bag and took a bag of bread out which was barely eaten. She took a small piece and threw it to Little White. Little White, lacking the dignity of a spirit beast, immediately bit onto the bread as it landed in front of it. The girls all cheered at its reaction and threw a few more pieces at it. As usual, Little White took everything that was offered to it. It sometimes even hopped up to catch the bread, which made the girls scream even more. Your Little White is so cute. Can you leave us your number, so we can feed it some other time? They circled Hao Ren when there was no more bread left. Little White walked around Hao Ren in circles to show that it was still hungry. Hao Ren shrugged as he saw this bin-level spirit beast acting cute for the girls just for a few pieces of bread. However, Little White's cute appearance was a great wing tool for meeting girls. Hao Ren had no choice but to give the girls his phone number. He picked Little White up and headed to the library. Certainly, he made a few changes to the number he gave them. He didn't want them to find him. Little White kept murmuring in Hao Ren's arms, showing that it was still hungry. Hao Ren realized that the reason it was rolling around in the space in the necklace was that it was hungry. The girls were still staring at Hao Ren and Little White as they were leaving. Hao Ren couldn't put it into his necklace in front of them. Therefore, he hid it in his shirt and walked into the library. The good thing was that Little White was well behaved and never made a sound once they entered the library. Class President. Hao Ren suddenly noticed Xie Yujia in the aisle near him when he was swiping his campus card. Ah, you are here to borrow books too? Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren, slightly surprised. I want to borrow some more books on architectural design, Hao Ren answered as he straightened his shirt and passed through the aisle. You have a wide range of interests. You are studying architecture lately? Xie Yujia smiled as she noticed the bump under Hao Ren's shirt. She looked over, and Little White was reaching its head out curiously. She looked into Little White's black eyes and was surprised. Hao Ren thought he was in trouble. Knowing how Xie Yujia was, she would definitely scold him for bringing a puppy into the library. However, Xie Yujia was not as strict as Hao Ren expected. She looked at Little White in surprise and said, "Such a cute puppy. Where did you get it?" "From a friend. I haven't found a place to keep it yet, so I plan to take it back to my dorm after getting the books from the library," Hao Ren explained. "Can I pet it?" Xie Yujia asked timidly like a child. Even Xie Yujia couldn't resist the cuteness of Little White. Hao Ren had no choice but to nod. Xie Yujia looked around and held Little White in her arms as she patted on its head in adoration. Little White gently licked her smooth palm. This made Xie Yujia's love for cuteness explode. She opened her bag and let Little White hop inside, leaving the zippers open so it could breathe. "We can keep it here for now. Let's go get the books." Xie Yujia smiled and said Hao Ren, satisfied. Hao Ren thought to himself, Little White is taking all the advantage it can with that appearance. If it reveals its true self, all the girls would be scared away. Xie Yujia was a girl, and it was natural for females to care for little animals more. They went into the borrowing area, and Hao Ren went to look for architecture books while Xie Yujia picked up some books on acupoints and meridians. They met again at the checkout area and looked at each other's book selections. Hao Ren was surprised to find that Xie Yujia didn't get any books for studying. "That old grandma has been feeling weird in her legs lately, and I want to give her a massage. So, I'm learning some of this," Xie Yujia explained as she noticed Hao Ren's confused look. Hao Ren didn't ask more questions. He secretly admired her kindness for the lonely old grandma. Xie Yujia carried her bag as they walked outside. Little White was still hidden in there. It seemed like it had gotten used to the new puppy identity. "The guys in your dorm probably don't know how to keep a pet, and Little White might suffer in your dorm. I can take care of it for you for a day, and I will bring it into my dorm as long as I make sure the dorm manager doesn't see it," Xie Yujia said as she went down the escalator. Hao Ren didn't have the heart to reject Xie Yujia's enthusiasm, so he agreed. Little White even reached its little head out of the bag to lick Xie Yujia's arm. "This damn lion is acting adorable again." Hao Ren couldn't help but pull its ear. It was really the one and only snow lion that could play the puppy card so well. Chapter 206. Little White is the king when the tiger is away. The second morning, Hao Ren saw Xie Yujia standing in front of their dorm building with Little White in her hands when he walked out with Zhao Jiayi and the guys. They were all surprised to see Xie Yujia here. "What's the matter, class president? Did Little White chew on something?" Hao Ren walked over and asked. He thought she would take care of Little White for a few days since she liked it so much. "Little White is very sweet, it's just, I can't afford to keep it anymore." Xie Yujia handed it over to Hao Ren and explained. "Last night, it ate 32 hot dogs, 7 chicken legs, 8 big bags of bread, and 3 cups of instant noodle. It finished all the food that my dorm and adjacent dorms have." Hao Ren looked at Little White in surprise. What a big stomach this little thing had. Little White wagged its tail and hopped into the basket on her bike. It seemed like it didn't want to leave Xie Yujia just yet. However, Xie Yujia didn't dare to keep it anymore, so she took it out of the basket and put it into Hao Ren's hands. "This little thing has such a big appetite, and it would make a squeaky sound if we don't feed it. We had to keep giving it food because we didn't want the dorm manager to hear it. We barely slept all night." "Damn, Little White." Hao Ren patted its head and said, "The more you get, the more you want, huh? You asked for so much food." Little White looked up innocently as if it was saying, "You were the one who took me out of the Snow Lotus Cave on the Sky Mountain, so you need to take care of me." Hao Ren answered in his head, "Had I known it is so hard to raise you, I would have thought twice before taking you out of there." However, since it was already his spirit beast, it was impossible to throw it away. Hao Ren had no choice but carry it in his arms. He smelled the vague but refreshing fragrance on its white fur and thought, "Did this little thing sleep on the girls' beds last night? I made Little White a small bag, and it seems to like it." Xie Yujia took out a cloth bag which was the perfect size for Little White. It could stay inside with half its head sticking out. Hao Ren smiled at how thoughtful Xie Yujia was. "Thank you very much, class president." With the space in the necklace, he didn't need such a bag at all, but he was still thankful for her good intention. "I'm going to class. Take care of Little White and make sure it is well fed," Xie Yujia reminded him before she got on her bike and headed toward the cafeteria. "Whoa! Whoa!" The guys immediately kicked up a fuss as soon as Xie Yujia had left. Raising a pet with Xie Yujia. Such a good relationship. Yu Rong walked over and poked at Hao Ren. Xie Yujia was the quiet and pretty girl in class, but that didn't mean the guys didn't pay attention to her. They admired Hao Ren's technique in pursuing Xie Yujia by simply taking care of a pet with her together. "Get out of here." Hao Ren waved them away as he put Little White in the bag in front of his chest. Then, they headed to class. Little White knew how to behave in class. It didn't make a sound or cause any trouble at all. Since it was a Thursday and they had a mandatory course with Su-han in the morning, the guys were all excited. Su-han sensed Little White's existence as soon as she got into the classroom. She looked in Hao Ren's direction, and Little White was intimidated by this Qian-level master and immediately hid its little head in the bag. However, Su-han didn't care as long as Little White didn't harm any humans. She also didn't want to waste any time disciplining this low-leveled creature. On top of that, as her assisting inspector, half of Hao Ren belonged to her, so there was no need to keep such a tight eye on him. Su-han walked out of the classroom coldly after class. Hao Ren knew for a fact that she went straight to cultivation. Little White rolled around in the bag again to show that it was hungry. It was noon, and Hao Ren decided to take it to Hongji Square to eat. Zhao Jiayi and the guys had no interest in little animals like Little White, so they went to the stadium to play basketball as well as check out pretty girls. When Hao Ren got to the west gate, Xie Yujia came over on her bike as well. Hee, I knew you would take Little White to Hongji Square. Xie Yujia got off her bike and walked with Hao Ren. It is hungry again. Hao Ren shook his head. I like Little White. It's just that it eats too much, and the girls in our dorm are all complaining about it. So, I had to give it back to you, she explained. It's okay. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Little White jumped out of the bag as soon as Hao Ren finished talking and hopped into Xie Yujia's bike basket. It circled around in there and placed the two front legs on the rim of the basket, looking ahead energetically. Xie Yujia laughed cheerfully. Her laugh was like a summer breeze, making people feel refreshed and comfortable. White t-shirt, simple short skirt, white socks, and little leather shoes were her usual outfit. It almost seemed like a school uniform. Hao Ren liked this refreshing type very much. Especially when most girls nowadays were very into makeup and high-end outfits. When they arrived at Hongji Square, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia ordered 2 bowls of glass noodle soups, and they ordered several servings of ribs for Little White. If you did the math, Little White's meal was much better than theirs. Sure enough, the appearance of Little White attracted some of the girls' attention. They started to feed her as well. However, Little White had gotten a little picky, and she didn't even touch the things that weren't very appealing. It's so easy to meet girls with a puppy like this, Xie Yujia said as she ate. I'm not that kind of person. Hao Ren thought it was necessary to explain why he got Little White. Xie Yujia smiled and let go of the topic. How's Z lately? How come you are asking about her all of a sudden? Nothing. I'm just a little worried because last time she got scolded in the office. Oh, that's okay. She has thick skin, Hao Ren said randomly. Xie Yujia bit her lip and asked after some hesitation, are you, her boyfriend? More of a fiancé than a boyfriend, Hao Ren said slowly. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren, stupefied for a few seconds. Then, she kept on eating her glass noodle soup. Want to take Little White for a walk in the park nearby after this? Hao Ren asked. Oh, Xie Yujia's tone of voice suddenly got a lot more gloomily than before. It was perfect sunny weather to walk a dog. Hao Ren took Little White to the grass of the park and realized many middle-aged people were walking their dogs here as well. It was the first time for Little White to come to a nature-like environment, and it was exhilarating. It hopped out of Xie Yujia's basket and rolled around in the grass. Although it was a bin-level spirit beast, it was still an animal that was half a year old. It had been living in the gloomy lotus cave and had never seen anywhere with grass and trees like this. Xie Yujia couldn't help but smile at Little White. Even some of the girls stopped as they passed by since they really wanted to hug Little White. Little White stretched out its little legs and sprang on the relatively spacious area as all the other dogs stared at it. Suddenly, Little White noticed a piece of yummy barbecue pork in front of a big black wolfhound. It dashed over without thinking. Come back Little White, Xie Yujia shouted out, worried. That wolfhound was 6 or 7 times Little White's size. It showed an angry and violent look even though a man was holding onto its leash. However, when Little White got in front of the big wolfhound, all it did was putting its little paw on the meat, and it made the wolfhound back up in horror, howling. If it weren't for the leash, it would have dashed away. Little White slowly ate the piece of barbecue pork. Xie Yujia was astonished, yet Hao Ren had already assumed this would be the case. The bin-level spirit beast was a bin-level demon beast before being tamed. No ordinary dog would be able to handle its strong spirit. Haha, Mr. Wang. You are here today too. Yeah. I'm taking a walk since the weather is nice. The tyrant didn't want to stay at home. Suddenly a few middle-aged men at the edge of the grass area started to chat. Hao Ren turned back and saw a wealthy-looking middle-aged man with a large black Tibetan Mastiff on the outskirt of the grass field. Everyone knew the Tibetan Mastiff was the king of dogs. Its appearance immediately made all the other dogs look down. The Tibetan Mastiff's round eyes scanned the area and fixed them on Little White, who was slowly eating the piece of meat. Little White completely ignored the Tibetan Mastiff, it didn't even lay its eyes on it. The Tibetan Mastiff had always been treated as the king, so it couldn't bear being ignored like this. It stepped towards Little White with the strength strong enough to pull its owner forward. "Whose puppy is this? Hurry up and take it away. Our tyrant has some problem with it," the wealthy-looking middle-aged man shouted as he pulled his Tibetan Mastiff. "Go pick Little White up, Hao Ren. Otherwise, she's going to get hurt by the Tibetan Mastiff," Xie Yujia said, again worried. It wasn't that she didn't want to do it herself. The fact was, she was scared of the large Tibetan Mastiff too. "Get the puppy out of here. Our tyrant is getting mad," the middle-aged man kept shouting. It seemed like he had always been this arrogant since he had a Tibetan Mastiff as his pet. The black Tibetan Mastiff growled as he showed his teeth, drooling. Hao Ren walked in on the grass as Little White was still chewing on the meat. The puppy seemed cute but on the other hand, dull. Before Hao Ren could get to Little White, the Tibetan Mastiff's patience had reached its limit. It broke off the leash and bit towards Little White. The owner of the Tibetan Mastiff looked calm. He probably thought even if his tyrant killed the little white puppy it wouldn't cost him much money. As an expert in dog breeds, he knew that although the white puppy looked cute, it was not of any rare pure breed. Little White made a nifty turn and avoided the attack just before the Tibetan Mastiff's teeth got it. It sprang towards the grove on the side. The Tibetan Mastiff could withstand this. It whipped away the leash completely and followed her into the grove. Xie Yujia shouted immediately, "Hurry! Hao Ren, get Little White out of there." She dashed into the grove regardless of the danger of getting bit by the Tibetan Mastiff herself. The Tibetan Mastiff barked, and Little White whimpered. People in the area couldn't see what the situation in the grove was and they all thought Little White was whimpering out of pain. They believed there was no chance for her to survive the Tibetan Mastiff's attack. A few seconds later, the Tibetan Mastiff and Little White came out of the grove before Hao Ren and Xie Yujia could get in there. Little White walked in front with her head up and the Tibetan Mastiff named Tyrant followed him, with its head down. There was even a little scratch on its cheek. They could already tell who the actual king between them was. The Tibetan Mastiff's owner looked at them in surprise. His Tibetan Mastiff always fought other breeds due to its violent characteristic and had never lost one fight. Even though he had to pay a lot of money for the fights, it satisfied his false pride to a large extent. But, the tyrant lost to a tiny mixed-breed puppy today? And the puppy's hair looked perfectly smooth. There was not even a wound on it. Hao Ren secretly laughed at how surprised the middle-aged man was. "You are kidding. It would be funny if a bin-level spirit beast lost to a Tibetan Mastiff." Little White was even too lazy to transform for the fight. Otherwise, its actual size of 1 meter alone would be able to scare the Tibetan Mastiff to death. Little White ran to Hao Ren as it waggled its tail like a normal puppy as they got out of the grove. Hao Ren took out a little piece of meat and threw it to her as a reward. Little White didn't get enough of this and wanted to bully the Tibetan Mastiff even more. It marched over and reached out its paw. The Tibetan Mastiff, who had always been arrogant at others, slightly lowered its head to allow Little White's paw to land on its forehead. The wealthy-looking middle-aged man almost collapsed at this scene. What kind of creature is this? It could make the Tibetan Mastiff lower its head. Others, including the girls on the edge of the grass, were all astonished. Woof, woof. Little White got all cute again after another round of bullying. It hopped into Hao Ren's arms. Damn puppy, Hao Ren thought as he didn't even want to see her as a snow lion anymore. Suddenly, Little White wobbled in Hao Ren's arms and jumped back onto the grass all of a sudden. Hao Ren looked at it, worried, as he thought Little White was feeling uncomfortable. But it wobbled its bum and dashed into the bush beside the grove. Xie Yujia laughed with her hands covering her mouth. It finally wants to do its business after eating so much. Hao Ren looked serious as he remembered Little White was just waggling her bum in his arms, After wandering around the bush for a while, Little White marched back out to Hao Ren with its little bum waggling, feeling relieved. It ran to Hao Ren and hopped into his arms again. "Damn you, Little White. You pooped in the bush." Hao Ren examined her bum and found it relatively clean. Then, he patted its head and threw it into Xie Yujia's bike basket. Xie Yujia pushed the bike and walked with Hao Ren to the west gate of the school. But none of them noticed in the bush beside a pile of dark gold poop, several peony flowers were sprouting, growing, flourishing, and blossoming in just a few seconds. This was beyond the natural law. Chapter 207. Treasures all over. After they had returned to the school, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren each left for their classes. Hao Ren watched as Xie Yujia slowly headed toward Academic Building C on her bike. He felt like her temperament and aura had gotten even better. Things like temperament were very subjective. Hao Ren was the only one among the guys who felt the change in Xie Yujia. On the other hand, Xie Yujia was the first one who noticed the slight change in Hao Ren's temperament when he had just broken through the spirit concentration scroll. It was human nature to notice the slightest change in someone you liked. If it were someone you didn't care about, you wouldn't even notice if they had changed their clothes. This meant that Xie Yujia had started paying attention to Hao Ren a long time ago. Hao Ren looked up at Su Han's office window and circulated the nature essence in his body according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll before he headed toward Academic Building G. He could cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll more and more proficiently nowadays. Little White kept making noises in his arms, so Hao Ren put it into the space in the necklace. Little White was satisfied after getting well fed and having its business taken care of. It decided to take a nap, cuddling with the water-repellent bead. A few guys were playing basketball half-naked on the basketball court. Hao Ren suddenly saw them and suddenly remembered that East Ocean University's first game of the year was the week after. The entire class would be there to cheer them on. Zhao Yanzi was still in the Dragon Palace with Zhao Kuo. Hao Ren didn't know how his recovering was going, but it would be challenging to get back to Qian level. The thoughts of school, East Ocean, cultivation, and Z all together was giving him a headache. Hao Ren arrived in his classroom. He listened to class, cultivated, and prepared the material for tutoring Z. Surprisingly, he was comfortably fine with doing all three things at once. Soon, it was Friday. Hao Ren packed his stuff and took the bus home after half a day of classes. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily suddenly appeared beside the bus stop. They ran toward Hao Ren happily as many guys looked at him with jealousy. Some students from other schools were also there, waiting for the bus and looking at Hao Ren with a ton of envy. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had probably just finished with their club activities. They looked charming and graceful in their taekwondo uniforms. "You guys don't need to come back with me today. Go and get some rest," Hao Ren said to them. His tone was casual, but he got stared at more for showing off. "You are overthinking it, Gongzi. We are here for the bus too." Lu Lily covered her mouth as she laughed, shaking her pigtails. Hao Ren remembered that Lu Qing was still helping out in the Dragon Palace and hadn't been back for a few days now. Therefore, there was no one to give them a ride home. They had to take the bus to Lu Qing's apartment instead. The three of them waited for the bus quietly. Although the twins in their taekwondo uniforms weren't saying much to Hao Ren, they stood on each side of him. Those guys were jealous to death. The twins' bus arrived first, and Lu Linlin pulled Lu Lily's hand as they got on the bus. They waved at Hao Ren. "See you later, Gongzi." "Haha, bye." Hao Ren smiled. They were as cheerful as two little squirrels. After they had left, Hao Ren realized that the so-called most popular girl in the school, Lin Li, was among the people who were waiting for the bus. Lin Li, who used to be arrogant, completely lost her charm in front of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. If the twins hadn't left, Hao Ren and the other guys wouldn't have even noticed her. Although she was all dressed up, she was still no match for the twins who were in simple clothes. Hao Ren remembered how rude she was before and didn't even want to talk to her. As soon as bus 767 arrived, he took off. Hao Ren focused on cultivation when he got back home. Also, he took Little White for a walk by the beach. The weekend didn't seem to be as lonely as usual with Little White's company. Waves lapped on the beach one by one as Hao Ren cultivated with his legs crossed and eyes closed. He circulated the nature essence in his body according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll as he took in the 5 elements in nature slowly. Little White rested on Hao Ren's lap as he cultivated. It buried its head into its fluffy white body, snoring. Although it had only been a few days, it had already bonded deeply with Hao Ren. At least, it relied on Hao Ren to a large extent. However, it looked more like a puppy than a snow lion. It followed Hao Ren wherever he went and even slept beside him when he went to bed. Gongzi. Hao Ren heard Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's voices as he was trying his best to cultivate. He opened his eyes and saw them standing in his room already. They barged into his personal space without permission. Woo! Little White was just sleeping on Hao Ren's lap. It suddenly hopped onto the floor and turned into a 1-meter-tall snow lion. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stepped back and looked at Little White in surprise. Then, they turned to Hao Ren, who was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, and asked, "When did you tame a demon beast, Gongzi?" "Come back, Little White." Hao Ren waved at it. The majestic-looking Little White turned and looked at Hao Ren. It hesitated for a few seconds but went back to Hao Ren's side. However, it was still staring at the twins cautiously without shrinking its size. Little White wouldn't be alarmed by humans. But as a spirit beast, it could sense those who had powers immediately. It would be more cautious if the cultivators are stronger and closer to Hao Ren. The twins kept looking at Hao Ren in surprise. "It seems like a bin-level spirit beast, Gongzi." Little White shook its snow-white mane as its shiny black eyes were still locked on the sisters. They had different auras than what it was familiar with, so it treated them as enemies. "Don't be so tense, Little White." Hao Ren fondled its neck. Little White finally lightly roared and shrank back to the size of 2 palms. It hopped onto the bed and curled up on Hao Ren's lap. "I took Little White by coincidence. Su-Han told me that it is a bin-level spirit beast as well," Hao Ren said. Hearing this, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's eyes brightened. Bin-level spirit beasts are great materials for refining elixirs and making Dharma treasures. When this snow lion gets bigger, its fur can be used to make high-level defensive armors and robes while its teeth and claws can be merged into Dharma treasures. It might even have an internal core which can help you accelerate your cultivation speed. Little White was just about to doze off when it sensed an ominous feeling from the twins' gestures. It suddenly lifted its head and looked at them nervously. Hao Ren got nervous as well. "Hey! Don't you try to take advantage of Little White." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked over with a smile. Little White sensed the danger, so it jumped off Hao Ren's lap and hid behind his back. "Look at you, sis. You scared Little White," Lu Lily said with a frown as she was just about to reach out and pick Little White up. "It's so timid," Lu Linlin teased as she smiled. "The snow lions are indeed the smartest kind of spirit beasts. Little White even knows that we were talking about it," she continued as she clapped her hands at Little White. Little White was so scared of them that it didn't want to be hugged by them at all. Instead, it squeezed under Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren knew exactly what it wanted, so he put it back into the space in the necklace to free it from the terror. "Why are you guys here today?" Hao Ren stood up and asked. "Humph. Gongzi is giving us the cold shoulder," Lu Linlin pouted. "We just came back from visiting Grandma." "How is she doing?" Hao Ren asked immediately. "Don't worry. She is very well." Lu Linlin walked closer. "The reason we are here today is to ask Gongzi to come shop for cell phones with us." "Cell phones?" Hao Ren looked at them, confused. "Yeah. Without a cell phone, Gongzi won't even contact us." Lu Linlin teased again. Lu Lily, on the other hand, flushed a little. "We can go shop for cell phones, but you need to promise not to scare Little White again," Hao Ren said. "All right, we won't." Lu Linlin laughed. Hao Ren was just feeling bored at home, so he went cell phone shopping with them downtown. He felt terrible always asking them about cultivation and Dharma treasures and yet never helped them with anything. To thank them for their help lately, Hao Ren offered to pay for their cell phones. They got 2 Nokia phones, which were Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's first cell phones ever. They meant even more to them since Hao Ren got the phones for them. It cheered them up immediately. Hao Ren's mood lightened up gradually when he saw them smile. Gongzi must have a lot of questions to ask. "Shoot away." Lu Linlin saw through Hao Ren's intentions and said to him as she played with her new phone. Hao Ren smiled in admiration of Lu Linlin's cleverness. "Little White probably is not a very powerful spirit beast, right?" Usually, bin-level spirit beasts are not extremely powerful. But they don't only depend on themselves. The relationship with their masters is more important. Gong's little white is the kind that is not very powerful in battle but can create a very special bond with its master. It is also the kind of spirit beast that is easy to train. If it can often eat and consume treasures of nature, there is a chance for it to get to Xuan level, Lu Linlin said. Treasures of nature, meaning that I will have to keep feeding it snow lotuses and such, Hao Ren thought. You can also feed her with your own nature essence. If the master can gather the essence in nature and transfer it into the spirit beast's body, the spirit beast will grow up rapidly as well, Lu Lily added. Should I let Little White cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll as well? Hao Ren suddenly came up with this idea. Chapter 208, Gathered Together. After they got their phones, the twin sisters continued shopping with Hao Ren. Dressed in chiffon ruffled tank tops and skirts, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked beautiful and refreshing as if summer has arrived ahead of time. In the past, the sisters would only go shopping themselves. With Hao Ren along with them, they seemed more excited and asked him for his opinions on the clothes they chose. Hao Ren has never had any experiences like this before. He thought they were so beautiful that they would look good in any clothes they wore. Therefore, he answered them casually. Little White was rolling around in the space in the necklace, meaning that it was hungry. Therefore, Hao Ren went to KFC and bought 2 buckets of chicken before finding a corner to feed Little White. However, it was still hungry after eating those. Within 2 days, Little White had already cost Hao Ren almost 200 yuan worth of food, not to mention all the food in the fridge at his home that was also eaten by it. This made Hao Ren wonder if he could really afford to take care of it. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked out of the fitting room. Blue plaid jackets, wide-brimmed hat, and denim shorts that revealed the curves of their legs. They hopped in front of Hao Ren wearing the same outfit, and their hair pulled into ponytails and pigtails. They were like newly debuted idols. Lu Qing gave them a lot of pocket money every week. However, none of them had the concept of how to spend the money properly. They would buy whatever they liked, and the money would soon be all spent. Since Lu Qing wasn't back yet, the sisters had little to no money left. Therefore, only Hao Ren could pay for those clothes. Hao Ren didn't mind spending money on Lu Linlin and Lu Lily since they have helped him out a lot in the past. Furthermore, he usually didn't spend much money, and he still had quite a lot of money saved from the past. In contrast, Little White was going to consume more money in the long run and was more expensive than the Lu sisters. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily both held a few bags of clothes and were filled with excitement. Although Lu Qing always gave them money to spend, he never went shopping with them. Comparing that with Hao Ren, they both thought Hao Ren treated them much better. There was a cinema, an ice skating rink, and an arcade shop at the mall. It seemed like Lu Linlin and Lu Lily wanted to experience all of them. But Hao Ren felt that whether he brought them to the movies or the ice skating rink, it would seem like he was showing off to all other men. Therefore, he chose to bring them to the arcade shop. Although the Lu sisters had stayed in the city for a while now, they remained curious yet cautious about everything. For example, they never dared to come in this crowded and noisy arcade shop before. But they didn't have to worry anymore since Hao Ren was with them. With the tokens Hao Ren got for them, they were playing every single gaming machine. They were so excited that they looked like 2 kids who have never been to an arcade shop before. Dundun. Dundun. Impressive. Cleared the level again. Full score. There were a lot of people surrounding a gaming machine. Hao Ren walked over and saw a girl, who was dressed casually with gaming headphone on, holding a black sensor gun and shooting the monsters on the screen. Dundun. Dundun. As the virtual bullets were fired continuously, all the monsters that appeared on the screen were shot down. Yet, the female player didn't get hurt at all in the game. She's a master of the game, Hao Ren thought. You win. Words of congratulations appeared on the screen. This girl cleared all the levels with the token she inserted from the beginning. Not a single scratch. No monsters were left behind. A perfect clear. Everyone behind her praised in excitement. This girl took off the gaming headphones and walked down from the platform. Then, she turned toward other gaming machines. Su Han. Hao Ren almost thought something was wrong with his eyes. The girl who played the game perfectly and attracted many observers was Su Han. Su Han turned around and saw Hao Ren as well. She then noticed Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were playing on the basketball machine crazily not far from her. "Why are you here?" Hao Ren took a few steps forward and asked. "What? Why can't I be here?" Su Han replied. Hao Ren didn't know what to say. "I came here to buy some clothes and to relax for a bit." Su Han glanced at him and took out a few tokens from her pocket. She inserted the coins into a car racing machine beside her and sat on the seat. Broom. Broom. Su Han once again cleared all the levels. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, on the other hand, ran toward Hao Ren. "Gongzi. We used up all the tokens." From the look of it, even the simple game could cost them a dozen tokens. Hao Ren had no choice but to give them 200 yuan. "Go and exchange some tokens yourselves." "Thanks, Gongzi." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ran toward the counter happily together. "It seems like your weekends are quite boring as well." Su Han, who was still playing the car racing game, turned her head and looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren thought, "You seem more bored than me. You even came here to play these games alone." He then looked at her gaming skills. It seemed like she came here often by herself to relieve her boredom. When thinking about it, it seemed like Su Han, the inspector, was actually quite lonely. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who just exchanged the money for 100 tokens, were interested in an airplane game. They sat down and started screaming while they played the game. Some guys were around them, wanting to strike up a conversation. However, when they saw how crazy the girls got even though they were playing a simple game, they didn't know where to start. "Let me take you out for dinner," Hao Ren said to Su Han, who was still playing the car racing game, and she turned to stare at him. Hao Ren suddenly felt like he was one of those bad guys who tried to flirt with girls, not to mention that the girl he was trying to flirt with was his own teacher, although she was only 2 to 3 years older than him. "If you win, I will have dinner with you." Su Han threw 2 tokens toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught the tokens and sat down next to Su Han. Then, he inserted the coins into the machine. Challengers entered. Battle mode. Su Han smiled confidently, but Hao Ren seemed calmer. The cars in the game started at the same time. Inside their screens, they could see each other's car. Brake. Gas pedal. Shift gear. Their movements were the same as if they had practiced together before. More and more observers gathered behind them. Su Han's face started to look more serious. Yet, Hao Ren remained calm. Boom. Hao Ren's car reached the endpoint first. As she saw second place showing up on her screen, Su Han looked at Hao Ren, slightly surprised. She smiled gently and said, "It seems like you are always bored as well." Hao Ren didn't deny it. Indeed, he used to come here a lot in the past because his parents were often not home. However, he stopped coming here after he got into university. "Linlin, Lily, time to go." Hao Ren called out to the Lu sisters who were moving the joystick crazily and about to break the gaming machine in half. "Okay, Gongzi." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't even bother picking up the rest of the tokens and stood up immediately as they started running toward Hao Ren happily. Those guys who were waiting for a chance to talk to them were left speechless. In the intense jealous stares, Hao Ren walked out of the arcade shop with 3 gorgeous girls. 4 people, perfect for hot pot. That was Su Han's first time having dinner with the Lu sisters. Although they weren't against each other, Su Han wasn't on the same side as the Lu sisters. Among the 4 of them, Hao Ren was the weakest. However, he connected everyone together. Su Han quietly looked at Hao Ren, who was ordering the food, and suddenly remembered a criterion of the inspectors in the inspector system. It didn't matter who was stronger or weaker. Whoever could solve the problem smoothly was the most influential person. This Hao Ren. He has the talent of gathering master around him and make them interact peacefully, Su Han thought. Hao Ren didn't know Su Han was thinking about him while he was ordering food. All he noticed was that little white had started rolling around inside the space in the necklace again. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. One day, you are going to kill yourself eating, Hao Ren thought and said to little white in his mind. He refused to let it out and eat. If he did, there wouldn't be any food left for the 4 of them. As Su Han noticed how Hao Ren was looking at his necklace repeatedly, she said, "You need to feed spirit beasts with elixirs, or you can instill some nature essence in them. They will consume a lot more if they have to capture energy from ordinary food." Nature essence. I have only saved a little bit of nature essence for myself. I will have nothing left if I share my nature essence with little white, Hao Ren thought. You took me out for dinner today, so I owe you a favor. Su Han took 10 red elixir pills out from her zumi ring. Here are 10 pills. Both cultivators and spirit beasts can consume it. One pill can last Little White for around 1 to 2 days. So, these will probably last you about half a month. Thanks a lot, Hao Ren said. He was just worrying about how to take care of Little White. Luckily, no mortal saw what Su Han did. Otherwise, they would have thought she was doing a magic trick. Don't mention it. Lu Qing gave me these elixirs. But, I didn't use them for my cultivation, Su Han replied gently. She then looked at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily who were sitting together. She probably felt the increase in their power, from middle-tier Kun level to low-tier Qian level. She frowned slightly but remained quiet. The Lu sisters both were super talented, not to mention that they also had a perfect balance of the 5 elements. Compared to Su Han, it was so much easier and smoother for them to cultivate and improve. This made Su Han a bit worried. But, since Hao Ren was her assisting inspector, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily should behave themselves. Gongzi, you have to start instilling nature essence in Little White from now on. Or, you can feed it elixirs so that it can grow, Lu Linlin said as she saw Hao Ren putting the elixirs away. So, I can stop feeding it once it is fully grown? Hao Ren asked them excitedly. No, it will consume more, Lu Lily said with her eyes wide open. Hao Ren was left speechless once again. He pointed at the hot pot with his chopsticks and tried to change the depressing topic. Let's just go back to eating. Chapter 209. Experience the world with Z. One guy having dinner with 3 beauties would arouse envy in any other guy. Although Su Han had never talked to the Lu sisters, they had a chance to get to know each other by sitting around the hot pot today. It was a major progress for their relationship since Su Han and the Lu sisters were not sociable people. Su Han was aloof with everyone while the Lu sisters were cold to everyone except Hao Ren. Little White chirped in Hao Ren's hidden space until Hao Ren tossed an essence replenishment pill for it to eat. Although the elixir pills Su Han just gave him were not the best ones, it was not as cheap or ordinary as cabbages. It would be a test for Hao Ren to feed and nurture Little White properly. After 1 hour, the dinner came to an end. Obviously, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had never had hot pot before. From the look of it, Su Han never did as well. According to my intelligence network, West Ocean is gaining up on East Ocean. It's okay for you to tame a demon beast, but you must work harder on your cultivation, Su Han advised him before she left. Got it. Hao Ren nodded. If you have any questions, come to find me, Su Han said to him coldly before taking her leave. Looking after Su Han's back, Lu Linlin pouted. Gongzi, let us go home with you. I need to cultivate in a quiet place. You should go back to your place. Hao Ren waved off their request, mulling over the hidden meaning in Su Han's words. Seeing his serious face, the sisters didn't bother him anymore. They lived at Lu Qing's place, so they had a general understanding of the situation East Ocean was in. However, they didn't want to interfere as long as Hao Ren was safe. They rather enjoyed the peaceful school life they had now. After eating the essence replenishment pill, Little White slept in Hao Ren's hidden space while Hao Ren drove back to his home by the sea. Then, he let it out to play while he went up to his room to cultivate. There were 2 ways to unlock openings. One of them was to absorb the essence from nature. When the amount of the essence was enough, it would unlock the openings in the dragon core. The other one was to shoot the Hunden sword energy into the clouds and bring back the lightning power to force a breakthrough. Comparatively, the first method was steady and safe, building a solid foundation for himself. The second one could increase his strength greatly in a short time, but he would be in danger if the heavenly lightning bolts were accidentally triggered. After careful consideration, Hao Ren decided not to use the lightning cultivation method of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll until he has reached Gen level. Having eaten an essence replenishment pill, Little White was livelier when it was released from the hidden space. It ran around in its original snow lion form in the spacious living room. Buzz. Hao Ren's cell phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and saw Zhao Hongyu's number on the screen. Hello, Auntie? We came out of the Dragon Palace today. We are by the sea and can drive you back downtown, Zhao Hongyu said over the phone. Okay. Eager to ask them about Zhao Kuo, he immediately summoned Little White and put it in the necklace before walking to the seaside. Zhao Guang and his family were waiting for him at the rock by the sea. How is third uncle? Hao Ren asked as soon as he got to them. We'll talk about it when we get home. Zhao Guang waved at him. Both Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Yanzi looked grim, and Hao Ren's heart sank at the sight of this. The black Chevrolet was parked not far from the sea. How is everything going for you? When they were in the car, Zhao Hongyu asked Hao Ren. It has been okay, Hao Ren answered. In fact, he had been worried about Zhao Kuo these past few days, but he didn't want to bother them by going back to the Dragon Palace as he knew that they were busy handling the situation. We were busy handling internal affairs and forgot to send guards for you. It's good to know that you are fine. Zhao Hongyu nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Yanzi kept silent, gazing out of the car window. The car drove swiftly and arrived at their home shortly. They entered the house and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Zhao Yanzi looked pale. Although she didn't go to school these past few days, she was obviously exhausted after taking care of her third uncle in the Dragon Palace. We declared to the outside world that Zhao Kuo had passed the heavenly tribulation. In the past few days, I had to host the celebration ceremony while making plans with the core elders. That's why we didn't contact you, Zhao Guang said. On the one hand, they must gather the elders to discuss and make strategies. On the other hand, they had to celebrate while Zhao Kuo was recovering from his serious injuries. Hao Ren knew they were exhausted both emotionally and physically. Zhao Kuo appeared in the celebration ceremony as a victor, and everyone thinks he has passed the heavenly tribulation successfully. Only the most loyal generals, soldiers, and core elders know the truth, including you, Zhao Guang continued. He was frank with this information, taking Hao Ren as one of the core members of East Ocean. Hao Ren nodded solemnly, understanding the grim situation. After the celebration ceremony, Zhao Kuo's body recovered. He decided to leave the Dragon Palace and cultivate while traveling, Zhao Hongyu said. Cultivate while traveling. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren said, on one hand, he could slowly reclaim his strength. On the other hand, people will think that he is traveling around because he entered the heavenly dragon realm. Am I right? Good. You have a clear mind. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren with appreciation. Zhao Kuo has decided to start again with his cultivation. He wants to travel back to the places he has been to. Hearing her words, Hao Ren had a higher regard for Zhao Kuo. He had lost all the cultivation strength he had accumulated for the last 200 years. His hope for the last 200 years was crushed in one night. Another man would have collapsed with the loss of self-confidence, but Zhao Kuo has decided to start again with cultivation as soon as he recovered. It proves the saying that you have to fall back before you could advance. It's not a bad thing for Zi's third uncle, Zhao Guang said. Hao Ren nodded, imagining the scene when Zhao Kuo left the Dragon Palace. He wondered what Elder Xingyue was thinking when she looked at Zhao Kuo as he took his leave. Besides Zhao Kuo, we have another thing to talk to you about today. Looking at Hao Ren, Zhao Guang said abruptly. Oh, what is it? Hao Ren looked at him. Zhao Yanzi also sat up straighter beside him. Zhao Kuo's success at the heavenly tribulation is a great event among the four oceans. So, the four ocean dragon clans decided to open the 9-Dragon Palace to celebrate it and encourage the younger generations to cultivate harder, Zhao Guang said. Seeing Hao Ren's puzzlement, Zhao Guang explained, the 9-Dragon Palace is a dragon palace in the prehistoric time, and it is the birthplace of the four ocean dragon clans. It's under the common management of the four oceans. It hovers in the void and shows up only when all four ocean dragon clans activate the array formations together. A godly palace in the void? Hao Ren was surprised. Zhao Guang continued, the 9-Dragon Palace is activated every 50 years. It's only 30 years from the last opening, and we decided to make an exception this time to celebrate Zhao Kuo's success with the heavenly tribulation. Was it proposed by West Ocean? Hao Ren asked. Yes, Zhao Guang nodded. West Ocean is very sly. They proposed to open the 9th Dragon Palace, the ancestral temple of the four ocean dragon clans, to celebrate third uncle's success with the tribulation. During the event, we will worship the ancestors and report third uncle's success to them. If the truth gets out one day, East Ocean would be guilty of deceit, Hao Ren said. Zhao Guang's eyes lit up, surprised at Hao Ren's clear logic and judgment. You are right. We are at a disadvantage now since Zhao Kuo failed in the tribulation. We have to deal with it step by step. Anyway, The fact that Zhao Kuo is good and healthy and that he is traveling will give them the impression that he has passed the tribulation, and they will not make a move against us rashly. The most important thing right now is that we can't come back from the Nine-Dragon Palace empty-handed. Zhao Guang was a man of few words. But now his meaningful words and tone showed he had high hopes for Hao Ren. Ren, you stay the night here since tomorrow we'll travel to the meeting spot, Zhao Hongyu added. Each time the Nine-Dragon Palace opens, only 8 people are allowed in there, which means each Dragon Palace sends 2 of their best young cultivators. We, East Ocean, decided to send you and Z to the event. Z? Hao Ren was baffled since Z, without her dragon core, was just an ordinary schoolgirl. Right. The Nine-Dragon Palace only opens for 6 hours in every 50 years. Except for the Grand Palace where we worship the ancestors, the other places are still unexplored. In this ancient Dragon Palace, there are many ancient treasures and precious herbs which are very rare and hard to find in today's mortal world. It will be an amazing opportunity for the younger generation since a top-tier elixir pill could help you break through 3 or 4 realms in one breath. That's why the 4 ocean dragon palaces usually send their descendants there, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren nodded, understanding their intention. Z was weak in cultivation, but as long as she was qualified to enter the Nine-Dragon Palace, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu would get her in. Maybe she would be fortunate enough to find some way in the Nine-Dragon Palace to grow another dragon core. If not, she would probably get other benefits. It was a rare chance that came every 50 years, and the leaders of the dragon palaces would certainly give it to their own children. After all, their children would one day inherit the throne. I'll give you the specific instructions before you enter the Nine-Dragon Palace tomorrow. It's late now. You both go upstairs and sleep, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Okay. Hao Ren looked back at Zhao Yanzi before standing up from the sofa. Zhao Yanzi snorted as if not happy to be partnered with Hao Ren. She stomped up the stairs. Hao Ren smiled helplessly and walked up the stairs slowly. It suddenly dawned on him that Zhen Yitao would also participate in the event. Chapter 210. The Nine-Dragon Palace. Back in her room, Zhao Yanzi took a quick shower. During the past few days in the Dragon Palace, she had been served with good food and clothes, but she felt exhausted. Half an hour later, she came out of the bathroom in her pink pajamas. Seeing Hao Ren checking her homework at her desk, she yelled, "Tonight, you sleep in the other room." I know. Hao Ren rolled his eyes at her complaint. I don't want to stay in your room. It's just that the bathroom is in your room. Hao Ren retorted silently before entering the bathroom with the pajamas Zhao Hongyu prepared for him. Little White was rolling around in his necklace, signaling its wish to come out. In the bathroom, Hao Ren took a quick shower before letting Little White out. Although it was a spirit beast, personal hygiene was still necessary. Hao Ren grabbed onto the mini-sized Little White and cleaned it thoroughly with shampoo and warm water. It was fortunate that it could change sizes. Otherwise, it would be a huge task to wash it in its original form, which was as big as a small elephant. In his pajamas, Hao Ren walked out of the bathroom, and Little White followed him out after flicking off the water on its body. Zhao Yanzi was reading in bed. At the sight of Little White, she immediately called out excitedly, "Little White." If Hao Ren didn't let Little White out, she would have totally forgotten about it. Little White jumped into Zhao Yanzi's soft bed. After the shower, its long snow-white fur held the fragrance of the shampoo. Zhao Yanzi caught its front legs and lifted it up. Little White purred happily, seeming to enjoy her attention. "Little White can stay here. You can go and sleep in your room now," she turned to look at Hao Ren and declared. Hao Ren gave her a dirty look and ignored her. Walking to the door, he called, "Little White." Little White struggled out of Zhao Yanzi's hands and jumped down the bed to follow Hao Ren. "You," lying in the quilt, Zhao Yanzi glared at him. Obviously, Little White was loyal to Hao Ren and wouldn't betray him because of Zhao Yanzi's attention. "I'll sleep in the next room, but I can let Little White keep you company," Hao Ren said at the door. "Humph." Zhao Yanzi pouted. "Little White, stay with Z." Hao Ren pointed at Zhao Yanzi. Little White paused and understood his instructions. It trotted back to Zhao Yanzi. With this round of battle for authority, Hao Ren showed Zhao Yanzi that Little White was his personal pet, and she needed to be nice to him if she wanted to borrow Little White from him. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth, but she couldn't resist the cute Little White. She opened her arms and let it jump into her arms. Little White, turn bigger. Patting its body lightly, Zhao Yanzi gestured to show her intention. Being very smart, Little White understood her. It rolled and immediately turned into a chubby snow lion. Ha. Pleased, Zhao Yanzi reached up and threw her arms around the neck of the big version of Little White. She used to hug onto a big fluffy toy while she slept. Little White's big fluffy body and smooth fur gave her great enjoyment. With its big black eyes and mild personality, she couldn't see a hint of a bin-level spirit beast in Little White. Hao Ren looked at her helplessly. He walked out of her room and shut the door behind him. Little White, you sleep on this side. Give me your paw and let me rub it. Out in the corridor, Hao Ren heard Zhao Yanzi playing with Little White in her bedroom. In the next room, Hao Ren spent some time on cultivation before going to bed. Ren, get up now. Zhao Hongyu called them in the corridor the next morning. Coming. Zhao Yanzi, who had slept with Little White in her arms, ran out from her room in her pajamas. Little White shook its head and ran out of her room as well. Cultivating even in his sleep, Hao Ren immediately woke up after hearing the call. He walked out of his room soon as well. These are 2 Taoist robes for you to wear. You must show your respect and sincerity during the worship ceremony when you are in the 9-Dragon Palace, and you can't wear your daily clothes. Zhao Hongyu handed each of them a robe. They went back to their respective rooms to change. Little White looked at Hao Ren, then at Zhao Yanzi, and finally followed Zhao Yanzi into her room. Minutes later, they both walked out. Zhao Yanzi looked like a little female Taoist in her yin-yang robe. It was Hao Ren's first time wearing such a robe, and he looked like a silly young Taoist new to the world. There's only 1 hour until the designated meeting time, and we need to leave now. Today, you'll need a lot of energy, and an ordinary breakfast won't do. Opening her palm, Zhao Hongyu revealed 2 red essence replenishment pills. These are 2 essence replenishment pills. Each of you takes one. Smelling the aroma of the elixir pills, Little White raised its head and looked at Zhao Hongyu with its innocent big eyes. Okay. You have one too. Zhao Hongyu took out another pill. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi each took 1 pill and swallowed it, and so did Little White. It was Hao Ren's first time taking an elixir pill. He felt a surge of warmth rising in his belly and spreading to his limbs. With warmth all over his body, he felt an indescribable comfortable sensation. The dragon core in his dantian shook slightly as if it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Okay. We need to go now, Ren. Put away your spirit beast. Seeing a healthy glow shining on their faces, Zhao Hongyu knew the pills had been absorbed. Okay. Hao Ren beckoned Little White, and it immediately shrunk into its mini version before jumping into his hidden space. The hidden space was, in fact, a bunch of complex array formations filled with nature essence, and it was a more comfortable place for Little White. However, it wanted to come out frequently because it was curious, and the outside world tempted it. After taking Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to the balcony, Zhao Hongyu waved her hand, spread out a picture scroll, and asked them to stand on it. Your dad is busy, so I told him not to come with us. When you come out of the 9-Dragon Palace, your dad and I will be there to pick you up, Zhao Hongyu said while she directed the picture scroll to rise slowly. Zhao Yanzi nodded and looked down at this item. Well, it is the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. It has been a long time since the last use. This time, we'll have to go to 5th heaven, and ordinary Dharma treasures can't fly there. You must stay close to Hao Ren after you enter the 9-Dragon Palace. Don't mess around, Zhao Hongyu instructed her. Got it, Mom. Zhao Yanzi pouted. She looked like his little female Taoist in her robe. Zhao Hongyu pinched her cheeks before waving her hand upward. The spread-out scroll emitted 7 colored light beams and turned into a rainbow. It flew up into the sky at dawn. Chapter 211. The Weakest Pair of Partners. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting Zhao Hongyu used was undoubtedly an advanced Dharma treasure. It broke into the void and went above the ordinary clouds in the blink of an eye. The 9 layers of heavens were called Zhang Heaven, Qian Heaven, Kong Heaven, Jiang Heaven, Zui Heaven, Kuo Heaven, Xian Heaven, Shen Heaven, and Cheng Heaven. 5th heaven was also Zui Heaven. Since mortals could reach the first 4 heavens, this 5th heaven was where the human cultivation world began. The immortals lived in 9th heaven and up, so the range between 5th heaven and 8th heaven was a buffer territory between the mortal world and the immortal world. The dragons could move under 5th heaven freely. According to Zhao Hongyu, the wood, water, fire, and earth elemental dragons could soar as high as 7th heaven, while the gold elemental dragons could reach the 8th heaven. When Zhao Guang took Hao Ren to the sky to watch the process of rainfall creation, it seemed high for Hao Ren. However, it was only on 2nd heaven. The airplanes flew above the ordinary clouds, but it was still within 1st heaven. Comparatively, 5th heaven was much higher. Even with Dharma treasures, the river mountain Qian Kun painting, which was a super fast traveling Dharma treasure, it took them half an hour to reach 5th heaven. Boom! The 7-colored light beams broke through a pale blue array formation and got through a thick layer of auspicious clouds. 5th heaven. Standing on the river mountain Qian Kun painting, Hao Ren looked around and saw numerous green mountains. It was a celestial world. Standing in front, Zhao Hongyu checked the direction and steered the painting forward. The speed of the painting had slowed down, and the 7-colored light beams had disappeared. Flying above the mountains, Zhao Hongyu turned slightly and said to Hao Ren, "Except the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, then there are 9 smaller palaces in rings around it. The 9 small palaces are Qianyu Palace, Yazi Palace, Chaofeng Palace, Pulao Palace, Swanee Palace, Baxia Palace, Bian Palace, Fuxi Palace, and Chiwen Palace. They are the branch palaces of the 9 ancestors of our dragon tribe. There are 4 entrances in the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Once you enter the 9 Dragon Palace, you will appear at the entrance in the east, since the East Ocean Dragon Palace is located in the east." Okay. Hao Ren listened attentively, knowing that the trip was crucial and would probably influence the development of East Ocean Dragon Palace in the next tens of years. "This is a map." From an ordinary-looking ring on her finger, Zhao Hongyu took out a scroll. "This map has the route of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace and the information about the parts of the 9 branch palaces that we have so far explored." Hao Ren took the map and opened it with Nature Essence. He found that the map was very detailed in some parts and vague in other parts. This map is the result of the efforts of several generations of East Ocean. It's very precious, and you must make sure it doesn't fall into other people's hands, Zhao Hongyu warned Hao Ren. Got it. Hao Ren put the map into his hidden space. Since it was not food, he was sure that Little White wouldn't eat it. The 9 Dragon Palace opens every 50 years, and the cultivators must be younger than 100 years old to enter it. Of course, it would be a waste of an opportunity to allow cultivators who are very young into it. Usually, the opportunity was given to those who have 50 to 60 years of cultivation experience, and that was why no one could enter the 9 Dragon Palace twice. Zhao Guang and I entered once and didn't bring back anything extraordinary, Zhao Hongyu said with regret in her voice. Mom, I'm a lucky girl. I will get good stuff this time, Zhao Yanzi shouted. It's not a field trip. Although the 9 Dragon Palace has no traps in there, it's not absolutely safe. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi seriously, and the latter immediately shut her mouth. Zhao Hongyu turned to Hao Ren. The 9 Dragon Palace is protected by prehistoric array formations. Although the palace is in desolation for thousands of years, the major array formations are still operating. The Origin Dragon Grand Palace is in the center of the 9 Dragon Palace, while the 9 small palaces surround it. However, their positions are not fixed. Each time people go in, they would find that the positions of the small palaces had changed. Since the time interval is 50 years, each person had only 6 hours to explore it, and the 4 ocean dragon clans don't share information. No one knows about the movement patterns of the 9 small palaces. With the current information, no one can be sure if they moved according to astrology or the 8 trigram. Which branch palace you will enter and what kind of treasures you can get is all based on luck. Which small palace did you and uncle enter last time? Hao Ren asked. We entered Fuxi Palace and got this River Mountain Qian Kun painting, Zhao Hongyu answered. Can we only take one treasure? Hao Ren asked immediately. No, you can take as many as you can. Except for the items in the Grand Palace. Everything else in the 9 Dragon Palace is legacy left by the ancestors of the prehistoric times and can be taken with you. In fact, the 4 oceans came up with the solution of opening the 9 Dragon Palace every 50 years because we couldn't agree on a distribution plan of the fortunes. So, each time the 9 Dragon Palace opens, Each ocean would send out 2 young cultivators to take everything they can with their luck and abilities. It seems that Dad and Mom were not very powerful at the time. Zhao Yanzi raised her head and said. Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. Hao Ren saw her expression and knew that he and Zhao Yanzi were even weaker. One of them had just reached Li level while the other didn't even possess a dragon core. All in all, if you can take back 3 ancient treasures or elixirs, it will be a big success. If you get 2, it will be good. If you get 1, it will still be better than nothing. Zhao Hongyu turned serious and said. Okay. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren said in unison. While they were talking, the river mountain Qian Kun painting had flown into the center of a round valley. Hao Ren looked down and saw that some people were already gathered on the meadow below them. Among them were Oldman Zeng and Zeng Yitao. Zhao Hongyu steered the painting and landed on the meadow slowly. Mrs. Zhao. The representatives of North Ocean and South Ocean came over to greet her. Elder Shu, Elder Hu. How are you? Zhao Hongyu greeted them with a smile. Since each ocean sent only 2 cultivators and a representative who led the way, there were altogether 12 people there. Zeng Yitao's partner was a boy who looked a couple of years younger than him. He was probably Zeng Yitao's little servant. South Ocean's team was comprised of 1 guy and 1 girl who were in their mid-20s. They were holding hands and looked like a couple. North Ocean's team was made up of 1 guy who looked 20 and 1 girl who was about 18. They looked like brother and sister. Mrs. Zhao, you are the last to arrive. I thought you were too afraid to come. Oldman Zeng glanced at Zhao Hongyu and said in a cold tone. Well, since West Ocean is eager to open the 9-Dragon Palace, how can we East Ocean not join in on the fun? Zhao Hongyu replied breezily. We propose to open the 9-Dragon Palace so that the young elites of the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces can come and practice. But from the looks of it, you are in dire need of talented youths, right? Oldman Zeng looked at Hao Ren to Zhao Yanzi and said sarcastically. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to argue with him. She looked away, pretending to have not heard his remarks. As the most senior and most powerful cultivator in the group, Oldman Zeng stopped his offensive comments after Zhao Hongyu ignored him. He snorted disdainfully. 8 people were going to enter. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi from East Ocean were respectively a Li-level cultivator and a mortal. The couple from South Ocean were young elites, and they both had reached top-tier Zhang level. South Ocean had already arranged for their dual cultivation. This time when West Ocean proposed to open the 9-Dragon Palace, South Ocean had eagerly agreed, hoping that this young couple could take this opportunity to gain another breakthrough. The siblings of North Ocean were the oldest son and second daughter of the Crown Prince of the North Ocean Dragon Palace. They had both reached Gen level and were charging at Zhang level. Zeng Yitao had reached Gen level half a year ago, and his servant was just an assistant to him. Zeng Yitao would enjoy all the treasures they get in the 9-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were the weakest pair among the 8 cultivators and probably even among all the participants in history. After all, the weakest participant so far was at low-tier Gen level. That was why Oldman Zeng mocked them, and Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to ignore him. This opening was only 30 years after the last time, and the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces had sent relatively young cultivators to participate. 20 years later, the 9-Dragon Palace would open again and then again after another 50 years. It meant that any cultivators under 20 years of age could be able to enter the 9-Dragon Palace 3 times if they were given the opportunity. That was why the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces had all sent young cultivators who were all royal descendants. Well, it's almost time. The 9-Dragon Palace will show up any minute now. Sensing the undercurrent, Elder Shu and Elder Hu looked up into the sky and tried to smooth things over. In fact, South Ocean and North Ocean were prompted by West Ocean to agree to the extra opening since West Ocean stated that the reason behind the proposal was to celebrate Zhao Kuo's success in passing the heavenly tribulation. East Ocean had no reason to say no. The truth was, East Ocean was at its weakest period. In the younger generations, they had no extraordinary talented cultivators. Zhao Yanzi was lazy in cultivation and now didn't even have a dragon core. Hao Ren had just entered the world of cultivation, and others in East Ocean were just ordinary cultivators. East Ocean would gain the least benefits from this opening of the 9-Dragon Palace. Boom! While Elder Shu and Elder Hu looked up, a huge palace that was bigger than a mountain appeared in the high sky. The powerful pressure it released made people want to bow at it. With a low murmur, Old Man Zeng summoned a huge umbrella and blocked the overwhelming pressure temporarily. The palace was gray and ordinary looking, but the buzzing array formation around it was emitting black lightning flashes. The palace was almost as big as a city. A small-scale white array formation fell from the sky. In the four corners of the array formation were four circles which had different colors: red, yellow, green, and blue. Z, Ren, stand in the dark red circle in the east, Zhao Hongyu instructed. It was Zhao Yanzi's first time witnessing the Nine-Dragon Palace, and she was stunned by it. Hao Ren pulled her into the red circle. Standing in the green circle opposite them, Zheng Yitao glared at Han Ren. Then, he turned to Zhao Yanzi and said, "Little Z, you are mine." Boom! With a white flash, the array formation on the meadow vanished. Chapter 212. Little burden. When the dizziness passed, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi found themselves on a wasteland. Everything was engulfed in a white mist as if they were in a forest in the early morning. The air was humid and foggy, they couldn't see anything beyond 2 meters. Dressed in the thin Taoist robes, they felt cold. Hao Ren circulated the spirit concentration scroll to keep warm, but Zhao Yanzi, without her dragon core, was shivering. Hao Ren reached out and held her hand. She was about to shake his hand off when a surge of warmth traveled from his hand into her body. Realizing Hao Ren was trying to keep her warm, she nestled her hand into his palm more securely. In this unfamiliar environment, Hao Ren didn't dare to move aimlessly. Standing at where he was, he took out the map Zhao Hongyu gave him and began to study it. Looking up at Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi took out a mini compass from her bracelet and pointed. "This is east." Hao Ren turned to look at her, happy with her contribution. He set the map in the right direction and found that they needed to move west since Zhao Hongyu had told them that the place they landed on was to the east of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. "Follow me." Hao Ren put away the map and pulled Zhao Yanzi toward the west. Zhao Yanzi stumbled along with him like a reluctant follower. Z. Hao Ren stopped abruptly and turned to look at her. "Yeah." Zhao Yanzi looked up. "I need you to understand one thing before we move forward. We are not here for fun. As you have seen, the cultivators who have entered the Nine-Dragon Palace are all selected elites of the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces, and it's a rare opportunity for us to come here since this place only opens every 50 years. With his eyes locked on her, Hao Ren said the words with emphasis. Zhao Yanzi pouted when Hao Ren continued, "For me, it's not a leisurely tour. I want to find some godly elixirs to help your third uncle recover his cultivation strength." Zhao Yanzi had been defiant at Hao Ren's lecture. Hearing his last sentence, she froze and bit her lip slightly. "We have only 6 hours, which is only one afternoon. I hope you will work together with me since what we are doing is related to the recovery of your third uncle's cultivation strength and related to the power balance between West Ocean and East Ocean." Hao Ren looked very earnest. Zhao Yanzi looked at him, and a determined expression appeared. "Let's go." Hao Ren tugged on her hand and continued forward. This time, Zhao Yanzi didn't wait for him to drag her along. Instead, she quickened her steps and followed him closely. She turned to look at Hao Ren and found his serious expression quite cool. Hao Ren consulted the map while silently counting his steps. He estimated that one step covered a distance of about 50 centimeters, and the product of 50 centimeters and the number of steps would be the distance between the initial position to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. This data may not be useful to this trip, but it would be important information for future use. Zhao Yanzi didn't know what Hao Ren was mumbling about. If she had known that he was estimating and measuring the distance, she would have admired his attention to detail. The atmosphere was gloomy while the dense white mist reduced their visibility. Zhao Yanzi clutched Hao Ren's hand and leaned closer to him, absorbing the warmth from his body. "Z, check if our direction is right," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Taking out the compass, she checked carefully. "We are still walking to the west. We have walked 12,859 steps now, which is about 6,000 meters. Hao Ren calculated in his mind. With the walking speed of 5 kilometers per hour, we have spent about 1 hour here already. Of the 6 hours allocated to us, 1 hour has passed, Hao Ren told Zhao Yanzi. Really? 1 hour already? Zhao Yanzi was astonished. Let's hurry. Hao Ren began to jog, dragging Zhao Yanzi along with him. While jogging, Zhao Yanzi put away the compass, still surprised that 1 hour had passed already. They needed to save their energy in the Nine-Dragon Palace, but time was more precious. With the ancient array formation still operating in the Nine-Dragon Palace, they couldn't fly using Dharma treasures in here. Even walking was consuming their nature essence. Zhao Yanzi got the nature essence transferred to her from Hao Ren and didn't feel the loss, but Hao Ren was conscious that his nature essence was dwindling with each step they took. The ordinary-looking wasteland was not ordinary at all. Hao Ren had been absorbing the essence from this space and turning it into his own nature essence. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. That was why the 4 ocean dragon palaces used to send cultivators who were between 50 to 60 years old instead of younger cultivators, even though the younger ones could enter twice. After all, the weak cultivation strength of young cultivators was not even enough to be consumed by the wasteland in the Nine-Dragon Palace. While they were running, Hao Ren felt like his nature essence was pouring out like the water in a waterfall. His nature essence was not abundant, to begin with, and it was now almost running out. Hao Ren stopped immediately and took several deep breaths. He calculated and found that they had just run about 200 steps. What? You're tired so soon? Zhao Yanzi looked back at Hao Ren in surprise since she knew his physical strength was way better than hers. Hao Ren released her hand. Try and run by yourself. Running is not difficult for me. As the best runner in her school, Zhao Yanzi swung her arms and began to run. 6 steps later, she felt a heavy pulling force on her legs. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Seeing her awkward posture, Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh. He walked over and pulled her up. Zhao Yanzi's face reddened, realizing that Hao Ren had dragged her along with his nature essence for so long. Let's continue, Hao Ren said mildly as he grabbed onto her hand. Zhao Yanzi nodded and blushed. She even felt like her hands were hot. Zhao Yanzi turned to look at Hao Ren while walking. Do you think I'm a burden? What? Hao Ren froze and then said to her. No, you know how to read a compass, right? Red-faced, Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips and gave him a fierce look, baring her white teeth at him. Is that all I can do? Let's move on. Burden or not, you are with me today. Hao Ren quickened his steps and tightened his grip on her soft hand, dragging her to the west. Zhao Yanzi slowed down a bit and looked at Hao Ren's side face, suddenly feeling touched. Chapter 213. A wasteland full of treasures. The white mist surrounded them, and the visibility there was only half a meter. If it were not for the compass, Hao Ren would have thought that they were totally lost. They were wondering how much more distance they needed to cover when the Black Grand Palace made of huge rocks appeared before them. Even though the tower was in a cylinder shape, the foundation was in a square shape. They looked up and found that the top was not visible in the white mist. The Tower of Heaven. The huge tower made with huge crude rocks greeted them with a surge of the prehistoric essence. Zhao Yanzi tugged at Hao Ren's arm and leaned toward him. How much time is left? We have walked 16,389 steps, which are about 8,000 meters. It took us about 1.5 hours, Hao Ren answered her. Then we still have 4.5 hours. Zhao Yanzi nodded. She realized she had been walking with Hao Ren, hand in hand, for more than 10,000 steps. She released her grip slightly, but seeing the Black Palace, she became afraid and grabbed Hao Ren's hand again, slightly embarrassed. Oblivious to her little movements, Hao Ren opened the map and began to study it. The entrance was a bit further from where they were. After entering the palace, they could follow the route that was drawn by earlier explorers and enter the core region of the Grand Palace. Let's go. Putting away the map, Hao Ren pulled Zhao Yanzi toward the entrance of the Grand Palace. Zhao Yanzi followed him closely through the Black Gate in the east of the palace and into a dark and gloomy tunnel. Swoosh! Hao Ren released a mass of fire which he made with his fire elemental sword energy. It was used as a torch to illuminate the place. The black tunnel was made with unknown black rocks. Although there was no skeletons or spider webs, the echoing of their steps and the reflection of the fire made Zhao Yanzi nervous. Hao Ren consulted the map at each turn. Although there were no traps in here, one wrong step could cost them precious time. However, in the palace, the suppression they felt out in the wasteland disappeared, which meant that the black rocks could block the pulling power in the wasteland. Uncle, I'm afraid, Zhao Yanzi said abruptly after a while. With the map, we have nothing to fear, Hao Ren answered, checking the map while walking. The map showed that they were now only 3 turns away from the Grand Palace. If we can't get out, we'll spend our lives meandering in the palace, right? Zhao Yanzi said. Damn. You are a small cultivating dragon. Where's your courage? Hao Ren thought to himself and almost said the words out loud. However, when he looked at Zhao Yanzi's small face illuminated by the fire, he saw she was, after all, a schoolgirl. He comforted her in a gentle voice, "We are fine. If there were any dangers here, your mom wouldn't have let you come." Okay. Zhao Yanzi answered hesitantly, leaning closer to him. They turned left, walked down a slope, then went forward and turned right. A brightly illuminated Origin Dragon Grand Palace suddenly entered their view. The black stone statue of the Origin Dragon, which was nearly 100 meters high, stood majestically in the center of the Grand Palace, emitting glittering black light. In its 18 black arms were holding 18 different weapons, and its mouth held a huge gold bead. It was this gold bead that illuminated the whole Grand Palace as if it was daylight. They walked around the stone statue and found 4 incense desks in 4 corners around the statue. The desks in the south, west, and north all had 3 burning incense sticks on them. It meant that the other 3 teams had been here earlier than them. Judging from the remaining lengths of the sticks, they knew Zheng Yitao of West Ocean had been the first to reach the place. Let's hurry up and light the incense sticks, Zhao Yanzi urged. Okay. Hao Ren took her back to the incense desk on the east. Picking up an incense stick emitting nature essence, he lit it up with fire-style sword energy before respectfully sticking it into an ancient-looking incense furnace. The incense stick burned slowly, emitting fragrant scent. Obviously, in the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, even Zheng Yitao didn't dare to set a trap for them. Hao Ren knelt and kowtowed before the stone statue with Zhao Yanzi. Then, he consulted the map and took her to the main gate of the Grand Palace. But Hao Ren was baffled. Looking from the outside, the palace had its tower top up into the depth of the mist, and he guessed its height was taller than 100 meters. But in the Grand Palace, the dragon head of the Origin Dragon statue nearly touched the ceiling of the palace, which meant that there should have been several or dozens of levels. However, while he walked from the eastern entrance to the Grand Palace, he had not found any path or any ancient delivery or a formation leading to the higher levels. But he had no time to mull over his suspicions. Besides, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, who were really weak, couldn't explore the palace. Hao Ren put aside his bafflement and walked toward the main gate facing the stone statue. The gate emitted a faint white light screen. The moment they went through the white light screen, their vision suddenly cleared. The gloomy mist vanished and in its place were mountains, rivers, and meadows. But they were not ordinary mountains, rivers or meadows. All kinds of unknown celestial herbs emitting intense essence were spread all over the plain, and celestial water flowed in the rivers with surging essence. The mountains were so high that each of them was at least thousands of meters tall with their tops out of their sight. Prehistoric land. This was the true prehistoric land, a piece of land that was there when the world was just created. Different from the prehistoric land in the legends, there were no spirit beasts or demon beasts. There were only lively, abundant, celestial herbs all over the mountains and plains. Seeming to have sensed the nature essence in the air, Little White chirped in Hao Ren's necklace. He suddenly remembered that Little White had come in here with them in his necklace. He opened the hidden space and let it out. Little White made a roll in the air, turning into its snow lion form before landing on the ground. Cultivators liked places with intense essence, and so did spirit beasts. The intensity of the essence was hundreds and even thousands of times of that in the hidden space. Little White ran around Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi in extreme happiness. In fact, the high intensity of essence in the prehistoric times was the main reason there were a large number of spirit beasts and demon beasts at that time. As a spirit beast, Little White was really at home here. Roar! Roar! Lifting its head, Little White roared in exhilaration. Putting away the map, Hao Ren looked around the beautiful scenery of green mountains and rivers. They were now out of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, and the next step was to find one of the 9 branch palaces. However, the branch palaces had no fixed positions. They could only rely on their luck to find them. When Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were here, they had worked hard and were lucky enough to find the Fuxi Palace. With much weaker physical strength and cultivation strength and only 4 hours at hand, It would be hard for Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to find any of the branch palaces by foot. You tell me which direction we go. Hao Ren turned to look at Zhao Yanzi. Uncertain, Zhao Yanzi closed her eyes and turned around in circles before pointing into a direction randomly. She opened her eyes, saying, "Okay, this direction." "Okay." Without further ado, Hao Ren pulled her toward the direction she pointed. Zhao Yanzi was a bit moved by Hao Ren's trust and forgot to scold him for holding her hand without her permission. Stepping on the rare and precious herbs, Hao Ren felt a bit guilty. His mission now was to find a branch palace. If they couldn't find one, they would pick some of the spirit herbs as compensation. Anyway, his hidden space was as big as a room. A room full of different kinds of celestial herbs would be valuable for making elixirs. Little White rolled and tumbled in the meadow, without the dignity of a snow lion. It looked just like a large dog. When they reached the end of the plain and came to the foot of the nearest mountain, Zhao Yanzi was fatigued. Under the power of the ancient array formation in the Grand Palace, they couldn't fly on a sword, and walking was their only method of transportation. To find a branch palace, they must climb to the top of a nearby mountain so that they could have an overview of their surroundings and probably spot a branch palace up there. Thinking of climbing up the mountain, which was at least 400 meters high, red-faced Zhao Yanzi began to pant. Roar! Roar! Little White ran around Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, wagging its head and tail happily. "Damn you, Little White! You are so energetic, but I'm dying of exhaustion." Zhao Yanzi gave Little White a small punch. Her punch on the soft body of Little White was so light that it felt like she was petting it. The demanding dog laid down on the ground and exposed its belly, inviting Zhao Yanzi to rub it. Frustrated, Zhao Yanzi rubbed its belly frantically. Suddenly, an idea dawned on Hao Ren. You can ride Little White." "Ha!" Zhao Yanzi didn't understand. "With its size, it can carry you with ease." Hao Ren squatted before Little White and patted its face, getting it to stand up. "Can I ride it?" Looking at Little White, who was like a huge dog, Zhao Yanzi hesitated and asked Hao Ren. "The lazy Little White has been eating without working. Now we have some work for it." Hao Ren walked over and held down Little White's neck before lifting Zhao Yanzi upon its back. At first, Little White was a bit reluctant and began to bend its legs. But one pat on its rump from Hao Ren made it immediately stand up. Obviously, Little White needed some urging to do its work. Zhao Yanzi had ridden horses in the park, but she had never ridden a lion. Sitting on its back, she felt a bit nervous. With the height of nearly 1 meter, Little White was as big as a pony. "Let's get up to the mountaintop." Hao Ren clutched the mane beside Little White's ear and led it up the mountain as if he was walking a horse. With the dragon core and light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, his physical strength was enough to sustain him as long as the land here didn't suck out his nature essence. "Little White, go." Sitting steadily on Little White, Zhao Yanzi treated it like a horse. She broke off a stick from a tree branch to lightly whip its rump. Little White looked morose, seeming regretful of its decision to come out of the hidden space. There was no stair on the 400-meter path, and this made climbing it especially difficult. Time ticked away, and Hao Ren felt the pressure of time. However, he could do nothing about their slow speed. In the prehistoric times, people had to rely on their natural strength, instincts, and possible innate power since no one could cultivate at that time. The people born in the prehistoric times had climbed the mountain step by step like he was doing right now. They definitely didn't fly on swords. Sitting on Little White's wide back, Zhao Yanzi picked some red, green, and blue fruits from the low bushes and stuffed them into Little White's mouth. When they finally reached the top, Hao Ren calculated silently and found that another hour had passed. In the past hour, he had quickened his steps almost to a jog, and even Little White had begun to trot under his urging. The trees on the mountaintop were not dense. Standing on the highest rock, Hao Ren looked into the distance. Around him were vast stretches of plains and tall mountains. Riding on the back of Little White, Zhao Yanzi came to his side. She widened her eyes and also looked carefully for the clues of branch palaces. Over there, Zhao Yanzi suddenly yelled in joy. Hao Ren followed her gaze and saw a black spot in the center of a faraway plain. "It's too far. We can't reach it in time at our current speed," Hao Ren said. Disappointed, Zhao Yanzi began to search other places. In this big world, the 9 branch palaces seemed very tiny. Even with an eagle-eye view, they were just some small black dots if they were hidden behind the mountains. Hao Ren circulated the nature essence and concentrated it in his eyes. He had a clear view of grasses in the area several hundred meters around him and could make out things several kilometers away. Over there. Hao Ren pointed to the direction ahead on his left and said. Zhao Yanzi widened her eyes and looked hard but couldn't see it. However, Hao Ren had a clear view of the branch palace concealed at the foot of a mountain. Although he could only make out a pillar, he was certain that it belonged to a branch palace. Okay. Let's go there. Zhao Yanzi couldn't see it, but she trusted Hao Ren's acute sight. Hao Ren calculated in his mind. This was the closest branch palace they could see. Although he had spotted a branch palace even farther than the one Zhao Yanzi found, time was not on their side now. It would take them 1 hour to get down from this mountain and another 2 hours to reach the branch palace concealed behind the foot of the mountain. There would be almost no time left for them to search for treasures. He understood why Zhao Hongyu had told them that it would be a big harvest if they got 3 treasures. It would be great if they got 2, and even 1 would be a success. Little White, let's get down from the mountain. Hao Ren patted its chubby rump. With a roar, Little White jumped down the mountain swiftly with Zhao Yanzi on its back, dodging the trees on the mountainside agilely. Hao Ren found it hard to keep up with it. Suddenly, Little White roared and leapt up over a huge rock blocking its way. Boom! In the air, Little White burst out flames from its paws. Carrying Zhao Yanzi on its back, it didn't drop onto the ground. Instead, it flew up. Innate Power. Chapter 214, Coiled Dragon Golden Spear. Seize. Little White's 4 paws weren't moving as if it was standing on the ground. At first, Zhao Yanzi seemed startled. But soon, she began shouting in joy. Little White. Hao Ren clapped his hands. High up in the air, Little White was awe-inspiring. Pedaling its paws, it returned and landed on top of a rock. Ha ha, Little White, I love you so much. With her arms around Little White's neck, Zhao Yanzi almost started rolling on the ground with it in her arms. Similarly, Hao Ren was also surprised to find that Little White was able to fly. Overjoyed, he patted its back and got on as well. Little White, let's see if you can do it. Hao Ren patted its rump. Roar! Little White let out a lasting howl while exerting force through its limbs. Whoom! Again, flames enveloped all 4 of its paws, and it flew high up in the air unwaveringly. It seemed effortless for Little White to carry both Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi at the same time. Moreover, its 4 paws looked like they were on Hot Wheels. Flying was its innate power. Little White is so cool. Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but lean over and hug Little White's neck tightly again. Alright, Little White, fly ahead. Hao Ren gently patted its rump again while pointing forward. Little White was very obedient. It immediately spread its limbs and flew rapidly forward. They realized that the distance that they originally had to travel by foot was now achievable by Little White's flight ability. Even though its speed could not be compared to Dharma treasures, they no longer needed to get over high mountains on foot. More importantly, it would save them a lot of time and energy. Riding on Little White's back, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi enjoyed the beautiful sceneries as the nature essence-filled air gently blew at them. It was such a marvelous feeling. Moreover, seated in the front, strands of Zhao Yanzi's hair fluttered in the wind, and they continued to tickle Hao Ren's cheeks. As her back kept on touching his chest, Hao Ren couldn't help but sense a hint of romance. Zhao Yanzi felt completely at ease and was silently appreciating the vast prairies and the continuously rising and falling mountains below her feet. Hao Ren quietly held onto her by the waist to prevent her from falling off Little White's back. Ha 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 ha, extremely delighted, Zhao Yanzi even opened up her arms to feel the breeze head-on. Nervously, Hao Ren held onto her waist tighter. For a second, he felt like their poses were extremely familiar. We're here. Little White, descend. Seeing that the branch palace was now right beneath them, Hao Ren quickly gave out the order while pressing down on Little White's back with his palm. Proudly, Little White let out a couple more roars and directly descended. The Black Palace was similar to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace as they were both built with black-colored stones. Right before the door, there were 2 stone statues holding various weapons. They each had the body of a dragon and head of a jackal, Yazi. This branch palace that was partially hidden away by the foot of the mountain was Yazi Palace. Yazi was the second son of the godly dragon. It was feisty and had an unquenchable thirst for killing. Its embodiment often occupied hilts of blades to emphasize the intent to kill and to annihilate all evil. Therefore, just from studying the two stone statues, Hao Ren could tell immediately that various offensive Dharma treasures were awaiting them inside. Little White, go in. Hao Ren opened the hidden space in his necklace and asked Little White to crawl in. This branch palace was the closest to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, so they were expecting Zheng Yitao and the others to be in here as well. Hao Ren did not want them to see that Little White brought them here. Come on, let's go in. Hao Ren dragged Zhao Yanzi and stepped inside Yazi Palace. Different from the halls in the Vital Dragon Grand Palace, Yazi Palace did not give off an eerie vibe as it was spacious and bright. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi directly walked into the main hall. This main hall was in a square shape. Its width and height each were a few hundred meters. Instantly, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi saw countless Dharma treasures flying above them over a white light veil. The treasures were not fancy-looking but seemed rather dark and dull. However, while floating in midair, they gave off an incredibly intimidating sensation. What looked good was not necessarily powerful. Every one of these primitive-looking ancient Dharma treasures could be more powerful than the combination of a dozen top-tier Dharma treasures. At this moment, underneath the sea of Dharma treasures, Zheng Yitao and his servant, the couple from South Ocean, and the siblings from North Ocean were all striving to acquire the Dharma treasures they desired. There were at least 100 of those Dharma treasures dancing in the air. Therefore, they did not have to fight over them. All they needed to do was to choose the ones they desired and focus on obtaining them using their nature essence. The arrival of Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had surprised the other teams. It seemed like the others believed that Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren were too weak and might not even be able to walk out of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, let alone getting to Yazi Palace. Right now, they were all releasing their nature essences and working on obtaining the primitive-looking Dharma treasures. Zheng Yitao cultivated 3-star destruction scroll. His palm emitted a dash of blue light, and this light formed a rope. Currently, it tightly wrapped around a black axe that was high up in the air. Next to him, his servant had gotten a hold of a black jade flute. Haha, little Z. What a lucky B***starred your Fuma must be for being able to bring you here. While exerting his nature essence to acquire the big black axe, Zheng Yitao turned and said to Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. He couldn't help himself from spewing vicious remarks when he saw Hao Ren holding Zhao Yanzi's hand. Zheng Yitao, one more word from you, and I'll knock your front teeth out. Zhao Yanzi was furious as she shouted back at Zheng Yitao. Zheng Yitao paid no attention to Zhao Yanzi's anger. The most important thing right now was acquiring the Dharma treasures. He believed that there would be plenty of chances for him to deal with Hao Ren in the future. Haha. Hao Ren smiled faintly as he shot out a sword energy from his finger. The gray sword energy rolled into a ball in the air and hit right into the blue light that was being emitted from Zheng Yitao's palm. With a fizz, the blue rope made of nature essence instantly fractured, and the black axe which was making its way to the edge of the white light veil went back to its original position. The Hunden sword energy was capable of cutting through all 5 elements. Hence, the sword ball that was made of concentrated Hunden sword energy was undoubtedly able to sever Zheng Yitao's nature essence. A whole hour of Zheng Yitao's effort was destroyed. Zheng Yitao, who was elegant and gentle looking, had now become enraged. He glared at Hao Ren and yelled, "How dare you!" Hao Ren did not flinch. After all, he was not afraid of Zheng Yitao, who was a few years younger than him. He remained calm and pulled Zhao Yanzi back to his side, stopping her from going forward to confront Zheng Yitao. Clenching his teeth and shaking his hand, Zheng Yitao's hatred towards Hao Ren was apparent as he took out a golden spear. Although he was young, he already had his own natal Dharma treasure. Crown Prince, we must focus on acquiring Dharma treasures. We can deal with them later. Seeing this, Zheng Yitao's servant urged promptly. If I don't defeat him now, he'll keep interrupting for sure. You can focus on obtaining the treasures. I will take him on. Holding onto the spear with one hand, Zheng Yitao waggled his spear and prodded it right toward Hao Ren's face. The golden spearhead was agile like a wiggling viper, leaving Hao Ren's vision blurred and dazzled. Moreover, on the surface of the polearm, there were 5 coiled dragons carved onto it. Its appearance alone indicated that it was a very powerful weapon. It was indeed the coiled dragon golden spear. "Watch out!" Zhao Yanzi warned Hao Ren as she gasped. Hao Ren took a stride and released 5 sword energies from his hand. They were like 5 small missiles, bombing onto Zheng Yitao's spear. At the same time, he pushed Zhao Yanzi away so that she could stay farther away from the battle. "Is that all you've got?" Zheng Yitao simply switched from holding the spear with one hand to with both hands, and his golden spear did not take the least bit of damage. His movements were agile and varied greatly. He was coming at Hao Ren ferociously and violently, a good indicator of quite a few years of training. As the future of West Ocean Dragon Palace depended on him, even if no one were to discipline him in his daily life, he would never neglect his cultivation and practice of weaponry skills. The cultivation technique he had was the best in West Ocean, and so were the spear techniques that he practiced. Every day, he spent 3 hours on cultivation techniques and another 3 hours on spear technique practices. Those were the compulsory classes commanded by Oldman Zheng. The spear prodded into Hao Ren's shoulder before abruptly changing its course and almost slashing Hao Ren's throat. Spears were regarded as the king of all cold weapon. They were long and sharp, easy and versatile to handle, and refined and unique. Ordinary weapons could not compete with them, not to mention that Hao Ren was unarmed. "Crown Prince, let him go this time, we need to hurry and acquire the treasures," Zheng Yitao's servant advised again. "I'm going to poke a hole in him." Zheng Yitao quickly withdrew his spear and swung it around, then aimed for Hao Ren's chest. On the other hand, the 4 young cultivators from South Ocean and North Ocean were striving so hard to get the Dharma treasures in the air that sweat had fully covered their foreheads. Even though they were paying close attention to the fight in the main hall, they had no intention of intervening. After all, a battle between East Ocean and West Ocean could do them no harm. Whoom! Hao Ren sent out 2 bursts of concentrated sword energies from his palm, barely managing to block off Zheng Yitao's spearhead. Still, with the impact, he immediately had to take 5 steps backward. The power of a natal Dharma treasure could never be taken lightly. However, as Zheng Yitao was burning with rage and impatience, his spear techniques became chaotic and disorderly. He was unable to win the duel promptly. Noticing that, his servant shouted out loudly again, "Crown Prince, we need to focus on the big picture and let go of personal grudges now." "Shut up. One more word and I will cut you up as well." Zheng Yitao was losing his patience and collectedness. As soon as a hit missed, he would swing the spear again and keep closing in on Hao Ren. Therefore, when Hao Ren had to take 5 steps backward, Zheng Yitao immediately took 5 steps forward. His anger had been fueling since he saw Hao Ren holding Zhao Yanzi's hand. Not to mention, he was still upset and furious over the incident at the birthday party last time. "Uncle, don't fight him head-on." While watching, Zhao Yanzi stomped her feet and warned Hao Ren worriedly. It was not the Dharma treasures that she was worried about but Hao Ren's safety. Thump. The couple from South Ocean had worked collectively and retrieved the first Dharma treasure. It was a charcoal-colored rope. The second it was yanked out from the white light veil, it began giving off an extremely powerful aura. Pleasantly surprised, the couple placed the rope around their waist before sending out nature essence unitedly for their second Dharma treasure. Zheng Yitao was filled with envy. Yet, he still wanted to prove himself and teach Hao Ren a lesson. As he took his anger out on Hao Ren, his attacks with the spear became even messier. Thump. Hao Ren now had his back against the wall of the main hall, and Zheng Yitao's spear was speeding towards his forehead. "Crown Prince, you cannot kill him." Working hard on obtaining the black jade flute, Zheng Yitao's servant saw what was happening and quickly reminded him. "I'm going to end him." Zheng Yitao's eyes had turned bright red due to his urge to kill. Revolving the golden spear smoothly in his hands, he prodded it right towards Hao Ren's forehead again. As the Crown Prince of West Ocean, he had always done what he pleased. In his eyes, East Ocean could not hold a candle to West Ocean and should only swallow insults and humiliation quietly. Pop, pop, pop. In this instant, Hao Ren had released a few dozen sword energies that he summoned in his palm at once. Like a few dozen mini-missiles, they all exploded on Zheng Yitao's body. Although his glided Taoist robe had defensive functions, it was not able to withstand the bombing of the 5-element sword energies. Several large holes appeared on the robe. Following Zheng Yitao, under the impact, The golden spear, which was only a few centimeters away from poking into Hao Ren's forehead, had also backed away. Cheater! Seeing that his Taoist robe had been torn, Zheng Yitao threw his spear right at Hao Ren forcefully. Shuddered with worries and fears, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but start tipping her toes while she watched. 5 Elemental Sword Energy, release. Once again, Hao Ren's palm released 2 fierce sword energies. As the sword energies clashed with the spear, the golden spear's power was reduced, and it slowed down. Then, Hao Ren opened the space in his necklace and commanded, "Seize." The golden spear entered and disappeared right into Hao Ren's chest. Although it was Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure, he now could no longer sense the existence of his own coiled dragon golden spear. Let's go. Hao Ren dragged Zhao Yanzi and headed for the door of Yazi Palace. At this moment, the siblings from North Ocean had also got their very first Dharma treasure. Chapter 215. Might as well dragging Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren ran for the door of Yazi Palace. Given no time to process what was happening, Zhao Yanzi could only follow Hao Ren. Greatly shocked, Zheng Yitao realized that his natal Dharma treasure had been seized by Hao Ren and immediately began going after him. "Crown Prince, it's more important to obtain the treasures here now," his servant called out again. After sprinting forward a dozen steps, Zheng Yitao finally stopped. Gritting his teeth, he sent out a burst of blue nature essence from his palm, which pierced through the white light veil and began assisting his servant in obtaining the treasures. As they were the first to arrive at Yazi Palace, they believed they had sufficient time and decided to each work on obtaining one treasure first. Then, they could make time to get the third one together. Judging from their current situation, it would be extremely fortunate if they were able to obtain even one treasure. It was almost impossible for them to retrieve the second one. At this moment, Zheng Yitao was grinding his teeth with hatred. He had already achieved Gen level and had his own natal Dharma treasure. Yet, he couldn't even defeat Hao Ren, who was merely at Li level. Following Hao Ren out of the Yazi Palace, Zhao Yanzi looked to Hao Ren with doubts. "Are we not going to try to obtain the treasures? We need to find elixirs. Acquiring Dharma treasures is not what is most important." Tapping the necklace on his chest, Hao Ren summoned Little White. At this time, Little White was toying with Zheng Yitao's golden spear in the space. After jumping out of the space, Little White began rolling around on the grass, acting like a spoiled child. Seeing to it, Hao Ren gently kicked Little White in the butt, and it instantly rolled over obediently and became the gigantic snow lion that it was. "We still have time to go to the next branch palace." Pulling Zhao Yanzi with him, Hao Ren sat on the back of Little White and shot out a burst of very faint sword energy to stimulate the fur around its rear, causing Little White let out a growl and flew into the sky at once. With its 4 paws unleashing fire, Little White soared freely in the sky. As there was not much time left, Hao Ren's decision had put everything at stake. If they didn't have Little White, he would definitely have stayed at Yazi Palace to try to retrieve a Dharma treasure. However, with Little White's flying ability, there were more possibilities for them. This time, seated behind Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi was tightly holding onto Hao Ren's Taoist robe as Little White tried its best to fly towards the branch palace that was further ahead. "Hey, she thought for a moment and said in the quietest voice possible, "Don't ever do dangerous things again." "What do you mean?" Hao Ren asked. "Well," yanking Hao Ren's Taoist robe with her hands, Zhao Yanzi replied, "things like fighting others bare-handed and unarmed." "Okay, got it," Hao Ren responded. He thought more about it and broke into a bright smile. Needless to say, Zhao Yanzi was not able to see his face as she was seated behind him. "Also, how were you able to seize his spear?" Zhao Yanzi inquired again. "The space inside my necklace is as big as a room. I can take in 50 or 60 of them, let alone just a single one," Hao Ren answered with a laugh. Last time, he tried putting the bell he got from the Lu sisters into the space to test it and found that the Lu sisters were not able to detect the bell anymore. From then on, he had thought of another way to make use of the space, just that he hadn't had the chance to try it out until now. Anything that was within a certain range and had nature essence could be seized through mind control. For one, Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure certainly had nature essence, and its size also did not exceed the limit of the space. Therefore, Hao Ren was able to seize it without doubts. With that being said, if the opponent were a lot stronger than he was, Hao Ren would not try to seize things hastily. Even this time, he was lucky to be able to take full advantage of the fact that Zheng Yitao had no clue what was to come. After all, a natal Dharma treasure and its user were connected and could communicate directly. Thus, if Zheng Yitao suddenly puts his spear away, the space might not be able to suck it in. Watching Little White soar in the sky, Hao Ren felt that he could not take its hard work for granted. Therefore, he took out an elixir pill and placed it in its mouth. While flying high up in the air, Little White started chewing the pill. Soon, the flames from its claws were blazing even more fiercely, and its speed had increased considerably. Thump! After a short period of flying, Little White began descending at an angle onto the ground right before the second branch palace. This time, Hao Ren did not put Little White away. Instead, he allowed it to follow behind him and Zhao Yanzi. Similar to Yazi Palace, two stone beasts were standing in front of the entrance of the palace. The two stone beasts appeared like tortoises, crawling on two humongous hearthstones. This is the sixth son of the godly dragon, Baxia. It had immense strength and could carry many mountains on its back at once. Zhao Yanzi stated as she recognized the stone beast. So, this must be Baxia Palace. As Hao Ren had no time to waste, he had no intention to stay by the entrance to observe the two stone beasts. Promptly, he dragged Zhao Yanzi into the palace with him. Wagging its tail, Little White followed right behind. Yazi was a fighter and sought to kill, hence the inside of Yazi Palace was stacked with all types of offensive Dharma treasures. Judging from the look of the stone beasts by the entrance, Hao Ren estimated that he would find different types of defensive Dharma treasures inside Baxia Palace. To his surprise, he and Zhao Yanzi walked into a copious amount of densely placed black-colored stone monuments inside the main hall. All of the stone monuments had carvings of ancient characters that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi did not recognize. Still, from the lively auras and the titles of the scriptures, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi could tell that those were all ancient cultivation techniques. N0v3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0v3LB1N. They were, in fact, the long-lost great techniques from the prehistoric era. What should we do? We can't take them with us, let's memorize them then. As her eyes lit up, Zhao Yanzi's voice emitted a sense of urgency. Now that they had finally made it into the second branch palace, there was no way they were leaving empty-handed. Look carefully. These cultivation techniques were not complete. The writing is all in stanza form, and it seems some key sentences are hidden among the stone monuments. We will have to find the pattern to activate the gear somehow. Only then, we will be able to acquire the complete cultivation techniques from the corresponding stone monuments. Hao Ren lowered his head and watched Zhao Yanzi. Think you can do it? Zhao Yanzi responded quickly by frantically shaking her head. It would most likely hurt her brain if she were to use it. Let's go then. Grabbing her arm, Hao Ren headed for the door. Zhao Yanzi could not take her eyes off of the stone monuments as she was unwilling to leave empty-handed again. I know there is not enough time, but we can still copy down an incomplete one and bring it back to study it. Even when they were already outside, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but repeat her suggestion. Let's gamble one more time and see what happens with the next branch palace. Once more, Hao Ren pulled Zhao Yanzi onto the back of Little White. He too understood that there was not much time left. Now, whether they could make it smoothly to the third branch palace and obtain anything useful would be a true test of their attitude and mentality. Otherwise, if they were able to get to 3 branch palaces in a row but were unable to obtain anything, it would be a tragedy. After reaching his hand to Little White's mouth and feeding it another elixir, Hao Ren urged Little White to fly toward the third branch palace which they had once spotted. While they were up in the air, Hao Ren could see in his view that 2 more branch palaces were located close together at the far end. If they were given sufficient time, he would have loved to visit them one by one. Boom! Little White landed abruptly, even leaving a dent in the soil before the entrance of the third branch palace. On their way there, Little White was able to sense Hao Ren's anxiety. Hence, it landed in a rush and not as smooth as before. As they expected, there were also 2 stone beasts situated by the entrance. This time, the 2 stone beasts looked like 2 lions firmly seated on 2 round boards. Moreover, there were engravings of exquisite incense burners adorned all around the round boards. Swanee, the 5th son of the godly dragon, the most desolate and distant land of southern Kunlun could deplete the most refined ferocious aura, yet was the place that gave life to the clan of spirit beast Swanee. Speaking of which, Swanee was actually the ancestor of lion-type spirit beast like Little White. However, Hao Ren now had no time to stay at the entrance to elaborate to Little White about its ancestor. Instead, he again dashed inside the branch palace while yanking Zhao Yanzi by her arm. By this time, Hao Ren had made up his mind. This was their last chance, and they could not afford to be picky. They would grab whatever Swanee Palace had to offer. Although it would only take half a minute for them to run into the palace, Hao Ren appeared so nervous and tense that it looked as though they would have to run for an entire hour. They could sense that there was not much left of the 3 hours they were granted, as they had wasted most of the time traveling to the different locations. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi realized that they could be expelled by the Nine-Dragon Palace any time now. Soon, the view of the main hall finally appeared in Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's sight. One by one, there was a dazzling display of small cells on the wall, each containing a bottle. Elixir. They found elixirs. According to legends, Swanee was always puffing and inhaling clouds. Thus, it would only make sense for Swanee Palace, which was representative of Swanee, to have all types of elixirs displayed inside. Nonetheless, the bottles that contained the elixirs were all placed in the cells that were carved out from the wall of the main hall. However, flying on Dharma treasures was prohibited in the entire primitive world of the Nine-Dragon Palace. Therefore, as they could see, only a few cells that were located at the lowest points on the wall had been visited by their predecessors using various methods. All the other bottles had remained intact inside their respective cells. The fact that flying on Dharma treasures was not allowed meant that they were not able to command Dharma treasures using nature essence. That was why Zheng Yitao was utilizing sheer martial art when he attacked Hao Ren. He threw the spear at Hao Ren using brute force instead of controlling the spear with his nature essence. What should we do? Zhao Yanzi turned to Hao Ren anxiously as she also seemed to have realized the restriction. The ancient elixirs had filled the entire wall, yet, generations of masters before Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were not able to retrieve them. The surface of the wall was incredibly smooth and slippery that it made climbing it impossible. As for the cells located lowest on the wall, they imagined the cultivators at the time were only able to reach those cells by climbing on top of each other. Dumb. Hao Ren put out his hand and tapped Zhao Yanzi's head. We've got Little White. That's true, Little White. Zhao Yanzi suddenly looked enlightened. Now that we have Little White, we can go as high as we want. Since Little White's flying ability is its innate power, it shouldn't count as a Dharma treasure. Enthusiastically, Zhao Yanzi locked her gaze on Little White. Whereas, widening its innocent big eyes, Little White was confused by Zhao Yanzi's behavior. Little White, fly. Zhao Yanzi directed after she climbed onto Little White's back and slapped its behind. However, after jumping up a couple of times, only sparks came out of its paws. Little White was not able to fly up at all. Looks like it is indeed a special case in here. All forms of flying are prohibited. Hao Ren's brows furrowed. What are we going to do now? Hurry and come up with something. Riding on Little White's back, Zhao Yanzi was so anxious that she almost felt like giving Hao Ren a beating. Watching so many elixirs displayed before them, it would undoubtedly be heartbreaking if they were not able to obtain any. Swanee was the legendary godly beast of Kunlun, and it meant that these elixirs could be ones created by the legendary Queen Mother of the West. We can only count on exhausting you and Little White then. Hao Ren sent forward a flash of sword energy with his finger. Game of great joy, gold coin catching. Second row on the left. Chapter 216. Z could blush too? Hao Ren's sword energy shot at the little bottle on top of the second row as he spoke. Although there were thin layers of array formations outside of the cells, they weren't strong since they were only there to separate the bottles. Hao Ren's sword energy went through the layers and knocked onto the little bottles, making them shake and fall off the cells. Zhao Yanzi patted Little White's rump and urged, "Go catch it, Little White." Little White ran toward the bottles as Zhao Yanzi reached out to catch them. She was the main player on her volleyball team, so she was good at catching. The third row on the left, Hao Ren said as he shot another sword energy. Zhao Yanzi hastily opened her arms to the side. Little White understood what she wanted and moved over a few steps. The sixth row on the left, Hao Ren shouted again. Little White ran over with Zhao Yanzi on its back. Zhao Yanzi caught the bottle again and put it in her arms. The 5th row on the right. The 8th row on the right. The 4th row on the left. Hao Ren kept shouting, and Zhao Yanzi dashed everywhere on Little White as if they were fighting a fire. Hao Ren didn't mean to tire Zhao Yanzi. He found that he couldn't fully apply his light-splitting sword shadow scroll in this branch palace. There seemed to be a ton of resistant force. He only knew where the sword energy was heading until he made the shot. Zhao Yanzi moved left and right on Little White, and it almost looked like the mini gold coin catching game in the computer game, Richmond. Zhao Yanzi looked nervous and excited at the same time as she screamed time to time. She looked exactly like the character Sun Xiaomei in Richmond. Little White was exhausted. It ran around the palace with its tongue sticking out. "Hold the bottles tight and don't drop them," Hao Ren reminded Zhao Yanzi. I know. So annoying." Zhao Yanzi was busy catching the dropping bottles, and she already had a dozen bottles of different colors in her arms. There was a hint of greed on her face. Boom! The entire palace turned pitch black all of a sudden. They sensed the ground shaking. Hao Ren ran toward Zhao Yanzi's direction in the dark. He felt Little White's smooth, fluffy body, and then he grabbed Zhao Yanzi's arm. "Uncle, did we die?" Zhao Yanzi immediately became nervous. "Nonsense. This space is not stable, so we might be kicked out at any time." Hao Ren's hand moved up along her arm. "Where are you touching?" Zhao Yanzi suddenly screamed. "Hand those bottles to me so we won't drop them when we get kicked out," Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi stuffed over 20 bottles into his arm, and he sucked them all into the space in his necklace. "Come in, Little White." Hao Ren patted Little White. Shoo! It shrank into the size of 2 palms and crawled into Hao Ren's necklace. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren both felt a little dizzy. Zhao Yanzi curled up in Hao Ren's arms from being scared, and Hao Ren put one of his arms around her waist and the other one around her head. Boom! They suddenly fainted. When they slowly came back to their senses, they were already back on the meadow outside of the 9-Dragon Palace where they first began. Zhao Hongyu was looking at them with a smile. Zhao Yanzi got embarrassed when realizing that she was in Hao Ren's arms. She immediately stood up and hit Hao Ren's chest with her fist. They looked around and found that Zheng Yitao and his servant, the couple from South Ocean, the brother and sister from North Ocean had all come out already. Zheng Yitao held an ancient-looking black flute, South Ocean's couple got a black rope and a short black dagger, and the brother and sister from North Ocean got an ugly-looking copper mirror and a wicked-looking staff. Only Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi came out empty-handed as if they didn't get anything. Hee, so this is the new generation of East Ocean. It seems like East Ocean had been training some great talents, Oldman Zheng said to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu ignored him coldly. In her opinion, it was worth it since Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi protected and cared about each other during this trip. It could help them bond deeper. She didn't expect them to get anything at all. However, she kept quiet and didn't speak her thoughts. Although the elders from South Ocean and North Ocean said that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were still young with a lot of prospects, they secretly looked down at East Ocean. Hao Ren noticed Zheng Yitao's stare, but he didn't mention anything about the natal Dharma treasure on purpose. In order to save his own face, Zheng Yitao didn't tell anyone, not even his grandma, that his coiled dragon golden spear had been taken away by Hao Ren. However, he was thinking of a way to get his natal Dharma treasure back. It seemed like the flute they got was worth West Ocean this trip. However, since Hao Ren took Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure away, this crown prince of West Ocean couldn't be that arrogant anymore. On the one hand, if the natal Dharma treasures were even a little damaged while in other people's hands, the owner would suffer damage to his or her mind and spirit. On the other hand, it was embarrassing that one's natal Dharma treasure was taken by a low-leveled cultivator. If it weren't for Hao Ren's interference, West Ocean could have gotten 3 treasures. The representatives of 4 ocean dragon palaces said goodbye to each other. "Goodbye, Mrs. Zhao." The elders of the South Ocean and North Ocean left with the young cultivators. Oldman Zheng glimpsed at Zhao Yanzi and then at Zhao Hongyu. He snorted and summoned a jade plate. Then, he pulled Zheng Yitao and the servant onto it and left. The other 3 dragon palaces all had gotten treasures from the 9-Dragon Palace, so they were all in a rush to get back and learn to use them. "Let's go." Zhao Hongyu slightly nudged Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Although this trip was an extra practice and was earlier than they anticipated, she still felt embarrassed about Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi not getting anything. They stepped onto Zhao Hongyu's River Mountain Qian Kun painting and headed toward the clouds. That magnificent nine-dragon palace, which looked like a long-lost ancient city, had already disappeared. It would take a while for them to get to first heaven from fifth heaven. Zhao Hongyu focused on steering the River Mountain Qian Kun painting as Zhao Yanzi stood behind her, looking worried. She thought for a bit and asked at last, "Hey, did you touch anything just now?" "Touch what?" Hao Ren was confused. "I mean," Zhao Yanzi pouted and said lightly, "when we got out of Nine Dragon Palace." Hao Ren looked at her and thought for a bit as his eyes slowly moved from her arms up. Zhao Yanzi immediately blushed. "Forget it, you don't remember anyway." Hao Ren looked down at his palm and thought to himself, "I forgot earlier, but now that you mention it." "What are you thinking? You touched my neck just now." Zhao Yanzi dashed over and pinched Hao Ren's neck all of a sudden. Hao Ren yelled. It was as hard to see if she was telling the truth or not since she was too emotional. "Quit it, you guys, or you would fall off." Zhao Hongyu turned to them. Zhao Yanzi finally let go of Hao Ren's neck reluctantly with her face blushing. Hao Ren stretched his neck a bit and didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt a little comfortable after being pinched by her soft hands. Zhao Hongyu shrugged at them, but a hint of a smile was on her face. Although they came back empty-handed, East Ocean got threatened by the other three dragon palaces, and the other dragon palaces all benefited from this. If the news of Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation failure got released, the opening of the Nine Dragon Palace would give East Ocean a lot of pressure. As long as Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had made improvements, practiced their skills, and bonded from this, everything would be worthwhile. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting went below first heaven, which was the mortal world. Zhao Hongyu began to speed up and returned to their balcony in a flash that was not visible to an ordinary person. "Ah, finally home." Zhao Yanzi breathed out deeply. They left in the morning, and it was already dusk. An entire day had passed by. Zhao Hongyu put the River Mountain Qian Kun painting away and entered the house with Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Guang was sitting in the living room, waiting for their news. "How did it go?" Seeing the three of them walking down the stairs, he couldn't help but ask. "It went okay, but we didn't get anything," Zhao Hongyu said. "Ah, I thought that would be the case." Although Zhao Guang expected that, he was still a bit disappointed. "Auntie, actually, we did get something. We just didn't want to take them out in front of others," Hao Ren said abruptly. "Oh? What did you get?" Zhao Hongyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Hao Ren sat on the living room couch and took a little bottle out of his necklace. Then, he carefully put it on the glass table in front of him. Ancient elixir. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were both amazed. But Hao Ren slowly took out another bottle. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were astonished. Then, Hao Ren took out another bottle and put it on the table. Then another one, then another one. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were both stupefied even though they had seen many amazing things. It is always better to hide away your wealth. Comparing to Face, East Ocean needed to conceal its power and wealth more nowadays. Instead of showing off in front of Old Man Zeng, it was a better idea to hide these elixir pills and leave others believe that East Ocean didn't get anything. Just when Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were staring at the table full of colorful bottles of elixir pills, East Ocean University's electromechanical engineering program's counselor was complaining. Hao Ren from Class 2 is getting more and more ridiculous. It has been a few days since he attended any classes. Professor Wu, don't you think we should give a warning to a student like this? He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because of his connection with Su Han. Ms. Liu, proceed with the warning. As you said, he's skipped classes without sick notes. Yeah, teach him a lesson. The counselor made up her mind as she knocked on the desk. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the head of the program walked in. Ms. Liu, here is a note for you from the vice principal. The counselor took the note and read, Hao Ren, in your program, has been participating in an important off-campus activity arranged by me lately. He might have to miss a few classes. Please allow on behalf of the program. I wanted to tell you this earlier, but I have been caught up in many things. The vice principal's signature, Lu Qing, as well as a huge red stamp was at the bottom of the note. Chapter 217. Such a slim waist. In a little while, there were already over 20 bottles on Zhao Yanzi's family's living room table. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the colorful bottles in the light. These are all from the Nine-Dragon Palace. Zhao Hongyu was usually calm, but her voice slightly shook as she asked lightly. Yes, we could have gotten more, but we ran out of time, Hao Ren said. 23 bottles. Zhao Guang was a little amazed too. He picked up a random bottle and brought over a small plate. Then, he opened the bottle and poured the elixir pills out of it. Splash, over 10 shining ancient elixir pills fell into the plate, twirling. The large living room was immediately filled with their aroma. Hao Ren felt a surge of energy after smelling this aroma. The sleeping dragon core inside of him suddenly broke open 12 openings. The aroma alone was insane. If he were to swallow one, he might be able to break through Li level or even Gen level. In the legends, the immortal pills of the Queen Mother of the West could assist an ordinary person to achieve Ascendance Realm. I'm feeling dizzy, Mom. Zhao Yanzi shouted out. The aroma could help Hao Ren improve his cultivation, but it was too much for her. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu looked at each other, stupefied. Since they realized that there were ancient elixir pills in these beautiful bottles, they hastily put the elixir pills back into the bottle. It would have created trouble if the elixir pills caused a natural phenomenon. It was the first time Zhao Yanzi saw her parents panic like this. She blinked and asked, "These elixir pills are that powerful, Mom? One bottle equals an ancient treasure. In other words, you guys took back 23 ancient treasures." Zhao Hongyu pinched Zhao Yanzi's cheek and said in excitement. Zhao Yanzi looked happy with Zhao Hongyu's answer. "Mom, I told you that we would get a lot of treasures. If it weren't for the time limit, we could have made a few copies of the techniques in Baxia Palace." What? You went to Baxia Palace? Zhao Hongyu's astonishment was beyond words. Zhao Guang also looked at Zhao Yanzi in surprise, wondering if she was lying or not. Yes. We went to Yazi Palace first, but the other 3 teams were there. So, we went to Baxia Palace. However, it was challenging to get the techniques. Therefore, we went over to Swanee Palace and got these elixir pills, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi explained. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu knew that Zhao Yanzi wasn't bluffing since Hao Ren agreed. However, they looked as surprised as before. They had never heard of anyone going through 3 palaces in the Nine-Dragon Palace and coming out with 23 bottles of elixir pills. There were over 10 elixir pills in each bottle. Altogether, there would be hundreds of shiny ancient elixir pills. It is because of Little White. We might not even be able to get to First Branch Palace if Little White couldn't fly, Zhao Yanzi said. Little White? Zhao Hongyu asked. Uncles, oh, Hao Ren's spirit beast, Zhao Yanzi said. It seemed like she had gotten used to calling Hao Ren, uncle. She called him by this even during the most dangerous time when they were kicked out of the Nine-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren let Little White out of the space in his necklace. It had learned to behave and appeared in the form of its smaller self in the city. Transform, Little White. Zhao Yanzi reached out to rub its head. Woof. Little White made a slight sound as it rolled over into a meter-tall snow lion. Little White, fly. Zhao Yanzi pointed at the ceiling. It appeared as if she had already taken Little White for a circus animal. Little White understood Zhao Yanzi and hopped up. But to her surprise, it didn't fly up. Fly, Little White. Zhao Yanzi patted its bum, worried. Roar, roar. Little White tried its best, but it couldn't get into the air. Its paws sparkled from time to time as it had reached its limit. I know. There was plenty of nature essence in the Nine-Dragon Palace so that the spirit beasts could bring their innate power into play. However, the nature essence is thin outside, so it can't put its innate power to use. Zhao Guang looked at Little White and said. Little White looked at Zhao Guang and Hao Ren as it appeared to be embarrassed with everyone around it. It probably felt ashamed for not being able to fly. Having failed at playing the powerful character, Little White transformed back to its small size and started rolling around on the floor. Hao Ren was embarrassed. Hey, please, you are a giant lion. Save the energy and quit acting cute. Hao Ren put Little White back into the space in his necklace to save it from the embarrassment. As soon as Little White got back into the space, it bit onto Zheng Yitao's spear and whipped it around to vent its anger. That poor natal dharma treasure of Zheng Yitao was now a toy for Little White. Don't tell anyone about the elixir pills. Zhao Guang put the bottles away and said, I will discuss with the elders about how to put these elixir pills to use. After all, these are all ancient elixir pills, and we might not be able to consume them directly. Hao Ren nodded. It was like when Zhao Jiayi and the guys ate the cakes mixed with essence replenishment pills made by the twin sisters. The power was too strong, and it gave diarrhea to all of them. Even ordinary cultivators might die if they weren't able to handle powerful elixir pills. But don't you worry, Ren. You are the hero this time. As soon as we figure out how to use them properly, I will give half of them back to you, Zhao Guang continued. That's okay. It was lucky for me to get the opportunity to enter the Nine-Dragon Palace. East Ocean is in a critical situation right now, and the elders need the elixir pills more than I do. I am still low in level, so I need to cultivate more rather than using elixir pills, Hao Ren said. Zhao Guang didn't insist and put the bottles away. Come with me to the attic. I need to make some detailed record of what happened in the Nine-Dragon Palace. Since you could get into 3 palaces this time, we can better improve our record. Especially for Baxia Palace. We had never learned about those techniques before. It was clear that Zhao Guang was very interested in ancient techniques. Okay. Hao Ren stood up and followed Zhao Guang upstairs. Hao Ren took the map out when they got to the attic on the 3rd floor. He explained what they did in the 6 hours inside Nine-Dragon Palace in detail. Zhao Hongyu came to the attic after a little while as well. Since she was an architect, she added onto Hao Ren's map with a special set of rulers and pens. No amendment was needed for the Origin Dragon Grand Palace since it was the same as before. Yazi Palace was the one that was the easiest to be found, so there were very detailed descriptions about it on the map. One of the cultivators from South Ocean went into the Swanee Palace before, and East Ocean was able to gather some information about it. However, it was somewhat unclear. This was the first time they learned about Baxia Palace. There were giant stone monuments inside Baxia Palace, and that was very important information. From 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, Zhao Guang jotted down every single detail as Zhao Hongyu made accurate adjustments to the map. Although it was a big surprise for them to get over 20 bottles of elixir pills, it was equally important to gather precious information. The most important thing was that all other 3 dragon palaces thought Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi escaped and never went to other palaces after Yazi Palace, and that was why they came back empty-handed. They could never imagine that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi would obtain over 20 bottles of elixir pills as well as get information about 3 palaces. As Hao Ren explained everything in detail, Zhao Hongyu admired his attention to details. He thought of counting his own steps in order to calculate the distance from the starting spot to Origin Dragon Grand Palace. From that, he calculated the approximate travel time needed. None of the previous cultivators including herself had thought of this brilliant idea. Although Hao Ren's cultivation wasn't very strong at the moment, his intelligence would for sure allow East Ocean to prosper. The seemingly weak light-splitting sword shadow scroll he had been cultivating required him to cultivate all 5 elements at the same time. However, it demonstrated its strength in the Nine-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren didn't rely on any Dharma treasure but his own nature essence. His Hundan sword energies were very similar to the innate power of the people in prehistoric times. The biggest difficulty in the Nine-Dragon Palace was that the cultivators couldn't ride swords or use Dharma treasures. Even the 5 elements were heavily restrained. Little White and his light-splitting sword shadow scroll were able to solve these problems easily. Zhao Hongyu put the map away and looked at Hao Ren. As she saw more and more of his potential, she praised her own judgment in choosing her son-in-law. Stay here for the night? She put the map in her zumi ring and asked Hao Ren. I should go back to school. It's not very good to always stay out, Hao Ren answered. Zhao Hongyu respected Hao Ren's decision and nodded gently. After Hao Ren walked out of the attic, Zhao Hongyu turned to Zhao Guang after some quietness. What do you think about Ren? This chapter was originally shared via N.O. Vival, B. in. He is thoughtful and patient with great potential. Zhao Guang confirmed Hao Ren's ability. I've always thought that Ren is a great addition to East Ocean. He got over 20 bottles of elixir pills for East Ocean at its most difficult time. There's hope for East Ocean to recover after all, Zhao Hongyu said. A person's ability doesn't have to depend on how powerful he is. It depends on how he deals with problems and different relationships. There are many super powerful cultivators around Ren, and each of them has the ability to flip East Ocean City over. However, he is able to coordinate them and make sure that all the relationships are okay. This is talent, Zhao Guang said calmly. Zhao Hongyu smiled lightly. It sounds like our Z is not good enough for him. Hee hee, hope he can keep little Taoist Zhen in check as well. Hao Ren got back to his room on the second floor and changed into his normal clothes from the robe. He was worried about being absent from an entire day's worth of classes. He went to Zhao Yanzi's room next. After he slowly opened the door, he found her doing her homework at the desk. After a day of adventure, she still needed to go to school as usual tomorrow. She had probably heard the door open. Zhao Yanzi turned back to face Hao Ren in her pajamas. What? Zhao Yanzi pouted and stared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren laughed. There's something that I want to tell you. What is it? Zhao Yanzi straightened up her back nervously. Your waist is pretty soft, Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi was stupefied, and then she remembered that Hao Ren put his hands on her waist while they were on Little White today. She frowned immediately and threw her back cushion at Hao Ren, be-starred. Hao Ren quickly closed the door as the cushion came right at him. Then, he left happily. Sometimes, it was fun to tease her. Chapter 218. The pretty girl is greedy too. When Hao Ren returned to his dorm, Zhou Liren and the guys were playing cards noisily. Zhao Jiayi came back from the stadium already, and they were having a lot of fun. What's up? You didn't come to school today again, Zhao Jiayi asked Hao Ren. I went to deal with some issues outside of school, Hao Ren yawned. Damn, you are so busy now, Zhou Liren shouted as he played his cards. Did you cover me for attendance today? Hao Ren asked. Cover you? You haven't come to class for a few days in a row, and the teachers already remember you. How can we cover for you? Zhou Liren shouted. Hao Ren shrugged and took his basin into the public bathroom for a shower. Then, he went onto his upper berth and cultivated as he listened to them play. When he was at Zhao Yanzi's place, the aroma of the elixir pills helped him unlock 12 openings in the dragon core all of a sudden. However, some of the aromas turned into nature essence and was still in his dantian. He could take advantage of this time and slowly consume in the nature essence. He circulated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll again and again in his body as waves of sword energies went through his meridians, absorbing all the leftover nature essences. Pa. Pa. The leftover nature essence opened another 2 openings, and the nature essence merged into his body like waves of water. The dragon core was like a fully charged engine, controlling the nature essence. Hao Ren took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. He had unlocked 27 openings so far. He had jumped from low-tier Li level to mid-tier Li level, all thanks to the aroma of the elixir pills. However, Hao Ren still felt uncomfortable breaking through with the assistance of external help. Therefore, he circulated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll another 50 times to secure the realm and polish the new openings. It was hard to imagine that more than 300 openings could be created on the little dragon core. If he could, he would be qualified to try to get into the heavenly dragon realm. Hao Ren slightly grasped onto the metal rail of the bed, and it got crushed flat. Hao Ren was already more powerful than those men of unusual strength on TV right now. If Hao Ren were to release the sword energies, he could easily cut through an iron rail like this. Hao Ren noticed that the guys were putting the cards away. He slightly used some force and tried to rub the metal rail back into its round shape before closing his eyes to rest. Perhaps it had been a while since Hao Ren woke up in the dorm. He was a little unfamiliar with the feeling of sunshine coming in through the curtains and waking him up. Zhao Jiayi on the lower berth was already getting dressed. It seemed like he was about to go out for his morning practice with the basketball team. Hao Ren hopped off the upper berth with ease, taking out his basin and towel. I'm coming with you. Zhao Jiayi looked at Hao Ren in surprise and nodded. The morning breeze was a little chilly but comfortable, and Hao Ren and Zhao Jiayi slowly walked to the front gate. No matter if he were in the dragon tribe or not, the friendship between him and his buddies would never change. Although Zhao Jiayi wasn't tall, his body had become stronger than before after training for some time. You have been busy lately. I rarely see you in school now, and you don't spend nights in the dorm often as well, Zhao Jiayi asked Hao Ren as they walked. Zhao Jiayi was the oldest in the dorm, and he was also the one who cared the most about Hao Ren amongst the three. I'm busy with some family issues, Hao Ren answered. Is everything okay? Zhao Jiayi was worried. Yeah. Just some trivial matters. Hao Ren didn't want to lie to him. but it was also hard to explain the dragon tribe to mortals. Let me know if there are any problems. I will surely help out either financially or elsewise. Zhao Jiayi looked at Hao Ren sincerely and patted him on his shoulder. At that moment, Zhao Jiayi felt Hao Ren's stone-hard shoulder. But he soon convinced himself that it was only a delusion because Hao Ren didn't seem like a strong person. Hao Ren was a bit touched. He thought about it and asked, "Speaking of which, you have had so many days of training now. Is the regular game this week?" "Yeah, the first game is this weekend," Zhao Jiayi said. Good luck." Hao Ren smiled at him. Xie Wanjun, who was very strong, was already waiting for his members by the gate. He was surprised to see Hao Ren there. Hao Ren only nodded at him without further conversation. Hao Ren respected Xie Wanjun, whom he had only met a few times. Even though this man was leaving for the US, he was still scrupulous about every detail in the training and the games. If Hao Ren didn't have further goals, he might have joined the basketball team and followed Xie Wanjun's lead. They would fight for the national championship together as East Ocean University's basketball team. Hao Ren walked toward the street outside of campus as Zhao Jiayi gathered with the team in front of Xie Wanjun. He woke up early in the morning to exercise. However, instead of doing it on campus, he wanted to run on the streets off campus. He stretched his arms and legs before running toward an intersection ahead. Xie Wanjun squinted his eyes, looking at Hao Ren from behind. He wanted to recruit Hao Ren, but he also thought that Hao Ren might have bigger goals. He knew that this young man wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. Boom! Hao Ren suddenly accelerated after the intersection. A driver who passed by Hao Ren wondered if he had an illusion. At that speed, it must have been an Olympic runner. He covered a few hundred meters in just a few seconds. When he turned back to double-check, Hao Ren was long gone from the corner. As a Li-level cultivator, Hao Ren's physical strength could only be better than that of an Olympic runner. He would be able to easily achieve first place in every single event in the athletic games. The reason he suddenly wanted to exercise today was that he unlocked a dozen openings yesterday. His felt very good as if he had enough strength to lift a mountain. As Suhan said, breaking through the third level of spirit concentration scroll meant unblocking the acupoints in the human body and reaching the realm of a martial arts master. Hao Ren was an actual cultivator now. If he were previously in the world of cultivation, he would be a cultivator who had successfully established his foundation. Hao Ren jogged and sprinted from time to time along the quiet morning streets for half an hour until he felt a little tired. When he was about to turn back, a familiar figure came into his sight, coming toward him. Su Han. Hao Ren thought he was seeing things, so he took another look. It was indeed Su Han. She was in a set of white sportswear, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. Her steps were firm and rhythmic, and she had a bit of flush on the cheeks. She ran toward Hao Ren in the street lined with trees on each side. Su Han didn't seem surprised to see Hao Ren. She kept her steady pace, and her curves were shown through the set of white sportswear. Comparing to the coldness from before, she appeared to be livelier. "You jog as well?" She came over and asked first. I'm doing some exercises. You jog to school every day?" Hao Ren turned to her and ran together with her. He was wearing his regular outfit, so he looked a bit weird beside Su Han, who was wearing a set of sportswear. "Yeah." Su Han adjusted her breathing and answered. It would even take a while to drive from the Flower City complex to the school. Maybe running to school every day was a type of cultivation as well. Cultivating every day may not help you with comprehending natural laws. Running in the morning helps with that, Su Han said. Hao Ren sighed secretly and thought, she really couldn't talk 3 whole sentences without mentioning cultivation. Most people would have never guessed that she is a cultivator in the city since she seemed like an energetic and healthy white-collar lady. An office lady who runs in the morning and goes to the gym on the weekends and have a boyfriend in a manager position in a big company. When they jogged to school, it was just about time for the students to go to their classes. Su Han would usually go to her office to get changed and start cultivating, but she suddenly wanted something to eat. Since she didn't have a prepaid cafe card, Hao Ren had to go with her. In others' eyes, Su Han, the beautiful teacher, was having breakfast with a student. Hao Ren ignored the looks and sat beside Su Han, chewing on his 2 vegetable steamed buns and drinking a bowl of soy milk. "It seems like you have made some progress lately." Su Han chewed on her steamed bun elegantly, staring at Hao Ren with her pretty eyes under the long lashes. I was lucky to unlock several openings, Hao Ren answered. Although he was technically Su Han's assistant, Hao Ren didn't want to tell her about the elixir pills. It must have been quite an adventure in the Nine-Dragon Palace, right? Su Han stared at Hao Ren and asked. Hao Ren laughed and didn't say anything. As an inspector in the East Ocean area, she definitely knew about 4 ocean dragon clans entering the Nine-Dragon Palace for treasures. Kind of. But I'm not going to tell you about the details, Hao Ren said. It seemed like Su Han had sensed him running near the school, so she came to meet him on purpose. It would be a big mistake to treat Su Han as an ordinary beautiful woman. Hao Ren knew that fact better than anyone else since he had fallen into her traps a few times now. Alright. I'm not here to get information out of you. Su Han glimpsed at him. But, I have never been to the Nine-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren looked at her, wondering what she meant by that. As a Qian-level master, she was a small part of East Ocean Dragon Clan before she entered the inspector system. There was no chance for her to become a core member of the clan and enter the Nine-Dragon Palace. However, masters like her must be extremely interested in the Nine-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren looked at her and could already sense the plot she had been planning. I must not fall for it this time, Hao Ren said to himself as he ate half of a bun. Chapter 219. The principal's grandson-in-law. Seeing that Hao Ren was chewing on his bun, Su Han couldn't help but nudge him. Say something. In the students' eyes, Su Han was touching a guy on purpose, and it made them so surprised that their mouth opened wide. Hao Ren kept on eating, deciding not to fall for Su Han's new trap. I have a way to get into the Nine-Dragon Palace, but I need you to lead the way. The palace could be opened by the 4 ocean dragon clans and has a time limit of 6 hours. But there won't be any time limit if we sneak in. Then, we can share the treasures 50-50. Seeing how Hao Ren was, Su Han directly put everything on the table. No time limits? 50-50? Hao Ren finally looked up with half a bun in his mouth. I'll give you a week to think about it. The Nine-Dragon Palace doesn't belong to East Ocean anyway. If you get something, it will be East Ocean that benefits. Su Han stood up with the tray and returned it at the door. Then, she left the cafeteria. Hao Ren sat there and considered if the deal was worth it. He would be providing the information, and Su Han had the strength. They could share the elixir pills, treasures, and techniques equally. It did sound very tempting. After a while, Hao Ren stood up, returned the tray, and left the cafeteria as well. When he went back to the dorm to get his books for class, the guys had already left. He had no idea that the jog and breakfast in the morning took so much time. When Hao Ren rushed to the academic building with his textbooks, it was already time for class. Hao Ren hesitated at the door of the classroom. Zhou Liren, who was sitting in the back row, noticed Hao Ren at the door and waved at him. He pointed at his mouth and then the empty seat beside him, hinting that the teacher was taking the attendance. Hao Ren bent his back and tried to sneak into the classroom from the back door, heading toward the back row where the guys were. Hey! You are late, and you are trying to sneak in. The teacher, White Tiger, who was famous for being strict, lifted his arm, pointed at the back row and shouted. Hao Ren had no choice but to turn around in embarrassment and stand up straight. Now that, White Tiger, caught you, you are screwed, Ren. I forgot to tell you that you weren't here last time he took attendance too. You will probably fail this course, Yu Rong whispered to Hao Ren from the side of the aisle. Hao Ren somehow felt like he was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Xie Yujia turned back to look at Hao Ren with worry from the front row. What's your name? The teacher in his white suit went through his list with a pen in his hand as he stared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren. Hao Ren gritted his teeth in embarrassment and answered. This class, Engineering Theories, was jointed, and Class 1 and Class 2 took it together. Right now, all the students from both classes, familiar with Hao Ren or not, were staring at him. Hao Ren, the teacher slid the pen down his list and asked. You weren't here for the last class either, right? Last class, I had some family issues, Hao Ren answered. He was standing in the aisle in the back of the classroom like a model for everyone to look at. The teacher finally spotted Hao Ren's name on the list. Then, he noticed a gold star marked in front of Hao Ren's name and remembered something. His stern face immediately softened. Oh, Hao Ren. Go ahead and take a seat. It's all right to be a bit late. All the students from both classes were stupefied. They had all learned about White Tiger's temper after a year, and they wouldn't have given him this nickname if it weren't for his bad temper and interest in scolding students. Hao Ren couldn't react in time, and he stood still. "Why are you still standing? Find a seat and sit down for class," the teacher said. Although he sounded like he was rushing Hao Ren, the soft tone was nowhere near his usual, White Tiger, tone. "Oh." Hao Ren squeezed into the seat beside Yu Rong, who was stupefied. "All right. Let's go on with our attendance." Yu Rong, White Tiger, shouted as he noticed that the students all seemed a bit stunned. The shout dragged everyone back to reality. "Here, here, here." Yu Rong put his hand in the air and answered 3 times in a row. He looked at Hao Ren with a strange expression. This guy is something else. Not only did he get the principal's granddaughter's interests, but the teachers also give him special treatment. When can I get even half of what he has? Either one of the twins would work for me, he thought. Hao Ren was confused himself. He rushed to class today since he had missed 2 days of classes. However, everything was fine once he mentioned his name. He had no idea that the note from Lu Qing put a special mark beside his name on the list of all his teachers. The teachers all knew that special treatments should be given. Not only Hao Ren, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily also had this kind of special treatment. However, their gold stars were in the teachers' hearts instead of on the name list. It was public information that the twins were granddaughters of the vice principal, Lu Qing. Everyone could see how much Lu Qing cared for them since he had always consulted the teachers for their performances. He also arranged for them to stay in the comfortable postgraduate apartment on campus. White Tiger started his class energetically, but Hao Ren still felt weird about receiving special treatment. He was able to do other things in class before, but he had to listen carefully now since he felt like White Tiger kept looking in his direction. "Ren, are you really becoming Mr. Lu Qing's grandson-in-law? Even White Tiger has to let you be," Cao Ronghua sneaked over and whispered. They couldn't think of any other reason why the teacher would be so nice to Hao Ren. Students had been late to his class before. A guy from class 1 was 2 minutes late to class last week, and they enjoyed the show of him being scolded brutally by White Tiger when he entered the classroom. It had only been a week, and there was no reason for White Tiger to change so much in terms of temper. Maybe he is in a good mood today. "Stop talking, or you may have to suffer once he catches you," Hao Ren said. Cao Ronghua closed his mouth immediately as he saw White Tiger's eyes scanning over. He didn't dare to PSS White Tiger off since he was not Lu Qing's grandson-in-law. Hao Ren remembered what Su Hao had said in the cafeteria today. Indeed, since he had just gotten back from the 9-Dragon Palace, he was very interested in going again. Even if Su Han was hiding something from him, she wasn't the type of person who would trick him into trouble. Plus, there might be some huge secrets inside of the 9-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren wasn't sure if it were reasonable to assist Su Han in there as her assisting inspector. He was a little anxious. Once he noticed that White Tiger wasn't paying close attention to him anymore, he logged onto QQ with his cell phone. There weren't many people online, but Zhao Yanzi's lightened icon caught his eyes. Hao Ren sent her a message after thinking for a bit. "You're on QQ in class." After quite a few minutes, Hao Ren's cell phone lit up with her response. "So are you?" "Nah, I'm taking a nap in my dorm." Hao Ren didn't want to admit that he was not paying attention in class. Zhao Yanzi didn't answer, and Hao Ren couldn't help but send another message over. "How are you doing today? How bored are you?" "I am in my science laboratory class," Zhao Yanzi replied. Hao Ren thought to himself, science laboratory class must be the one where they create small things. However, he decided not to bother her again. "Ren, which pretty girl are you texting?" Zhou Liren sneaked over. "Get out of here." Hao Ren blocked him with his hand while the phone in his other hand flashed again. "I am a little dizzy today. You don't need to come over and tutor tonight." Zhao Yanzi sent another message on QQ. "Go back home and rest if you are not feeling well," Hao Ren replied immediately. "It's fine." "So annoying." Zhao Yanzi answered, shutting the conversation down. "Damn girl. She just doesn't want to study tonight." Hao Ren thought as he shrugged and put the tutoring materials on his desk away. Xie Yujia sensed that something was happening in the back and suddenly turned to them. Zhou Liren was just bothering Hao Ren as he looked to the front and said, "Did you realize that Xie Yujia looks prettier than before? Did she put on some makeup?" "How would I know?" Hao Ren rolled his eyes at him. But the moment Xie Yujia turned back, Hao Ren felt like she did have a unique aura. I feel like she got prettier too, but her outfit looks the same, Yu Rong added a few seats away. Hao Ren pulled his nature essence and looked at Xie Yujia. He didn't notice any signs of cultivation technique. It was strange for her to obtain a better aura just in a few days without cultivation. She was naturally a beautiful girl. If it weren't for the class president position which put her in charge of a lot of things, she would have been a quiet and charming girl all along. With her originally attractive temperament and some makeup, she would be a man-killer in the future. Hao Ren got more confused since Xie Yujia hadn't been in touch with him lately, as if she was busy with something. If it were before and she realized that Hao Ren had been missing classes for a few days, Xie Yujia would definitely be calling him and asking him what was going on. Chapter 220. Stuff is about to happen. While the students were still around after White Tiger's class, Xie Yujia dashed to the podium. Class 2, please stay. Zhou Liren and the guys stayed where they were. Students from Class 1 left the classroom as they peeked at her curiously. This Sunday will be our school's basketball team's first game in the National College Basketball League. Zhao Jiayi from our class will be the main player on the basketball team. I am hoping that we could go to Sanmu University in Xinan City to cheer for them as a class activity. I will rent a bus, and I will cover the travel expenses. Let me make a list of who is going now, Xie Yujia said on the podium in a crisp voice. Although they had heard about this class activity the week before, it was still exciting for the guys to find out about it from Xie Yujia. Since she was covering the travel expenses, it showed that she hoped everyone could be a part of it. How about this? I will call your names in order, and you can let me know if you are going or not. Xie Yujia took her notebook out and continued. She was wearing a little silver gray jacket with a silky V-neck shirt underneath. The outfit made her look fresh and energetic. However, it was very similar to what she had on before. Class president. Can we go over on Saturday and spend the night there? Yu Rong cried out from the back row. Yes, class president. We want to spend the night. A few other guys shouted as well. Xie Yujia looked at them with the notebook in her hand. How many of you want to go over on Saturday? Shoo, shoo, shoo. The guys raised their hands as if they hadn't agreed on it already. Xie Yujia thought about it and turned to the few girls in the class. How about you girls? I have plans for the weekend already. I'm not going, Wang Jia said. I have no issues, Malina said. A few other girls said that they could go as well. At last, only Wang Jia, who didn't get along with Xie Yujia, decided not to go. Okay, I need to confirm with you guys one by one as well. If there aren't too many of us, I'll just book a smaller bus. Are you going, Yu Rong? Xie Yujia's crisp voice, as well as her bright eyes, gave others a feeling of perfection. Yes. Yu Rong said immediately. Xu Yandong, yes. Huang Jianfeng, yes. As Xie Yujia called out their names, everyone gave a clear answer. If she had asked them all together, everyone would have said yes. But when the time comes, they might not show up. Xie Yujia was very careful and detailed with things like this. The list was finalized. Besides 5 guys who had plans for the weekend, most guys promised to go. Since you want to go on Saturday, I will book the bus and hotel tomorrow. Let's get a budget hotel which is cheaper, and I'll assign 2 people to a room according to your dorms. You can rearrange later on, Xie Yujia said. The guy got more excited at this remark. Although they got to see each other in the dorms, it was a completely different feeling to travel to another city and stay in a hotel. You can give me the money for the hotel when you get your rooms, and I will take care of the travel expenses. That's all for now. You are dismissed. Xie Yujia put her notebook away and smiled. She really looks prettier than before. Could it be the glow of love? Zhou Liren asked as he looked at Xie Yujia. Hao Ren lifted his head slightly to check her out, and he could sense bright sunshine. However, he rolled his eyes at Zhou Liren's glow of love remark. Xie Yujia went back to her seat to grab her stuff before she left the classroom with Malina. After Lin Li from Class 3 lost her title as the most popular girl in the school, Xie Yujia became more popular in the program. Hao Ren knew that many of the guys in their program liked Xie Yujia, but they were too shy to let her know. Also, they got scared once they learned that her brother was Xie Wanjun. However, once Xie Wanjun left for the States, the braver guys would probably start pursuing her. Hao Ren went to his other classes with the guys as the day passed by quickly. The classes in the day finished around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but Hao Ren didn't have much interest in the 2 theory classes in the evening. Buzz. Hao Ren's cell phone vibrated. "We will come with you to the big class tonight, Gongzi." Lu Linlin's text suddenly showed up on his phone. They are so energetic. Hao Ren thought for a bit and replied, "Next time. I have something to do today." "We wanted to eat dinner with Gongzi." Lu Linlin sent another message. Hao Ren was speechless as he replied, "The same thing. Let's do that a couple of days later." "Alright. Come to find us in 2 days, Gongzi. We have something important to discuss with you." There came another message from Lu Linlin. Something important. Hao Ren dialed her number when he got to the school gate. "Gongzi." Lu Linlin sounded very cheerfully on the phone. "What do you mean by important things?" Hao Ren asked. "Humph. Gongzi hasn't talked to us for a few days now," Lu Linlin complained in a soft voice. "No, I am busy lately. What did you mean by important things?" "I'll let Gongzi know in person." Sis, do you want to talk to Gongzi as well?" Lu Linlin was suddenly interrupted. Soon enough, Hao Ren heard Lu Lily's nervous voice through the phone. There's nothing much. I just want to hear Gongzi's voice since it's our first phone call." Hao Ren laughed as he found Lu Lily cute. "Okay. I'll go see you guys in a few days." Hao Ren hung up as the bus was approaching, and he then got onto the bus. If I am going into the Nine-Dragon Palace, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily should be 2 very powerful teammates, Hao Ren thought. The bus went toward Ling Jiao Middle School as Hao Ren called Zhao Yanzi. "Is school almost over?" "Just finished." "Why?" Zhao Yanzi answered with a slightly tired voice. "You caught a cold?" Hao Ren asked immediately. "Maybe a little." Zhao Yanzi probably heard the noise of the bus and asked, "You're coming to my school?" "Yeah, I'm picking you up." Hao Ren put the phone away. The sky was a little gloomy as if it was about to rain. It was a bit chilly, so Hao Ren closed the window of the bus and started to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. At this moment, he suddenly saw the Nine-Dragon Palace amongst the gray clouds above the city. It was about the same size as East Ocean City. Chapter 221. What can do I with you? Like an ancient city, the huge Nine-Dragon Palace hovered in the clouds. Around it, there were no magnificent array formations or 7-colored light beams. However, flashes of black lightning bolts bounced around it, showing that it was full of energy. Hao Ren rubbed his eyes to make sure it was not an illusion. Then, he looked around and found that other people on the bus were all doing their own things. Chatting, texting, listening to their MP3s, oblivious to the ancient city in the sky. On the street, people quickened their steps, afraid that the rain would come at any minute. Some had umbrellas, and some carried their bags. No one looked up. Suddenly, Hao Ren understood. It was like the stealth energy sphere that cultivators built before starting a fight. The Nine-Dragon Palace had a natural energy sphere around it, making it invisible to ordinary people. Only people who had reached Khan level could see the huge Nine-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren withdrew his nature essence and looked up. Sure enough, there were only dark clouds in the sky which were, in fact, the result of the appearance of the Nine-Dragon Palace. The huge palace had blocked the sun. The bus arrived at the stop near Ling Jiao Middle School. Hao Ren got off the bus and found that the students had just been dismissed from school. Probably due to the rain clouds in the sky, many cars were parked at the gate, waiting to pick up students. The most eye-catching vehicle was a dark gray Rolls-Royce Phantom. It was parked right in front of the school gate. Hao Ren glanced at the Rolls-Royce on his way to the school gate. The driver was a mid-aged man in his 40s. He had an imposing figure and was wearing a chauffeur's uniform and gloves, and there was a shallow scar on his face. The chauffeur looked like a retired army officer, but Hao Ren lightly activated his nature essence and saw a mighty deep blue light. Water elements. A member from one of the 4 ocean dragon clans. Seeming to have sensed Hao Ren's probing gaze, the chauffeur glanced around and locked his eyes on Hao Ren. Instantly, Hao Ren was immobilized as if he had fallen into an ice hole. The chauffeur looked at Hao Ren up and down before slowly moving his gaze away. Qian level. This man is at least on Qian level. Hao Ren concluded because this man emitted an aura that was almost as strong as Zhao Yanzi's third uncle's. Why is a master cultivator acting as a chauffeur? Hao Ren was wondering about it when a dashing figure walked into his sight. Zheng Yitao, in a high school uniform, walked out of the school gate. Ignoring the amazed gazes of the middle school girls, he got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was parked at the school gate. He is studying at Lingjiao High School. Hao Ren's heart lurched with an ominous feeling. East Ocean University was not far from Lingjiao Middle School, but the high school department and the middle school department were only divided by an artificial lake. The purpose of Zheng Yitao's appearance in Lingjiao High School was apparent. "Uncle Black Wolf, let's go." Zheng Yitao lay down on the back seat and told the chauffeur, tossing his bag onto the spacious seat in the car. Without a word, the man named Black Wolf started the Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly. He was sent by Oldman Zheng to protect the Crown Prince in East Ocean City. If Zheng Yitao didn't suddenly want to come to study in East Ocean City, he would have been sent to track down Zhao Kuo and investigate if Zhao Kuo had indeed succeeded in passing the heavenly tribulation. If not, he was ordered to kill Zhao Kuo in the wilderness. The dark gray Rolls-Royce Phantom drove off. In her sky-blue middle school uniform, Zhao Yanzi appeared at the gate. Little Ling was with her. After saying goodbye to Little Ling, Zhao Yanzi stood at the gate and looked around on her tiptoes. Hao Ren walked over immediately. "Hey!" Seeing Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi's eyes brightened. Then, her face fell, and she said, "Who told you to come and pick me up?" Hao Ren pursed his lips. "I was going to your home for dinner anyway, so I offered to pick you up on my way there." Humph. Zhao Yanzi unbuckled her backpack and tossed it into Hao Ren's arms. Hao Ren caught it and found it quite heavy. He carried it on his back and found that the straps were a bit tight for him. "You're disgusting." Walking beside him, Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose in disgust when she saw Hao Ren carrying her pink school bag on his back. "It's your bag you are disgusted about," Hao Ren said. He saw some middle schoolers pointing at them, and he knew that they were taking him as Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend from City North First High School. Ignoring him, Zhao Yanzi kept walking with her head lowered. Hao Ren found something was not right with her flushed face, and he stopped and grabbed her arm. He placed his palm on her forehead before Zhao Yanzi could stop him, and the nearby middle schoolers began to whisper to each other when they saw this intimate act from him. Hao Ren felt burning heat against his palm, so he stared at her and said, "You have a fever." "It's nothing." Zhao Yanzi slapped down his arm and continued walking, but her steps were not stable. It felt like she was going to fall at any moment. This was ridiculous. She should have gone back home to rest. Hao Ren pulled her over and held her in his arms before walking to the sidewalk to hail a taxi. A taxi stopped beside them. Hao Ren pulled the door open and pushed Zhao Yanzi onto the back seat. After telling the driver the address, Hao Ren turned to look at Zhao Yanzi in concern. At Hao Ren's steady gaze, Zhao Yanzi blushed and yelled stubbornly, "I'm fine." "You're not fine. Your body temperature is almost 39 degrees. Hao Ren's face turned stern. Zhao Yanzi pouted and didn't answer. 10 minutes later, they reached Zhao Yanzi's home. Hao Ren walked her through the door and found that the house was empty. He asked, "Where are your parents?" "They returned to the Dragon Palace with the elixir pills yesterday," Zhao Yanzi answered. "Well," Hao Ren sighed, "how about going to the hospital?" "No." Zhao Yanzi shook her head immediately. "Where's the medicine box?" Hao Ren asked. "What medicine box? We have no medicine in the house." Zhao Yanzi looked up at Hao Ren. Due to her fever, her gaze was weak. "Right. They never got sick. If Zhao Yanzi had not lost her dragon core, she would never have gotten sick." Hao Ren sighed again. With Zhao Yanzi's parents absent and her unwillingness to go to a hospital, he didn't think that it was a good idea to let her stay home while running a fever. After a moment of consideration, he made a call to Lu Qing, but no one answered. He called Elder Sun, and the result was the same. Obviously, as the core elders of East Ocean, they had been summoned back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace for a meeting. Grandma was not in East Ocean City while his parents were also out of the city. Hao Ren rolled down the contact list on his cell phone and saw Su Han's phone number. Su Han had a cell phone, though she rarely used it. "I'm fine." While Hao Ren was busy looking for help, Zhao Yanzi was still yelling at him stubbornly. However, her tone was spiritless. Chapter 222. Don't be stubborn. Hao Ren helped Zhao Yanzi to the sofa before dialing Su Han's number. After several rings, the call was finally connected. "What?" Su Han's cold voice came through the phone. "Z sick. Can I take her to your place? Hao Ren didn't waste time on greetings. Okay. Su Han gave him an emotionless answer. Obviously, sickness was not a big deal to her. Having enlisted help from Su Han, Hao Ren draped a coat over Zhao Yanzi's shoulders before dragging her out of the house. They took a taxi to the luxurious Flower City complex. Hao Ren walked Zhao Yanzi to Su Han's door and rang the doorbell. In her pale gray floral pajamas, Su Han opened the door. Hao Ren helped Zhao Yanzi into Su Han's warm room and relaxed instantly. Could you get her some warm water? I'll go buy some medicine to help with her fever, Hao Ren said to Su Han after helping Zhao Yanzi to the sofa. Medicine? Why not feed her 2 essence replenishment pills? Su Han asked before taking out 2 pale pink pills from her ring. Will they work? Hao Ren looked at her doubtfully. I don't know. Su Han shook her head. Hao Ren was speechless. After a second of silence, he said, just get her some water. Then, he hurried to the door. Where is the pharmacy around here? He regretted asking the moment he opened his mouth. Sure enough, from Su Han's confused look, he knew that she also had no clue. Hao Ren walked out to find a pharmacy. Since Z was not willing to go to a hospital, he would buy her some medicine. If her fever didn't decrease by midnight, he would take her to the hospital then. It was now evening, and the sky had darkened. The huge 9-dragon palace still hovered in the sky. Not familiar with the neighborhood, Hao Ren had to ask around before he found a pharmacy on a side street. He bought some common medicine for cold and fever before hurrying back to Su Han's apartment. The usually lively Zhao Yanzi was lying on the sofa with half-closed eyes, spiritless. Hao Ren opened the package of the pills and fed her the medicine with a glass of water. Su Han stood beside them, observing and learning. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi came to her home and interrupted her cultivation, but she couldn't turn them away when Zhao Yanzi was sick. After taking medicine, Zhao Yanzi began to doze off. She hadn't learned to take care of herself. She should have taken sick leave when she felt ill. Do you have a spare room? Hao Ren turned to ask Su Han. The spare room is a workout room without a bed. Z can sleep in my room, Su Han said. Okay. Hao Ren bent down and carried Zhao Yanzi to Su Han's bedroom. I'm fine, Zhao Yanzi murmured in her sleep. Her flushed face and thick eyelashes made her look adorable and pitiful. Tonight, her parents were both absent. Hao Ren wondered what would happen if she had been left at home alone. With a little pat on her forehead, he placed her onto Su Han's big bed and tucked her in. He walked out of the room and found that Su Han was looking at him with a strange expression. What? Hao Ren asked. Nothing. Su Han smiled slightly. I just found out that you do care for her. She has never been sick before. After this fever, she will get a taste of being sick, Hao Ren said. In her pale gray floral pajamas, Su Han leaned her head to one side and pondered. However, she had never been sick and couldn't imagine what sickness felt like. Without her dragon core, Z has become a mortal girl. If you return the dragon core to her, she won't be sick again. Not able to imagine the feeling of sickness, Su Han commented. Yeah. Hao Ren nodded. Although it was purely an accident that he swallowed Zhao Yanzi's dragon core, Z's life energy had decreased by half without her dragon core, and she had become as weak as a mortal. From this perspective, Hao Ren had a responsibility to take good care of her. Looking back into the bedroom, he saw that Zhao Yanzi was still asleep. Su Han looked at Hao Ren and asked, What's your answer to my plan from this morning? I can't give you an answer right now, Hao Ren said. In fact, he wanted to consult with Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu about Su Han's plan tonight. But unexpectedly, they were not home, and Z got sick. But the 9-Dragon Palace seems to be in the sky above East Ocean City, Hao Ren said after a moment of consideration. Since he could see it, he was sure that Su Han had seen it too. The reappearance of the 9-Dragon Palace in the mortal world will make people restless. After each opening, the 9-Dragon Palace would drop from 5th heaven to 1st heaven. However, no one can predict where it will appear. Maybe on a prairie, on a mountain valley, or above an ocean. This time, it has appeared in the sky above East Ocean City. It seems that the city is now under the spotlight, Su Han said. Hao Ren frowned and guessed that the important thing the Lu sisters wanted to tell him was related to the 9-Dragon Palace, since everyone with cultivation power could see the huge palace above East Ocean City. Did you say that you could enter the 9-Dragon Palace? Hao Ren asked her. Right. In fact, many cultivators beside me can use their techniques to break through the defense array formations of the Nine-Dragon Palace temporarily and enter the palace by force. This time, its appearance above East Ocean City spared me the trouble from using the intelligence network of the inspectors to locate it, Su-han said. But you will need a guide after breaking into the Nine-Dragon Palace, right? Hao Ren continued. Yes. The 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces have direct control of the Nine-Dragon Palace and keep its information as a top secret. Maybe the top-level people in the inspector system possess the full information about the Nine-Dragon Palace. But I, an ordinary inspector, can't get the map of the palace, Su-han said slowly. Hao Ren thought for a while and asked, I'm from East Ocean. Are you asking me to betray East Ocean by pulling me into your scheme? If you don't want to go, I'll find other people to go with me, though I trust you more. Besides, do you really think the other 3 oceans will not make a move while the Nine-Dragon Palace is in the mortal world? Su-han stared at Hao Ren, and her tone was even and gentle. Hao Ren thought about it and realized that she was right. The cultivation world was generally peaceful under the watch of the inspectors. But in the face of opportunities, no party would back off. The 8 young elites from the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces were in fact scouts. The real competition started when the Nine-Dragon Palace entered the mortal world. Zhao Guang had asked Hao Ren about every detail he had gathered about the Nine-Dragon Palace because East Ocean would organize their most powerful cultivators and break into the palace. As to the battles inside the Nine-Dragon Palace, it was beyond the range of responsibilities of the inspectors. If I go with you, will it be only the 2 of us? Hao Ren asked. Quality over quantity. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily can join us. If necessary, I'll get another person into our group. 5 people will have better odds of winning. As to East Ocean, I don't know about their plans, but I don't think they will let you join their group. Su-han's expression turned from cold to earnest. When do you plan to enter? Hao Ren asked. Next week. The Nine-Dragon Palace stays in the mortal world only for 2 weeks before returning to the void. Next week is the moment when the Nine-Dragon Palace has the weakest defense, and we can break into it more easily, Su-han said. Hao Ren nodded but didn't tell her if he would join her. Even if he didn't go with her, Su-han would find other people to do the job. The room was quiet and cozy. Hao Ren stood up quietly and walked into Su-han's bedroom, finding that Zhao Yanzi was still soundly asleep. He placed his hand on her forehead and found that it was not as hot as before. Feeling a bit relieved, he picked up the quilt she had kicked off and tucked it around her before walking out of the bedroom. Su-han sat in the living room and quietly watched what Hao Ren was doing. Sickness isn't a bad thing if the sick people can get such attention, she thought to herself. Oh, another thing. Today, when I went to Zhao Yanzi's school, I saw Zheng Yitao in Lingzhou High School, Hao Ren told Su-han when he returned to the living room. I know about this. Su-han nodded, but she didn't say anything else. Hao Ren thought that Zheng Yitao had 2 purposes. One was that Zheng Yitao would have more opportunities to get close to Zhao Yanzi. The other and more important reason was that West Ocean could use the excuse of protecting the Crown Prince and move people of West Ocean into East Ocean City. It was a strategic move that meant to test the water. East Ocean and West Ocean had not become public enemies yet, and the fact that the Crown Prince of West Ocean came to study in East Ocean City seemed to be a friendly gesture. If the East Ocean Dragon Clan interfered with the decision of the Crown Prince of West Ocean, it would reflect poorly on East Ocean. Besides, if Zheng Yitao stayed here, he could find an opportunity to get back his natal Dharma treasure. At this thought, Hao Ren took out the long spear he grabbed from Zheng Yitao from his hidden space. When the spear came out, Little White also came out since it was biting onto the spear. It rolled on the carpet before jumping onto the sofa, hiding behind Hao Ren. It was instinctively fearful of Su-han, who was a Qian-level master. The spear was no longer golden. It had faded into a silver color. The 5 coiling dragons on the body of the spear looked fierce with their claws and fangs. Hao Ren transferred some nature essence into his hand. The moment his hand touched the spear, it turned from silver to gold, emitting a powerful pressure. Hao Ren increased the nature essence in his hand, and the spear began to hum and buzz while its entire body turned into a dazzling golden color. The tip of the spear shook slightly as if it was ready to stab enemies at any moment. Whoosh! Hao Ren slashed it out in the living room. Chapter 223. Too many. Boom. a beam of golden light shot from the tip of the spear. Hao Ren didn't expect that the spear was able to release his sword energy. He tried to withdraw it, but it was too late. With a bang, the golden light beam broke the decorative glass in the living room and dashed toward an exquisite china on the shelf. Su Han shot out her white jade sword immediately and blocked the golden beam. Looking at the broken glass on the ground, Hao Ren was embarrassed and immediately put away the spear. I didn't expect it would be so powerful. I'll pay you for the broken glass." Su Han gave him a dirty look. "I'll ask Lu Qing, and he will send for help to fix it." She looked at the long spear in Hao Ren's hand. "A wonderful Dharma treasure. It's made of the rare purple gold bamboo which is between metal and wood, but none of them. It is indestructible. Where did you get it?" "It's Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure. I grabbed it from him," Hao Ren said. Su Han was a bit surprised. Although she was not familiar with West Ocean, she knew Zheng Yitao, the crown prince of West Ocean, was at least Gen level. She was surprised that Hao Ren could grab a natal Dharma treasure from him. Hao Ren withdrew his nature essence and swung the spear, finding it was indeed magnificent. He looked back at Zhao Yanzi in the bedroom and was relieved that she had not been woken up by the noise of the broken glass. He had stabbed it casually, and it sent out a powerful surge of sword energy. If not for the restriction of 5 elemental Dharma treasures in the 9-Dragon Palace, Hao Ren would not have been a match for Zheng Yitao, who was a Gen-level cultivator equipped with natal Dharma treasures. This golden spear could be concealed in the body and would slide out from the palm when faced with an enemy. Hao Ren found it quite dashing just imagining such a scene. "Your martial arts skills are poor. You need more practice." Su Han reached out and grabbed the long spear from his hands. Holding it in her hands, the golden spear revealed both gold and silver lights. This offensive Dharma treasure used by Su Han would be hundreds, even thousands of times more powerful than when Zheng Yitao used it. Hao Ren went to the kitchen and got out the broom to clean the floor, which was covered in broken pieces of glass. If Su Han had not intercepted the golden beam with her natal Dharma treasure, it would have pierced a big hole in the wall of the apartment. If that happened, they would have been able to enjoy the scenic view outside while sitting in the living room. Well, it's good to be the crown prince of West Ocean since he could get such rare materials for weapons. After Hao Ren cleaned up the broken glass, Su Han tossed the heavy golden spear back to him. She sounded envious. Even though she was a master of the Qian level, her natal Dharma treasure was only a sword made of Tinluo godly jade, which was good but definitely not as good as purple gold bamboo. Only at Gen level, Zheng Yitao was in possession of his own natal Dharma treasure made with a whole piece of purple gold bamboo, which was a rare treasure itself. With such a spear, a cultivator of the Gen level could release the power of Gen level. That was why Hao Ren could shoot out such a powerful beam of sword energy with a slight circulation of his nature essence. Putting the long spear into his hidden space, Hao Ren found that Little White was sitting on the sofa and looking at him expectantly. "Is this little guy playing cute?" Not able to resist Little White's watery eyes and pitiable expression, Hao Ren tossed an essence replenishment pill at it. Little White jumped up joyously, catching the pink pill with its mouth. Without tasting it, Little White swallowed the pill. It rolled on the sofa with satisfaction and finally laid on its back contentedly. Little White, where is your dignity as a lion?" Hao Ren walked over and slapped it on its belly. Little White shrieked and jumped up. Then, it climbed onto Hao Ren's lap and dozed off. Su Han slowly walked into her cultivation room. She sat down on the mat and began to cultivate. The second morning, Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes drowsily and found Hao Ren with Little White in his arms sleeping on the recliner. Her body was still listless, but the dizziness was gone. Seeing the glass of water and medicine on the bedside table, Zhao Yanzi was a little touched. Ruff. Seeing Zhao Yanzi was awake, Little White lifted its head and suddenly growled joyously. It wiggled in Hao Ren's arms and woke him up. "Hey, Little White." Zhao Yanzi opened her arms for Little White. Little White kicked Hao Ren and jumped toward Zhao Yanzi. The momentum almost pushed Hao Ren to the ground together with the chair. "Damn Little White. It is unfaithfulness in the face of a beautiful girl." Hao Ren cussed while he steadied himself. He walked to Zhao Yanzi and felt her forehead. In a daze, Zhao Yanzi watched while he felt her forehead and her face flush. Seeing her flushed face, Hao Ren thought she was still feverish. He picked up the glass of water and pills. Take 2 more pills. No. Zhao Yanzi pouted. Listen. Hao Ren gave her a hard look. Seeing his determined expression, Zhao Yanzi relented and took the pills and water glass obediently. She raised her head and swallowed the pills. Her obedience surprised Hao Ren. Are you satisfied now? Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren, and her fierce look convinced Hao Ren that she had recovered. Despite that, Hao Ren needed proof of her recovery. He took out a thermometer he bought in the pharmacy yesterday. Let me take your temperature. Zhao Yanzi pouted, but at Hao Ren's mild but determined look, she took the thermometer reluctantly and put it into her mouth. Hao Ren sat beside the bed and looked at her like a supervisor. A few minutes later, she took out the thermometer from her mouth and handed it to Hao Ren. Then she noticed it had her drool on it. She was ashamed, but it was too late for her to rub it off. Hao Ren didn't seem to mind it. He looked carefully at the mark on the thermometer. Well, 38 degrees. The fever has abated a bit but not completely. Today, you stay here and rest. You, Zhao Yanzi couldn't bear it anymore. When did you become my supervisor? Your parents are not here, and it's my responsibility to supervise, no, to take care of you. Hao Ren put away the thermometer. Remember to take your temperature at noon. If you're still feverish, take some more pills. Zhao Yanzi looked at him in a daze. She wanted to retort but found there was not enough strength in her. Her heart suddenly felt warm. And this is some herbal powder. Remember to take it, too. Hao Ren picked up a green packet of medicine and poured its content into her water glass. You're annoying. Okay, I'll take it. Seeing Hao Ren had become such a nag, Zhao Yanzi didn't bother to argue with him. She took the glass and poured the medicine into her mouth. Cough. Suddenly, she choked, and some water spewed from her nose. Hao Ren immediately leaned over to take the water glass from her hand, patting her on the back. Are you okay? While he was wiping water from her mouth, Zhao Yanzi looked at him strangely. Without warning, she bit lightly on Hao Ren's neck. The wet feeling was more of a kiss than a bite. With the water glass in his hand, Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. It's nothing. Just a thank you for taking care of me. Zhao Yanzi looked away. Hao Ren touched his neck and stood up, confused. I will go and buy you some breakfast. Seeing Little White's greedy and expectant gaze on him, Hao Ren sighed and tossed an essence replenishment pill at it. Little White jumped up joyously and swallowed it. Well, it seemed the stock of a dozen essence replenishment pills would quickly run out at this speed. Zhao Yanzi pulled up the quilt and laid back in bed. Little White jumped up happily and snuggled into the quilt, too. With the water glass in his hand, Hao Ren stood there while his heart raced. Exhaling deeply, he touched his neck subconsciously. With his eyes on Zhao Yanzi who lay in the quilt motionlessly, he backed out of the bedroom. When he walked into the living room, he smelled a delicious scent. Following the smell, he found that Su Han was making breakfast in an apron. Looking at her cold and earnest expression, Hao Ren became nervous and suspected that she was cultivating a difficult technique. He walked over and saw that she was, in fact, frying eggs. And the eggs had been burned. At Hao Ren's approach, Su Han immediately dumped the 2 burned eggs into the garbage can. However, from the corner of his eyes, Hao Ren saw 6 to 7 burned eggs in the garbage can. Su Han coughed slightly. Z is awake? Obviously, she was trying to distract him from the burned eggs. Not wanting to embarrass her, he nodded. She woke up a moment ago. If you have no class today, would you stay home and take care of her? Okay. Su Han gripped the pan which had begun to smoke. I'll go downstairs to buy some breakfast. Hao Ren walked to the door. It dawned on him that none of them had eaten anything last night, and his stomach grumbled in complaint. The only one with a full stomach among the 4 of them was Little White, who had eaten 2 essence replenishment pills. I can't let Little White eat all day and do nothing. He yelled at the direction of the bedroom. Little White. Little White jumped out of the bedroom and trotted to follow Hao Ren. Su Han took the opportunity to turn off the gas and put away the pan. Then, she walked to the windows. She pulled open the curtains, and the sky entered their sight. It was like a painting of a fantasy world. The frame of the window was the frame of the painting, and in the frame was the 9-dragon palace hovered in the dark clouds 1,000 meters high in the sky. Take a closer look. Tucking a stake of hair behind her ear, Su Han said. Hao Ren activated his nature essence to its full force and looked hard. Suddenly, he saw countless cultivators, like dragonflies after a shower, flying on swords in colorful stealth energy sphere toward the Nine-Dragon Palace, which looked like an upside-down mountain in the air. Chapter 224. Coming for the treasures, how come there are so many of them? Hao Ren looked at the sky in surprise. Zhao Yanzi's birthday party had gathered most of the water elemental cultivators, but they were outnumbered by the group Hao Ren saw around the Nine-Dragon Palace. He estimated more than 500 cultivators were hovering around the Nine-Dragon Palace. There are more coming, so get used to the sight. You'd better go and buy breakfast, Su Han said coolly. Okay. Hao Ren took a deep breath before taking Little White out of Su Han's apartment. Anyway, if anything happened, there were masters like Su Han who would handle it. Besides, the Nine-Dragon Palace didn't belong to East Ocean, and such a scene repeated itself every 50 years. It was nothing to be surprised about. Walking a lion in the morning was a luxury that not everyone could afford. Little White had returned to its original magnificent form. It was quite a sight to walk such a huge dog. On the way, Labradors, Great Pyrenees, Golden Retrievers, Dalmatians all gave ways to Little White. Little White walked majestically with its head high, temporarily forgetting its cute and adorable ways. The girls who were on their way to school all gathered around it, admiring its snow-white silky fur with surprise and envy. They were not afraid of the big version Little White. Instead, they offered their own breakfast, such as sausages and bread, to it. Little White accepted all their food, swallowing the delicacies happily. In exchange, it let the girls touch and hug it. Hao Ren was surprised that the girls liked Little White regardless of its size. He began to envy this creature. With a full belly, Little White wagged its big tail and followed Hao Ren to a nearby restaurant. He bought 3 packs of pork and vegetable wontons. After a moment of consideration, he purchased 2 bags of frozen dumplings for Su Han and Zhao Yanzi for lunch. Hao Ren was about to return to Su Han's apartment with Little White when a white light flashed, and a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe appeared, cupping his hands at him. Are you a disciple of the Sky Mountain sect? Hao Ren stared at him in surprise while Little White stood beside him with wide eyes. When Hao Ren didn't answer, he continued, Are you a young disciple of the Yuan generation? I'm a good friend of your master, Lu Gaoyang. I'll take you back. Hao Ren looked at him in mounting astonishment and shook his head. You are not a disciple of the Sky Mountain sect. The man was confused. He backed up several steps and murmured, Strange. You obviously have 5-element essence root and even have a snow lion with you. Am I wrong about you? He didn't dare to stay long. Staring at Hao Ren for a few seconds, he vanished. Baffled, Hao Ren looked at Little White by his side, and Little White looked back at him in confusion. Snow Lion. Sky Mountain sect. Suddenly, Hao Ren understood. Was it possible those cultivators around the Nine-Dragon Palace were not all from Dragon Tribe? The Nine-Dragon Palace had dropped from 5th heaven to 1st heaven, and according to Zhao Hongyu, the ancient cultivation sects were living in 5th heaven and above. The Nine-Dragon Palace was concealed in 5th heaven, which meant that the cultivation sects living on 5th heaven had been coveting it for a long time. With 3 packs of wontons and 2 bags of frozen dumplings in hands, Hao Ren hurried back to Su Han's apartment. Zhao Yanzi was already up, though still tired. At the sight of Zhao Yanzi, Little White immediately shrunk to its mini-size before jumping into her arms. It purred adorably and rubbed its furry head against Zhao Yanzi's chest. Hao Ren picked up a piece of candy and threw it at Little White's head to stop its behavior. The 3 packs of wontons are breakfast, and the 2 bags of dumplings are your lunch. Hao Ren turned to Su Han. Can you cook the dumplings? Su Han gave him a dirty look. Although she hadn't learned to fry eggs, she could cook dumplings since it was quite similar to cooking instant noodles. Her faked anger revealed another side of her that was rarely seen in public. Su Han, the cultivators who are trying to break into the Nine-Dragon Palace are not all from the Dragon Tribe, right? Hao Ren continued to ask. As a primeval palace, the Nine-Dragon Palace is not the private property of the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces. The other clans don't want to offend them by pointing it out due to the great power of the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces and the fact that they know the ways of opening the palace. As to the cultivation sects, they are here to fish in troubled waters, Su Han said, eating a warm wonton. Zhao Yanzi blinked, not understanding what they were talking about. However, Hao Ren had his own interest in Sky Mountain sect, which was the expert in growing 7-colored snow lotuses. They probably know how to grow the 10,000 years snow lotus. But the cultivation sects don't dare to mess around under 5th heaven, and they don't even dare to land on the ground. Otherwise, they will break the rules and can't make a fuss if they are killed on land, Su Han continued as if to comfort him. Hao Ren nodded, understanding why the middle-aged cultivator had come and gone in such a hurry. If he stayed too long on land, he would be in danger. 5th heaven was the dividing line. The human cultivators and their sects lived above it, and the dragon cultivators governed the land and ocean under the 5th heaven. Of course, it was not a strict restriction. The powerful ones like Zhao Kuo could still push the boundary and fly up into 7th heaven as long as he didn't break the rules of the heaven. However, if they reached 8th heaven, they may activate powerful heaven tribulation. Only the gold elemental dragon cultivators, which were the smallest group among the dragon tribe, could reach 8th heaven. The privilege was given to them because one of their elders had passed the heavenly tribulation and become a heavenly dragon in the past hundreds of years. Hao Ren finished his bowl of wontons. He stood up to say goodbye to Su Han. Zhao Yanzi fidgeted in her seat at the dinner table, but she finally stood up and walked Hao Ren to the door with Su Han. With a blush, she avoided looking at Hao Ren. It was just a kiss. Thinking of her previous bold talks and her current bashfulness, Hao Ren couldn't help grinning. You take your rest here for the day. If you parents don't come back, you can live here for a few days, Hao Ren instructed. Su Han glanced at Hao Ren, amazed that he was making the arrangements without consulting her first. However, despite the slight disturbance it would bring to her cultivation, she liked Zhao Yanzi and didn't mind her living here while she was sick, and her parents were absent. I'll come and see you when I'm free in the evening. Looking at Zhao Yanzi standing at the door with her head lowered and hands clutched, Hao Ren told her. I don't want you to come and see me. Zhao Yanzi lifted her head abruptly, baring her little canine teeth. Little White, what are you doing? Little White was still moving around Zhao Yanzi's feet. Hao Ren bent down and picked it up by its ears before tossing it into his hidden space. I'm off now. Hao Ren walked to the elevator without looking back. Chapter 225. Let's fight. Walking out of the apartment complex to the nearby bus stop, Hao Ren looked up and could still see the 9-dragon palace hovering in the air and the many cultivators flying on swords. Out of sight, out of mind. He withdrew his nature essence and looked up again. This time he saw nothing but dark clouds as if it would rain at any moment. He got on the bus, and it was still early when it arrived at East Ocean University. The bus stopped at the north gate of the school, and he had to cross the entire campus to reach the southern dorm area. It was quiet on campus in the morning. Near the north gate was the pink dorm buildings for the girls, mostly from business program and foreign language program. The university placed the students of the liberal arts in the dorm buildings inside the campus while the students of science and technology lived in dorm buildings outside of the school. He was crossing a small forest filled with birds singing and flower fragrances when he heard sounds of he and ha from a distant meadow. He turned his head and saw the guys from the taekwondo club was practicing on the meadow. Wearing taekwondo suits, their uniformed kicking and punching movements looked quite dashing. Practicing on the meadow in the center of the girls' dorm buildings in the early morning, their intention was obvious. Everyone, look sharp. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the girls. A man who looked like their captain was lecturing them. Hao Ren watched them practice as he passed by. Su Han said my martial arts skill is poor. Maybe I should find a place to learn some techniques. But the clubs in the school look quite lame, Hao Ren thought to himself. Seeing Hao Ren watching them, the captain yelled at him, Hey, do you want to join our taekwondo club? Hao Ren shook his head and passed through the meadow. Meanwhile, a guy from the club reminded the captain, Boss, that guy is the boyfriend of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. He once defeated Huang Zuji. Really? The captain of taekwondo club looked after Hao Ren's back in surprise. The sky was still cloudy. Among the students walking to different academic buildings for class, Hao Ren looked quite ordinary with his books in hand. However, he felt the atmosphere was a bit different today. Some girls and guys gathered together whispering to each other. At first look, they were just students chatting with each other. But upon a closer look, Hao Ren found that they all had some blue or yellow lights around them. It meant that they were not talking about the news in their daily lives or the activities in the school or anything related to their studies. They were talking about the 9-dragon palace in the sky. The dragon tribe members had merged into the mortal world, and there were many young cultivators in East Ocean University. They each had their own groups of common background to trade information. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xie Yujia appeared beside him and gave him a little punch. "Oh, nothing." Hao Ren looked away from the students and smiled at Xie Yujia in embarrassment. "You have been quite mysterious recently," Xie Yujia glanced at him and said. "No, I've been busy," said Hao Ren. "What are you busy doing?" Xie Yujia asked. "I want to work for a designing studio that does architectural work, and I've been studying stuff related to it," Hao Ren said casually. He glanced at Xie Yujia again and found she was even more beautiful than the day before. The most noticeable part was her skin, which was so smooth and resilient that it looked like a boiled egg where the shell had been newly peeled. She could be a model for a skincare product commercial. "What skincare products are you using?" Hao Ren blurted out. "Skincare products?" Xie Yujia looked at him in confusion. "I don't use any. As usual, I wash my face with a facial cleanser before bedtime in the night and after getting up in the morning." "Oh," Hao Ren stared at her face. "But your skin looks so much better than before." "So, does yours. Your complexion has improved a lot in the past month," Xie Yujia said. "You've been checking me out?" Hao Ren asked without thinking. She froze for a moment before widening her eyes. Nodding, she said, "Yeah, kind of. By the way, the clubs of Heishi University have come to our school today, and there will be several friendly matches between the clubs of the two schools. Will you go watch?" Xie Yujia asked. "What matches?" "Badminton, table tennis, and others. But I think the taekwondo competition will be the most fun to watch." She checked her watch. "How about going over and having a look?" Looking at her eager face, Hao Ren thought for a second. "Okay. Let's go and have a look." "Good." Xie Yujia parked her bike at the roadside. "It's not far from here by foot." "Class president, you've been in a good mood lately," Hao Ren said abruptly while walking. "I've always been like this. By the way, how is grandma?" "She's fine, and she is still staying in Zhejiang." "Oh, how is the old lady who lives near your home?" "I borrowed some books about acupoints massaging. I learned some techniques from the book and tried them on the old grandma. She seems a lot better lately," Xie Yujia said, walking with elegant ease. She turned to look at him. "When your grandma comes back, I can give her a massage. She will find it relaxing." "Okay. Thank you for your kindness, class president," Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia glanced at him and bit her lip, feeling he sounded aloof by always calling her class president. They chatted all the way to the stadium. The gym was crowded. Each club had their designated area in the gym. Hao Ren saw Huang Zuji's rock climbing club was among them, but they had no competition today since Heishi University had no rock climbing club. The members of the East Ocean University Taekwondo Club were sitting on the west side of a square court, and the black-clothed members of Heishi University Taekwondo Club sat opposite to them across the court. "It's about to begin." Pulling Hao Ren after her, Xie Yujia quickened her steps, found a good spot and sat down. Hao Ren saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were sitting among the members of the East Ocean University Taekwondo Club. "Gongzi." They waved at Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled at them, knowing they were here to make up the numbers since the girls were not allowed in the formal competition. "They are close to you," sitting beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia said with a little jealousy. "They love to have fun, but they are good girls." Hao Ren defended them. On the court, the two clubs each sent a member for the first competition. They bowed to each other before taking their positions. The participant of East Ocean University wore a white suit while his opponent wore a black suit. "Hey!" The participant of East Ocean University made the first kick. Hao Ren had always thought the fighting sports clubs at school were only pretentious flourishes. He didn't want to go with Zhou Liren to play online games in the internet cafe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to watch the competition. Bang! While Hao Ren was mulling over these thoughts, the participant from East Ocean University suddenly flew out of the court. The participant from Heishi University was still holding the posture of a high kick while his defeated opponent was struggling up from the smooth floor, one hand holding his chest. "That kick was vicious," Xie Yujia whispered. Hao Ren nodded. thinking the winner was too vicious for a club-friendly match. When they were talking, another pair of rivals stepped up. The Taekwondo clubs of East Ocean University and Heishi University have been rivals. In the grading games last year, they almost got into a fight. You just watch, sparks will fly in today's friendly competition. The guys sitting a row behind Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were talking among themselves. Hao Ren turned to glance at them before looking at the court below. Sure enough, both teams fidgeted uncomfortably due to the vicious kick. The participants of East Ocean University were especially resentful. They clenched their fists, looking as if they wished to rush up and engage in a group fight. Bang! 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 On the court, the opponent's feet collided 3 times successively with each other. Obviously, they were using their full force, and the 3 kicks were quite powerful. Leg sweep. The participant of Heishi University changed his strategy abruptly, and his rival from East Ocean University was caught unprepared and fell to the ground with a thud. Although the mat cushioned the fall, it was still painful. The participant of Heishi University bowed slightly and got off the court. The Taekwondo club captain of East Ocean University yelled. Although the members had played more than they trained in the club, the captain was angry when their rivals butchered his members in the so-called friendly game. The East Ocean University participant in a white suit stepped up and faced his opponent in a black suit. After 3 to 4 rounds, the East Ocean University participant fell. They suck. The guys sitting behind Xie Yujia and Hao Ren began talking again. Xie Yujia turned her head and gave them a dirty look, thinking, it's easier to talk than do. You guys can go up and see if you can defeat them. Bang! Another East Ocean University participant fell to the ground. Mortified, the Taekwondo club captain of East Ocean University stepped up in person. Heishi University sent a big guy of 6 feet. He stomped up onto the court. The captain was tall and manly. He had gotten some serious training in Taekwondo for several years and was quite good at it. However, the captain was sent flying by a kick from the elite participant from Heishi University. With their captain down, the Taekwondo club of East Ocean University was completely defeated, and the morale of the club dropped and hit rock bottom. Among all the club activities in the gym, the competition involving physical combats received the most attention. Zhang Shang, your members have been doing nothing but pursuing girls, right? The club captain of Heishi University wearing a black belt stood up and insulted the Taekwondo club captain of East Ocean University. Zhang Shang stood up and glared at him, speechless. The Taekwondo club of Heishi University was a high-level team which had entered national competitions. Anyway, Zhang Shang was quite courageous to lead his club members to fight them in the so-called friendly match even though he had known they were no match for their rivals. However, Heishi University team had been a bit too overbearing in this away game, beating the weak opponents with such ferocity and insulting the host team after the game was over. Who said East Ocean University sucked? We haven't fought yet. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in the last row stood up abruptly. Chapter 226, Battle. Seeing 2 girls wearing Taekwondo uniforms standing up, the captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University was shocked at first but then laughed out loud. Is there really no one from East Ocean University? You need girls to make up the numbers? Zhang Shang looked at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, surprised. Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, stop fooling around. In his mind, even though the twin sisters, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, were focused on training their kicks, most of the time, they just played around. He didn't expect them to get to a certain level when he accepted them into the club. He wanted them to attract more guys into the club and hoped that the guys would work harder during practices. He was surprised and nervous at the same time when he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily going up for a match. Everybody at school knew that they were both the vice principal's granddaughters. If they got hurt, the consequences would be enormous. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't care about Zhang Zhang's concern, and both walked onto the court. Ha 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 ha. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University laughed so hard that he almost started to cry. Are you guys a comedy club or a Taekwondo club? Just fight. Don't talk at all, Lu Linlin looked at him and said. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University stopped laughing and turned to a member at the very back. Play with them, Gazi. Lily, go stand on the side, Lu Linlin looked at Lu Lily and said. Lu Lily nodded. Although she backed out of the court, she stood close by. The man with the nickname of Gazi bowed at Lu Linlin slightly. Even though he seemed slim, he had practiced taekwondo for 3 years and wasn't weak at all. As the competition was about to begin, Xie Yujia, who was on the stand, looked at Hao Ren with concern. Will there be any problems? There shouldn't be, Hao Ren replied. The students in the stadium gathered when they saw Lu Linlin go up. Even members of other clubs stopped their activities and came to watch. Wah! Lil Gazi suddenly moved his leg. His kick was as fast as the wind. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Lu Linlin didn't panic and took half a step back. The heel of the opponent barely missed Lu Linlin's knee. It was apparent that this short guy was the type who wouldn't show mercy to girls. After all, the beautiful Lu Linlin wasn't his girlfriend, so he didn't need to be nice. Sweeping chain kicks. Gazi attacked Lu Linlin step by step. The airflow brought by his kicks made a series of whooshing sounds. Paw! Lu Linlin suddenly turned around, and a fabulous swing kick landed on Gazi's waist. Yeah! Surrounding students cheered loudly. You lost, Lu Linlin said with her crisp tone. Her long ponytail slowly fluttered in the air and dropped on her back. Gazi's face turned red, and he left the court. Zhang Shang, who was worried at first, finally let go of his breath. Lily, it's your turn. Lu Linlin backed off to the side and said to Lu Lily. Lu Lily walked onto the court carefully while blushing. So many people were looking at her, especially Hao Ren who was watching from the stand. She wanted to maintain a ladylike demeanor, so she was slightly embarrassed. Go Piglet! The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University called out another member's name. A slightly chubby member rubbed his hands and entered the court. Lu Lily was still blushing as she bowed at him. The competition started. Even though the fatty from Heishi University seemed chubby, his movement wasn't slow at all. His toes kept on swinging, and his legs aimed for Lu Lily's lower body. Lu Lily seemed like she was avoiding the attacks nervously, but she could dodge every single time. Suddenly, she jumped up and flipped her body as her leg kicked out. When she landed, her 2 long pigtails fluttered like 2 ribbons, and their ends fell onto her shoulders. Everybody looked again and saw a clear and small footprint on the fatty's forehead. After a few seconds of silence, even louder applause burst out from the audience. Same as Lu Linlin, Lu Lily didn't hurt her opponent. Fatty touched his forehead inconceivably. When he felt that there was dust on his hand and finally realized that this beauty defeated him. He widened his eyes, stared at Lu Lily, and staggered his way off of the court. Go Pomelo! The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University started to lose his temper. Lu Linlin pinched her fingers and went up again. In half a minute, 4 to 5 footprints were added onto the chest of this guy nicknamed Pomelo. However, his fists and legs couldn't even touch Lu Linlin's clothes. Heishi University sent out another representative, and Lu Lily went back on again. Similarly, the opponent lost to Lu Lily in another 30 seconds. The members of the Taekwondo Club from East Ocean University were getting excited. None of them knew that these 2 pretty girls were real masters. Head, elbow, knee, waist, stomach. Lu Linlin fought back, hit and shouted at the same time. She struck at whichever body part she yelled, and her opponent couldn't do anything. Lu Lily was slightly gentler with her red face. It seemed like she would suddenly make a move and leave a dozen footprints on her opponent when she had nowhere to go. In an instant, more than a dozen members of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University had been defeated by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Comparing to how arrogant they were earlier, they completely lost their morale at this moment. I didn't know they are this good. Xie Yujia looked at the court and said, pleasantly surprised. Hao Ren smiled and didn't reply. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were both Qian level masters. Not only were they strong in terms of cultivation, but they were also very skillful in martial arts. Even if people challenged them one by one, they wouldn't get tired. Who would have thought that the 2 beautiful Lu sisters had this level of strength and charm? They were like tigers hidden in a flock of sheep. These so-called Taekwondo masters couldn't even match these 2 beautiful girls. Come here, Lily. You guys send 2 people too. Lu Linlin seemed to be having a good time and called Lu Lily up. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University sent another member up with a long face. 2 versus 2. A competition of 4 people seemed even more splendid. Heishi University's Taekwondo club often attended official tournaments, and the team members had great chemistry together. However, they didn't know that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's cooperation was even more flawless. East Ocean University had established an excellent reputation this time. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's ponytail and pigtails were swinging in the air, and they shuttled like 2 butterflies. No one dared to underestimate them. Heishi University was soon defeated again. Hao Ren paid attention to the process instead of the result. He discovered that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's grasp on strength was extremely proficient. They were able to utilize their strength to the maximum and didn't waste any energy. Their punches and kicks both had the mighty momentum of Taekwondo, but their strength was still on the level of ordinary girls. However, after combining their strength with their movements, these punches and kicks were a lot more powerful. If combining these smooth movements with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, there would be a ton of beautiful sword energies flying out of Hao Ren's body unexpectedly, and it would catch people off guard. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had already surpassed the level of techniques and reached the level of Dao. On the side of the court, Xie Wanjun, who came with the members of the basketball team, also noticed the competition that was going on over here. This club exchange activities were going on and occupied the stadium today, and that was why the basketball team got a break from training today. When he saw how Lu Linlin and Lu Lily changed positions, jointly attacked, and jointly defended, he felt like every single one of their movements seemed to follow a particular pattern. He concentrated his gaze as if he thought of something. Taiji generated 2 modes. 2 modes generated 4 images, and 4 images generated 8 trigrams. No matter how hard the club members of Heishi University tried, they were stuck in the same place. Xie Wanjun suddenly gritted his teeth. He felt like if he could utilize this type of method in the basketball game, 5 people could play against 10 people. Another 2 members of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University were forced outside of the court. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University couldn't sit still and stood up abruptly. He looked at the growing crowd and stared at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. "Come, both of you," he said. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other and stood still. They didn't want to bully mortals. Therefore, they had been using normal fighting techniques and even limited their strengths to the level of ordinary girls. It was also a promise they made to Hao Ren. Other than emergencies, they couldn't utilize their nature essence at school. Hao Ren wanted them to be 2 normal girls at school, and they tried their best to follow this. They used smooth Taekwondo techniques in the competitions just now, and they avoided hurting their opponents by stop attacking as soon as they won. Suddenly, 3 people on the court moved at the same time. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily went in for a joint attack by surrounding their opponent from the left and the right. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University reacted calmly as he blocked the Lu sisters' attacks with both hands and moved his body smoothly, following up with a series of chain kicks. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily exchanged positions. They punched out abruptly and followed with kicks right away. Pa! Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's insteps kicked on his waist at the same time. According to the rules, getting hit at this body part would score. However, the captain didn't even care about this type of strength. He gripped Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's ankles and suddenly unleashed his strength. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily tumbled in the air. Then, they used their elbows to land on the ground before bouncing their body up again. The series of movements were smooth and graceful. Hong! This sturdy captain struck his powerful leg at Lu Linlin. Lu Linlin dodged successfully and punched his stomach. Another scoring body part. This captain didn't care. He dragged onto Lu Linlin's wrist and kicked toward her waist. Lu Linlin jumped up quickly when she saw what was coming at her. At this time, Lu Lily's leg kicked onto this captain's face continuously. However, she didn't put much strength in the kicks and was trying to help Lu Linlin out. All the members of the audience could tell that technically speaking, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were both stronger than this captain. Pa! This captain hit Lu Lily's leg and kicked toward Lu Linlin, who was falling from midair. Lu Linlin pressed onto the leg that was coming at her with a single hand, but the immense power still sent her away. When Lu Linlin was about to land, he kicked at her again. Ah! The audience screamed. Lu Linlin could have flown up or cancelled the force with her nature essence, but she didn't do it when she looked at Hao Ren. She blocked this kick with her palms again, but she still couldn't take the force of her opponent and tumbled down to the sideline of the court. Lu Lili was concerned about Lu Linlin, but the captain grabbed her wrist, and she was thrown out of the court. This wasn't a competition anymore. This man was trying to vent his anger. It wasn't about techniques and rules but bullying girls with force. Pa! Hao Ren was furious. He cracked the stand's wooden railing. Hao Ren jumped directly onto the court down below from the 2-meter high stand. Chapter 227. Overruled. Xie Yujia stood up quickly to check on Hao Ren, who jumped straight down from the 2-meter high stand. She was relieved when she saw that Hao Ren wasn't injured. Let's go. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University called to his club members after sending Lu Linlin and Lu Lili away. Suddenly, a fist swung right at him and blocked his way. This captain turned his head and saw Xie Wanjun, who was 2 meters tall, staring at him in anger. He didn't even hesitate. He raised his leg and kicked at Xie Wanjun's face. This kind of power could easily break a piece of wood. However, Xie Wanjun simply put his hand up and blocked this attack. Even though Xie Wanjun didn't learn martial arts, his reaction speed and strength were on par with someone who mastered the 3rd level of Spirit Concentration Scroll. Get him! Get him! The students of East Ocean University yelled. In only a few seconds, students gathered and wouldn't let Heishi University's Taekwondo club leave easily. The captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University glared at Xie Wanjun and kept kicking at him. Xie Wanjun blocked 4 kicks, but the 5th kick got his stomach. However, his muscular body only took half a step back before he blocked this captain's way again. Hong! A kick suddenly flew at this captain from the side. Hao Ren dashed into the crowd. The captain bent his knees and blocked it. However, Hao Ren's kick still landed on his jawbones and made him back off 3 steps. That was domineering. Instantly, more people began to surround them. Hao Ren turned his body in the air and did a fierce swing kick. This captain moved back and blocked with his hands at the same time. But he still felt a piercing pain because the tip of Hao Ren's foot still scratched his wrist. Master. A real master. There were no fancy movements, only practical and damaging attacks. This captain felt more pressure from Hao Ren compared to the 2-meter-tall Xie Wanjun. Another kick came after the other. Even though these moves weren't the proper Taekwondo kicks, the continuous movements didn't leave people room to breath. At this moment, Hao Ren wasn't as gentle as he used to be. His face was cold as if it was covered in frost, and his every move was ferocious. Xie Wanjun didn't know much about combat, but he could sense the dominant forces in Hao Ren's punches and kicks. He thought to himself, I couldn't stop Hao Ren if I have to fight him. Bam! Bam! Another 2 kicks landed on this captain's arm. It seemed like this captain was skillful because he was capable of defending every single punch and kick. However, he couldn't handle the force coming from Hao Ren easily. He backed off continuously and looked at Hao Ren in surprise. He didn't know that East Ocean University had such a powerful person. Pung! 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 Hao Ren didn't care whether his opponent could defend against him. He was merely returning the kick that this captain used at Lu Linlin and Lu Lili from earlier. Winning or losing a match was normal, but bullying girls with force were stepping over the line. Hao Ren proceeded forward, and this captain backed off. No one could count how many punches and kicks Hao Ren used, and the crowd moved with Hao Ren slowly from the center of the stadium to the east end. Whoosh! This captain had his back against the wall and had nowhere to go. Hao Ren's movements were continuous like the waves, and they were unstoppable. This battle style was the same as when he used his 5 elemental sword energies. The only difference was that he was using his body and physical strength this time. If you're using force, I'll compete with you using force. You don't care about techniques and rules, and neither would I, Hao Ren thought. Kala. The arms of this captain finally couldn't endure Hao Ren's force anymore and got dislocated. Hao Ren quickly kicked toward his face. Leaning against the wall, the captain had nowhere to hide. He could even feel the cold sweat on his forehead. Pung! Hao Ren's right foot stepped on the wall that was 1 centimeter above this captain's head. A hole was made in the wall, and layers of red bricks underneath the concrete were revealed. Concrete dust fell and landed on the top of this captain's head. Hao Ren withdrew his right leg slowly and wanted to warn this captain. However, he felt like it wasn't necessary anymore on the second thought. There weren't applauses or cheers from the crowd behind them, there was only astonishment. What kind of force could create such a big hole on the wall of the stadium? They thought. As this captain looked at Hao Ren with fear, Hao Ren turned around to check up on Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. "Are you guys alright?" he asked. "I'm fine. My older sister's knee got scratched," Lu Lily said. Lu Linlin bit her lips and looked at Hao Ren as if she was wronged. If she didn't promise Hao Ren not to abuse nature essence, how could a mortal bully her? "From now on, don't just randomly put yourself forward," Hao Ren looked at them and said. Even though his tone sounded harsh, it was filled with concern. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily felt touched, and they had a feeling that Hao Ren was stronger than them. All of a sudden, the students at the entrance yelled, "The principal is here! The principal is here!" Lu Qing, who was accompanied by a few deans, walked into the stadium to view the club exchange activities. When he saw all the students gathering together and the mess in the stadium, he asked immediately, "What's going on? How did the club exchange activities turn into a gang battle?" Lu Qing's face was livid as he walked to the center of the crowd. Xie Wanjun, who was taller than the people around him by a head, stepped up quickly and said, "Principal, I started all this, I will take all the responsibilities." It was shocking that the captain of the basketball team, Xie Wanjun, took the blame voluntarily. Everybody knew that Xie Wanjun didn't care about anything else but the basketball team. "Xie Wanjun, you're going abroad, but you still made this mess. Do you think that the school can't do anything to you?" Lu Qing frowned and said to Xie Wanjun. Even though Lu Qing had gray hair, his demeanor was not inferior to Xie Wanjun at all when he was serious. Xie Wanjun lowered his head and remained silent. It seemed like he was willing to be a scapegoat for Hao Ren. At this moment, Lu Qing turned his head and suddenly saw Hao Ren, who stood behind the crowd. He was stunned for a bit and asked, "Were you the one who was fighting?" Hao Ren didn't want Xie Wanjun to be a scapegoat and walked out of the crowd. "Yes, Vice Principal. I was," he said. Lu Qing's expression changed. He looked at the members of Heishi University's Taekwondo club, who covered their arms in embarrassment, before turning to ask Zhang Shang, "What happened?" "We were having practice battles, but the captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University overdid it. Hao Ren thought that he crossed the line and fought him," Zhang Shang replied and worded it tactfully. He didn't mention Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and didn't talk about the details of the competition as he tried to cover it up. Lu Qing looked at Hao Ren again and said, "Oh, I see. Young people are just too young and vigorous. Don't randomly fight in the future." His attitude and words caught everyone by surprise. Another school came to his school for an exchange event, but his students injured those students from the other school. As a principal, shouldn't him at least pretend to penalize his students no matter what? Yet, it was clear that this vice principal favored Hao Ren. "Clean this up. Send the students who are injured to the clinic. Mr. Lu, find someone to fill up the hole in the wall," Lu Qing said. He dealt with the incident by taking the easy way out, and he had no intention of punishing Hao Ren. Lu Qing knew about Hao Ren's personality, and he was too lazy to look into the details. He led the group of deans and teachers to check out other club booths in the stadium. The other deans and teachers didn't dare to say anything after Lu Qing already made the decision. Xie Wanjun stood still and couldn't believe it as well. He was considered an important figure in the school because he led a victorious basketball team. However, Lu Qing didn't ever treat him as nicely as Hao Ren. What's Hao Ren's true identity? Xie Wanjun could only admire Hao Ren for this. All the members of Heishi University's Taekwondo club were dumbfounded. What could they do about this? They were at East Ocean University, and it seemed like the administrative board wasn't going to punish Hao Ren. They couldn't get Hao Ren in trouble, and they couldn't defeat Hao Ren either. They could only cover their arm and leave without even going to the clinic. Hao Ren didn't know that the captain, who got scared by him, placed third in the National Youth Taekwondo Tournament. The members of East Ocean University's Taekwondo Club looked at Hao Ren with respect after watching the Taekwondo Club of Heishi University leave quickly. Master. An absolute master. He chased after the third place of National Youth Taekwondo Tournament and forced him to a dead end. Xie Yujia already walked on the count and looked at Hao Ren from more than 10 meters away. Hao Ren was good at long-distance running, talented at basketball, favored by Lu Qing. All of these were explainable, but when did Hao Ren learn how to fight so well? From the ability he demonstrated, Xie Yujia felt like Hao Ren didn't need to be afraid even if he encountered 6 to 7 gangsters. Security? Is this the so-called sense of security? When Lu Linlin and Lu Lili got bullied, Hao Ren rushed out and defeated the arrogant captain. Even Xie Yujia, who never liked violence, felt like her blood was boiling from the excitement. Hao Ren had a gentle personality but was never a weak person. Linlin, Lily, what was the important thing you wanted to tell me last time? Seeing everyone stare at him, Hao Ren walked toward the exit and asked Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, who followed him closely. Gongzi. Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren with admiration in her eyes and said, "What we wanted to tell you was a piece of news we obtained recently." "What's the news?" Hao Ren looked at Lu Lili, whose face was all red. "There will be a trading convention in Fifth Heaven this weekend. If Gongzi wants Little White to evolve, you better go buy some special elixirs that are for feeding spirit beasts," Lu Lili said. Chapter 228. Trading Convention? Trading Convention? Hao Ren was interested. "Shish." Lu Lili made a gesture, telling him that he should speak quietly. "This is a trading convention among the human cultivators. Gongzi, you shouldn't talk too loud." Hao Ren saw the crowd in the busy stadium and guessed that the dragon cultivators or inspectors might be mingled within. This trading convention definitely wouldn't let dragon cultivators in. "My sister and I don't cultivate the techniques of the dragon tribe, so that we won't have any problems participating in this type of trading convention. Gongzi cultivates the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, and it cultivates the 5 elements at the same time. It would be 5 elements essence roots, and you won't be exposed either. We can sneakily join them at that time," Lu Linlin said. "What is this trading convention like?" Hao Ren lowered his voice and asked them. "Ho ho, Gongzi will find out when you get there. It's pretty interesting, and you might be able to get great things." Lu Linlin was excited, and it seemed like it was not her first time participating. She must sneak out a lot to go to this kind of trading conventions when she was in the immortal world. However, Hao Ren became interested after listening to them. The scene must be very lively. "We'll come to Gongzi on the weekend. And we won't disturb Gongzi before then." Lu Lili smiled sweetly and said to Hao Ren. "Oh, by the way, thanks for helping us out, Gongzi," Lu Lili said suddenly. Hao Ren smiled and didn't know what to say. He was furious when he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili get knocked to the ground. It seemed like he did care about them. Even though they were both Kun-level masters, Hao Ren was still concerned about them and treated them as girls in freshman year who didn't know many things. Lu Lili dragged Lu Linlin and ran towards the handcraft club to pick up little handcrafts. Hao Ren looked at their figures and smiled. He turned around and saw Xie Yujia talking to her older brother, Xie Wanjun. He thought for a bit, then walked out of the stadium alone. The 9-Dragon Palace was still hanging on top of the city with all kinds of energy spheres. Looking from far away, the cultivators seemed like a bunch of fireflies flying around the 9-Dragon Palace. "I just have to get used to it, just have to get used to it," Hao Ren said and went to the cafeteria for lunch. Lu Qing had returned to school, which meant East Ocean Dragon Palace's decisions regarding elixirs and the 9-Dragon Palace were made. Zhang Guang and Zhao Hongyu should return to land very soon too. They had been very busy with the Dragon Palace and didn't take care of Zhao Yanzi that much. They must be worried as well. The trading convention in the 5th Heaven would be happening this weekend. No matter how one thinks about it, it seemed relevant to what is going to happen a few days later. The 9-Dragon Palace's reappearance in the human world made the cultivation clans want a share of it as well. Hao Ren ate and thought of the current situation at the same time. "There you are. Why did you leave on your own earlier?" Xie Yujia grabbed a tray, suddenly appearing beside Hao Ren, and sat down. "I saw you talking to your older brother and didn't want to disturb you guys," Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia breathed out. "It's not like you don't know my brother. Besides, he seems to like you quite a bit." Hao Ren nodded. "What's the matter? You seem to be preoccupied with something," Xie Yujia asked. Hao Ren smiled. How could he tell her that there's a grand palace hanging in the sky? "It feels like there's more and more distance between us." Xie Yujia lowered her head, chewed lightly, and suddenly seemed down. She was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly asked, "Hao Ren, would it be all right if I go to the States with my brother?" Hao Ren looked at her in surprise, and his ears heard the pounding sound of his heart. Xie Yujia had always been very quiet in his memories, but if she suddenly left. I have the intention to go and reunite with my parents. We've also contacted the school there already. Xie Yujia held some rice with her chopsticks as her breaths became longer. She turned her head to look at Hao Ren. They were welling up with tears. Hao Ren's eyes started to shake. He didn't really have a reason to ask Xie Yujia to stay. Yet, if he didn't ask her to stay. Have you been busy with this lately? Hao Ren asked. Xie Yujia nodded. Hao Ren was speechless. The students in the area came and left, but Hao Ren and Xie Yujia seemed like they were moving in slow motion. Xie Yujia ate the rice one piece at a time, and Hao Ren looked at her quietly. Many scenes flashed through Hao Ren's mind one by one. From chasing behind him when they were picking up shells in their childhood to departing from each other. He saw the quiet girl in class at the university and got to know her straightforward and bright side. Then, it was the confession regarding little older brother on the rooftop and the emotions knowing that he was actually the little older brother. Is this how it's going to end? Just like most fates? Hao Ren felt that those few seconds were as long as a few years. Xie Yujia, who always wore a simple white shirt, pushed a shabby bicycle, and held loads of books was going to disappear from campus? You will come for this weekend's class activity, right? Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren suddenly. Hao Ren nodded. Thinking about it carefully, Xie Yujia's parents were both in the States, and she wouldn't have a hard time studying in the States with her GPA. She stayed in China to wait for little older brother. However, the little brother wasn't her little older brother anymore. She cherished every minute and every second, but I didn't care at all. Hao Ren suddenly realized why she organized the weekend's activity zealously, why she dragged him to watch the club's activities, and why she chased him from the stadium and had lunch with him. It was because Xie Yujia had already planned to go to the States. This decision started to emerge when Hao Ren and she drifted apart gradually. Their relationship changed from surprise to gloominess, and from gloominess to disappointment. Little older brother was still the little older brother, but his heart didn't seem to have a spot for small carrot. Oh, by the way, this is a book that the old grandma asked me to pass on to you. I wanted to find a chance to give it to you today. Xie Yujia put her chopsticks down, opened up her bag, grabbed an ancient-looking book, and put it in front of Hao Ren. 4 ancient characters were printed on the yellow cover, 5 elemental sword array formations. I also flipped through it slightly, but I didn't really understand the content. However, the old grandma should have her reasons when she asked me to give it to you. Xie Yujia smiled and said. How did the old grandma give it to you if she couldn't speak? Hao Ren asked. She wrote it down. Xie Yujia suddenly grabbed her tray and stood up. All right, I'll head to class now. She walked facilely towards the entrance of the cafeteria, but Hao Ren noticed that out of all the food she bought, she didn't even have a few bites. Chapter 229. The Sword Array Formation. 5 Elemental Sword Array Formations. Hao Ren switched his focus back to the ancient book in front of him. Without any nature essence, it didn't even differ from any other old books from the used bookstores. Hao Ren picked up the book and opened to the first page. The Fundamental Sword Array Formations. Fire Elemental Array Formation, Earth Elemental Array Formation, Water Elemental Array Formation, Metal Elemental Array Formation, and Wood Elemental Array Formation. Hao Ren turned a few pages. 5 Elemental Array Formations. 1 Line Snake Array Formation, 2 Dragons Array Formation, 3 Talents Heaven Earth Array Formation, 4 Gates Base Guard Array Formation, 5 Tigers Sheep Flock Array Formation, 6 Ding 6 Jaw Array Formation, 7 Star Big Dipper Array Formation, 8 Gates Golden Lock Array Formation, 9 Characters Multi-Chain Array Formation, 10 Sides Ambush Array Formation, 10,000 Heart Piercing Array Formation, Gang Killing Array Formation. The Book of Sword Array Formations. In comparison to how Hao Ren shot out sword energies randomly, this book would guide Hao Ren to practice powerful sword array formations to increase his attack power. There weren't only the circulation paths of the nature essence in the 8 extraordinary meridians but also detailed demonstrations of sword array formation. Hao Ren got even more astonished as he read more. Then, he looked up to only found that Xie Yujia disappeared without a trace. Who is that old grandma? Why did she ask Xie Yujia to bring the 5 elemental sword array formations to me? He thought. After putting the book away, Hao Ren vaguely recalled that he happened to have met that old grandma once before. She was in her 70s or 80s. She had wrinkles all over her kind face, and she wasn't able to speak. Tang! Tang! The radio speakers on the campus started to play music during the lunch break. Hao Ren realized that he still had classes, so he rushed out of the cafeteria. Having been playing games for 2 hours, Zhao Jiayi and the guys went to class as well. They started to yell when they saw Hao Ren sitting in the classroom already. What the hell? Why are you here already? N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Hao Ren shook his head and replied, I'm early only because I have to occupy the seats in the last row for you guys. You are such a nice guy. They rushed to the last row and took their seats. What book are you reading? Seeing Hao Ren holding an old book in his hands, Zhao Jiayi reached out to check it. 5 elemental, sword array formations? Ren, don't you have anything better to do? Zhao Jiayi gave the book back to Hao Ren after finding that the entire book was an ancient literature. What book? What book? Zhou Liren and Yu Rong came closer to look at the book out of their intense curiosity. Unfortunately, after all of them went through the book, none of them could understand it. They tossed the book back to Hao Ren in disappointment. We thought it is an interesting book. Are you so bored that you decided to study ancient literature? Hao Ren smiled helplessly and put the 5 elemental sword array formations away. How could they understand the magic of this book? Hao Ren knew how much he could improve with the help of the book, even though he only read it twice. What an amazing book. If the light-splitting sword shadow scroll were the technique that created sword energies, then the 5 elemental sword array formations would be the real practical combat technique. Speaking of Saturday, what is our plan? Are we going to the music academy first then to the teacher's academy? I heard that most of the beautiful girls in Xinan City are there, Zhou Liren said in a good mood after sitting down. There is the giant Buddha temple in Xinan City. We can visit that first. Then, we can walk around the teacher's academy and play cards in the hotel after dinner. Yu Rong joined the conversation. They were all passionate about the event this weekend. Ren, you are coming with us, aren't you? Zhou Liren asked Hao Ren all of a sudden. Yes, probably. Hao Ren nodded. Aren't you going on a secret date with the class president? Zhou Liren winked at Hao Ren. How about inviting those 2 pretty girls from first year? Yu Rong interrupted suddenly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were known as the most popular girls in the school nowadays. Therefore, Yu Rong wanted to have the chance to get to know them. It is a class activity, there is no need to invite them. Hao Ren waved his hand. Screw you. Many people will bring their cousins this time, but who knows if they are actually their boyfriends and girlfriends? Yu Rong started to shout. It was a trip not organized by the school, and none of the teachers would show up. Xie Yujia also told everyone that there were a dozen seats still available on the bus for the classmates' family members. Therefore, the classmates would bring their boyfriends or girlfriends who they usually tried to hide. It would be an interesting scene. It happened that all the guys in Hao Ren's group were single. A lot of their classmates would be cuddling with their boyfriends or girlfriends intimately while they were just a group of guys hanging around, which would be 2. Things would be different if Lu Linlin and Lu Lily joined them. It would be such an honor for them to hang out with the most popular girls in the school. They probably don't have time. I think it's better for you guys to just talk about what to do during the trip. Hao Ren laid his head on the desk and surrounded it with his arms, pretending that he was about to sleep. The guys discussed wildly until the class started. Soon, the evening arrived. Hao Ren was worried about Zhao Yanzi, so he gave her a call and found out that she had already gone home. Therefore, he went directly to Zhao Yanzi's home. Various hearty dishes were placed on the dinner table. Hao Ren figured out that Zhao Yanzi had almost recovered based on the complexion on her face. Zhao Yanzi might not be aware of how much Hao Ren worried about her, but Hao Ren himself did. He went out to look for a pharmacy near Su Han's place last night, but most of the pharmacies were closed at that time. That kind of nervousness he felt was still affecting him right now subtly. Zhao Yanzi's face was tender and rosy after recovering. However, in comparison with that, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu seemed quite exhausted. Ren, thank you for taking care of Z. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and expressed her appreciation. Zhao Yanzi opened her mouth and was about to seize the chance to belittle Hao Ren. However, she held it back after thinking for a while. She must have lost her mind when she saw how much Hao Ren cared about her and kissed him on the neck. Thinking of this, Zhao Yanzi blushed. That's all right. Z didn't know how to take care of herself. Hao Ren smiled. Hearing Hao Ren's reply, Zhao Yanzi, who used to think that Hao Ren was easy to tease, suddenly felt like he was actually gentle and well-mannered. Being handsome, brilliant, and fashionable didn't mean anything to her all of a sudden. Let's get the dinner started, Zhao Guang said while asking them to sit down. Sitting across from Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi looked at him softly and thought, did my temper get better after I got sick? Hao Ren didn't notice the change on Zhao Yanzi's face nor the secret conversation she had with herself. He had a lot of things on his mind as well. He asked Zhao Guang, Uncle, how are the things going in the Dragon Palace? Well, I was just going to talk about this with you. Zhao Guang sat up straight. The ancient elixir pills you took from the 9 Dragon Palace are categorized into 5 types. The first type is the detox elixir pill. The second is the foundation establishment elixir pill, which is used to enforce one's foundation. The third is the essence replenishment elixir pill for recovery. The fourth is the realm elevation elixir pill, which helps to increase one's level. And the fifth is the empowerment elixir pill for getting stronger nature essence. He took out a brocade box as he said, I'll give you 1 elixir pill of each type. There are 5 small boxes in this box, and I have labeled the effects on them already. Thank you, Uncle. Hao Ren took over the box and put it away in the hidden space in the necklace. With the protection of the box, he didn't have to worry about Little White eating the elixir pills. You don't have to thank me, it's what you deserve. I only gave you 5 elixir pills. It isn't because I'm cheap. I gave you 1 elixir pill of each type for unexpected situations. Actually, you won't need any of them at this moment, Zhao Guang said. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. He hadn't even reached Gen level yet. It would be such a waste if he ate those powerful elixir pills now. Moreover, you probably have also noticed that the 9 Dragon Palace has returned to the mortal world. Looking at Hao Ren, Zhao Guang said again. Yeah, I have seen that. The look on Hao Ren's face turned serious. The 9 Dragon Palace appears every time after it is opened. What I didn't expect was that it would appear above East Ocean City. Zhao Guang's mood appeared to be heavy. Hong Yu and I didn't come back for the last few days since we were discussing with some of the core elders. The discussion was mainly about 3 issues. The first was about the effects of the ancient elixir pills and how they should be allocated. The second was how we should plan around the appearance of the 9 Dragon Palace. And the third was how we could cope with Zheng Yitao's transfer to East Ocean City. We spent the entire 2 days and nights discussing these issues. At present, we have solved the first problem. The elixir pills have 5 effects, and we stored them in the secret room in the Dragon Palace. Every elder will take a foundation establishment pill and a realm elevation pill. We have also decided on the second problem. We will send 5 of the most powerful elders to look for ancient cultivation techniques in the 9 Dragon Palace. It is extremely dangerous, and you don't have to get involved. Regarding the third problem, we are concerned that West Ocean had found out that Zhao Kuo failed the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, they wouldn't send Zheng Yitao to East Ocean City to study in such an arrogant way. It is known that Zhao Kuo hates that boy the most. So they wouldn't dare to send Zheng Yitao to East Ocean City if they thought that Zhao Guo succeeded in the heavenly tribulation. Zhao Guang explained every situation, which all pointed to West Ocean. Having the elders take the elixir pills and look for techniques in the 9 Dragon Palace in order to take preventive actions against Zheng Yitao was all because of the pressure West Ocean put on East Ocean. A few days before, the arrogant tone Zheng Yitao used on Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren had also proved that he was confident and ambitious. It wouldn't be too long for them to try to take Zhao Yanzi away. Under the pressure of West Ocean's absolute force, Zheng Yitao, the crown prince of West Ocean, could get anything he wanted. If it weren't because of the ancient elixir pills that Hao Ren took back from the 9 Dragon Palace, East Ocean would almost lose hope. It was like how the civilized Tang dynasty, as prosperous as it was conquered by the barbarian cavaliers. Although the East Ocean Dragon clan's businesses were operated successfully on land, and they possessed an enormous amount of wealth, it would still suffer from the force of West Ocean if it lost the threat and military power. West Ocean would attack East Ocean as soon as the incident with the 9 Dragon Palace was over. Zheng Yitao's transfer to East Ocean City and enrollment to Lingjiao High School was just a signal. Well, let's start dinner. Zhao Hongyu picked up her chopsticks. East Ocean was going to send 5 elders to contend for the treasures in the 9-Dragon Palace. The rest of the elders would be rushing the intake of the elixir pills, hoping that some of them would break through to Qian level. Only under this circumstance would it have a chance to fight against West Ocean. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu started to sigh in despair. She had already made up her mind that she would expel Zhao Yanzi from the dragon tribe and make her into a mortal. How Ren would be able to take care of her for the rest of her life then? The atmosphere started to get gloomy. Zhao Yanzi also twisted her eyebrows and didn't say a word. How Ren suddenly asked Zhao Hongyu after dinner, "Auntie, do you know anywhere nearby I can cultivate?" "Cultivate? You mean cultivating your sword energies?" Zhao Hongyu asked. "Yes, I want to go somewhere to practice a bit." How Ren nodded and stood up. "Our backyard will be fine. We set up an isolation array formation there already. You can go to the attic on the 3rd floor if you want to cultivate, and you can use the backyard if you want to practice combat techniques," Zhao Hongyu said. "Okay." How Ren opened the back door of the house and walked to the backyard. Beside the flowy bamboo grove and garage, the backyard was extremely quiet. Moving along the precise pattern of the veins, the 5 elemental sword energies converged in How Ren's body. It then crawled to the surface of the skin after going through the acupoints and meridians. Becoming one with the swords, fire elemental array formation. Whoosh! 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 9 sword energies were shot out neatly at the same time, forming a small but terrifying sword array formation. The fire went up in the sky as if it was going to burn down everything. The 9 sword energies transformed into 9 phantoms, forming a circle as they spun around. Bang! A burned brown hole was created on the ground 5 meters away from How Ren. What an incredible sword array formation! How Ren was amazed. He used to throw the sword energies randomly to catch his opponents off guard. However, that kind of attack usually didn't do anything. It would be different if he organized his sword energies this way. The damage of a sword array formation was much stronger than that aggregate of the 9 individual sword energies. Through exploiting the sword array formations, How Ren finally understood that he didn't have to use his palms or fingers to shoot out sword energies. Any veins in his body could be the path of the sword energies. The sword energies followed the heart, and every acupoint in his body was a potential exit for the sword energies. That was the so-called, becoming one with the swords. If he reached the highest level of light-splitting sword shadow scroll, the sword energies he sent out would be Hunden lightning sword energies. Moreover, every single pore on his body was able to shoot out sword energies. The millions of pores on his body could shoot out millions of sword energies at once. Who could block or dodge such an attack? How Ren rested for a while after trying out the fire elemental array formation. Then, he started to use the water elemental essence in his body to try out the water elemental array formation. Similarly, 9 sword energies came out of the 9 acupoints in How Ren's body, and they formed the water elemental array formation and rushed forward with the movement of How Ren's hands. The spirit of water never ends and only goes forward with great strength and vigor. 9 sword energies connected to form a giant dragon that was flying forward. Bam! The water elemental essence that seemed soft and weak rushed onto a thick bamboo in the grove, shaking the bamboos. After everything calmed down, there a bowl-sized hole in the center of a bamboo. Everybody knew that bamboo was firm and tenacious. However, a hole appeared on the bamboo without having its body destroyed. This showed how powerful and controlled the water elemental array formation was. How Ren mobilized the essences in his body. Wood elemental array formation. Gong. A spinning disc formed by 9 wood elemental sword energies dropped from the sky. It created a hole that was 2 meters in diameter and tens of centimeters deep. Earth elemental array formation. 9 sword energies formed into a ball that rolled forward at high speed. It then exploded abruptly, and the sword energies rapidly shot into 9 different directions. 2 of the sword energies went through the garage wall, leaving 2 holes on it. Having no time to pay attention to that, How Ren tried the metal elemental array formation. A white light flashed by, and 9 metal elemental sword energies turned into a sword rain, stabbing at the place where How Ren pointed to. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 they landed like arrows and pierced into the ground. 9-finger-thick holes suddenly appeared in the firm ground in the backyard. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if they landed on a human's body. Chapter 230. Third uncle cultivates the same technique. Compared with the sword array formations, Hao Ren's way of using his sword energies was pathetic. He withdrew his nature essence and looked around. The bamboos on one side of the yard were leaning against each other, and the biggest bamboo had a big hole in it. The flowers and grasses were cut, and the clay pots were broken. The garage wall that was facing the yard had 2 big holes in it, and about a dozen deep holes could be seen on the ground. It looked like the scene after a hurricane. Hao Ren had not expected that the sword array formations would be so powerful. He was wondering how to apologize to Zhao Guang for the damage when he heard applauses from behind him. He turned and saw Zhao Guang smiling at him while standing at the back door. "Uncle, sorry for the mess." Hao Ren looked around and apologized. "It's okay." Zhao Guang smiled graciously. "You're only at Li level, right? I have never imagined that the light-splitting sword shadow scroll could be so powerful. It seems that we judged it wrongly in the past, and it looks like Zhao Kuo made the right decision in choosing the light-splitting sword shadow scroll over his previous cultivation technique." "Did third uncle also choose this cultivation technique?" Hao Ren was surprised. "Yeah. He once teased you and found that your technique had great potential. Therefore, he took the technique with him when he left the Dragon Palace," Zhao Guang said. Hao Ren nodded. After failing the heavenly tribulation, Zhao Kuo had lost all of his cultivation strength, even though the array formations and the altar the East Ocean Dragon clan put together saved his life. However, the minimal 5 elemental essences he had afterward gave him a chance to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which required steady cultivation of all 5 elements simultaneously. Despite the slow speed of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, Zhao Kuo's cultivation experience of the past 200 years would help him cultivate at a faster pace. After a few or a dozen years of hard work, Zhao Kuo would regain his great power. Besides, East Ocean now had a stock of over 200 godly elixir pills. For him, his failure was a blessing in disguise. "Well, what are you guys talking about?" Zhao Hongyu walked to the back door, drying her hands. She had just finished washing the dishes. When she saw the mess in the backyard, her eyes widened. Her beloved orchids only had a few leaves left. "Ren's cultivation strength has improved." Zhao Guang looked at her, a little embarrassed as well. "The orchids, tomorrow, I'll go with you to get some replacements. Since they are ruined by Hao Ren's cultivation strength, I have no problem with it." Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. In fact, the orchids in the backyard had cost her hundreds of thousands of yuan. She poured a lot of attention into them and had planned to move them into the house that night, but "The backyard is too small for you. I thought you wanted to practice sword energies and didn't expect it would be such a big upheaval. However, I will recommend one place for you to practice in," Zhao Hongyu said. "Where?" Hao Ren asked. His exhilaration dimmed at the sight of the mess he caused in the yard. He felt quite guilty and wanted to offer compensation, but he knew it was meaningless. "I'm not mad at you for ruining the plants. If you want a spacious place to practice your techniques, you can go to Elder Sun's martial arts dojo downtown on Yingchun Road," Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren suddenly remembered that Elder Sun owned a large martial arts dojo among other businesses such as restaurants, vacation resorts, and yachts. The martial arts dojo was the place they trained guards for East Ocean's companies, and it could provide a big space for Hao Ren to practice the large-scale sword array formations. "Good. I'll go there and have a look when I have time." Hao Ren nodded. Recently, the core elders of East Ocean had been extremely busy with the business of the 9-Dragon Palace, and Hao Ren didn't want to bother Elder Sun before it was over. "By the way, have you read the books yet?" Zhao Hongyu asked. "I'm almost finished reading the books you gave me. However, I'm busy this weekend, and I'm afraid that I can't help you in your studio," Hao Ren answered. "Okay. I can't go there this weekend either. We can go next weekend." Zhao Hongyu smiled mildly. "Well, uncle, auntie, I'll head back now," Hao Ren said as he looked around at the ruined plants. "Okay." Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu nodded. "Oh, one more thing." Hao Ren stopped at the door. "If I agree to join Su Han in breaking into the 9-Dragon Palace, do you think it will be a violation of the rules?" Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang hesitated for a few seconds. As an inspector, Su Han has mastered many mystic techniques. You should be fine to go with her, Zhao Guang said. If Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are willing to join you, it would be even better. They know a lot of stuff that we don't and will give you a great advantage in the Nine Dragon Palace, Zhao Hongyu added. With so many forces trying to make a go at the Nine Dragon Palace, East Ocean would need to keep some forces in the East Ocean Dragon Palace to protect it. They would then send the rest of the Elder to the Nine Dragon Palace. After all, more people going meant greater hope of getting treasures from it. With Su Han leading the team, Hao Ren's safety was guaranteed. If they could bring back another 200 to 300 godly elixir pills, the East Ocean Dragon clan would be ultra-rich. If the pills were used properly, many cultivation masters would emerge in the next 100 years. After getting Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu's approval, Hao Ren began to make plans. If his last trip into the Nine Dragon Palace were a mock test, then the trip next week would be the formal exam. The trading convention on Fifth Heaven was the preparation before the exam. Any cultivation sect with moderate power would want to enter the Nine Dragon Palace and find treasures. Please tell Z that I'll have no time to tutor her in the following days. I'll resume the tutoring sessions next week, Hao Ren said when he went out the door. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang nodded, knowing that he would immerse himself in preparations. Zhao Guang had high hopes for Hao Ren after witnessing the great power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. He imagined the awe-inspiring scene where a top-tier Qian-level master like Zhao Kuo unleashed this technique at full strength. The 5-elemental 8-trigram array formation made of dense sword energies would defeat a troop of tens of thousands of cultivators, not to mention the heavenly tribulation. Hao Ren had steadily opened a brand new way of cultivation. The more Zhao Guang thought about it, the more hope he had about East Ocean's future. Oblivious to Zhao Guang's high hopes for him, Hao Ren took a bus and returned to school. Friday passed in reading, cultivating, and classes. Then, Saturday morning came. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Liren, who was sleeping in his upper berth, sat up abruptly and laughed. Guys, it's Saturday. It's time for us to see the beauties in Xinan City. Chapter 231. Excitement of the trip. His shout woke up Hao Ren, Zhao Jiayi, and Cao Ronghua. On the other side of the hallway, room 301 was creating a commotion as well. Huang Jianfeng and his roommates rushed out with wash basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. They had never gotten up so early on a weekday, not to mention a Saturday morning. Beauties, wait for me. Excited, Zhou Liren dashed to the public washroom with his washbasin. Huang Jianfeng followed him with his toothbrush and washbasin noisily. They were so excited as if they were going to a carnival. The bus Xie Yujia booked was waiting for them at the roadside in front of the student dorm area. Shortly, Xie Yujia, Ma Lina, and the other girls came. Xie Yujia was wearing a pair of shorts with short boots which accentuated the elegant lines of her legs. With a pair of sunglasses on, the usually simple-clothed Xie Yujia was quite stylish today. Sitting in the back row of the bus, Zhao Liren was amazed. He bumped Hao Ren with his elbow and asked, "Hey, is that Xie Yujia?" Hao Ren had been reading. He looked up and saw Xie Yujia walking along the aisle of the bus. The tall and slim figure, elegant aura, smooth skin, and fashionable clothes. If not for the familiar face, Hao Ren wouldn't have recognized her. FCK. Xie Yujia has the potential of becoming a big star, Yu Rong mumbled beside them. As Xie Yujia strolled toward the back rows of the bus, the guys' hearts began to race. She had the elegance and confidence of a big celebrity. Yujia, let's sit here. Ma Lina pulled her to a seat several rows before Hao Ren and his buddies. No, the guys were disappointed. About 7:45, the guys with girlfriends began to arrive. Yu Rong and the other single guys were jealous as they watched them get on the bus hand in hand. Ren. How come Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are not here? Zhou Liren asked Hao Ren. I never said they would come, Hao Ren replied. What a shame, Zhou Liren complained. A group of single guys touring Xinan City, that's no fun. The guys who led girlfriends onto the bus all turned to look at Xie Yujia sitting by the window when they passed. Not recognizing her, they thought she was a friend Ma Lina brought to the trip. Their girlfriends all whispered at them, asking, who is she? The girls all felt an invisible pressure from Xie Yujia's dazzling and straightforward elegance. To satisfy their boyfriend's vanity, all of them dressed up. But obviously, they were overshadowed by Shie Yugia. After everyone had taken a seat, Shie Yugia stood up and did the roll call. Then, she called out to the driver, "Sir, everyone is here. Let's go." She had pushed her sunglasses over her forehead, and her long black hair looked silky and fresh. Yu Rong and the guys felt like their hearts began to race. The bus drove slowly, and the sunshine outside made it look like a day in spring. Shie Yugia sat back down and took out a novel from her backpack. She began to read quietly while leaning against the window. Sunlight shone on her through the window pane. Half of her body was in the sunshine while the other half was in the shads. Her hands that were holding the book were like jades in the sunshine with the light blue veins visible. The part of her in the shadow looked like a pure white luminous pearl that was hidden in the dark. "I didn't notice that Shie Yugia is so pretty," Zhao Jiayi exclaimed in appreciation while eating chips. "She never dressed up before. I told you that the class president is beautiful," Ji Yu Jiadong, who had the looks of a decent guy, blurted out. "Well, I wonder which lucky dog will become her boyfriend," Yu Rong sighed. Through the slits between the chairs before him, Hao Ren glanced at Shie Yugia but didn't join their discussion. He resumed his reading of the architectural design book. After this weekend, Shie Yugia would probably be gone shortly, and that was why she didn't want to be too bossy with them as the class president. In fact, Shie Yugia didn't care about the small power attached to the title of the class president. She just wanted to do something for the class and keep the energetic guys out of trouble. The bus left East Ocean City and entered the highway. The excited singly guys began to pass around the food they bought in the store last night. Comparatively, the guys with girlfriends appeared more restrained. The bus entered Xinan City in their high-spirited talks. "Wow! Beauties!" When the bus entered the city, Zhou Liren pulled the curtain aside and looked out of the window. He exclaimed at the sight of some girls in mini-skirts. "Don't ruin the reputation of the students of East Ocean City." Zhao Jiayi reached out and slapped Zhou Liren on the head. Zhou Liren nodded sulkily, but he still sneaked glances to the road outside. "Here we are," the driver yelled before stopping the bus on the side of the road. Then, the door slid open. "Thank you. Please come back to pick us at about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Shie Yugia stood up and thanked the bus driver in her crisp voice. She called out, "Here we are. Everyone, get off the bus in a line." She looked like an energetic tour guide, and her excellent organization skills made it an easy job for her. The guys got excited and walked down the bus to breathe in the fresh air of Xinan City. "Beauties, wait for me." Zhou Liren was the first to rush out of the bus. He spread his arms toward the sky. But he quickly lost his posture when Zhao Jiayi kicked his butt from behind. Shie Yugia stood by the roadside and told the group, "We can visit the big Buddha temple this morning and have lunch together. After that, we have no more group activities. In the evening, if you like, we can tour the night market of Xinan City together. Tomorrow morning, we have no group activities. After lunch, let's gather together and go to Sanmu University to watch the basketball match." Since it was a rare opportunity for the classmates to enjoy some together time and the trip gave them lots of free time, everyone agreed to the plan. Seeing everyone agreeing to tour the big Buddha temple together, Shie Yugia led the group to a nearby Hanting hotel. "Put your bags in your hotel rooms, and we'll go to the big Buddha temple without any burdens." "Okay." Following the pretty and vibrant Shie Yugia, everyone looked high-spirited. Excellent weather and beautiful class president. Everything was perfect. After entering the hotel, Shie Yugia got the keys to the room she had booked and began to allocate them. "Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua, you two share a room. Yu Rong and Ji Yu Jiadong, you two share a room. Huang Jianfun and Yang Jili, you two share a room. Zhao Jiayi needs to report back to the basketball team tonight, so Hao Ren has a room to himself." Shie Yugia handed the last key to Hao Ren. Chapter 232. The Mysterious Masters. When Shie Yugia handed the key to Han Ren, her fingertips touched his palm. Her fingertips were a bit cold. Hao Ren looked up, but Shie Yugia had turned her head away, calling out in a joyous tone, "Okay. Everyone, put your bags in your rooms and come down to the hall in 2 minutes. We'll go from here." "Okay." They scattered. "Cool. You have the room to yourself." Carrying a backpack, Zhou Liren nudged Hao Ren with his shoulder. "Not cool at all. I'll be bored by myself." Hao Ren rolled his eyes. Do you want me to keep you company tonight? Zhou Liren gave him a meaningful look. Hao Ren shivered in disgust and replied, no, thanks. I'll try to enjoy my boredom. His room faced the south with proper ventilation and sunshine. It was a spacious double room, and Hao Ren suspected that Xie Yujia had given him a good room with her power. He tried the TV and the shower and found no problem with them. Leaving his bag in the room, Hao Ren took the key and went down to the hall. As the class president, Xie Yujia was already waiting in the hall. Besides her, Hao Ren was the first one to get down to the hall. The others were still in their rooms. After all, this was their first class trip, and they were all excited about the prospect of staying the night in a hotel. Moreover, some people had secretly traded rooms with others so that they could share a room with their boyfriends and girlfriends. They must be especially excited. Hao Ren faked a cough and walked over. Class president, who's your roommate? I have the room to myself tonight as well. Malina was supposed to share the room with me, but she now wants to stay over at her auntie's since she lives in Xinan City, Xie Yujia said with a smile. Oh, Hao Ren looked at her and didn't know what to say next. Xie Yujia gazed at him, and her long eyelashes fluttered at a loss of words as well. Hey, you two are quick. Malina ran out from the corridor joyously. You don't plan to stay here, but you still went to the room. Xie Yujia glanced at her, pouting. Well, I wanted to have a look at the room even though I won't stay the night. Malina cast a sly glance at them. Since you both are living alone tonight, why not? Stop your nonsense. Before she could finish, Xie Yujia reached out to pinch her nose. Malina laughed like crazy and ran to the other side of the hall. Xie Yujia pursed her lips and decided not to chase her. After everyone had come down to the hall, Xie Yujia stood on her tiptoes and counted. Then, she said, the big Buddha temple is not far from here, we can just walk there. Hao Ren found her quite cute when she was not bossy as the class president. Looking at the other guy's expressions, he knew that they shared his feelings. Ren, if you like her, make your move. Zhao Jiayi leaned over and whispered to him. Others might not know what Hao Ren was thinking about, but Zhao Jiayi, who slept in the berth below him, knew what was up. Since Hao Ren didn't respond, Zhao Jiayi patted him on the shoulder and continued, this is a good opportunity for you to get close to her now that we are out on a trip. With my experienced eyes, I think Xie Yujia likes you. Okay, I got it. Hao Ren smiled at him, touched by how much his buddy cared for him. Zhao Jiayi, Yu Rong, and the other guys looked careless, but in moments of need, they would stick with each other. They followed Xie Yujia to the big Buddha temple 2 blocks away like a group of elementary students who just got off from school. Hao Ren looked up at the sky and found that it was clear without the 9-dragon palace blocking the sunshine. He looked toward the direction of East Ocean City and caught a glimpse of the 9-dragon palace which was still hovering in the air. They passed the main gate with tickets and entered the big Buddha temple which had green trees, stone steps, red walls, yellow tiles, and incense fragrance. Shortly after, they divided into several smaller groups. While Xie Yujia walked in front of them, Zhao Jiayi pushed Hao Ren forward abruptly. Unprepared, Hao Ren was pushed several steps forward to Xie Yujia's side. Not wanting to be the third wheel, Malina turned back and asked, You Rong, do you have anything to eat? I'm a bit hungry. Ditched by Malina and the guys, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were left walking together in the front of the group. Of course, they understood their friends' matchmaking efforts, and they couldn't blame them for their well-intentioned scheme. Oh, about the book you gave me. You got it from the old grandma, right? Where did she get it? After a dozen steps, Hao Ren finally found a topic and broke the silence. I don't know. Last time when I visited her on my way back home, she just gave it to me, Xie Yujia answered. When they walked on the rough stone steps, sunlight penetrated the tree leaves and shined on Xie Yujia. The moving spots of light on her gave her a mystic beauty. Don't you feel that Xie Yujia and Hao Ren are quite a match? Yeah. I used to think that Hao Ren is quite ordinary. But recently, I found him more and more handsome, and Xie Yujia looks more beautiful each day. They could be a perfect couple. Xie Yujia once said that she wouldn't get a boyfriend until the 3rd year, but I think she likes Hao Ren. Anyways, looking from behind, they match each other perfectly. The guys and girls walking behind them whispered to each other, afraid to spoil the chances of success of their matchmaking scheme. Xie Yujia and Hao Ren walked at a leisure pace in the front, and the people following them found them walking together quite lovely. It felt like it was a scene from a romantic movie. In their minds, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were already a couple. Their auras were in harmony with each other, giving people a peaceful and wondrous feeling. Zhao Jiayi had a strong feeling that, unlike the clinging lovers behind them, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia would stick with each other even after graduation. They would be an excellent couple who cherished each other. Next time you go and visit the old grandma, I'll go with you, Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia, stepping on the fallen leaves on the stairs. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded slightly. The majestic grand hall entered their sight. They looked back and found that the others in their group had fallen behind. Come on. Catch up. Xie Yujia waved her hand and called. The others quickened their steps. Seeing the harmony between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia when they were walking shoulder to shoulder, other group members didn't want to walk up and spoil the scene. After entering the grand hall, they looked around. Xie Yujia walked to the big Buddha statue in the center of the grand hall and murmured prayers silently with her hands together before her chest. Seeing her devoted expression, Hao Ren had a slight ache in his heart. Xie Yujia slowly opened her eyes after about 10 seconds. Seeing Hao Ren was watching her, she smiled embarrassedly before walking over to him. Let's go to the back. Patroness, would you like to draw a straw? A little monk walked over and asked Xie Yujia. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Yujia took the draw box and shook out a wooden straw. Please go to the side hall on the right for the interpretation, the little monk said. Seeing that she had drawn a straw, everyone else wanted to hear the interpretation. They urged Xie Yujia to go and hear it. Xie Yujia smiled and went to the interpretation room. The interpreter was an old monk. When Xie Yujia told him the number of her straw, the old monk looked at her, and his eyes turned from tranquil to confused. He turned to look at Hao Ren by Xie Yujia's side, and his eyes squinted with even more bafflement. Here are the words on your draw. Relax, and everything will be fine. Important people will help you reach highs and pass difficulties. Restraint is crucial in strategy. Think twice before acting. In the end, sickness gets cured, and water comes to the dried-up well. The old monk read out the interpretation and asked, What do you want to interpret? Xie Yujia bit on her lip. Love life. Oh, the guys standing behind her cheered. The old monk coughed. They realized that they were in the quiet place of a temple and shut up immediately. In the past, Xie Yujia would have blushed at their cheers, but today, she looked very serious. Patroness, you have a unique fate, and I'm uncertain about it. However, I'll give you a piece of advice. Your loved one is by your side, which is a blessing in torture. Stay or go, you must follow your heart, the old monk said. Xie Yujia furrowed her brows while she thought about the old monk's words. She was surprised that she was trying to find an answer in the straw. After all, she had never believed in such things before. Class president, is the reading good? The guys asked her immediately. Xie Yujia said with a bitter smile, It's okay. She turned back to the old monk. Thank you, master. No problem. Take care. The old monk nodded slightly at Xie Yujia and didn't even ask for any payment for the interpretation. It's all fake. Ma Lina said loudly, pulling Xie Yujia out with her. The others followed them out. The old monk turned back to his meditation, but his gaze followed Hao Ren when he walked out. Strange. He is still young, but he has the presence of dragons and tigers. In the ancient times, he would have been a figure like an emperor. He wanted to give Hao Ren some advice, but he decided against it after some thinking. The pair of young people had masters supporting them and didn't need his feeble help. He looked toward the direction of East Ocean City and felt like there was something up there, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Well, I'll never reach level 7 Qi refinement realm in my lifetime. The old monk picked up his teacup and sipped the Longjing tea, not knowing that the young man he just saw had already broken through Kan level, the equivalent of the Foundation Establishment realm, and was close to Gen level, the equivalent of the Core Formation realm. In the world of cultivation, the old monk, who was only on level 6 Qi refinement realm, should have called Hao Ren Grandmaster. Chapter 233. Blunt Man. They walked through a few temples and climbed over the hill to get to where the Great Pagoda was located. For a lot of people, most large-scaled temples were similar. However, it was a lot of fun when they came together and filled the trip with laughter. Zhou Liren, in particular, took up the role of a wicked tour guide and explained all sorts of things using his own ridiculous logic as if he knew a lot about them. The other students laughed at his strange stories and at the same time liked his humorous side. Xie Yujia was very happy as well. However, there was still a hint of worry on her face as she walked beside Hao Ren. They climbed to the top of the pagoda to enjoy the brilliant view and refreshing breeze. There were 7 floors in the pagoda, and they could see all the temples from the observation deck on the 7th floor. There were busy streets and crowded buildings outside of the red walls. Xie Yujia held onto the railing, and her bright eyes stared at the sky. The breeze high above the ground fluttered her clothes, showing her perfect curves. It waved the hair beside her neck as well, exposing her jade-like smooth skin. "Go over there, idiot." Zhao Jiayi noticed that Hao Ren was still hanging out with them and nudged him. They all knew that this trip was the best opportunity for something to happen between Xie Yujia and Hao Ren. If Hao Ren, who was the biggest coward when it came to relationships, could take this opportunity and claim Xie Yujia, it would be very romantic. Go. Go. Even Ma Lina urged him from the side. Instead of staying with Xie Yujia, she was hanging out with the guys to give Hao Ren an opportunity. Hao Ren felt sorry for Xie Yujia as she was enjoying the scenery all by herself. He walked over and said, "Hee hee, this view is pretty decent." Xie Yujia turned to him and nodded with a smile. "It's working. It's working." Zhou Liren and the guys cried out in excitement as they observed the two from a few steps away. A kid who was passing by heard their remarks and looked around confused. "What's working?" "I'll treat you guys to dinner if Yujia and Hao Ren can work it out," Ma Lina said happily. "Deal. You said it yourself." Ru Rong looked forward to the meal. They chatted around without even paying much attention to the scenery. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, on the other hand, stood side by side without many words. "Did I bother you too much before?" she suddenly asked. "It's all right. You are the class president, so it was your duty," Hao Ren said lightly. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren as if she wanted to say something else. However, she kept it to herself. Hao Ren looked into the temples with golden glazed tiles and thought to himself, "Would I miss the person who micromanaged me if she stopped one day? Come on. Let's get down. It's about time for lunch." Xie Yujia breathed in heavily and said. She turned to Zhao Jiayi and the guys. "Come on. We are going to eat." Ren is so dumb. Zhao Jiayi gritted his teeth after seeing Hao Ren leaving the platform, spacing out. The group of people left the pagoda and headed to a restaurant nearby. Everyone was cheerful and happy. However, the guys who were close to Hao Ren felt sorry for him for missing the opportunity. There was some free time after lunch. Zhao Jiayi wanted to go karaoke, and the guys who came with their girlfriends agreed to go. Hao Ren was forced to join by Zhao Jiayi. They thought Xie Yujia, as the leader, would be joining as well, but she said that she was tired and wanted to go back to the hotel and rest. A few other people had their own plans, so Zhao Jiayi and about 20 other people headed toward the KTV in Xinan City. The afternoon passed by quickly. Hao Ren felt the pressure as he watched the others sing cheerfully. Singing King, Zhao Jiayi glimpsed at Hao Ren as he sang. He wanted to create another opportunity for Hao Ren by inviting everyone to karaoke. Xie Yujia didn't come along, which meant dull AF. If Zhao Jiayi knew that Xie Yujia was leaving yet Hao Ren hadn't taken any actions, he would have killed Hao Ren. If Zhao Jiayi knew that Xie Yujia grew up together with Hao Ren and waited for him for over 10 years, this self-proclaimed player would have killed him a million times. Zhao Jiayi had to report to the basketball team after dinner, and Zhou Liren, Hao Ren, and the guys went back to the hotel. Hao Ren thought for a while in the empty room since he was still worried about Xie Yujia. Then, he took the key and left his room. He knocked on Xie Yujia's door on the same floor. Xie Yujia answered inside and only opened the door after about 10 seconds. She was surprised to see Hao Ren instead of other girls in the class. Then, she gave him a weird look. Hao Ren felt sorry for her when he noticed the tiredness in her eyes. "Did you eat yet?" Hao Ren asked. "I didn't go out, so I just had some hot dogs that I brought." Xie Yujia swept her hair behind her ears and said. "Let's me take you out for dinner." Hao Ren thought for a bit and offered. "It's okay. I'm not hungry." Xie Yujia smiled. "Did you cry?" Hao Ren asked something that he shouldn't have asked. Zhao Jiayi would have kicked his A*s if he were here to witness Hao Ren's dumbness with girls. No, Xie Yujia rubbed her eyes. I was taking a shower, and the shampoo got into my eyes. Hao Ren noticed that she was in the same outfit as earlier. He knew that Xie Yujia was so anxious and upset that she couldn't even make up a better lie. Rest up, and let's go to the night market later, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia asked in surprise. Just us? Nah, with Zhou Liren and the guys, Hao Ren answered without thinking. Xie Yujia stood still and sighed as she watched Hao Ren heading toward the guys' rooms. If it were any other girls who didn't have her temperament, they might have already smacked him. No wonder no girls liked him in so many years. Xie Yujia knocked her head and went back to her room to get changed. Half an hour later, they gathered in the lobby to go to the night market. Those who came were all single, and Xie Yujia was the only girl who showed up. Zhou Liren was still energetic, and he was thrilled that Hao Ren invited him. It never occurred to him that he should ask Hao Ren and Xie Yujia to go alone. Besides Zhao Jiayi, there were still quite a few of them who were single. Ma Lina had already gone to her auntie's place for the night, and Xie Yujia had no choice but to go with the guys since she had already agreed to it. They took a taxi from the hotel to the night market. It was a busy and crowded Saturday night, and it had everything to offer. The guys were still greedy for snacks after dinner. Since the pretty girl, Xie Yujia, was with them, they were in the mood of trying all sorts of delicious snacks. Here, Hao Ren bought 2 kebabs and handed one to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia looked at him. Although she was still a little upset, her last line of defense was broken by the kebab Hao Ren handed over. She was moved by him again. She knew that Hao Ren didn't mean anything bad. Although he seemed mean to her when they were little, he still protected her. Hao Ren got along well with his classmates in the university, and he always helped whenever he could. He was reliable and straightforward. If she didn't have little older brother in her heart, Hao Ren would have been a very nice. In Ma Lina's opinion, it was Hao Ren's luck that a pretty girl like Xie Yujia was interested in him. She wouldn't be trying to match the two if she hadn't noticed Xie Yujia's bad appetite and lack of spirit lately. Since Hao Ren seemed to be too ordinary of a guy, it would be a waste to let Hao Ren have Xie Yujia, a gentle, caring, kind, and beautiful girl. The group wandered around as they tried different snacks. Hao Ren checked out some decor stands with Xie Yujia from time to time. It was indeed a pleasant experience to hang out with classmates like this. However, a profession found itself a market in such a busy crowd: thieves. They were too busy having fun to notice that 2 thieves already had their eyes on Xie Yujia's backpack. They sneaked behind her and reached toward a pocket which was slightly open. Xie Yujia just put her wallet in there after paying for a phone sticker. Zhou Liren and the guys saw some acrobats in the front, so they ran ahead in excitement. Hao Ren, who just got the phone sticker with Xie Yujia, stayed behind with her. His acute hearing and sight located the thief who was reaching for her bag. Pa! Hao Ren grabbed the thief's wrist in a flash and pulled on it. The thief lied onto the ground immediately. Xie Yujia hadn't even realized what had happened, and it scared her all of a sudden. Why are you hitting others? The other thief shouted at Hao Ren, trying to pretend to be innocent. Hao Ren ignored them and headed toward where the guys were with Xie Yujia. However, the second thief wouldn't let go and caught up with them. Buddy, why are you hitting people for no reason? You broke his arm, and you need to pay for his medical bill. The stand owners all recognized these 2 thieves since they came here often. However, they didn't want to cause trouble for their own businesses, so they stayed out of it. These thieves were always hanging around in the area. Even though they were sent to the police, they got released in a couple of days. Xie Yujia had never seen something like this. Although she panicked, her mind was clear with Hao Ren's hand on her arm. Hao Ren, I'll go get Zhou Liren and the guys, she said. The thief who was on the ground stood up, pretending that his arm hurt. He circled behind Hao Ren and Xie Yujia as he shouted, "Why did you hurting me for no reason? You are not leaving until you pay me some money." They could tell that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were students from outside of Xinan City. Therefore, they had decided to blackmail them. Hao Ren looked at them calmly. With his strength and power, he wouldn't even be scared if there were 10 or 20 of them. All he was worried about was Xie Yujia's safety. On top of that, he couldn't release his 5 elemental sword energies around mortals. When Hao Ren was thinking about how to protect Xie Yujia as well as defeat the thieves, Yu Rong and the guys realized that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia weren't following them. They turned back and saw the two of them circled by two hooligans. Damn it! How dare you bully my buddy! Yu Rong dashed their way with two unfinished kebabs in his hands. He was the vice class president after all. Although he didn't take care of any of the class issues, he still had a title. Regarding fighting, he had no problem. Zhou Liren, Jiyu Jiadong, and a few others came over as well, and they immediately circled the two thieves. The dozens of them started the fight without a word. Mount Fo Shadowless Kick. Stone-breaking fist. Zhou Liren shouted out some cool names as he punched and kicked. Those two thieves were immediately beaten up by over 10 young students. Hao Ren looked at them in surprise. He had no idea that the guys had so much strength in them. Before he made a move, the thieves were already rolling on the ground begging for forgiveness. Suddenly, a flashing police car appeared at the exit of the night market. Big Dipper Fist. Buddha Palm Technique. Zhou Liren got more and more excited as he shouted. Damn it! Let's get out of here. See you at the west exit. Ru Rong dragged Zhou Liren, who was in his battle mood, and sprang out of there. Although he didn't care much for the class as the vice class president, he demonstrated strong leadership abilities. The group of people followed him to the west exit. Hao Ren saw the police and dragged Xie Yujia out of there as well since he didn't want to get into trouble. The night market in Xinan City was pretty big. It took them a while to get to a safe area. Damn it! I haven't even used my heavenly made scatter blossoms move yet. Zhou Liren complained as they got out of the market, waving his arms around. Xie Yujia was out of breath. She laid her hands on her knees and looked around at the guys. As a good student, she had never been involved in a fight like this. However, she suddenly understood more about the friendship amongst the guys. Although they were noisy, the guys stuck up for each other. Even though they were risking being caught by the police, they wouldn't let their buddy get bullied and blackmailed. However, if Hao Ren had a bad relationship with them, they would never have fought for him. Instead of his own strength, Hao Ren's charm was in that everyone was willing to help him as his good friend. Even though it was a fight, she felt sadder about parting ways with the classmates whom she had profound friendships with. Would she ever be able to experience happy days like this in such a warm class again? A bus can take us back to the hotel from here. Yu Rong read the bus information on the other side of the street and came back happily. Then, everyone followed him across the street and got on the bus to Hanting Hotel. There were many empty seats on the bus since it was late at night. Yu Rong and the guys in the front of the bus started to discuss what just happened. Although they were just taking a bus, it gave them a special feeling to be on a bus with their classmates in an unfamiliar city. Hao Ren turned to Xie Yujia and sensed the reluctance to leave in her eyes. He lightly nudged her arm. Yujia, don't go. Chapter 234. Little White has its dignity too. Xie Yujia kept silent. The bus headed toward the hotel noisily. Ren, later on, Yu Rong turned around to talk to Hao Ren, but he swallowed the second half of the sentence when he sensed the strange looks on Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's faces. He turned back to the front as if nothing happened. Yu Rong thought to himself, Ren is confessing to her on the bus. Give me a day to think about it, Xie Yujia answered. Yu Rong was trying his best to eavesdrop, and what Xie Yujia said confirmed his assumption. Damn, Hao Ren is actually doing this on the bus. He seemed quiet, but he has some guts. Okay, Hao Ren nodded. He knew that he for sure would regret it if Xie Yujia left. However, he didn't have enough courage to stop her from reuniting with her parents. The bus arrived at the destination, and the door opened. Yu Rong yelled, "We are here! We are here! Get off the bus, everyone!" He also shouted to ease the awkwardness between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. The group got off the bus and entered the hotel. Come to our room to play cards later, Ren. Zhou Liren shouted at Hao Ren excitedly. Yu Rong immediately pulled Zhou Liren's ear and dragged him away. He said, I'll play cards with you. We can invite Jiyu Jiadong and Huang Jianfeng as well. Ren probably has something else to do. Something else? What is it? Zhou Liren didn't get the hint. Yu Rong kicked him into the room and closed the door behind him. Go rest. You must be exhausted from guiding the class around today, Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia when they got to the door. Xie Yujia walked to her room. Hao Ren stood at his door and watched Xie Yujia enter her room. He sighed lightly and entered his room afterward. Hao Ren turned on the TV to make the room less quiet before he went for a shower. He had been cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll every night lately and had seen some visible improvements. He just needed an impact force to break through his openings. Little White hopped around impatiently in the hidden space in the necklace, so Hao Ren let it out of there so that it could take a hot shower as well. In a week's time, it consumed all of Hao Ren's essence replenishment pills and even sneaked into the library when Hao Ren let it have some free time. It used its ability of rolling around on the ground to attract a bunch of girls and got over 70 hot dogs from them. Hao Ren carried Little White in his hand as he walked out of the bathroom in the robe provided by the hotel. He noticed two people standing outside the bathroom when he was just about to rest in bed. Hao Ren backed off half a step in panic and then realized that they were Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. "How many times did I tell you not to scare me like this? Please," Hao Ren said to them helplessly as he sighed. He backed up another half a step with Little White after seeing how charmingly they laughed. "Did you see me in the shower?" Lu Linlin covered her smile as Lu Lily blushed slightly. Little White shivered in Hao Ren's arm at the question as well. Hao Ren rolled his eyes at it. "What are you shivering for? You don't even wear clothes." "Hee hee. Did Gongzi forget about the trading convention this weekend?" Lu Linlin asked while she stared at his chest on purpose. It wasn't covered with the robe. "I do remember about it." Hao Ren set Little White free on the floor and replied, "But I thought it is tomorrow." "It's today, but my sister and I didn't want to disturb your romance with the other Jumu," Lu Linlin said with a hint of jealousy. Hao Ren looked at her and realized how hard it was to deal with the older sister. He glimpsed at their outfit and realized that they were in their cyan and green ancient dresses. The ones they were in when they made their first appearance at the school. "Okay, we won't do a lot of talking for now. Change into these, Gongzi. If you wore the modern clothes, you would get questioned." Lu Linlin took out an outfit and a pair of cloth shoes magically and handed them over to Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked down at the light blue Taoist robe in Lu Linlin's hand. Right away. He was surprised. "Yeah, why else does Gongzi think we came here to see you tonight?" Lu Linlin questioned back. Hao Ren thought about it, and his facial expression changed a bit. Then, he took the outfit to the bathroom to get changed. Lu Lily looked at Lu Linlin timidly and said, "You are so brave to tease Gongzi, sis." "I wasn't teasing him, I was telling the truth," Lu Linlin pouted. Soon enough, Hao Ren got out of the bathroom in the Taoist robe. Lu Linlin took out a cultivation hat and put it on Hao Ren. Lu Lily secretly laughed at Hao Ren, who looked weird in the hat. "Let's not waste any time, Gongzi. Let's go." Lu Linlin held Hao Ren's hand and took out a bracelet. Lu Lily followed him over and held onto his other hand. Little White saw that Hao Ren was about to leave and hopped into his arms. Then, Hao Ren put it back into the hidden space. The bracelet enlarged slowly and covered up the three of them. Then, it turned into a ray of white light and shot into the sky. It only took them a few seconds to get from first heaven to fifth heaven. Lu Linlin's techniques were definitely better than Zhao Hongyu's. It was pitch dark on fifth heaven. The nature essence was thick, and immortal mountain after mountains floated in the sky. Anyone without proficient sword flying skills would run into the hills and fall off. Some white light slowly appeared in front of them. "We are almost at the trading convention," Lu Linlin said cheerfully. She commanded the bracelet to land rapidly as the three of them reached the ground steadily. It was actually another immortal mountain with the top cleaned up nicely, turning it into a flat-top mountain. That was where the trading convention was located. There were white lamps on several temporary stone pillars. They were not lanterns nor luminous pearls. However, they could light up the area near them. They looked at the trading convention's venue and found that it was almost as big as the entire East Ocean University's campus. Thousands of white lights brightened up the place as if it was a lantern festival. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily held onto each of Hao Ren's hands and didn't let go. Although some men noticed Hao Ren due to his two charming companies, no one paid too much attention to him. Hao Ren observed the situation around him and found it normal to see a male with 3 to 4 female companions. Everyone was dressed in decent ancient outfits, like Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, or Taoist outfits. If Hao Ren didn't know he was on fifth heaven, he would have thought that he was on a set for making a movie. Aside from the moving crowd, there were all kinds of temporary stands everywhere. There were treasures, elixir pills, and techniques. Don't worry, Gongzi. No one will see through your technique, Lu Linlin whispered to Hao Ren. Hao Ren's body was giving out a dark blue light. However, he had all 5 elements. It was Hao Ren's first time participating in such a trading convention, so he was very cautious and didn't wander around the stands by himself. He looked around with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. The flat-top mountain had a large space, and there were hundreds of stands as well as tens of thousands of cultivators. Over half of them were here to get ready for the 9-Dragon Palace trip. Hao Ren shivered at the thought of tens of thousands of cultivators attacking the 9-Dragon Palace at the same time. There were also many beautiful women in either ancient dresses or Taoist outfits walking around. The number of charming women was at least 5 or 6 times more than that in the city. Hao Ren was almost tired of checking them out. He knew that if Zhou Liren were here, he would be overexcited to death. However, these girls were not as pretty as Lu Linlin and Lu Lily once they were compared, and those cold and haughty female cultivators weren't as charming as Su Han either. After getting accustomed to the environment, Hao Ren walked around a few nearby stands. Fire separation technique, golden light technique, feigned death technique. They all seemed to be very fundamental techniques. The truth was, the real powerful techniques wouldn't be sold in the trading convention, so they only brought in these techniques to make up the numbers. What was actually useful were the elixir pills, Dharma treasures, and talismans and Dharma notes. However, Hao Ren didn't ask around since the twins were with him. After a while, Hao Ren asked Lu Lily, "What makes the lamps shine on the stone pillars?" Gongzi doesn't know. Lu Lily was surprised and explained, "There is nothing special about them but some simple array formations. The spirit stones under the covers are giving out light through ignition." Spirit stones? Hao Ren wanted more details. The spirit stone is the currency amongst cultivation sects on and above 5th heaven. And there are 4 kinds of them: low tier, mid tier, top tier, and perfect tier. However, it's not only a currency but also can assist with cultivation. Cultivators can reach a higher speed in cultivation by taking the nature essence from the stones. Therefore, spirit stone is a resource, and since everyone needs it, it became a currency. These are only cheap, low-tier stones so no one would use them for cultivation, Lu Linlin explained to Hao Ren patiently. He nodded. Elder Lu and the others seem to have never mentioned spirit stones to me. That's because the dragon cultivators don't need spirit stones to assist them in cultivation. The most the spirit stones could do for dragon cultivators are to power array formations. You need to know, Gongzi, that the dragon cores in the dragon's bodies are natural cultivation treasures. Human cultivators would need to consume countless spirit stones in order to reach the core formation realm. Yet dragons can reach gen level easily, Lu Lily continued. Lu Linlin couldn't help but add after seeing how her sister enjoyed explaining. Does Gongzi know that there are things the human cultivators all fight over with their lives in the 9-Dragon Palace? You do know about the 9-Dragon Palace. What do they want from there? Hao Ren asked. Spirit stones, Lu Linlin answered. There are plenty of spirit stones in the 9-Dragon Palace. There are multiple spirit stone mines under each mountain, and I heard that the Grand Palace, as well as the 9-branch palaces, are all made with perfect tier spirit stones. Perfect tier spirit stones. Hao Ren thought about the seemingly normal large black rocks in the 9-Dragon Palace. Are those the perfect tier spirit stones? There were perfect tier spirit stones in the world of cultivation which were even more precious than gold and diamonds. Hao Ren remembered the tower in the 9-Dragon Palace which was high in the sky. It was made of dark black square rocks that were half a meter in each dimension. They were all perfect tier spirit stones. But it's not so easy to get inside the 9-Dragon Palace. Only 1 out of 10 may survive. The deeper one gets, the more dangerous it will be because there are demon beasts everywhere, Lu Linlin added. Demon beasts? Hao Ren was surprised to hear that because he didn't encounter any of them last time. But judging from the way the twins were talking about the 9-Dragon Palace, their knowledge all came from books. All in all, the 9-Dragon Palace was not a simple place. There were countless treasures as well as dangers in it. Little White got a little unsettling in Hao Ren's necklace as it sensed the change of environment. Since they were in the cultivators area, Hao Ren thought it should be fine to let it out. Little White hopped out of the hidden space as it sensed the strong nature essence and immediately transformed into its larger form. You need to behave, Little White. We are here to buy food for you. If you don't behave, we will sell you here. Lu Linlin bent her back and pointed at its nose to give it a warning. Although Little White was a spirit beast, it had high EQ. It sensed the Lu Linlin's threatening tone and immediately hid behind Hao Ren. However, half of its body was still sticking out given its size. Hao Ren was just about to tell her not to threaten Little White when a girl with a silk ribbon around her waist came to them in the air and landed right in front of Hao Ren. "Hey, junior brother. Did you see Master Lu?" Hao Ren was confused. The girl was a bit impatient. She looked at Hao Ren, dissatisfied. "You look unfamiliar, and I don't think I have met you before. Are you one of Master Lu's disciple who came here for the Nine-Dragon Palace?" Hao Ren didn't say anything. She then looked at Little White beside him and commented, "Your pet is a mortal creature, not even on level 1. It seems like you can't be that talented either. Never mind. I'll find him myself." A golden little lion suddenly ran out of her right sleeve and transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant golden lion. Its 4 paws were enveloped by fire as it carried the girl away at a fast speed. Hao Ren was confused while Little White blinked and looked at the giant golden lion with its large, innocent eyes, looking upset. Although it always pretended to be cute, Little White had self-esteem too. Chapter 235. We have money. Hee hee, she thought you are a disciple of Sky Mountain sect since you are with Little White. Lu Lily stepped up and laughed. Hao Ren looked at the golden lion which was already far away. Then, he decided to forget about it and kept walking around. After a while, it suddenly occurred to him. Sky Mountain sect? Then, they should probably have 10,000-year 7-colored snow lotus? Do all the major sects have stands? Hao Ren asked Lu Lily. This trading convention is a free market for the cultivators, not the sects. Usually, a few friends would rent a stand and lay their belongings out, Lu Lily said. You two have more knowledge. Help me locate Sky Mountain sect's stands, Hao Ren said. The trading convention was very crowded and noisy. There were lots of chances of finding something good. However, it wasn't easy to locate a specific stand. Sky Mountain sect is an important sect on 6th heaven. Their stand should be in the middle of the venue, Lu Lily said. Hao Ren followed her, and she added, there are differences between big and small cultivation sects. There are many small sects on 5th heaven, and some that have specialties and strengths are located on 6th heaven, where the nature essence is thicker. They each have their own territories. As for the major sects with powerful strength, 7 or 8 sects took over 7th heaven. The super powerful sects in the world of cultivation, Godly Cloud Dao, took over 8th heaven, which is the closest to 9th heaven. Statuses were clearly defined by levels as if it was a fully developed society. Judging from the number of cultivators who attended this trading convention, there were millions, maybe even tens of millions of cultivators on 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th heaven. Godly Cloud Dao took up the entire 8th heaven on its own, and the other sects all have to communicate with each other. Big sects would make smaller sects their subsidiary sects and pick talents from them. In the meantime, smaller sects will try their best to level up onto a higher heaven. Sky Mountain sect specializes in planting spirit herbs and medicines and raising spirit beasts. Although it is a sect on the 6th heaven, it has a pretty good relationship with a few big sects on 7th heaven. Therefore, it holds an important position on 6th heaven, Lu Linlin added. Hao Ren nodded in agreement. The cultivation sects are on and above 5th heaven, completely separated from the mortal world. Since the dragon tribe's members lived among the mortals and were somewhat connected, they had some relationship going on. The human cultivators, on the other hand, had absolutely no interest in the humans in the mortal world. 9 Lives Soul Protection Pill, Transformation Pill, Yin Yang Dragon Tiger Pill, White Lotus Pill, Cold Plum Pill. The shouts interrupted Hao Ren's thoughts. He turned around and saw over 30 bottles of elixir pills on a small table. The owner was a mid-aged cultivator in his 40s in an ordinary dark blue cultivation suit. Gongzi, those are all fake elixir pills. You don't need to go there, Lu Linlin reminded him from the side. The cultivator shouted at Hao Ren, you must be a cultivator from Sky Mountain sect. Your snow lion seems to be very powerful. Buy some transformation pills for it so it can level up faster and cultivate both ice and fire elemental energy. You are trying to sell our Gongzi fake elixir pills even though you know he is from Sky Mountain sect? Lu Linlin asked him. She stared at him until the cultivator put his stand away hastily and fled. He thought Hao Ren looked young and the two pretty companies demonstrated how inexperienced and wealthy he must have been. Therefore, he wanted to trick some spirit stones out of Hao Ren. However, he didn't expect to be seen through this easily. It was his fault to have believed that Hao Ren was only in the Foundation establishment realm. He would have never thought that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who hid their techniques on purpose, were already on low-grade Qian level, which was equivalent to low-tier nascent soul realm. Either Lu Linlin or Lu Lily alone could have shaken 3 to 4 small sects on fifth heaven. Lu Linlin smiled charmingly as the mid-aged man fled. "You don't need to worry about being scammed because we are here, Gongzi." Hao Ren smiled back at them. It was true. He wouldn't fall for it even if he wanted to, since Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were by his sides. Little White was having trouble moving around in the crowd since it couldn't fly. Therefore, it turned back into its smaller form and followed Hao Ren closely by his heels like a rolling white fluffy ball. "Hee hee, these are all stands from Sky Mountain sect, Gongzi," Lu Lily pointed ahead. Hao Ren saw several adjacent stands surrounded by quite a few people. They seemed to be doing pretty well. He squeezed in with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and found that the things they were selling here were indeed more valuable than those at other stands. The elixir pills are legit, but the techniques are pretty ordinary. The spirit herbs are not ripe enough to feed Little White. Maybe purchasing some elixir pills is a good choice, Lu Lily turned to Hao Ren and said. Her body was almost up against Hao Ren due to the crowd. She realized that her face was only a few centimeters from Hao Ren's after she finished talking. She blushed immediately. "How much are these elixir pills?" She stepped up and asked the disciple from Sky Mountain sect. Basic essence replenishment pills are 15 low-tier spirit stones per bottle, and there are 10 pills in a bottle. Basic spirit replenishment pills are 25 low-tier spirit stones per bottle of 8 pills. Basic detox pills are 20 low-tier spirit stones per bottle, and there are 9 pills in each bottle. We only have these 3 elixirs left. Maybe it was because of Lu Linlin's pretty look. The disciple put a stop on his current trade to explain to her patiently. "I'll take all the essence replenishment pills and spirit replenishment pills." Lu Linlin was very straightforward as well. The surrounding cultivators thought the pretty girl was only planning on buying a few bottles. They had no idea that she was going to take everything on the stand. Lu Linlin asked in everyone's surprised stare, "Do the nearby stands all have the same price for these elixir pills?" The stunned Sky Mountain sect disciple nodded in hesitation. He only came here with his fellow disciples to sell these items for some spirit stones in order to get some defensive Dharma treasures. He never thought that he could actually sell out all the basic elixir pills. The fact was that these basic elixir pills had very slight effects so that they wouldn't be of great use in actual battles. "Alright, then I'll take all the essence replenishment pills and spirit replenishment pills on all 5 stands," Lu Linlin said. "Shoo!" All the surrounding cultivators gasped. Although the essence replenishment pills and spirit replenishment pills weren't very expensive, there were at least hundreds of bottoms on all 5 stands. She was buying over 1,000 elixir pills at once. "Get that ascendance grass too, sis. We can feed them to Little White as treats," Lu Lily said to Lu Linlin. "Okay." Lu Linlin nodded and asked the disciple, "How much is the ascendance grass?" 12 low-tier spirit stones per bundle. The disciple of Sky Mountain sect was already stuttering. "Okay, there should be around 30 bundles here. I'll take them all," Lu Linlin said lightly. "Shoo!" The cultivators gasped again. When the cultivators were wondering what these girls' background was and why were they spending spirit stones like crazy, they both turned around and said, "Should we take all the detox pills too? Gongzi? Little White would eat anything, and the detox pills can cleanse its body." Everyone turned back to look at Hao Ren at the same time. These beautiful Foundation establishment realm twin sisters are spending spirit stones like this on this Gongzi's order. They thought, who is this young man dressed in regular cultivation clothing? He must be a talented genius of a big sect. Get them all, so we don't have to come back often," Hao Ren said. He was so calm that it drove the cultivators around them crazy. In fact, even the Foundation establishment realm cultivators of a regular sect on fifth heaven could only make 30 low-tier spirit stones in a month. "Okay, Gongzi." Lu Linlin took out over 40 mid-tier spirit stones from her ring and put them in front of the disciple without a word. Each mid-tier spirit stone equaled to 100 low-tier spirit stones. But the help it could provide in cultivation was way more than what 100 low-level spirit stones could do. The fact that she took out 40 mid-tier spirit stones casually immediately startled the surrounding cultivators. Even the disciples from Sky Mountain sect were shocked. They collected all the elixir pills from their fellow disciples and had never thought that the pills could get them so many spirit stones. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily slightly bent their backs and put the elixir pills and spirit herbs into their zumi rings. Little White in her tiny form smelled the delicious elixir pills and hopped into Hao Ren's arms excitedly. Hao Ren patted its little head. "This time, we have enough for you to eat, Little White." The surrounding cultivators were all speechless. If these mid-tier spirit stones are traded into low-tier spirit stones, there would be over 4,000 of them. And all these are used to feed this tiny thing. Even that great-looking golden lion wouldn't get such a treatment. If Little White knew this, it would definitely stand right in front of the golden lion and put its paw on its nose while giving it a prideful and despicable look. "Oh, do you guys have 10,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses?" Hao Ren asked casually. Kakaka, the surrounding cultivators were almost losing it. 10,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses. The ultimate treasure of Sky Mountain sect. It was said that the Sky Mountain sect only had 3 of them, and this young man was trying to purchase them? "No, we don't have any." The disciple of Sky Mountain sect was stupefied. Oh. Hao Ren wanted to ask them how he could purchase one. However, he realized that it might not be a good idea after seeing how everyone reacted. "I've put everything away, Gongzi." Although Little White is greedy, these can still lasted a month. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily returned to Hao Ren's sides. 1 month. Over 40 mid-tier spirit stones. Some of the surrounding cultivators actually collapsed at that information. At the very moment, in the disciple of Sky Mountain sect's eyes, the immature snow lion was definitely not a snow lion but a godly beast. "Let's go." Hao Ren carried Little White and left as the twins followed on both sides. They just spent over 40 mid-tier spirit stones without even blinking their eyes. They asked Lu Qing for spirit stones a while ago, and he casually gave them 100 mid-tier spirit stones. East Ocean had a strong financial background with abundant resources. On top of that, they didn't need the spirit stones to cultivate. Even for powering array formations, they would use top-tier spirit stones. Therefore, they couldn't care less for these mid-tier spirit stones. Chapter 236. My mistake. While the astonished cultivators watched, Hao Ren left with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and merged with the crowd at the trading convention. "Linlin, how many spirit stones are left?" Hao Ren turned his head and asked Lu Linlin. "We still have over 50 mid-tier spirit stones. Do you want to buy elixirs or Dharma treasures?" Lu Linlin asked. Since such trading conventions were unofficial events organized by cultivators, the objects at the event were not very rare. Lu Linlin had brought 100 mid-tier spirit stones to buy some elixir pills for Little White to help it improve its cultivation strength. "I want to buy beads of wood, fire, and earth to match the gold and water beads on my necklace," Hao Ren said. "That's easy. I think I've seen some of them somewhere here." Lu Lily had been observing the objects of each booth, and she immediately took Hao Ren to 3 booths to buy the beads. The payment for 3 beads was only half a mid-tier spirit stone. If Hao Ren had to collect them by himself, it would take him forever. But at the trading convention, he bought them with great ease. Attaching the newly bought beads to the necklace, he now had a 5-elemental necklace. Through the necklace, Hao Ren felt the 5 beads were interacting with each other and forming a cycle, helping him absorb the 5-elemental essence from nature. This process would greatly help Hao Ren's cultivation of the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll. While the dragon core in his body was an internal monitor of 5 elemental essences, the 5-elemental necklace was an external adjuster to balance the 5 elements by small amounts. Having bought food for Little White and 3 beads for himself, Hao Ren was satisfied with this trip. He bought a flexible, dragon leash, for 120 low-tier spirit stones. Taking off the little bell Lu Linlin and Lu Lily gave him, he attached the bell to the dragon leash before putting the leash around Little White's neck. Little White looked quite cute with the golden bell on its snow-white fur. The special flexibility of the dragon leash made sure the leash wouldn't break even when Little White changed into a bigger size. Since Little White followed Hao Ren everywhere, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily could still find Hao Ren's location with the bell. However, with the bell attached on Little White's neck, he didn't have to worry about Lu Linlin and Lu Lily suddenly appearing while he is taking a shower. Ruff, ruff, Little White in Hao Ren's arms suddenly started making noises. It wriggled its rump while nudging Hao Ren's arm with its mouth. After some time with Little White, Hao Ren was familiar with its signals. With its wriggling rump, it told him it wanted to go to the bathroom. Immediately he let it go. Little White jumped to the ground and rushed out of the trading convention. The jingling golden bell was dazzling on its white fur. The little creature had to choose this moment to go to the bathroom on the territory of the cultivating sex. Resigned, Hao Ren followed it with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who covered their giggles with their hands. Without the illumination of the stone columns, the spot Little White chose for its bathroom was quite dim. The small body of Little White hid in a cluster of grass and was busy doing its business. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, laughter came from behind them. They turned and found 6 male cultivators in different robes had surrounded them in a half-circle. This spot was in the wilderness, blocked by a massive boulder from the venue of the trading convention. Hao Ren knew that he and the Lu sisters had been followed ever since they bought the elixirs. 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, 2 of whom were beautiful girls, had casually taken out over 40 mid-tier spirit stones and were careless with the prices when they purchased things. Naturally, their fortune and the Lu sisters' beauty had caught the thug's eye. The lowest level of the cultivators attending the trading convention was Foundation Establishment Realm. Among the 6 robbers, 3 were in mid-tier Foundation Establishment Realm while the others were in the top tier. Hao Ren was now at the Li level, which was the equivalent to mid-tier Foundation Establishment Realm, while Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were only at low-tier Foundation Establishment Realm. The difference of the strengths of the two sides was quite evident. Even with the spirit beast, which had not reached even the first level, Hao Ren and the Lu sisters were no match for them in strength. "Little White, are you done?" Hao Ren turned his head and asked in a low voice. Swaying its little rump, Little White trotted to him from the cluster of grass. When it found Hao Ren was surrounded, it immediately changed into a magnificent spirit beast of 1 meter tall, growling. Without hesitation, the 6 men threw their Dharma treasures at them. Little White roared with rage and dashed toward the Dharma treasures fearlessly. "Little White, come back!" Hao Ren beckoned at Little White before taking out a long spear from his hidden space. Dragon Gold Spear. The long spear grew longer in the air. The silver body immediately turned into a dazzling gold color. "They indeed have powerful Dharma treasures," one of the 6 robbers yelled, and they combined the power of their Dharma treasures to block Hao Ren's gold spear. The 6 of them came together to rob Hao Ren and the Lu sisters, fearing the rich fellow would have powerful defense Dharma treasures with him. They were sure his powerful Dharma treasures would become part of the loot. Clang! Clang! The gold spear collided with the 6 Dharma treasures and bounced them off. But the gold spear couldn't stop its momentum and shot into the ground. "This fellow doesn't know how to handle Dharma treasures. Let's go get him," the leader of the gang shouted. However, they were sadly mistaken. The reason Hao Ren was not good at using the Dharma treasure was that he had never used it. He threw out the gold spear to stop them from attacking Little White. "Linlin, Lily, you stay behind," Hao Ren ordered before shooting out 2 beams of sword energy from his fingers. Since he began cultivating, he had never engaged in a real fight, and he had not tried the power of the sword array formation. 5 elemental sword energy. Trivia technique. They blocked Hao Ren's 2 sword energies with Dharma treasures and moved forward in a half-circle when they saw a huge fire loop was crashing toward them. The fire array formation. It was made up of 16 fire elemental sword energies. If they were trapped by it, they would be severely burned. Array formations could trap strong enemies inside and defeat them. Swoosh! A dense rain of sword energies shot toward them from high up in the sky. Each group containing 16 gold elemental sword energy, and there were 3 groups, forming the gold elemental sword array formation. The seemingly random sword energies were, in fact, interacting with each other and strengthening each other. This was the power of sword array formation. 3 mid-tier and 3 top-tier cultivators of the Foundation Establishment Realm were stunned by the sword array formation falling from the sky. "We were wrong. He's a cultivator of the core formation realm. Let's go." the leader threw out a white gong before fleeing. Dong! 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 The dense golden sword energy beams shot into the gong and turned it into a sieve. The difference between the core formation realm and the foundation establishment realm was drastic. In the core formation realm, the cultivators could use advanced dharma treasures and advanced cultivation techniques. Even 6 foundation establishment realm cultivators didn't dare to mess with one cultivator of the core formation realm. In fact, Hao Ren's cultivation strength was indeed at the Li level, which was the equivalent of the foundation establishment realm. However, Hao Ren's powerful sword array formation made them think he was a cultivator of the core formation realm, which was the equivalent of Gen level. When the sword array formation was unleashed, the sky dimmed with its power. After all, the sword array formation was like any other array formations which borrowed the nature essence instead of drawing on the strength of the cultivator. The 6 cultivators of the foundation establishment realm were scrambling to escape when Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, standing beside Hao Ren, suddenly released an overwhelming suppression. Nascent soul realm cultivators. Their legs became jelly instantly. On this low-level trading convention, they should have encountered not only a disguised cultivator of the core formation realm but 2 masters of the nascent soul realm. Without thinking, they dropped to the ground and kowtowed to Hao Ren, and the Lu sisters, and 2 of them even wetted their pants with fear. They were asking for death to rob a cultivator of the core formation realm. It was even worse, as they had planned to rape 2 masters of the nascent soul realm. A master of nascent soul realm could kill the 6 of them with only 1 finger. In the whole 5th heaven, there were only 4 masters of the nascent soul realm. The 4 masters of the nascent soul realm were leading the 4 most powerful cultivation sects in 5th heaven. When blood began to ooze from their foreheads due to their repeated kowtowing, they found their heads were still attached to their bodies. Shakily, they lifted their heads slightly and saw that the young man, 2 beauties, and the spirit beast were gone. "Boss, are you okay?" A man in a gray cotton robe helped their frightened leader up. The leader had blood all over his face. Looking at his dharma treasure on the ground, he found it had lost all its nature essence. It was throwing good money after bad. He wiped the blood off his face and gritted his teeth. As a cultivator of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, he was a half-master in the 5th heaven. But today he was defeated so pathetically and had almost lost his life. "Let's go." Picking up the damaged dharma treasure, the leader got his breath back before leading his gang back into the trading convention. "Boss, there's a girl on level 1 Qi refinement realm. With 2 teeth gone." One of his subordinates pointed at one spot in the trading convention and reported. "She dares to come here without reaching the foundation establishment realm. Damn. Let's rob her." The leader spat out a mouthful of bloodied spit before taking his gang to the direction of the girl. They had taken only 5 steps when a surge of suffocating suppression pushed at them from the sky. Another master of the nascent soul realm, their well-beaten bodies dropped to the ground without any resistance. "Yujia, look around and purchase whatever catches your eye," the nascent soul realm cultivator told the girl. Chapter 237. Who let down whom? The girl had been standing alone at the edge of the trading convention, but suddenly a nascent soul realm cultivator appeared beside her. Judged from the force of the suppression, this was a master at top tier the nascent soul realm. The amiable old grandma held the hand of a puzzled Xie Yujia, leading her into the heart of the trading convention. All the people with any cultivation strength at the trading convention could see that the disciple of the female master of the nascent soul realm was only a girl of level 1 Qi refinement realm. It was a great fortune to be a disciple of a master of the top-tier nascent soul realm. Besides, the girl seemed to have no special cultivation talent. Xie Yujia was dizzy from seeing all kinds of objects at the convention. And the people nearby all looked at her with envy, bafflement, and doubt. Swoosh! Swoosh! 4 beams of light shot toward the trading convention. Sensing the suppressions of 2 nascent soul realm masters nearby, the 4 nascent soul realm masters leading 5th heaven all came out to investigate. However, they had now lost track of the 2 nascent soul realm masters. Instead, they sensed the overwhelming cultivation strength of another master of the nascent soul realm. It was quite extraordinary that the trading convention for cultivators of the foundation establishment realm had attracted 3 masters of the nascent soul realm. They came to the sky above the trading convention and sensed the master of the nascent soul realm had reached the top tier. They hovered in the air, exchanging a look with each other. The four of them were only at the low-tier nascent soul realm, and the combined force of the four of them was no match for a master of two-tier nascent soul realm. The nascent soul realm cultivators of top tier had the potential to enter the soul formation realm. Most of the masters of nascent soul realm stayed in the low tier all their lives because the elevations in the nascent soul realm was more difficult than all the previous levels combined. They didn't know that the master of top tier nascent soul realm at the convention was, in fact, a master of the god transformation realm. On the one hand, the old grandma didn't want to shock them with her true power. On the other hand, she didn't want people to make trouble for them. That was why she disguised herself as a cultivator of top-tier nascent soul realm. The four cultivators of low-tier nascent soul realm exchanged a look before flying back to their respective cultivation places. If the newcomer had been a cultivator of low-tier nascent soul realm, they would have shown their faces and their ownership of the territory. However, with a top-tier master of nascent soul realm whose temperament they knew nothing about, they thought it was better not to confront her at all. The amiable old grandma strolled through the stalls with Xie Yujia, and anyone who saw this white-haired old lady knew better than to mess with her. Wherever they went, the crowd gave way for them. "Yujia, take whatever you like," the old grandma told Xie Yujia genially. Glancing at the glittering objects in one booth, Xie Yujia hesitated before picking up an exquisite jade bracelet. "Grandma, I'll take this, but I'll pay for it." The old grandma smiled genially. "Little Yujia, the things here are not paid for with money." She took out a mid-tier spirit stone and tossed it at the young vendor. "I believe it's enough for this bracelet." The young cultivator caught the spirit rock with apprehension. "Grandmaster, you don't have to pay for it." With her cultivation power of top-tier nascent soul realm, she could have taken all the items on the trading convention, and no one would have dared to utter a word. After all, any cultivator who could reach top-tier nascent soul realm was as old as 500 to 600 years. Even the core formation realm cultivators who were the masters of these cultivators of the foundation establishment realm were no match for the master of top-tier nascent soul realm. They didn't understand why this grandmaster had taken a girl at level 1 Chi refinement realm as her disciple. After all the nascent soul realm masters were put on pedestals by their respective cultivating sects and didn't take disciples anymore. Xie Yujia slid the pretty jade bracelet onto her white wrist happily. It glittered in the illumination of the nearby stone columns. "Thank you, Grandma." She turned to the old grandma and thanked her. "Hee hee, I'm glad you like it. Let's have a look at other stuff." The old grandma's smile was full of wrinkles. Immediately, Xie Yujia helped the shaky old grandma to other booths. The watching cultivators were envious of the girl who was only at level 1 Chi refinement realm and had a nascent soul realm grandmaster as her protector. Obviously, the girl was not raised by the grandmaster. She had just recently become the grandmaster's disciple. The center of the fair was more lively and boisterous than the night markets on land. Xie Yujia was strolling through the convention with one arm supporting the old grandma when a familiar figure entered her sight. Familiar figure and familiar profile. Beautiful twin sisters accompanied this man. Hao Ren was choosing some small red flowers when he felt a strong suppression come his way. With the red flowers in hand, he turned and saw Xie Yujia and the old grandma were walking toward him. Hao Ren's mind became blank for a moment. How come Xie Yujia was here? If he had not wanted to come back and look for the small red flowers Su Han had once mentioned, he would have left the convention with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily by now. But he had returned and met Xie Yujia. Meanwhile, Xie Yujia stared at him with astonishment, then bafflement, and finally silence. "Yujia, why are you here?" In a daze, Hao Ren walked over and asked. He even rubbed his eyes, suspecting his eyes were playing tricks on him or he had seen an illusion. But Little White left his side and ran to Xie Yujia with affection, proving that the girl standing before her was indeed Xie Yujia. In a white robe, Xie Yujia looked quiet and elegant like a statue in the night. The old grandma by her side looked mild, but she emitted such a powerful spirit strength that no one dared to look her in the eye. This spirit suppression was almost as powerful as that of Zhao Kuo. "Hao Ren," Xie Yujia whispered his name with a sad expression. Suddenly, she walked forward and threw herself into his arms. Before Hao Ren could react, tears began to flow out of her big eyes. Idiot! You are such an idiot! Holding Hao Ren, Xie Yujia beat his chest with her fist. He stood on her tiptoes and wound her arms around his neck, holding him tightly. She placed her face against the back of his neck and cried harder. In vain. I've waited in vain. Tears flowed down her chin onto Hao Ren's back. They were hot. Those were tears of regret, resignation, and sadness. The hundreds of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators nearby gasped at the sight. The only thing they were sure of was that the man had let down the disciple of the Grand Master of the nascent Soul Realm, and he was doomed. Chapter 238. The power of the old grandma holding Xie Yujia stiffly. Hao Ren's mind was blank. Feeling her soft shoulders in his palms, he was at a loss for words. Xie Yujia's tears showed her true feelings. Hao Ren had always thought of her as a strong and independent girl and had never imagined she would look so fragile. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood on the side and pursed their lips. The old grandma didn't make any moves as people had expected. Little White ran around Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, howling anxiously. It's hard to leave my classmate, but I have to go. With tears all over her face, Xie Yujia pushed away from Hao Ren, sobbing. She stared at him for a long while. I used to like little older brother, and now I like Hao Ren. I can't and don't want to get over my feelings. She rubbed her reddened nose. I wish everything well with you and Z, your parents and grandma. Hao Ren found her gaze full of hesitation and sadness. Staring at him, she bit her lip and suddenly rushed over and wound her arms around him. She held him in front of hundreds of people, crying her heart out. Hao Ren's mind was in a buzz, not able to think clearly. Gongzi, it's almost time to get back. Lu Linlin took 2 steps forward and said. The old grandma also walked forward and pulled Xie Yujia into her arms. Swoosh! Lu Linlin tossed out a bracelet, lifting the 3 of them up. Before they left, they revealed their true powers as masters of the nascent soul realm. Qian level and Kun level were both equivalents to the nascent soul realm. For the dragon cultivators, the higher level the cultivators were in, the more difficult for them to elevate. And that was why the Dragon Clan had a more detailed level system. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were at the low-tier Qian level, which was the equivalent of the top-tier nascent soul realm. The watching cultivators of Foundation Establishment Realm were stunned. Seeing the 2 masters of top-tier nascent soul realm serving the young man deferentially, they wondered if the young man was a Grand Master of the Soul Formation Realm. The cultivators of Soul Formation Realm were the legendary Grand Masters who could fly freely between the sky and the earth. Thinking back when the young man led the maids disguised in Foundation Establishment Realm wandering among them, the cultivators of Foundation Establishment Realm shivered with fear. With masters of top-tier nascent soul realm as maids, the young man must be a Grand Master of the Soul Formation Realm. That explained why the other top-tier master of nascent soul realm had not made a move when the young man messed with her disciple. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they felt. Meanwhile, the old grandma looked at the lost expression on Xie Yujia's face and touched her head with a slight sigh. Then she vanished in a golden flash with Xie Yujia. The overwhelming nature essence instantly filled the whole space between the sky and the earth. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the space between 5th heaven and 6th heaven. She was a cultivator of the Soul Formation Realm. One slight strike from a grudging cultivator of the Soul Formation Realm had pierced the space between the sky and the earth. The thousands of cultivators, including the tens of core Formation Realm cultivators at the trading convention, were dumbfounded. If the strike had been aimed at the venue of the trading convention, the thousands of cultivators would have all died, and the whole celestial mountain would have been shattered. Oblivious to the old grandma's anger at 5th heaven, Hao Ren returned to land with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. He went back to his hotel room through the window, still mulling over Xie Yujia's embrace. Seeing Lu Linlin and Lu Lily still standing in his room, Hao Ren asked, "Why are you still here?" "Gongzi, it's midnight. Do you really want 2 girls to return at this hour?" Lu Linlin pouted. Hao Ren glanced at them in resignation, knowing no one was their match under 5th heaven. On second thought, he felt it would be inconsiderate to drive them back in the midnight. He nodded, saying, "You have to share a bed. Or I'll put 2 chairs together, and I sleep on them, so you can each have a bed." "Thank you, Gongzi." Lu Linlin smiled joyously. "My sister and I can share a bed." She had known Hao Ren wouldn't drive them out. Lu Lily covered her smile at her sister's smug look. The two girls are outrageous. When they went into the bathroom in excitement, Hao Ren hurriedly changed out of his Taoist robe and into his pajamas before slipping under the covers. He turned on the TV and found it was already 4 o'clock in the early morning, which meant morning would come in less than 3 hours. The sound of the shower came from the bathroom. If Zhou Liren and others had known the school bells were showering and spending the night in Hao Ren's room, blood would probably have spewed from their noses. Although he had no intense feelings for Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Hao Ren was quite fond of them and agreed to most of their requests. Ruff, ruff, Little White bounced on the thick carpet before jumping into Hao Ren's bed. Hao Ren lifted it by its ears and tossed it back to the floor. This creature had been spoiled since it came into the city and had formed the habit of sleeping on a bed. Being tossed out by Hao Ren from his soft bed, Little White trotted to the bathroom and loitered at the opaque glass door. "Hey, Little White, you can't peek when the girls are taking a shower," Hao Ren yelled at it. Little White looked back at Hao Ren and turned its black eyes back to the opaque glass door. Hao Ren was choked by its glance, retorting silently, "I don't want to peek at them." Then, the door slid open, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came out of the steaming bathroom, wrapped in towels and shower robes. Seeing Little White waiting at the door, they immediately picked it up. Happily, Little White rubbed its furry head against their smooth skin and snuggled into the bed of the sisters under Hao Ren's astonished and disdainful gaze. Ruff, ruff, in the bed, Little White began to crawl around under the covers, and Hao Ren had the sudden urge to grab it and gave it a good beating. "Ha, Little White, stay still." Itchy with its furs, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily pulled it from behind their backs. Little White stuck out its tongue and began to lick their arms. After half a night together, it had forgotten entirely about the Lu sisters' threats. It abandoned Hao Ren and took the Lu sisters as its patronesses. Time ticked away, and Hao Ren woke up at 7 in the morning. He turned to look at the other bed and found Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were sleeping in each other's arms. Their sweet and peaceful look was a picture to look at. Exhausted by half a night's labor, Little White was also asleep on their beautiful hair, snoring contently. Without their cultivation strength, the twin sisters would have been two ordinary and adorable girls. Hao Ren got up from the bed quietly. He entered the bathroom to wash up and change out of his pajamas. With little sleep, he still felt dizzy. Walking to the window, he pulled the curtains to a small crack and stared at the road outside, savoring the moment when Xie Yujia held him in her arms. Although he didn't understand her emotional outburst, he couldn't forget the feeling when she held him. Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren murmured the name and touched the cold windowsill lightly. If not for Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren would have begun a slow and reasonable pursuit of Xie Yujia or Little Carrot, or the class president. Xie Yujia was lively, pure, kind and able. She was almost perfect. By contrast, Zhao Yanzi was spoiled and willful. Rubbing his temples, Hao Ren turned around and found Lu Lily had woken up and was staring at him quietly in the bed. Lu Lily blushed when Hao Ren turned abruptly, whispering, "Gongzi." "Shush." Hao Ren gestured. "Go back to sleep." "Okay." Lu Lily nodded obediently and lay back on the bed. Before she lay down, she blurted out, "Gongzi, is anything troubling you?" "Nothing. I just feel frustrated that my cultivation has not progressed recently." "Lily, do you want some breakfast? I'll bring you some from the cafe in the hotel," Hao Ren said. Cultivation progress slows down with a troubled mind. "Gongzi, I guess you are not troubled by cultivation, right?" Lu Lily asked, looking at Hao Ren with her bright and gentle eyes. "Am I too hesitant on some things?" Hao Ren asked her. "Gongzi, you are soft-hearted, so," Lu Lily bit her lip slightly. "But it's not a shortcoming. If you are a careless man, we wouldn't have stayed by your side." Hao Ren looked at her and smiled. Lu Lily blushed, wondering if she said something right. With a slight sigh, Hao Ren walked out of the room and closed the door quietly behind him. He went to the cafe for breakfast. Ordering 3 pieces of steamed bread and a bowl of soya bean milk, he began to eat quietly in a corner by the windows. Carrying a plate of steamed buns, Xie Yujia appeared in front of him. Flowing long skirt, short black boots, and a pale gray windbreaker. Classic, elegant, pretty but also lonely. She was surprised to see Hao Ren. Hao Ren waved at her. She carried the plate of steamed buns over to his table and took the seat across from him. Did you sleep well last night? Hao Ren asked. Not bad. Xie Yujia nodded slightly before looking up at Hao Ren abruptly. Last night, I had a strange dream in which the old grandma talked and took me to a wondrous place. Oh? Hao Ren arched his eyebrows. I saw you in my dream, Xie Yujia continued after a few seconds of hesitation. Looking at her, Hao Ren understood. Xie Yujia had not controlled her emotion with him because she thought it was a dream. In the dream, she thought about her imminent departure and burst into tears. Although she could control herself in real life, she had opened her heart when she thought she was in a dream. What did you dream about last night? Xie Yujia asked him. Nothing unusual, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia stared at him and thought for a while. The weirdest thing was not the dream, but this. She reached out her hand, and there was a clear white jade bracelet on her wrist. Chapter 239. In front of everyone in the early morning sunlight, the white jade bracelet glittered white. On a closer look, Hao Ren could sense the nature essence in it. This was not an ordinary bracelet, but a Dharma treasure. Xie Yujia bought it at the trading convention on the fifth heaven. Xie Yujia took the bracelet off from her wrist and looked at it against the morning sunlight pouring from the window. It was sparkling and clear without a trace of impurities, it was translucent. The bracelet would have been sold for tens of millions of yuan on the auction market. Xie Yujia sealed it back onto her wrist and her gaze moved slowly toward Hao Ren. I dreamed that the old grandma bought the bracelet for me. When I woke up, I found the bracelet on my wrist. Hao Ren looked at her, at a loss for words. Let's go back to the previous question. Xie Yujia stared at Hao Ren. Last night, were you in my dream? Hao Ren thought for a while. Today when we return to East Ocean City, I'll go with you to visit the old grandma. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded. She was baffled but didn't ask any more questions. She thought that if last night's dream was real, then she had really held Hao Ren and cried in his arms. Carefully, she looked up at Hao Ren, blushing. She had thought it was a weird and sad dream, however. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia's pink face in the morning light and thought for a while. I'm sorry, Yujia. For what? Xie Yujia lifted her head. For everything, Hao Ren said. They fell into silence while white sunshine crept onto the table. I don't want you to leave, Hao Ren broke the silence and said. Last night in the dream, I cried like a baby, Xie Yujia said after a few seconds of hesitation. I know, Hao Ren answered. Xie Yujia stared at him, and Hao Ren exhaled deeply. Once again, they fell into silence. You are here enjoying the sunshine so early in the morning. In a long striped dress, Ma Lina appeared at the entrance of the cafe, a brown purse in her hand. Her appearance broke the silence between Xie Yujia and Hao Ren. Xie Yujia hid her melancholy and smiled at her. Why are you here so early? I spent the night at my aunt's. Since I had nothing to do in the morning, I came back to play with you. I found you were not in the room and guessed you might be having breakfast in the cafe. Ma Lina winked at them. Am I the third wheel here? Xie Yujia rolled her eyes and asked, have you had breakfast yet? No, I was waiting for your invitation. Ma Lina sat down beside Xie Yujia and said. What do you want to eat? Xie Yujia asked her. 2 meat buns, 1 bowl of soya bean curd and 1 plate of steamed dumplings, Ma Lina said. You have a big appetite. Xie Yujia stood up and went to buy breakfast for her. When Xie Yujia was gone, Ma Lina looked at Hao Ren meaningfully. She smiled and pointed her finger at Hao Ren. You are good. Yujia was never close to guys, but you won her heart in one day, right? When she came back, she saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia sitting together at the table next to the window and looking at each other in silence. It was the kind of chemistry between lovers. Seeing the relationship between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia go so well, Ma Lina began to think he was a good match for Xie Yujia. After all, the girls were always concerned about such stuff. Xie Yujia had once claimed that she wouldn't fall in love, but now she had gotten a boyfriend. It was a great topic of gossip for Ma Lina. I just met the class president in the cafe, Hao Ren looked at her and explained. Don't play innocent with me. Ma Lina was all smiles, poking her finger into Hao Ren's shoulder. She sat up immediately when she saw Xie Yujia walking to them carrying her breakfast. Here, big eater. Xie Yujia put the breakfast down before Ma Lina and sat back down. Ma Lina didn't hesitate. She picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Between bites, she asked, "What's the plan for today? When do we leave for Sanmu University?" Xie Yujia took out a paper towel to clean her hands and was about to answer the question when Ma Lina suddenly dropped her chopsticks and grabbed Xie Yujia's wrist. "Wow! The bracelet is so pretty. Where did you get it?" "Oh, I bought it at the night market last night," Xie Yujia said after a moment of consideration. "Really? I'll go buy one, too," Ma Lina cried in excitement. "I bought it at the night market, and we'll have to leave today," Xie Yujia told her in exasperation. "I don't care. Today you and I stay behind to buy the bracelet. It's so pretty," Ma Lina yelled willfully. Girls had a maniac passion for anything beautiful. Ma Lina was especially excited when she saw the extraordinary bracelet. Helplessly, Xie Yujia moved her arm out of her grip. "They probably don't have another one." "No. Sell yours to me. How much did you pay for it? I'll double it." Ma Lina pestered Xie Yujia with her demand. "Hey! We are not in the dorm. Stop it." Xie Yujia reminded her with a nudge of her arm. At her reminder, Ma Lina realized Hao Ren was watching her. Knowing she had lost her composure, Ma Lina immediately faked a cough and lowered her voice. "This bracelet is so beautiful. Will you sell it to me? I'll pay you 3 times the original price. How about 4 times? 5 times?" Watching Ma Lina's anxious expression, Hao Ren thought, that bracelet can't be bought with money. Seeing Xie Yujia was unmoved by her badgering, Ma Lina finally gave up. "Forget it. I'll try my luck on Taobao. I'll go and find out if the guys have gotten up yet, so I won't play the third wheel here." She stood up and walked out of the cafe, leaving a speechless Xie Yujia who didn't know how to explain the situation. "Yujia, why don't you go back to your room and rest?" Hao Ren suggested. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded before she blurted out, "It's still early. How about going to your room for a visit?" Hao Ren was surprised. "What? I can't go to your room." Xie Yujia stared at Hao Ren. No, Hao Ren thought about Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in his room. Although they were doing nothing and had only stayed the night in his room, it would be hard to explain to Xie Yujia when she saw them. "Then you come to my room," Xie Yujia offered. "I'll call Ma Lina into my room, and the 3 of us can play cards." "Play cards? If we include Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, we can play mahjong," Hao Ren thought to himself. He said after a moment of consideration, "I'll go to your room." "Good." Xie Yujia gave him a faint smile before leading Hao Ren to her room. Xie Yujia's room faced north. It was very tidy, and the bed was made, another proof of her good life habits. Her pillow was still damp, and Hao Ren guessed she must have been crying when she woke up this morning. Xie Yujia also noticed the tear stains on the pillow. She walked over and flipped it over. Turning on the TV, she was about to go out and find Ma Lina when a knock sounded at the door. Xie Yujia opened the door and saw Ma Lina at the doorway. Ma Lina walked into the room and saw Hao Ren. She immediately retreated and looked at Xie Yujia slyly. "Oh, it's a bad time for me to visit you. Ma Lina, come and play cards with us. We were about to go find you," Hao Ren called out to her. "No, I won't play the third wheel here." Ma Lina backed out of the room and shut the door behind her. Xie Yujia blushed and glanced at Hao Ren in embarrassment. "Okay, we can watch TV." Hao Ren picked up the remote control. "Okay." Xie Yujia took off her windbreaker and hung it in the closet. Underneath she wore a pale blue shirt which accentuated her elegant figure. She kicked off her shoes and leaned against the headboard, turning her gaze to the TV. Hao Ren had been sitting on the edge of the bed. He moved slightly to one side so that he wouldn't block the TV. Although they were only watching TV, the fact that they were alone in the room was not lost on them. Hao Ren thought about Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in his room, but he had no time for them now. "Hao Ren, do you think I'm unlikable?" Xie Yujia leaned against the headboard with her hands clasped before her. She asked him in a low voice. "No, probably because you are the class president, everyone is respectful towards you," Hao Ren said. "I wanted to make everything in our class perfect," Xie Yujia bit her lip and said. "Because of you, everything in our class is quite orderly. Look at the mess other classes got themselves in, and you'll find our class is a very organized and consolidated unit." Hao Ren looked back at her and said. In the fitting shirt, a long skirt, and long socks, she looked like a pretty girl from a comic book. Her legs resting on the white sheet were so slim and long that they would make most of the girls in the school jealous. Seeming to have sensed Hao Ren's gaze on her legs, Xie Yujia quietly shifted and folded her calves under her thighs. However, this posture accentuated the fullness and sexiness of her thighs. "If I stay in East Ocean University, I'll quit as the class president," Xie Yujia said abruptly. Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. "People think I'm power-hungry and some girls hate me. That stuff is trivial, but they make me uncomfortable," she said, pursing her lips. Evidently, she regarded Hao Ren as her intimate friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked about such trivial stuff. The topic went on, and she began to tell him many small incidents in the girls' dorm. Hao Ren listened to these gossips and suddenly felt as if he was her boyfriend who was listening to her complaints when she came back from school. Xie Yujia was the class president, but she was also an ordinary college girl who didn't like other girls to badmouth her behind her back and minded the guys' opinions of her. 4 episodes of a historical drama ended on TV when the arms of the clock pointed to 12 o'clock. "Let's go to meet them in the hall." Xie Yujia looked up at the clock and said. Hao Ren found he had stayed almost 4 hours in Xie Yujia's room listening to her talk about the trivial things in her life. If the guys had known about it, they would have killed him with their disdainful eyes. Quickly, Xie Yujia pulled on her short boots and her windbreaker. A neat and pretty Xie Yujia stood before him in seconds. "Let's go. I'll walk with you to your room to get your stuff." Picking up her bag, she pulled Hao Ren out of her room. Yu Rong was walking out of a room across the corridor. He rubbed his eyes, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. Big news! Hao Ren just came out from Xie Yujia's room. With Xie Yujia close behind him, Hao Ren forced himself to open the door to his room. He was relieved to see that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had left and they even made the beds. "Your room smells fragrant." Xie Yujia took the opportunity to look around his room and commented. I spilled the shampoo last night." Hao Ren thought quickly. His sharp eyes saw several long hairs on the bed close to Xie Yujia. If she saw them. Rough. At this crucial moment, Little White crawled out from under the bed. Little White? Xie Yujia looked at Little White in pleasant surprise before glancing at Hao Ren. "No wonder you didn't invite me to your room. You brought Little White with you." Little White scratched Xie Yujia's long stockings with its claws before jumping up into her arms. It stuck out its tongue and licked her neck. This creature was fawning on Xie Yujia. It settled. Outside Hao Ren's room, Yu Rong and others were piled up against the door while whispering in excitement. A pet dog and a perfect couple. Obviously, they had finally become a couple after 1 day and 1 night. It seems Xie Yujia has agreed to be Hao Ren's girlfriend after 1 day's consideration. Yu Rong at the bottom of the pile heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look up at the 5 heads above him and extended his hand. "Pay up. I told you Ren could win the class president over." "Yeah. Hao Ren has indeed won over our beautiful class president," the other guys exclaimed as if they regretted having not made a move themselves before Hao Ren did. However, a bet was a bet. They had to pay Yu Rong the money they lost in the bet. Xie Yujia obviously liked Hao Ren, and everyone could see it from the way she held the pet dog and the way she looked at him. Chapter 240. Keeping the goodies within the family. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked out of the room, they found the guys from their class were crowding at the doorway. "Okay, everyone, let's go meet in the hall." Xie Yujia raised her arm. Today she dressed up to cheer for East Ocean University's basketball team. She didn't put on any makeup, but her skin looked more delicate and smooth than the girls who had spent hours on makeup. At her call, everyone walked into the hall to check out. With a name list in her hand, Xie Yujia collected the room keys and checked out for them. Her excellent organization skills showed that she would be an excellent housewife in the future. After the checkout, she made sure no one had forgotten stuff in their rooms before leading the group to the bus going to Sanmu University. The group was as lively as the day before, but everyone felt that Xie Yujia was happier. Women look quite different when they are in love. I wish I had pursued Xie Yujia. She isn't such a great challenge after all. She's Ren's girlfriend now. She is gorgeous. She's just an innocent girl who was easily won by Ren's sweet talk. The guys talked among themselves on the bus. Everyone could see Xie Yujia was in an excellent mood today without a trace of the melancholy she had had the day before. The bus arrived at the main gate of Sanmu University, and Xie Yujia led them off the bus. The primary purpose of their trip to Xinan City was to cheer for East Ocean University's basketball team. Zhou Liren had his regrets. Before the trip, he had planned to go to the Teachers' University, the arts program, and the music program to see pretty girls. But he played cards last night with his buddies in the hotel room until 3 a.m. When he woke up, it was already 11 a.m., with absolutely no time for him to go and see pretty girls. The stadium of Sanmu University was not far from the main gate. Since the guys were hungry, Xie Yujia led them to the school cafeteria for food. When they were eating, the guys heard the guys from Sanmu University whisper about their class president. "Ren, you are a lucky dog." Sitting beside Hao Ren, Yu Rong said out of jealousy. "What are you talking about?" Hao Ren asked. "I mean the class president." Yu Rong signaled in the direction of Ma Lina. Everyone thought Xie Yujia was a challenge and no one dared to make a move. Now they are regretful. "Look, even the guys of Sanmu University are talking about Xie Yujia's beauty." "Of course, they are. Yujia can compete with any school belle," Hao Ren said. "Well, aren't you smug? Yujia, you sound so intimate with her." Yu Rong reached out and pinched Hao Ren's cheek, half teasing, half intentional. "Hi, can I have your phone number?" Seeing Xie Yujia and Ma Lina eating alone, a handsome guy walked over and asked Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia looked up at him and turned her gaze to Hao Ren at another table. She told him, "I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend." "Wow!" the guys in Hao Ren's class yelled. Although they were a bit jealous of Hao Ren winning over Xie Yujia, they were glad that her boyfriend was someone from their class instead of some guy from another class or another school. Anyway, Hao Ren was liked by most of the guys in their circle. Hearing the yells from the guys, the handsome guy who came over to Xie Yujia impulsively realized that she was with them. He left in mortification. The guy was presumptuous because he couldn't resist Xie Yujia's beauty and tried to get to know her by asking for her phone number. Xie Yujia was a born beauty, and when she dressed up, she was dazzling. Under the old grandma's influence, she became even more stunning recently. After all, each time when she did the massage for the old grandma, she was absorbing her nature essence. Without cultivating, she had reached level 1 qi refinement realm. After a few minutes, another guy came up to Xie Yujia to test the waters. Thud. Hao Ren stood up with his platter and walked to Xie Yujia's table before sitting beside her. The guy walking toward Xie Yujia froze for a second and backed off quietly. "Yeah, Ren is manly." Yu Rong gave him a thumbs up. Xie Yujia turned to look at Hao Ren with a sweet smile. "Well, I won't be the third wheel. I'll sit alone, and maybe some handsome guy will come to talk to me." Ma Lina stood up with her platter and moved to another table. Sure enough, shortly after she sat down, some handsome guy walked over to her. However, she walked back with her platter after exchanging a few words with the guy. She said angrily, "Damn, he came to ask me about you, Yujia. Am I so ugly that no one wants to talk to me?" Hao Ren almost choked on the soup he was drinking. On a closer look, Ma Lina was pretty, and she had dressed quite nicely today. But she was totally overshadowed by Xie Yujia when they were together. After getting food at Sanmu University cafeteria, Xie Yujia led the group to the stadium to watch the game. They fell behind several steps self-consciously so Hao Ren and Xie Yujia could walk together before them. They were now officially a couple. From now on, anyone who dared to pursue Xie Yujia in public would rouse everyone else's indignation. When they entered the stadium, Zhao Jiayi was doing warm-up exercises in a yellow jersey. "Damn! I thought you wouldn't come," he shouted at the sight of his classmates. "To watch your game, I gave up the opportunity to see pretty girls," Zhou Liren retorted. He was excited since it was the first time he watched Zhao Jiayi in an official game. After all, it was a national game, and one of the main players was his buddy and roommate. Xie Wanjun was wiping his sweat at the sideline of the basketball court, and he nodded at Xie Yujia when he saw her. Then he glanced at Hao Ren by her side and smiled with satisfaction. The tallest and most prominent of the basketball team, Xie Wanjun also possessed the highest IQ and EQ among the team members. He would go to the US for his postgraduate degree in a short while. Otherwise, he would probably lead the team to win the championship of the National League. "Let's watch on the stand. Xie Yujia tucked her hand under Hao Ren's arm before walking to the stand. Their classmates followed them. "Ren, you did it. The trip is fruitful for you." Seeing Xie Yujia hold Hao Ren's arm, Zhao Jiayi was surprised. Then he threw the basketball in his hand toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren was about to sit down when he saw a basketball flying toward him. He caught it immediately. He looked forward and saw Zhao Jiayi was looking at him on the court. "Hey, you owe me a dinner," Zhao Jiayi called out. Hao Ren smiled and tossed the ball back to him. "Got it." Sitting next to Hao Ren in the first row, Xie Yujia lowered her head with a happy smile. The flawless jade bracelet on her wrist accentuated her snow-white and smooth skin. The players of Sanmu University began to enter the court. Gradually, the students of Sanmu University filed into the stadium to watch the home game. Xie Yujia took out a banner from her bag and handed it to Yu Rong and Ji Yu Jiadong behind her. "Put this up." The guys scrambled to spread the banner before holding it up high. "Go, East Ocean University! Go, Zhao Jiayi!" Seeing this banner, Zhao Jiayi forgot his nervousness and his morale was greatly boosted. "Okay, I'll show you my best." Playing an away game was not easy, but seeing his class come to cheer for him in his first formal match, Zhao Jiayi was determined to win the game. When the match began, Class 2, which was mostly guys, yelled together, "Go! Go, Zhao Jiayi!" Their uniformed cheering was more distinct than the boisterous cheering voices of Sanmu University's students. East Ocean University's basketball team was last year's national champion, and the cooperation between Xie Wanjun and Zhao Jiayi, one tall and one short, was seamless. The basketball team of Sanmu University obviously underestimated the small-sized Zhao Jiayi, who scored repeatedly. "Go! Go, Zhao Jiayi!" The guys' voices were hoarse, but they kept cheering for him. On the court, Zhao Jiayi got better each minute with three-point shots, perimeter shots, block shots and defensive rebounds. The only thing he was not good at was dunking. The game ended with East Ocean University team winning by 16 points, and Zhao Jiayi alone scored 25 points. Sanmu University team had been a strong team the year before, but it was utterly defeated by East Ocean University's team. The East Ocean University team won the first game in the National College Basketball League. After the game, the two teams stayed at the stadium for some after-game activities while Xie Yujia led the class back to East Ocean City by bus. On the way to Xinan City, Hao Ren had sat with Yu Rong and the other guys. However, now on the return trip, Hao Ren was arranged by the group to sit next to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia's sweet smile was full of happiness. The bus drove smoothly on the highway, and it was only 6 p.m. when they returned to East Ocean City. It was not dark yet. Before the bus reached East Ocean University, Xie Yujia got off earlier intending to go home and pick up some stuff. The guys urged Hao Ren to walk Xie Yujia home. Some of them even came up to push him off the bus. Under such insistent urging, Hao Ren had no choice but to get off the bus. Anyway, he had decided to visit the old grandma with Xie Yujia. Well, Huang Jianfeng and others were quite bossy, looking after the bus by the road. Hao Ren said embarrassedly. "What? Did you do what you did because they forced you?" Xie Yujia put the backpack on her back and turned to ask him. "No, anyway, I'm glad you're not leaving," Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia pursed her lips and walked to the shanty houses nearby with Little White snuggled warmly in her arms. The white jade bracelet glittered in the setting sun. It was about time to find out the truth about the strange dream. Chapter 241. The shock wires were hanging everywhere in the shanty area, and the houses were lined up in a mess. It was supposed to be taken down a dozen years ago, but it never happened. The narrow alleyway, dirty walls, uneven ground, and shadows reminded Hao Ren of his childhood. Xie Yujia walked beside Hao Ren, and there were two little shadows in front of them, just the same as when she followed little older brother around as small carrot. She didn't know that she would still be following Hao Ren around now that she was older too. It was a bit tiring, but there was no other option. The timely appearance of little older brother had already accomplished her childhood wish. Romance had nothing to do with intelligence. No matter how smart a woman is, she could turn dumb when she is in love. Little White hopped out of Xie Yujia's arms to chase after a mixed-breed puppy nearby. The puppy had never seen something with stronger temperament than a Tibetan Mastiff, so it immediately stayed still. Little White lost its interest in it and returned to Hao Ren's side. It was difficult for it to find a playmate due to its ability. However, Little White itself was very picky. Many students wanted to hug it when Xie Yujia took it to the game. But it didn't let any guys except Hao Ren touch it. Only girls, only beautiful girls had a chance to hug it. It hopped around Hao Ren and Xie Yujia like a fluffy white ball as they arrived at the old grandma's shed. The walls of the shed were shared with the neighbors, and the front wall was only as wide as two doors lined up together. There was a window which seemed to have not been opened for years and an old wooden door. The wall was leaning outside, showing how dangerous it would be to live inside. A real hermit lives in this bustling place. Hao Ren would have never thought that a supermaster who was as powerful as Lu Linlin and Lu Lily lived in such a place. Grandma, Grandma. Xie Yujia stepped forward to knock on the door. There was no response after a few minutes. Xie Yujia was a little worried. She saw the neighbor was cooking, so she went over. "Excuse me, Auntie. Is the old grandma home? I haven't seen her for a few days. Although she usually doesn't come out a lot," the woman answered as she cooked. "Thank you." Xie Yujia went back to Hao Ren and looked at him, worried. "Do you think something happened to Grandma? She hasn't been feeling well lately." Hao Ren had assumed that the old grandma was not a mortal when he met her at the trading convention on Fifth Heaven. But Xie Yujia still wasn't sure if it were a dream. From what she knew, the old grandma's health condition was very worrisome. "We can open the door and take a look inside?" Hao Ren asked. On the one hand, he wanted to see what kind of master this old grandma was. On the other hand, Xie Yujia was truly worried about her. It was hard to say about an elderly person who lived alone. Xie Yujia felt sorry for her, so she came to visit, keep her company, and take care of her every weekend. Let's figure out a way to get inside." Xie Yujia frowned and nodded. Hao Ren put his hand on the door and put a little bit of force on it. Boom! The fragile door opened under the quake. There were no tiles lined up in the room. The rotten iron lock fell onto the damp dirt ground. Hao Ren picked it up and examined the place carefully. She was not in the room. Xie Yujia opened the door to let the humid air out. She once offered the old grandma some money to renovate the place, but she didn't agree to it. "Grandma's not here. She probably went out." Xie Yujia was actually a bit relieved seeing that she wasn't in the room. Hao Ren nodded and looked around the room. He wasn't sure if it was very rude to intrude into another cultivator's territory. But it shouldn't have been a problem since he came in with Xie Yujia. A wide wooden bed, a table and set of chairs, a bowl on the table with a crack in it, a pair of black chopsticks, and an old kettle seemed to be everything the old grandma owned. She didn't even have a blanket. "Grandma told me that her son would come to visit her a few days ago. Maybe she is out with him. It would be better for her to live with her son given how old she is." Xie Yujia walked around the gloomy, narrow room and said. She was sure that it was only a dream now. The old grandma even had trouble walking. How would she be able to take her into the sky for a visit? As for the bracelets, she thought maybe she forgot about buying it at the night market last night because of the mess. What one thinks about reflects in one's dream. She even dreamed of obtaining this bracelet from heaven. The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. She felt a sense of alienation when she thought about herself crying in Hao Ren's arms in the dream. Where are Grandma's blankets? She doesn't even need it when she sleeps. Xie Yujia was suddenly concerned about the old grandma's living conditions. She patted Hao Ren as he carefully examined every corner of the room. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, I'm trying to see if the structure of the room is logical," Hao Ren said. He read a whole bunch of architectural books lately and had some sense and concept of the space. He found the room not as simple as it may seem. Each tilt seemed to have its reason. Even the little puddle of dirt followed a precise law. This was an array formation. In other words, it was a zoomy space built in the real world. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia entered the old grandma's world the second they stepped in the door. Just like Little White in Hao Ren's necklace, the two of them were inside the old grandma's zoomy space. Perhaps it was only a little pearl in her hand, and she might have already sensed Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's entry. Hao Ren gasped at the thought of it. What structure could a broken shed like this have? Xie Yujia dragged Hao Ren's arm. "Help me flip the bedboard. Grandma's blanket could be under it. It's nice outside, so I'm going to hang it under the sun for a while." She led Hao Ren to the bedside. Hao Ren used his force to flip the black bedboard over. Boom! A ray of gold light almost blinded them. After their eyes got used to the intense light, they saw countless treasures, techniques, and elixirs right in front of them. Chapter 242. Besiege the Nine-Dragon Palace. What are these? Xie Yujia widened her eyes and asked Hao Ren. The area into 3 sections by metal wires which glittered with silver light. In the left section were different kinds of Dharma treasures. In the middle section were neatly piled cultivation technique scrolls. In the right section were bottles of elixir pills. Obviously, Hao Ren's 5 elemental sword array formation had been picked out from this collection. Looking at the Dharma treasures emitting overwhelming nature essence, Hao Ren sensed they were top-tier Dharma treasures which were more powerful than Zheng Yitao's dragon gold spear. Any of them could be made into a natal Dharma treasure. Screech. The wood door behind them was pushed open gently. Xie Yujia, who had been alarmed by what she saw, was startled by the sound. She and Hao Ren turned their heads simultaneously and found the old grandma walking into the room slowly with a bunch of vegetables in her hand. "Grandma, we weren't trying to peek at your stuff," Xie Yujia stammered and couldn't find the right words. Hao Ren immediately lowered the bedboard. The old grandma walked over and put the vegetables on the table. Pulling out the chair, she nodded at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and pointed to the bedboard. Hao Ren pulled the surprised Xie Yujia to sit on the bedboard. "I have only a few words to say to you." Looking at Xie Yujia and Hao Ren, she lifted her hand and pointed at Hao Ren. "You must marry Xie Yujia. I have made the decision," she said. Xie Yujia was confused. "That's all. You can go now." The old grandma waved her hand at Hao Ren. Before Hao Ren could get any words out, a huge force pushed him outward. Her overbearing attitude was more aggressive than those of Zhao Kuo and Zhao Guang combined. Just when Hao Ren was out of the shed, the old grandma's voice came out of it. "Today I paid another visit to the Dragon God Shrine. If they can't solve this problem, I'll take the matter into my own hands. As to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, I'll go visit it in person." Bang! A powerful force exploded behind Hao Ren in the narrow pathway, pushing him forward more than a dozen steps. It was a small punishment for Hao Ren's ambivalent attitude toward Xie Yujia. After the pain, Hao Ren felt a pure nature essence coming from the explosion and entering his body. Pooh! 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 4 openings were unlocked in the Dragon Core. It was a small reward for his attentive care for Xie Yujia in the past 2 days. Hao Ren looked back and found that he was at the gate of East Ocean University. The old grandma had tossed him from one space into another. This technique of manipulating spaces was even beyond the abilities of Zhao Kuo and Su Han. The old grandma was a more powerful figure than Qian level masters. What was above Qian level? It was the Heavenly Dragon Realm or the Soul Formation Realm. Honk! Honk! The honking of the cars shocked him from the daze. He looked around and found he was standing right in front of the gate, blocking the cars from entering the school. He stepped aside. Then he walked to his dorm building and cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll while he walked. Bang! Bang! Successive explosions appeared in Hao Ren's Dragon Core. The explosions unlocked more than a dozen openings. By now, 39 openings had been unlocked, and he would reach Gen level after unlocking one more. By giving him a push in the void, the old grandma buried a small explosive in Hao Ren's body. Hao Ren triggered the explosive by cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and they unlocked those openings. This unlocking method was quite aggressive, and Hao Ren almost spat out a mouthful of blood under its great force. However, after the temporary discomfort, he felt refreshed. She had purposefully left one opening for Hao Ren to unlock. In fact, the old grandma's push was more a reward than a punishment. She knew the early stage of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was slow and had just given him a boost. Feeling the changes in his body, Hao Ren was pleasantly surprised. While he was walking toward his dorm building, it suddenly occurred to him that if the old grandma had buried in him a huge explosive instead of a small one, he would have died in pieces instead of getting his openings unlocked. At this thought, Hao Ren broke out in a sweat. He got into the number 7 dorm building, and at the doorway of his dorm, he heard the yells of card playing coming from the room. Seeing Hao Ren come into the room, they immediately shouted, "Ren, you owe us a meal." "Why?" Hao Ren pretended dumb. To celebrate your victory of winning Xie Yujia. If you don't treat us a meal, we'll steal her from you. If you do, we'll help you protect her from any future harassment from other guys, they threatened. Looking at their excited faces, Hao Ren was exasperated. Okay. I'll invite you to supper in a couple of days. In fact, with his current strength, he could deal with any ordinary guy who dared to approach Xie Yujia, and the combined force of the guys in the whole room was no match for his. But Hao Ren was touched by the brotherly friendship in the school, and he guessed that was why Zhao Hongyu sent Zhao Yanzi to study in the school. After washing up in the bathroom, Hao Ren found Zhou Liren and others were still playing cards. He climbed up to his upper berth to cultivate. The old grandma had unlocked more than 10 openings in his dragon core with one light strike, and he needed to spend one night to solidify the realm. Monday morning came in the blink of an eye. Hao Ren got up and walked to the balcony. Looking up, he found countless cultivators had surrounded the 9-dragon palace in the sky. It looked like a beehive surrounded by a dense mass of bees. I observed the night sky and felt that something important would happen. In his pajamas, Zhou Liren walked onto the balcony and stood behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked back at him and was startled. Zhou Liren then changed into his usual teasing expression and leaned close to Hao Ren. Brother Ren, do you think the twin beauties will make a scene when they find out that you and Xie Yujia are going out? It dawned on Hao Ren that this was the important thing he had referred to. Hao Ren glanced at him in resignation. Brother Ren, do me a favor and give me a chance with the twin beauties, okay? Zhou Liren leaned closer to Hao Ren and almost dripped his saliva on Hao Ren's shoulder. Hao Ren looked at him, speechless. Maybe in the eyes of the guys, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ignored them because the sisters liked Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked up at the dark sky again and gave priority to the business of the 9-dragon palace. He guessed the reason Zheng Yitao had not come to him to get back his natal Dharma treasure was that he was preparing to enter the 9-dragon palace. Today was the day the cultivators would break into the 9-dragon palace. Hao Ren left the dorm building and went to find Su Han in her office. As if she had known Hao Ren would come, her door was open when he got there. There are more cultivators than any of the times in the past. Most of the cultivators of the sects in 6th heaven have come. Without any ceremony, Su Han got to the point. In the sky out of the window, the colorful and glittering realm shields were like bees flying around the 9-dragon palace. Should we ask Lu Linlin and Lu Lily to join us? Hao Ren asked her. No, there are too many people who are trying to break into the palace, far more than I expected. I'm afraid I will have too much on my plate if they join us, Su Han said lightly. When will we do it? Hao Ren asked. About 10 o'clock, Su Han answered. What do we do now? Hao Ren asked again. Cultivate. Su Han threw him this word before sitting down cross-legged and closing her eyes. Hao Ren choked back his words and sat down on his usual spot. The nature essence in Su Han's office was more intense than outside, the result of the array formations she built around the room. Hao Ren concentrated on his cultivation, hoping he could unlock the last opening and reach Gen level, which was a significant milestone. In the cultivation sects, the Gen level was the equivalent of the core formation realm. However, this one step would take people different lengths of time to reach. It would take some cultivators only a few months or even a few days, but it might also take many years. For some of the cultivators, they would never reach this realm in their whole lives. With the aid of the dragon core, Hao Ren's cultivation speed was almost hundreds of times faster than that of an ordinary cultivator. If an ordinary cultivator practiced the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, he or she would progress like a snail. The nature essence entered Hao Ren's body thread by thread. It traveled to the dragon core and nurtured it. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was not the fastest technique, but it was the steadiest one. Like hearts beating, the 39 openings vibrated at the same time, connecting themselves with Hao Ren's body. Was it the feeling of Gen level? The so-called core formation was the process of forming a gold core in one's body. Gen level for dragon cultivators, the process of fully activating the dragon core in the body. While Hao Ren was savoring the feelings in his body and trying to find an opportunity to break through, Su Han sitting opposite him said suddenly, "It's time. Let's go." With a white flash, Su Han pulled Hao Ren into the high sky in an energy sphere. Her expression was grimmer than before, as if she was determined to make the trip to the Nine-Dragon Palace a great success with Hao Ren as her live map. Countless cultivators flying on swords surrounded the huge Nine-Dragon Palace. They were all waiting for the best moment to break into it. Boom! Su Han released her aura of a middle-tier Qian-level cultivator. Nascent Soul Realm. The nearby cultivators of Foundation Establishment Realm and Core Formation Realm were startled and moved hundreds of meters away from them. Qian-level Dragon Cultivator. Someone yelled. Ignoring their comments, Su Han looked back and saw Hao Ren was standing behind her and holding tightly to her arms. Her face turned livid. Let go. Looking down at the land tens of thousands of meters below him, Hao Ren kept his grip on Su Han's soft arms. Are you kidding me? You can fly on a sword, but I'll die if I fall. Under the stare of the cultivators who were hundreds of meters away, Su Han couldn't keep her composure of a master anymore. She bumped Hao Ren's chest with her elbow. Let go and release your spirit beast. Little White. Hao Ren froze for a moment before letting go of one of Su Han's arms and taking out the furry Little White from his hidden space. Toss it out, Su Han instructed. Toss it? Hao Ren was baffled. Although Little White was shameless sometimes, he still liked it. This little guy is lazy. It has powers. Su Han lost her temper, though her frown was very pretty. Little White looked at Hao Ren innocently, but Hao Ren decided to trust Su Han. He tossed Little White into the sky. Rough. Little White dropped like a rock. Su Han. Help Little White. Hao Ren yelled anxiously. Boom. Dozens of meters below them, Little White grew large. Flames appeared on its four paws, and it flew up. Chapter 243. Who dares to break into the godly palace? Little White floated in midair with its four paws enveloped by flames before flying to Hao Ren reluctantly. Damn dog. You dared to conceal your power from me. Hao Ren reached out and gave it a hard strike on its head. It shamed all snow lions. Hao Ren guessed that Little White must have been tossed out by the other snow lions due to its shameless ways. It must have been a lazy and troublesome cub who had a big appetite. After eating so many essence replenishment pills, it's natural that it has elevated, Su Han commented lightly before pushing Hao Ren off her sword. Hao Ren lost his balance, and he immediately pulled over Little White's back. With a slight drop, Little White was able to carry Hao Ren on its back. Higher-leveled spirit beasts need to consume more nature essence, which means that it will need more elixirs, Su Han continued. Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds before asking, can it degrade to its former level? No, Su Han answered him coldly. Hao Ren was speechless. Although it was quite dashing to ride on Little White, it was quite a burden to feed it properly. It seemed that the 1 month stock of elixirs and celestial herbs he prepared for Little White wouldn't last half a month. If the nearby cultivators had known that this spirit beast cost him over 40 mid-tier spirit stones in half a month, they would have been astonished. Get out of my way. Suddenly, an overbearing voice sounded nearby. Zheng Yitao, the crown prince of West Ocean, was sitting on a huge gold weaving shuttle, and he was the one who spoke those arrogant words. Standing behind him was Qin Shaoyang, who was controlling the gold weaving shuttle. Who is this kid? The nearby cultivators were about to teach Zheng Yitao a lesson when they found the aura of Qin Shaoyang, who was on low-tier Qian level. Nascent Soul Realm. The human cultivators were astonished and backed off hundreds of meters. Even with the background of the cultivation sex, they dared not to mess with a nascent soul realm cultivator. In the range of 1 kilometer, Su Han and Hao Ren, Qin Shaoyang and Zheng Yitao faced each other. Mr. Qin, I remember that you were expelled to the bitter cold northwest. How come you are here? Su Han said to Qin Shaoyang sarcastically. Humph. I wanted to ask you the same question. As an inspector, how dare you try to break into the Nine-Dragon Palace without permission? Qin Shaoyang retorted. Su Han's face fell, not wanting to argue with him. It was evident that Qin Shaoyang favored West Ocean, and she would ignore him as long as he didn't mess with her. Sitting on the gold weaving shuttle, Zheng Yitao reached out his hand and said to Hao Ren, give it back. Come to me when you have the ability to get it from me. Hao Ren ignored this arrogant young man. You'll regret it. Zheng Yitao glared at Hao Ren and said viciously. Not caring to argue with Zheng Yitao, Hao Ren steered Little White to another direction to observe the situation. This time, East Ocean had sent out a team of senior elders, and he believed that the other 3 oceans did the same. Since the 9-Dragon Palace appeared above East Ocean City, the East Ocean Dragon Palace could send a bigger team than the other 3 Dragon Palaces. He didn't see the official teams of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans and guessed that they must be in other areas around the 9-Dragon Palace. Qin Xiaoyang must have sensed Su Han with the unique connection between inspectors, and that was why he came their way. Besides the 4 Ocean Dragon clans, some mighty river and lake dragon clans came. On top of water elemental dragon clans, the other 4 elemental dragon clans also sent their teams. So many forces were calculating the time and waiting for the perfect opportunity to break into the 9-Dragon Palace when the palace's defense array formations were at their weakest. Therefore, no one would waste their energy on fighting outside of the 9-Dragon Palace. They would wait until they had entered it. Su Han, it seems that the human cultivators are mostly low-leveled. Observing the surrounding situation alertly, Hao Ren asked Su Han. Right. None of them are above core formation realm, Su Han answered. When Su Han didn't offer an explanation, Hao Ren had to ask again, why don't they send more powerful cultivators? Humph. It would be a declaration of war if the human cultivators on nascent soul realm showed their faces below 5th heaven. Currently, they are only cultivators on Foundation Establishment realm with a handful cultivators on Core Formation realm. Their target is the 9-Dragon Palace. As long as they don't land on the ground, we'll tolerate them, Su Han explained. Hao Ren nodded. The dividing line was 5th heaven. The dragon cultivators and the human cultivators kept to themselves in peace. Although there were a lot of cultivators on Foundation Establishment realm and Core Formation realm here, they didn't pose any threats. But if nascent soul realm cultivators appeared below 5th heaven, especially in 1st heaven that was closest to land, the situation would be different. It's almost time. Su Han's face turned serious. Also, the nearby human cultivators began to emit their auras. The colorful energy spheres gradually formed patterns. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were emitting different elemental essences. Each of the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators began to move in the sky like a small piece in a game of chess according to their different elemental essences, forming huge array formations in the air. Obviously, they were very familiar with such array formations. The Core Formation realm cultivators flew up to a higher position and directed the movements of thousands Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Since they couldn't place spirit stones and Dharma treasures in the air, the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators built array formations with their bodies. Hao Ren looked around and found that the other groups of human cultivators had all formed huge array formations. Each array formation represented one cultivation sect. He counted and found that there were at least 56 sects around him. The glittering array formation surrounded the 9-Dragon Palace like pictures that were hovering in midair, and it was a magnificent sight. Some smaller sects had sent all their Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, trying to gain a better chance of entering the 9-Dragon Palace. Su Han, should we make a move now? Seeing the cultivation sects activating the huge array formations, Hao Ren asked Su Han anxiously. Be patient, Su Han answered coolly. Boom! Finally, one of the cultivation sects made the first attack with its array formation. Hundreds of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators moved together. Colorful light beams dashed toward the 9-Dragon Palace like lasers. Boom! The black mist surrounding the 9-Dragon Palace instantly dispersed a bit. The force of the array formation built by hundreds of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators was equivalent to a full force attack from a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, it only scattered some thin mist surrounding the palace. Meanwhile, other array formations began to launch their attacks. Boom! Boom! The powerful attacks landed on the outer edge of the 9-Dragon Palace, but the palace was still intact. They only scattered some of the mist around it. Since the nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't show their faces publicly below 5th heaven, the sects had to rely on a large number of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators to mimic the attack of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Under the repeated attacks, the 9-Dragon Palace finally shook slightly. The large number of human cultivators are saving us energy, Su Han said while looking at the group attacks on the palace coldly. She slowly turned to face Hao Ren and continued, "The defense array formations of the Nine-Dragon Palace are not stable, and a small crack will appear in it. I will bring you in through one of the cracks, and you must follow me closely." Sitting on Little White's wide back, Hao Ren nodded. When the human cultivators were attacking the Nine-Dragon Palace in groups, the dragon cultivators would take the opportunity and slip in. That was why the dragon cultivators tolerated the presence of the human cultivators in First Heaven. Qian level and Kun level dragon cultivators would be the first to enter. Boom! Boom! Almost 20,000 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were attacking the Nine-Dragon Palace together, and their force combined was the equivalent to a dozen nascent Soul Realm cultivators. They continued their attacks, trying to break a crack in it. In fact, the Nine-Dragon Palace was basically a huge zoomy space. If the array formations in it were not stable, a crack would appear. Finally, beams of white light began to leak from the bottom of the Nine-Dragon Palace. Move! Pulling Hao Ren after her, Su Han flew toward one of the cracks, and Little White followed closely. Without hesitation, Zheng Yitao and Qin Shaoyang also shot toward the nearest crack. After 2 more attacks, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators followed the Core Formation Realm cultivators, flying toward the cracks nearest to them. It was the moment to enter the Nine-Dragon Palace. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that demon beasts run wild in the Nine-Dragon Palace. It will be very dangerous in there." Pulling Hao Ren behind her, Su Han suddenly turned her head and said, "Fuck! Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hao Ren shouted. He knew that he had been tricked by Su Han once again. "The weakest demon beasts in there are at level 9. You better follow me closely after we enter the palace," Su Han continued. Hao Ren had no idea about the power structure of demon beasts. However, he knew that Little White wasn't even level 1, so he could only imagine the great power of a level 9 demon beast. Pulled by Su Han, Hao Ren couldn't back off now. The crack-leaking white light was only a few meters away from them. An intense prehistoric essence greeted them, and the furious roars of demon beasts were deafening. While half of their bodies were in the crack, a voice overshadowing all demon beasts resonated in the air with overwhelming pressure. "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" Instantly, the demon beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace fell silent. 2 seconds later, another furious roar sounded from inside. "All of you, get out of here!" The super-powerful pressure spread through all the cracks in the Nine-Dragon Palace. The auspicious white clouds instantly turned to a weird black color, and tens of thousands of cultivators near the Nine-Dragon Palace were pushed away. Sensing the danger, Su Han covered Hao Ren with her body. Despite her effort, she, Hao Ren, and Little White were all blown out of the cracks by the great wind and were knocked away for several kilometers. "The Nine-Dragon Palace will be closed for 500 years. I'm Chu Niu." The city-sized Nine-Dragon Palace was engulfed in a black light. It blinked twice before vanishing into the void. Chapter 244, Severely Wounded. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of cultivators were knocked out and flew in the air like kites with broken strings. More than half of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators died or were greatly injured, while some of the careless Core Formation Realm cultivators got their golden cores damaged. Su Han protected Hao Ren with her body and took on most of the offensive energy. After flying out several kilometers, she steadied herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even as a mid-tier Qian-level cultivator, which was equivalent to top-tier nascent Soul Realm, she couldn't safeguard herself from a tiny portion of Chu Niu's force. Hao Ren, who had flown out thousands of meters and was about to drop onto the ground, was caught by Little White. Then, it flew back to Su Han with Hao Ren on its back. Seeing the blood on her lips, Hao Ren knew that she was severely wounded. He immediately flew over to her on Little White and held onto her. It was fortunate that Little White had just advanced in levels. Otherwise, Hao Ren would have died and wouldn't have been able to help Su Han. Little White was quite useful at critical moments. Hao Ren looked up and saw the whining cultivators flying in the sky. Their Dharma treasures were all ruined, falling to the ground like rocks. Obviously, the cultivation sects suffered significant losses. Although the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were not powerful, they were the foundation of each sect. On the other hand, the Core Formation Realm cultivators had high power and were the main forces in the sects. For the smaller sects on fifth heaven, the great losses in these two groups of cultivators would result in their downfalls. Let's go back. Su Han looked up at the tragic sight and said to Hao Ren. Without hesitation, Hao Ren helped Su Han onto Little White's back before riding it back onto the land. He released an energy sphere to avoid being seen by ordinary people, and they returned to Su Han's office shortly. Back in her office, Su Han took out several elixir pills from her Zumi ring. She swallowed them and immediately sat down to cultivate. She was not prepared for the attack and experienced most of the damages. With her cultivation strength of Qian level, she could have dodged the attack. However, she was concerned about Hao Ren and had to protect him. Therefore, she had to be injured. Little White shrunk to its palm-sized self without being asked. Thinking of its excellent behavior, Hao Ren took out an essence replenishment pill and a spirit replenishment pill and fed Little White. After swallowing the elixir pills, Su Han began to digest the energy from the pills with a frown. Afraid of disturbing her cultivation, Hao Ren picked up his cell phone that he left in her office and walked out of the room to call Zhao Guang. The call was answered after several seconds, and Zhao Guang's firm voice came from the phone. "Ren, how are you doing? We were kicked out before we could enter it. There are large casualties among the cultivators who tried to break into the palace. How about the elders from our East Ocean?" Hao Ren asked. "Two were seriously injured, and one got some minor injuries. They are all in the Dragon Palace getting treatments. How about you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, but Su Han is now injured. She's healing now, and I don't know how serious her injury is," Hao Ren answered. "Okay. I'll send Elder Lu to check up on her. How is Z? Is she okay?" Hao Ren asked anxiously. "The usual. I've reinforced security in her school so that she will be safe for the time being," Zhao Guang said. Hao Ren hung up with unease. Returning to the office, he saw Su Han still cultivating, but her face was no longer that pale. Shortly, Lu Qing hurried to the office. After seeing that Hao Ren was okay, he turned to Su Han and asked in a low voice, "Ms. Su, are you okay?" "I'm okay. My meridians are damaged, and they need some time to recover," Su Han answered with her eyes closed. "With the order of the Dragon King, I'm here to take you to the Dragon Palace to recover. I hope you will accept his offer," Lu Qing said politely. Su Han thought for a while and opened her eyes. Okay. Her injuries weren't light, and she couldn't activate her nature essence for a while. She would be safer in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, for the time being, so she had no choice but to owe another favor to East Ocean. "Let's go." Briskly, Lu Qing led the way. After the disappearance of the Nine Dragon Palace, the cloudy sky had turned clear all of a sudden. Lu Qing ushered Hao Ren and Su Han into his car that was parked at the entrance of the building, and he drove them quickly to Zhao Yanzi's home. In the past hundreds of years, all parties had organized their teams to break into the Nine Dragon Palace when it appeared in the mortal world. No one had expected that the situation would be different this time. They arrived very soon, and they quickly entered the house. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were both at home, and even Zhao Yanzi was there. She must have been summoned from her school. In the room, Zhao Guang looked grim. When he saw Lu Qing enter with Su Han, he just gave her a polite smile. In this situation, even Zhao Yanzi was quiet. She looked at Su Han in concern. "Let's go." Zhao Guang tossed out an ancient-looking black sword. When everyone was on it, the sword shot into the sky. East Ocean City seemed to be in chaos due to the massive loss of human cultivators. On land, the ordinary people continued with their daily lives, oblivious to what had happened except for the change in weather. However, in the sky, the human cultivators were in a frantic state. Today's event was a disaster to the human cultivation world. Comparatively, the dragon cultivators got fewer casualties since most of the cultivators who went there were above Dewey level, which was the equivalent to low-tier nascent soul realm. They were a lot more powerful. Would the cultivation sects do anything since so many human cultivators died on First Heaven? Lu Qing said in a low voice on the sword. Zhao Guang remained silent. After all, the disaster happened on the territory of East Ocean Dragon Clan. If the cultivation sects on Fifth Heaven and up wanted to find someone to blame, the East Ocean Dragon Clan would be the first pick. According to the agreement, they should not have come to First Heaven in the first place, Zhao Hongyu said with a snort. "We'll talk about it when we return to the Dragon Palace," Zhao Guang said, displeased. The huge sword accelerated, and it submerged into the sea with the transparent energy sphere around it. The defense array formation of the Dragon Palace had been opened for them, and Zhao Guang led the group into the plaza in front of the main palace and instructed Lu Qing to find a place for Su Han to rest and recover. Premier Xia jogged to them and greeted, "Greetings to Dragon King, Dragon Queen, Princess and—" Okay. Zhao Guang interrupted him. "How are the elders doing?" "They are all resting in their homes. We allocated 2 godly elixir pills to the 2 seriously injured elders," Premier Xia reported. "Okay. Let's go and visit them." Zhao Guang nodded. Premier Xia took Zhao Guang's order and led the way. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi followed them. No matter what identities they had in the mortal world, they were the Fuma and princess in the Dragon Palace. It was the first time that Hao Ren attended to the business of the East Ocean Dragon Palace as the Fuma. They visited the 3 injured elders one by one, and Zhao Guang was relieved to find that they were not in life-threatening danger. Returning to the main palace, he asked Premier Xia, "Where is Su Han?" "She's in Elder Xingyu's palace," Premier Xia answered politely. "Lead me to her," Zhao Guang said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Premier Xia led the way. They walked along the winding corridors in the East Ocean Dragon Palace before entering a small quiet palace. In a white robe, Elder Xingyue was preparing and cooking herbs in the yard. The process was not different from that of traditional Chinese medicine. She ground the herbs with a small stone mill before boiling them in a stone pot, and the herbs simmered until it was done. The only difference lied in the herbs she used. They couldn't be found in the mortal world. "Your Majesty." At the sight of Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu, Elder Xingyue stood up and greeted. "Well," Zhao Guang looked at her and asked, "How is Su Han?" "She is seriously injured. It will take probably 1 month for her to heal," Xingyue said. "Can I go in and visit her?" Zhao Guang asked. "It's not necessary," Xingyue declined his offer. She turned to look at Hao Ren and said, "But she said that the Fuma could go in." Zhao Guang turned to Hao Ren. "Ren, you can go in and see her." "Okay." Hao Ren followed Elder Xingyue. Traveling through a small garden, Hao Ren came to the door of a quiet side room. Xingyue led him inside. Lying in bed, Su Han lost her usual spirit and looked sick. Obviously, her injury was severe, and she had been holding it in. "Master." Seeing Xing Yu coming into the room, Su Han greeted her in a low voice. Xingyue walked over and took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve, placing it on the small chair beside the bed. "These are top-tier 100 flower pills. Take 3 pills each day." Without further ado, she left the room. Her coldness was identical to Su Han's. However, Hao Ren had seen her grinding those herbs patiently and knew that she looked cold but was caring. She was worried about her disciple, Su Han, a lot. The door closed with a click. The room was dim and quiet. Lying in bed, Su Han looked at Hao Ren and said, "My injury is severe, and I need to stay in the Dragon Palace to recover. During my absence, I authorize you to manage the business in East Ocean City for me. You will be the temporary inspector." Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. "As my assisting inspector, you have the responsibility to take over the duties from me when it's necessary. If you have any questions, come to me. Usually, the regional inspectors do not have a lot of business to handle. But this time, the human cultivators suffered great casualties on our territory, and the cultivation sects on 5th Heaven and above will probably find someone to blame. You should keep an eye on it." She took out a white jade pendant and said, "Take this. If it turns red, it means that there's a mission for us, and you must come to see me." "Got it." Hao Ren took the jade pendant from her. Su Han was severely injured because she took the blow for him. He had the duty to share her burden. "Another thing. You must be careful with Xie Yujia. There is a Grand Master behind her. The regional inspectors can't afford to offend such a figure. Even the East Ocean Dragon Clan and Dragon God Shrine, the headquarter of the inspector system, can't afford to offend this figure." Su Han thought for a moment before giving him this warning. Chapter 245. The Weakest Moment. Got it. Hao Ren had met the Grand Master, but he refrained from talking about it for fear that it would disturb Su Han's recovery. "That's all." Su Han looked at him and said coolly. "Okay." Hao Ren stood up in embarrassment, feeling her chilly attitude. He walked out of the room and saw Elder Xingyue was boiling the herbs in the yard. He said goodbye to her and walked out of the small palace. How is Sister Sue? Seeing Hao Ren walked out, Zhao Yanzi asked anxiously. It's not very serious, but she has to stay in the Dragon Palace to recover, Hao Ren answered, feeling like a doctor coming out of the surgery room. Okay. Zhao Guang nodded. He turned to Premier Xia and instructed, take good care of Su Han. Provide Elder Xingyue any herbs and elixir pills she needs. Yes, Your Majesty. Premier Xia took the order. Hearing Su Han's wound was not serious, Zhao Yanzi was relieved. Then she asked Hao Ren curiously, what did she say to you? I'm not telling you. Hao Ren glanced at her and kept his mouth sealed. Zhao Yanzi was mad at Hao Ren's attitude towards her, the princess of the Dragon Palace. Mom. Look, he is such a bully, she complained to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu smiled in resignation. It's a private conversation between Su Han and Hao Ren. Why do you want to know? Zhao Yanzi couldn't find a good reason. It's nothing important. Su Han just instructed me to temporarily take over her responsibility as the inspector of East Ocean City, Hao Ren told Zhao Hongyu. He could ignore Zhao Yanzi's demand, but he had to respect her parents. Ignoring the bickering between them, Zhao Guang turned to Lu Qing. Fortunately, our East Ocean received little damage this time. You should investigate the casualties of the other dragon clans, especially West Ocean. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Qing cupped his hands. Zhao Guang thought for a moment. After today's event, the land is probably in chaos. To be safe, today everyone stays the night at the Dragon Palace. Elder Lu, you help Premier Xia take stock of the properties in the Dragon Palace. We spent a lot of resources on Elder Zhao's heaven tribulation, and we need to reallocate the remaining resources. Zhao Guang looked regretful when he mentioned Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation. To help Zhao Kuo pass the heavenly tribulation, the East Ocean Dragon Clan had consumed 1/3 of its resources, but Zhao Kuo still failed. Dad, when will third uncle come back? Zhao Yanzi asked Zhao Guang. He's traveling while cultivating. He will come back when he's ready, Zhao Guang answered. Oh, Zhao Yanzi pouted, not satisfied with this answer. Zhao Guang was strict with her while Zhao Hongyu was a loving but stern mother. Only Zhao Kuo spoiled her, satisfying each of her demands. That was why Zhao Yanzi missed him and worried about his safety. Premier Xia, take Ren and Zi to the rear of the palace to rest. Then summon the core elders to the Grand Hall for a meeting, Zhao Guang said. With a little bow, Premier Xia ushered Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren to the back of the Dragon Palace. The rear of the palace was, in fact, the places where all of Zhao Guang's harem should lie. However, since Zhao Guang was busy on land and had only one wife, Zhao Hongyu, most of the rooms were empty. Crossing the cold and quiet palace, Premier Xia led Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to a beautifully decorated small palace. Surrounded by the gardens, the palace was exquisite. On the way, Zhao Yanzi was in a sulky silence, and Hao Ren didn't offer to talk to her. Premier Xia felt something was wrong between them, but he didn't want to be involved in the family business of the princess and the Fuma. Leading them into a side room, Premier Xia asked carefully, Princess, Fuma, do you need one bed or? Of course one bed. Zhao Yanzi had been sulky all the way here, but at Premier Xia's question, she blushed. Premier Xia stammered, and do you want one room or? As the manager of the Dragon Palace, he must mind all the trivia stuff. Of course, 2 rooms. Zhao Yanzi hesitated for a couple of seconds before she gave her answer. Okay. Then Princess, please stay in this room to rest. Fuma, please follow me, Premier Xia said. Hao Ren followed Premier Xia out of the room. He looked back at Zhao Yanzi before stepping out. Zhao Yanzi glared at him, but her face flushed. The moment Hao Ren stepped out of the room, Zhao Yanzi blurted out, come back. With a blush, she looked at Premier Xia. Place him in my room but put a good distance between the 2 beds. Premier Xia took the princess's order immediately. Hao Ren couldn't contain his smirk when he looked at Zhao Yanzi. He had known that she would be scared of staying in such a big room by herself. Besides, she rarely lived in the Dragon Palace, and the rooms were very distant from each other. The bedroom in this small palace was luxurious, and there were 2 beds. The smaller bed was for a maid. In the Dragon Palace, Hao Ren's rank was lower than Zhao Yanzi's, and he offered to sleep on the lower and smaller bed. The rooms in the palace were well tended even though they were seldom lived in. Premier Shah found the silence between them quite awkward and backed out of the palace quietly. Hao Ren walked to the smaller bed and found it was made with incense wood. It was a piece of real antique furniture, much more valuable than those pieces of furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties. However, Zhao Yanzi was used to sleep on a spring mattress and found it quite uncomfortable to sleep in such an ancient-style bed. It would be a miracle if she could fall asleep in here. "Fuma, princess, dinner is ready." Two girls' voices sounded outside of the room. Hao Ren walked over and opened the door. Two pretty maids stood there with platters in their hands. On the platters were beautiful sandalwood dinner boxes. "Okay." Hao Ren took the platters. When he saw they were still standing there, he waved at them. "You may go back." He walked back into the room and handed one platter to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi had been summoned from school by Zhao Guang before lunch, and then she had been following Zhao Guang around the Dragon Palace. She was starving. With a snort, she took the platter. The dishes and desserts were traditional cuisines. Used to KFC and McDonald's, Zhao Yanzi found the dishes not to her taste. She picked some snakes to fill up her belly. However, Hao Ren found the dishes unique. He savored the delicacies he sure couldn't find on land. While he finished all the dishes, unsatisfied Zhao Yanzi gave him a dirty look. "Give me your meal." Seeing Zhao Yanzi had stopped eating, Hao Ren said to her. "Are you a pig?" Zhao Yanzi accused him immediately. "I'm not a pig, but there's a pig in the room," Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi pouted. "You insulted me. I'm not bold enough to insult the princess." With a smile, he took out Little White from his hidden space. The moment Little White landed on the ground, it looked around cautiously. Seeing no danger, it began to roll around like in a circus performer. "Damn. I'll send you to a circus if you continue with these antics." Hao Ren nudged its rump with his toes before placing Zhao Yanzi's dinner box on the floor. Smelling the aroma of the meat and vegetables, Little White pounced on the box and began devouring. By now, Zhao Yanzi had known the pig Hao Ren mentioned was not her but Little White. Embarrassed, she gave Hao Ren a dirty look. Like a pig, Little White devoured the meal in a few seconds. Zhao Yanzi's discarded food was not wasted. Little White helped her eat it. With some food in its belly, Little White was again lively. With a happy grin, Zhao Yanzi clapped her hands at it. "Little White, come here." After all, she was a girl and couldn't be sulky for long. Besides, the cute look of Little White was irresistible for girls. Jumping up high, Little White leapt into her arms. Zhao Yanzi laughed. Holding its paws, she began to play with it, ignoring Hao Ren. "Hey! When will you resume tutoring?" Zhao Yanzi asked Hao Ren abruptly. "Do you want me to continue tutoring you?" Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips. "I have lots of stuff that I don't quite understand. We'll resume the tutoring session tomorrow." "Okay," Hao Ren said to her. "Okay." To his surprise, Zhao Yanzi nodded without hesitation. This girl really fell in love with studying? Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. "Let's take Little White out for a walk." Zhao Yanzi put Little White down and suggested suddenly. She was bored of staying in the room the whole time. She had been angry with Hao Ren because he ignored her question. Another reason was that he had not contacted her for a while. On second thought, she felt like she would be annoyed if he contacted her too frequently. Little White skipped happily in front of them without any dignity of being a lion. It was not long after the celebrations for Zhao Kuo's success in passing the heavenly tribulation, and the Dragon Palace still had many decorations around the place. After the adjustments in the last couple of weeks, Zhao Yanzi was no longer that sad. Looking at the celebratory stuff, she became happy again. Little White ran in front of them. It looked around curiously and would try to pat the things it never saw before with its paw. When the Dragon Palace celebrated its holidays, and people would establish a temporary market on the east side of the palace, the maids, families of elders, and some off-duty soldiers would play the role of vendors. The other people would be the customers of this temporary market. It was a kind of entertainment. Although the East Ocean Dragon Palace had plenty of resources, the market was set up to stave off boredom since many of the people in the palace couldn't go up to land without permission. Zhao Yanzi took Little White to the market. Since she rarely came to the Dragon Palace, many people didn't know her, thinking that she was a family member of an elder. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N. 0. Vel. B. J. N. Strings of lanterns hung on the street walls of the market, and the little shops and booths looked quite real. It was like a cosplay show. Zhao Yanzi was quite at home in the market. She went to a middle-aged man wearing a torn cotton jacket and asked, "How much is one stick of the Tonghulu?" 3 cents for one stick. The man answered her with firmness. Although he was wearing a torn cotton jacket, his hard muscles and crisp answer showed that he was, in fact, a guard of the Dragon Palace. This low-ranking guard had never met Zhao Yanzi, and it was natural that the guard didn't recognize her as the princess. "But I have no money." Zhao Yanzi looked at him morosely. "Well, in that case, it's free." The guard softened at her cute complaint. He plucked a stick of Tonghulu and handed it to Zhao Yanzi. The purpose of their business was for entertainment instead of profits. People could take the things for free if they liked them. "Thank you," Zhao Yanzi said joyously. "Hee, no problem." The man grinned before yelling, "Tonghulu." His yelling was so loud and crisp as if he was shouting orders. Oblivious to the fact that he had done a favor to the princess, he turned his gaze to the next customer, a kid of about 8 years old. The red lanterns lined both sides of the streets, and the shops and the booths were full of boisterous crowds. Against the dark night, the bright lanterns and lively crowds gave Hao Ren the illusion that he was in an ancient market at the Lantern Festival. He thought of the holiday activities on land and found that they had nothing traditional in them. Biting into the Tonghulu, Zhao Yanzi walked happily. Little White looked up at her with greedy eyes, circling around her ankles. "Ha ha! I'll give you one." In an excellent mood, Zhao Yanzi plucked a ha from the stick and tossed it to Little White. Little White leapt up and caught it in its mouth. It landed on the ground, wagging its tail and looking more pleased than eating an essence replenishment pill. Besides food, the booth sold handcrafts which were personally made by the families of the elders. Every piece was pretty, and the materials were pearls and jades that were rarely seen on land. Zhao Yanzi selected carefully and begged for 2 sets from the vendors. In fact, if she showed her identity, she could take whatever she wanted, but it would no longer be fun. Hao Ren followed her around. Occasionally, they tried some snacks. In between they wandered into the clothes shop, diner, tea house, and pawn shop. Although it was only a temporary traditional market, it felt more authentic than those so-called cultural streets on land. Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren with her when she happily visited each shop. Looking at her happy face, Hao Ren knew her sulkiness was long gone. Boom! When everyone was immersed in the lively atmosphere, the whole Dragon Palace suddenly shook violently. "Enemies!" the guard selling Tonghulu yelled. Chapter 246, Coming Back? Everyone was alarmed by his shout. At that moment, the second wave of shaking began. The Dragon Palace shook so violently that the temporary booths collapsed one by one. The items on the walls of the booth next to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi fell to the ground. Standing upright was difficult. Hao Ren pulled Zhao Yanzi into his arms to protect her from being pushed down by the frenzied crowd or being crushed by the falling items. "Little White!" Hao Ren shouted. Understanding Hao Ren's intent, Little White immediately changed into its big version. Hao Ren pulled Z up on Little White's back and patted its rump. With flames appearing around its paws, Little White flew up into the sky. Hovering in the air above the Dragon Palace, they didn't have to worry about the shaking. Holding tightly onto Hao Ren's waist, Zhao Yanzi was frightened since she had never seen such a scene before. In the air, Hao Ren could clearly see that all the rooms in the Dragon Palace were shaking. Obviously, someone was attacking the defense array formation of the palace. Teams of guards appeared in the square in the middle of the palace. A general wearing gold armor saw a spirit beast hovering in the air. He shouted, "Who's in the air?" In the East Ocean Dragon Palace, with the exceptions of the Dragon King and Queen, and several core elders, no one could fly in the Dragon Palace. On Little White's broad back, Zhao Yanzi stuck out her face. The general wearing gold armor saw her and immediately cupped his hands, saying, "Sorry, I didn't know it was you, princess." Under Hao Ren's steering, Little White lowered slowly, hovering in the air half a meter to the ground. Zhao Yanzi looked at the general. "What's happening?" "The defense array formation is being attacked. We are investigating," the general answered respectfully. He couldn't give her a definite answer without investigating. As the general of the guards, he knew everything that was happening outside the Dragon Palace. The attack may have come from West Ocean, The cultivators from Fifth Heaven, the demon beasts, or some independent master who had a grudge with the East Ocean Dragon Palace. It was no secret that the East Ocean Dragon Palace enjoyed great resources. Long, long ago, some super powerful masters even came to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to borrow stuff. In fact, they came to rob the palace. Then, the shaking stopped. Zhao Guang came out of the main palace with the core elders. What happened? Hao Ren steered Little White to the ground and helped Zhao Yanzi get off. The defense array formation on the outer edge of the palace was under attack. I'm waiting for the information from the soldiers in the outer range. I'm sorry that your majesty was disturbed. The general wearing gold armor bowed to the Dragon King with cupped hands. Do a thorough investigation and find out who dared to attack the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang looked angry. From now on, double the patrolling soldiers and kill any intruders who try to break into the palace. Yes, your majesty. The general wearing gold armor took the order in a resonant voice. Zhao Guang then looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. You two go back to your rooms and don't come out without permission. General Zhao, please lead a team of elite guards and station them at Zi's palace. Yes, your majesty. General Zhao took the order. Then under General Zhao's escort, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi returned to their palace. Scolded by her father, Zhao Yanzi stuck her tongue out at Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled at her, but he was worried about the attack the Dragon Palace had just received. The Dragon Palace was the home base of East Ocean, so the attack against it was totally different than the battle somewhere else. Back in the bedroom, Zhao Yanzi yawned and beckoned at Little White, which had followed her into the room. Little White leapt into her arms, and she carried it into her big bed. Lifting its ears, she said, "Turn big." Bang! Little White turned into a large lion. Satisfied, she took the furry lion into her arms and shifted to a comfortable position. Then she slept. Well, I didn't know that Little White could be used to warm the bed, Hao Ren thought with resignation. His bed was only half as big as Zhao Yanzi's, but it was big enough for him to sleep in. In this super spacious ancient bedroom, incense was burning, reminding him of the ancient times. Shortly, Zhao Yanzi and Little White were sound asleep. Their breathing was so in sync that Hao Ren highly suspected Zhao Yanzi was also a small demon beast. He sat down on the bed cross-legged and cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. After circulating the scroll 187 times, Hao Ren opened his eyes and saw the faint morning light leaking into the room through the crack between the engraved wooden doors. Although the Dragon Palace was concealed on the bottom of the ocean, it also had night and day. The only difference was the climate. It had no change of seasons, and every day was as warm as a day in spring. Seeing Zhao Yanzi was still sound asleep with Little White in her arms, Hao Ren stretched and got off his bed. He leaned over and watched her. She slept with pursed lips, and her delicate little nostrils moved slightly, blowing on Little White's fur. With her arms wound around Little White, it looked like a giant fluffy toy. Due to her small size, her whole body snuggled against Little White's belly. Leaning closer, he had the urge to pinch her nose, but he controlled himself. At this age, she had a vague understanding of the things between men and women. She was still fascinated with small cute trivial stuff. Walking out of the bedroom quietly, he breathed in the fresh air of the small garden. He knew nothing about the strange flowers and herbs in the garden. Suddenly, a mini-sized Little White shot out from the room. It looked around frantically for a while before jumping into a cluster of flowers. Pooh! An intense smell rose from the flowers, neither pungent nor fragrant. Seconds later, Little White finished its business and trotted out from the flowers to the stone board. It squatted to rub its rump against the board. You are shameless. Seeing Little White doing its business in the garden, Hao Ren was embarrassed for it. Pretending to be dumb, Little White jumped into Hao Ren's arms with a fawning expression. Damn! You just did your business, and you jumped into my arms. Hao Ren tossed it back to the ground. Undaunted, it ran around Hao Ren's ankles looking cheerful. You are shameless, Hao Ren sighed and walked out of the palace. On the square outside of the palace, General Zhao was training a team of soldiers. Seeing Hao Ren, he immediately cupped his hands. Good morning, Fuma. Good morning, General Zhao. Hao Ren walked over and saw that the soldiers were practicing. He asked, what are you practicing? Fuma, it's a set of military boxing techniques. It has no name. If you must have it, you can call it fundamental boxing techniques, General Zhao answered. Hao Ren nodded, finding the movements sharp and tough. He thought for a few seconds and said, General Zhao, can I learn it? General Zhao was surprised. With your high status, I think this set of techniques is a bit crude. No, I think they are very effective. With the current tense situation, I must do my share, Hao Ren said. General Zhao looked at him again in surprise. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Okay, I'll show you the movements. He made a horse stance in front of the line of soldiers. Horse stance punch. Hao Ren took off his jacket and copied his movement. He had been a long-distance runner when he was in the middle school, and horse stance was a part of the basic training. That was why he had great strength in his legs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch Zhao Yanzi falling from the sky. Gradually, the soldiers paused their practice and watched the general and the Fuma. As the leader of the palace guards, General Zhao was not rusty with his fundamental techniques. Each kick and punch were on point. Hao Ren copied each movement in earnest. Little White squatted on a nearby stone step and looked at Hao Ren with its black eyes, seemingly baffled. After he finished the whole set of movements, Hao Ren was soaked in sweat. However, General Zhao in his heavy armor was breathing as evenly as before. Cultivation could improve his physical strength, but it couldn't bring him fortitude. Zhao Kuo was the kind of person that cultivated both essence and martial arts. Without using his cultivation strength, he could still be able to kill a fierce tiger with one punch. Su Han paid more attention to the elevation of realms. Hao Ren wondered if she practiced sword techniques in her home or jogged each morning. I need to follow your movements 3 times before I can memorize them. General Zhao, please show me again, wiping sweat from his forehead, Hao Ren said. General Zhao was even more surprised. He had thought the Fuma was just curious, but it seemed like he was serious. The soldiers practiced boxing each day, so they wouldn't get tired if they practiced it 3 times in one morning. He wondered if the Fuma could withstand the hardship. General Zhao, please. Seeing General Zhao didn't move, Hao Ren urged him. Okay. General Zhao moved into position and showed him the techniques a second time. It took at least 1 hour to finish the whole set of the basic fist techniques, and it would take 3 hours to practice it 3 times. Hao Ren walked out of the palace in the dawn and saw the soldier were already there drilling. He knew they were hard-working. At the end of the 3rd time, Hao Ren felt he was exhausted since he had used his physical strength instead of his cultivation strength. The soldiers stood there and whispered to each other. If the Fuma had practiced once, it could be called a show, but 3 times meant that he intended to fight enemies with them, just like Zhao Kuo, who always charged at the enemies before the soldiers despite his royal status as the Dragon King's brother. Thank you, General Zhao. I'll practice it as often as I can. Hao Ren cupped his hands at General Zhao. At a loss for words, General Zhao cupped his hands at Hao Ren. He had secretly thought the Fuma was weak, but he changed his mind when Hao Ren practiced the techniques 3 times. With the enemies outside, even the Fuma couldn't stay behind. Hao Ren took Little White back to the palace. When he was crossing the small garden, he noticed some golden fruits dangling among the plants. But he didn't pay much attention to them, thinking they were part of the unique features of the herbs, which withered in the morning and revealed the fruits inside. In the bedroom, Zhao Yanzi was still sound asleep. The girl was indeed a master of sleeping. The soldiers had finished their drills and began patrolling the palace. Last night, they had been stationed near the palace in which Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi stayed to protect them. A moment later, Lu Qing came with Zhao Guang's order to pick up Zhao Yanzi for school. Zhao Yanzi yawned but didn't dare disobey her father's order. When they returned to the seaside, Hao Ren saw a car was parked on the roadside about 10 meters away. Ding! The moment Hao Ren's cell phone received signals again, it rang. It was from a phone number from another province. Hello? Hao Ren answered it. Ren, this is Grandma. I'm coming home from Zhejiang today. Hao Ren's grandma's voice came through from the phone. Chapter 247. They all seem to be powerful, Grandma. Hao Ren was surprised. You are coming back on your own? Should I come to pick you up? Don't worry and focus on your studies. I'm coming back with a friend from my hometown who is coming to East Ocean City for some errands. He can accompany me back, Grandma said on the other side of the phone. Around what time will you be back? Hao Ren was excited. He had a great relationship with his grandma, so he missed her a lot after such a long time. The train arrives at 5 p.m. and my friend will go ran his errands after dropping me off. You don't need to come and pick me up, she said in a pleasant tone. It seemed like she had a great time in Zhejiang. Okay. I'll come back to spend some time with you tonight then. Hao Ren hung up the phone cheerfully. Zhao Yanzi came over after he got off the phone. Grandma is coming back? Yeah. Hao Ren nodded. His phone rang again. It was still Grandma. I forgot to tell you to bring Z along. I brought her some local specialties. Okay. Before Hao Ren hung up, Grandma added, invite Yujia as well, I brought her some too. Grandma. Are you trying to start a war? Hao Ren thought to himself. Grandma hung up the phone cheerfully before Hao Ren had time to respond. Zhao Yanzi got closer after the call. What did Grandma say? Did she bring me gifts? Some local specialties, Hao Ren answered. Ah. Is that right? She got so excited her eyes were shining. Did she bring sweet potatoes? Hao Ren looked at her and shrugged. All you know is sweet potatoes. Mr. Hao, Ms. Z, please get in the car. Lu Qing opened the door in front of them. Zhao Yanzi pouted and lightly pulled on the edge of Hao Ren's shirt. Uncle, can you ask Grandma to bring some sweet potatoes? I'll ship you a truck of them if you get the first place in your class on the finals. Hao Ren sat in the car and turned back to her. PTTF. Zhao Yanzi bit her lip and pouted. Lu Qing drove steadily, not caring about the argument between the two. It was a bit chilly in the morning at the beach. The sky above East Ocean City was back to normal, and the Nine-Dragon Palace which appeared for a week had disappeared already. Hao Ren was a bit not used to it. The car arrived at Lingjiao Middle School's gate, and Zhao Yanzi got off the car. She turned back to Hao Ren and snorted 3 times at him. She didn't bring her backpack today. Who knew how she would be able to study today? Lu Qing started the vehicle and headed steadily toward East Ocean University. Elder Lu, is there any updates on the attack at the Dragon Palace last night? Hao Ren asked seriously. Not for now, but we suspect that it was West Ocean's trial attack. Lu Qing answered with a serious look on his face. They sent over a powerful character this time. What kind of powerful character? Hao Ren immediately asked. His nickname is Black Wolf, and he is at mid-tier Qian level. Although he hasn't reached the top tier yet, other mid-tier Qian level masters wouldn't be able to defeat him, Lu Qing said. Black Wolf. Hao Ren repeated this name quietly. He showed up in East Ocean City under the mission of protecting Zheng Yitao. However, he is actually a very skilled assassin and intelligence agent. It is very obvious what the West Ocean's intention is by sending him here, Lu Qing continued. Is Z going to be okay? Hao Ren was a little worried. They wouldn't dare to do anything to Miss Z yet. Plus, we have arranged some masters in her school to protect her, Lu Qing answered. Hao Ren was still worried despite Lu Qing's answer. However, it would probably be overly dramatic to hide Z in the Dragon Palace due to a simple move from the West Ocean. He landed his hand on the necklace on his chest and felt the coiled dragon golden spear laying quietly inside. It was Zheng Yitao's natal Dharma treasure, and it was still in Hao Ren's hands. Even thinking with Little White's bum would get him the conclusion that Zheng Yitao's would for sure seek for an opportunity to scramble for the treasure. Especially now that the Nine-Dragon Palace event had finished. How would Zheng Yitao let his natal Dharma treasure stay in someone else's hands? Be careful yourself. No matter what, you are a core member of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. And your technique is the weakest, Lu Qing said. I know. Hao Ren revolved the light-splitting sword shadow technique smoothly in his body as the dragon core secretly became active as well. 39 of the opening had been broken through, and one more would get him to the Gen level. Though Su Han intended to protect you when she asked you to become her assisting inspector, Lu Qing said abruptly. He continued as he drove, it is a serious crime to attack an inspector, even just an assisting inspector. The West Ocean wouldn't risk it unless they have to. Plus, Z is the princess, and East Ocean would fight to the death with them if they harm her. Therefore, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Hao Ren nodded. Reuniting with his grandma was the most important thing on his mind at the moment. The vehicle entered East Ocean University. If the students saw Lu Qing, the managing vice principal driving Hao Ren to school, they would be surprised to a point where their eyes would pop out. Thank you, Principal Lu, Hao Ren hesitated as he exited the vehicle. It was better to address Lu Qing as principal in the university. Go to your classes. I have already let the department know about this. But make sure your grades aren't too bad, Lu Qing said. Okay, I know. Hao Ren headed to the academic building in a rush. It wasn't his intention to skip classes, but there was issue after issue with East Ocean. There shouldn't be many things going on after the Nine Dragon Palace event this time. All his classmates were already in the classroom when he entered. Xie Yujia was tidying up her notes in the front row. She smiled at Hao Ren when she saw him enter. Damn it, Hao Ren, you skipped another day of classes, Huang Jianfeng shouted from the back. Hao Ren walked over. Is everything all right? Zhou Liren sat up from his seat. I have two news, a big one, and a small one. Which one would you like to hear first? Cut the CRP. Hao Ren made a mess of Zhou Liren's hair. Tell me both. Although Zhou Liren seemed tall, he was actually the lowest of the food chain in their dorm. He said as he smoothed his hair with his fingers, the big news is that Xie Wanjun went to the States. Ah? Although Hao Ren had already heard the gossip, he was still surprised. I haven't finished yet. Zhou Liren was excited. He announced Zhao Jiayi as the captain of the basketball team right before he left. Zhao Jiayi is now the captain of the team even though he has only been a member for less than a month. Zhao Jiayi will be leading the school basketball team through the rest of the National College Basketball League. Hao Ren was surprised. Yeah, and he is leading training in the sports center right now. How cool is that? The basketball team captain. He was still playing with us a few weeks ago. Zhou Liren said with excitement as if the captain was himself. And what is the small news? Hao Ren asked. The small news is, Zhou Liren looked ahead. Xie Yujia resigned her position as the class president. Oh, Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia from the back in surprise. He asked, who is the new class president? Zhou Liren pointed to Hao Ren's side. He's right beside you. Hao Ren turned over. You wrong. Yu Rong smirked. Hee hee ha. You didn't expect me to become the class president, did you? Damn it. Our class is doomed. Hao Ren sighed. Orders, everyone. Sit down and get ready for the class. Sit down. Yu Rong pointed to the front as he shouted, standing on his chair. Nothing about him looked like a class president. He actually looked like a complete gangster. Xie Yujia had her head down, looking at her notes, not caring about anything. She felt a lot less pressure without the class president title. A day passed by quickly. As the newly promoted class president, Yu Rong misuses his authority a lot. He was even walking with a straighter back. Xie Yujia was way more low-key in comparison. She paid attention in classes, went to the cafeteria with Ma Lina, and borrowed books from the library. Her life was as quiet as a little white flower on campus. She sure would be sad since her brother just left for the States the day before. The brother who took care of her all along left East Ocean University and left East Ocean City. Hao Ren sent Xie Yujia a text during the last two classes in the afternoon. Grandma came back from Zhejiang, and she invited you over tonight. Xie Yujia turned back immediately with a surprised look on her face. She then turned around to type on her cell phone. Soon enough, Hao Ren received her message. Okay, let's leave together after class. Whoa. Relationships sure can change a person. You are typing a lot faster on your phone now. Zhou Liren sneaked over. Get out of here. Hao Ren blocked him away with his hand. The two of you. Stop talking during class. Yu Rong reminded them from behind. Hao Ren turned back at him and thought, come on, you were always the one who talked the most in class. And you. Stop playing on your phone. Yu Rong reminded another student. Hao Ren took in a deep breath. He really missed the days when Xie Yujia was still the class president. After the two classes, Yu Rong dashed to the podium. Let me make an announcement now. Oh, all the students ignored him and left. What are we eating for dinner? Soybean noodles? There is probably a movie playing in Building J. They chatted as they exited the classroom. Yu Rong was stupefied on the podium. Damn it. Do I really lack prestige? Hao Ren secretly laughed at him. He patted Xie Yujia's shoulder and left the classroom with her. I haven't seen Grandma for a long time, she said happily. Hao Ren wasn't sure if it was his misconception to think that Xie Yujia was more like a friend without the class president title. Yeah, she insisted that you come over. Let's go. Hao Ren held Xie Yujia's hand as they walked down the stairs. Yu Rong was still yelling in the classroom, "Come back, everyone. I have an announcement to make." But everyone had already left. The campus twilight was lovely. Xie Yujia walked silently beside Hao Ren. "Your brother went to the States yesterday?" Hao Ren asked. He could have gone before then, but he was worried about the game this year. However, he told me that he could go at ease after the last game, Xie Yujia said. Hao Ren looked at her and thought, the ease Xie Wanjun talked about may not be just about the game. Since it was not a weekend, there weren't many students waiting at the bus stop at the school gate. Hao Ren, Xie Yujia said lightly after hesitating on her seat beside Hao Ren for a few seconds. Hao Ren turned to her. "I resigned the class president position not only because I was tired. Also, I have more things to do," Xie Yujia said. "More things?" Hao Ren looked at her, confused. Xie Yujia nodded. "Some things beyond my imagination." "Did the old grandma say something to you?" Hao Ren asked timidly. Xie Yujia shrugged at Hao Ren with her hands facing up. In the middle of her white palms where the Lao Gong acupoint was, a golden note was slowly moving. "Are you hiding a lot of things from me?" Xie Yujia took her hand back and asked Hao Ren. Hao Ren stared at her in surprise. "When did you have this?" "After you left her place that day, she taught me a Dharma spell, and I practiced for a day." Xie Yujia's voice was getting quieter, to a point she didn't even believe it. Hao Ren understood her feelings since he felt as if he was crazy when he first entered Zhao Yanzi's life. But, Xie Yujia achieved a gold godly noted like this in a day. Maybe her gift was even stronger than Su Han's. "I asked you if you believe in cultivation because that was what she asked me by writing on the paper," Xie Yujia said. "Did you think the old grandma was not sane at the moment?" Hao Ren asked. Xie Yujia nodded. "I thought she was not herself due to her age. But I found it abnormal when I got home. That was why I gave you a call." She looked up at Hao Ren again. "Does that mean you are cultivating as well?" Mine might be a bit different from yours." Hao Ren shook his head immediately. "It is hard to explain." Xie Yujia looked utterly lost. These things were entirely beyond her comprehension. "What is yours called?" Hao Ren thought for a bit before he asked her. 5 Elemental Life Death Note. Xie Yujia bit her lip as she looked up into the sky outside. She whipped out her palm. The entire movement seemed to be very exhausting. It was still quiet outside. The sunset glow looked very beautiful under the twilight. Hao Ren was just about to take his eyes back in relief when a loud noise came from the sky. The bus even shook 3 times as it drove forward. Xie Yujia was shy. "I had no idea it is this powerful." She gritted her teeth. "Does this bus go straight to your place?" "We still have to," Hao Ren found himself stuttering, "to pick up Zhao Yanzi." Chapter 248. Hard to read others' minds. "You mean, that little girl," Xie Yujia said quietly. "Yeah." Hao Ren smiled with a shrug. The bus soon arrived at the gate of Ling Jiao Middle School. The school day was over, so the gate was crowded with students. A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked right in front of the school gate, forcing the students to walk around it. Zheng Yitao stuck out in the crowd with his arrogant temperament. "Hey, this is Zheng Yitao. He is charming. I heard that he already received many love letters and chocolates on the second day after the transfer." 2 girls from the middle school department discussed in excitement as they walked past Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia looked at them and smiled. Girls secretly gossiping about cute guys in their class or the classes near them was something that occurred all the time in middle school. Zhao Yanzi walked out of the gate at this moment. Then, all sorts of chatter continued. "I heard that the handsome new student in the high school department transferred here for Zhao Yanzi. Words are that they are engaged." "Really? You didn't know?" "He even went to the middle school department to see her, but Zhao Yanzi kicked him out. Maybe they are having an argument. Anyways, I heard that they are engaged." "It can't be. Isn't Zhao Yanzi in class 2? Aren't the students in class 2 kind of poor? Look at Zheng Yitao. He rides a Rolls-Royce. How can their families be a match?" "I am not sure about that. Maybe their families have known each other, and maybe Zheng Yitao is attracted by Zhao Yanzi's charm. Zheng Yitao's family is loaded, so it is a sure thing that Zhao Yanzi's family would like to get connected with them." Hao Ren was speechless at the students' random gossips. How could West Ocean be wealthier than East Ocean? Besides their local specialty, West Ocean mystic ice, they couldn't compare with East Ocean on other resources. Regarding wealth, West Ocean isn't even half as rich as East Ocean, he thought. Do you need a ride, Z? Zheng Yitao asked Zhao Yanzi, who just walked out of the school gate right before he sat into the Rolls-Royce. Although he wasn't loud, everyone witnessed the invitation since Zhao Yanzi and Zheng Yitao were both at the center of everyone's attention. Zhao Yanzi had no interest in talking to him. She walked around the Rolls-Royce to cross the street. Zhao Guang and the elders usually wouldn't come to pick her up if it weren't a rainy day. She would take the bus home herself. Z. Hao Ren waved toward the school gate from the other side of the street. Zhao Yanzi smiled as soon as she heard Hao Ren's voice. She was glad that she could finally get rid of Zheng Yitao. However, her face froze as soon as she saw Xie Yujia standing beside Hao Ren. Who's that guy? I don't know. He came here a few times to pick Zhao Yanzi up. No, he came into the school last time as well. Maybe he is from City North First High School. They say that he is Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend. Oh, I remember. Was he the one who hugged Zhao Yanzi in front of the academic building? Haha, it's getting interesting. Zhao Yanzi found herself a boyfriend while she is engaged to Zheng Yitao. No wonder Zheng Yitao transferred to Lingjiao High School from another city all of a sudden. So, this is the reason. Is his name Hao Ren? Yes. Zhao Yanzi admitted herself that he is her boyfriend. But my brother is at City North First High School, and he said that there isn't such a person in grade 11. Tell your brother to ask around more. Hee, two high schoolers are going to fight for Zhao Yanzi. It's going to be a good show. Anyways, that Hao Ren is kind of cute too. They are different. Zheng Yitao is a little cool with a mean personality, whereas that Hao Ren looks okay but has no unique personality. All sorts of chatter sounded, and Hao Ren's acute hearing caught all the gossip. Ah, personality. I guess pretending to be cool would be the so-called personality in these middle schoolers' eyes, he thought. They combined their imaginations with assumptions, distorting the facts into a complete mess. Hao Ren had to admire these girls' information combining abilities by which they connected a few irrelevant things and told it as if it were facts. Zhao Yanzi walked to Hao Ren slowly with a reluctant look on her face. She is coming too? Zhao Yanzi asked while giving Xie Yujia a very unfriendly look. She is coming together with us, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia sensed the strong hostility in the little girl's eyes. Now that she had ruled out the possibility of Su Han being Hao Ren's girlfriend, she wasn't sure if Zhao Yanzi was really Hao Ren's fiancée. The word, which only appeared in rich people's circles along with Zhao Yanzi's age, made the whole thing unrealistic. The Rolls-Royce went slowly toward them. All the students near the school gate felt like they were in for a great show. Therefore, they all stood still and looked in Hao Ren's direction. See, the window lowered slowly, and Zheng Yitao's pale yet arrogant face appeared behind the window. Z, I don't care about what would happen 3 years later. You will be mine in these 3 years, he articulated clearly as he stared at Zhao Yanzi. Get lost. Zhao Yanzi shouted angrily. I will come to find you at school tomorrow. Zheng Yitao turned to Hao Ren with the same expression. The bus came at this moment. Zhao Yanzi wasn't in the mood to talk to Zheng Yitao any longer, so she stepped onto the bus. Compared with getting upset at Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi was more in a rush of getting rid of Zheng Yitao's annoying face. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia followed her onto the bus. All the students from both the middle school department and the high school department were stupefied. Zhao Yanzi went on the bus with her boyfriend, Hao Ren, instead of getting a ride in Zheng Yitao's Rolls-Royce. They thought. Whoa, another wave of discussion started. In their opinion, Hao Ren from the City North First High School won in the first encounter with Zheng Yitao. Zheng Yitao gritted his teeth with a gloomy face and said to Black Wolf, who was driving the vehicle, let's go. He thought that the cheerful and charming Zhao Yanzi would be his since West Ocean proposed the marriage aggressively. However, Hao Ren appeared in their way, messing up the entire plan. The East Ocean Dragon Clan was going to let Zhao Yanzi marry a human for the reason of the lost Dragon Core. How could Zheng Yitao not be mad seeing his future wife falling into another person's hand? Zhao Yanzi was the princess of East Ocean and a spoiled girl. The more she ignored him, the more Zheng Yitao wanted to get her. Uncle Black Wolf, investigate Hao Ren's background carefully. I will make him kneel in front of me and beg. Zheng Yitao knocked his fist heavily on the leather seat and said to the driver. Chapter 249. Humph, bully her. Zhao Yanzi sat beside the window when they got on the bus, ignoring Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. It was the rush hour for students. Because Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were a few steps behind, the seat beside Zhao Yanzi was taken by an excited little boy. Zhao Yanzi stared out the window quietly as the bus headed forward. Xie Yujia seemed a bit embarrassed. She actually cared about this little girl from many aspects, but Zhao Yanzi didn't recognize it at all. It had been cloudy the past few days, and it is finally sunny, Xie Yujia said as she looked at the sunset. Hao Ren nodded. Yeah. Seeing how she was, Hao Ren assumed she didn't know about the Nine-Dragon Palace. After a few stops, Hao Ren shouted at Zhao Yanzi in the front, time to make a transfer, Z. She stood up awkwardly with her mouth pouting. Apparently, she hadn't forgiven Hao Ren yet. The three of them got off the bus to wait for another bus. Hao Ren was taller than Xie Yujia, and Xie Yujia was taller than Zhao Yanzi. The three of them looked interesting standing in line. If it weren't for Grandma's strong request, Hao Ren would never make the two of them meet again. The bus stopped in front of them. Zhao Yanzi stepped her right foot on it first. Then she suddenly turned back and pulled Hao Ren up. She dragged Hao Ren to two empty seats. Therefore, Xie Yujia could only sit behind them by herself when she got on the bus. Hao Ren looked back at Xie Yujia in embarrassment. Zhao Yanzi still had her stern face, not willing to talk. She rested her chin on her arm as she looked into the ocean a few hundred meters away. She bit her lip from time to time as if she was gritting her teeth. They kept quiet in the awkwardness until the bus arrived by the beach. There was still some distance to cover from here to Hao Ren's beach house. Hao Ren considered that they were girls and asked, "Do you want to stay here, and I'll go back and come to get you in the car?" Then, he immediately wondered if they would get into a fight if he left them here. "That's all right. I'll walk with you," Xie Yujia said. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. "I'll walk as well." She wanted to wait for Hao Ren to pick her up in his car. But since Xie Yujia wanted to walk, she had to walk with them. "Okay, let's go then. If you get tired on the way, you can wait for me to get the car," Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia nodded. She thought it might be dangerous for her and Zhao Yanzi to wait for Hao Ren on the roadside when it got dark since it was already dusk. Especially when there weren't many vehicles passing by, not to mention pedestrians. It never occurred to her that her 5-elemental note could take care of 5 to 6 bad guys easily. This 5-elemental note was planted in her body by the old grandma. It lived and grew in nature and would never be used up. The so-called life-death note was to inject the 5-elemental note into someone's body according to their acupoints. The life note could save a life while the death note could kill the enemies. The 5-elemental note Xie Yujia had in her palm today was the life note the old grandma saved and stored in her Laogong acupoint. It could help her absorb the nature essence and allow her to do half the work with double the results. The explosion that the old grandma created in Hao Ren's body was from a death note. It had a destructive function but helped Hao Ren to break through over 10 openings when used perfectly. But it was still a painful process, and the old grandma intended to punish him for mistreating Xie Yujia. Otherwise, the little death note was enough to take Hao Ren's life since he wasn't even on the gen level. Xie Yujia had the life note given by the old grandma in person. The power of it was no less than the dragon core in Hao Ren's body. However, the dragon core could not actively defeat the enemy whereas the life-death note combined cultivation and technique. The old grandma only taught Xie Yujia one Dharma spell and gave her a life note. That was enough to generate tremendous power to defeat enemies. Hao Ren didn't waste any time as they both wished to walk with him. So, he led the way in front. At first, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were walking behind him. After a little while, they each walked to his side. Half the sun already sank under the surface of the ocean, and the sunset covered the ocean with a golden blanket. The clouds kept changing in shapes and colors in the sky. They turned from a light gold into dark yellow. The evening glow was magnificent. The beautiful sun dragged their shadows long. They all kept quiet as they headed towards the ocean. They walked for a half an hour. Zhao Yanzi's legs got sore, so she wanted a break. But when she saw Xie Yujia walking with ease, she pretended to be okay and kept walking, gritting her teeth. It was one thing if she liked Hao Ren, but it was another thing if she lost to Xie Yujia. Zhao Ren slowed down when he noticed Zhao Yanzi frowning. Are you okay? Do you want to wait here as I go get the car? It might be another while if we keep walking. Ah, how much longer? Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren as if she was wrong. Half an hour with this speed, Hao Ren answered. How about you go get the car, and I'll wait here with Z? Xie Yujia said immediately. She felt it was bizarre that she wasn't tired yet after walking for so long. But Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Xie Yujia's kindness. Never mind. We'll get there soon. I'm not tired. Just a little thirsty. Are you sure? Hao Ren questioned her. He remembered when they climbed the mountain she wasn't this weak. Now her physique, as well as her physical power, were both weakened. Not a problem. You are so annoying. Zhao Yanzi shouted out abruptly. Hao Ren was too scared to ask again, so he merely slowed down his speed. Or you could carry her for a bit, Hao Ren? Xie Yujia suddenly suggested. Oh? Hao Ren stopped to turn to Zhao Yanzi. Want me to carry you? No. Zhao Yanzi's white little teeth made her look like a small angry shark. Hao Ren laughed speechlessly and headed forward. However, Zhao Yanzi wasn't following him. He turned back to look at her, scared to ask any more questions in order not to make her mad again. Zhao Yanzi lifted her red face against the sunset. She pointed at Xie Yujia. I want her to carry me. Hao Ren looked at her, surprised. Xie Yujia looked at her as well, stupefied. Chapter 250. Before the storm, Xie Yujia hesitated for 2 seconds before she understood what Zhao Yanzi meant. She thought for a while. Okay, I'll carry you on my back. Xie Yujia knew Zhao Yanzi was hostile towards her, but she believed Zhao Yanzi requested because she didn't want Hao Ren to carry her. She walked to stand before Zhao Yanzi with her back to her, bending slightly. With a flushed face, Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and placed her hands on Xie Yujia's shoulders. Come on. Xie Yujia looked back and smiled at her gently. She didn't hold a grudge against Zhao Yanzi. Instead, she felt Zhao Yanzi was cute. Humph. Do you think I'm too shy to let you carry me? Zhao Yanzi jumped onto Xie Yujia's back. Xie Yujia shifted her weight slightly and began walking forward. Hao Ren stood on the side and looked at them curiously, wondering what they were up to. Let's go. Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi bit her lip and leaned on Xie Yujia's back limply. Although Xie Yujia's physical strength had grown recently, she was after all a girl, and it was quite an effort for her to walk with Zhao Yanzi on her back. Hao Ren quickened his steps and walked over to them. Well, Z, how about I carry you on my back? No. I want her to carry me. Zhao Yanzi shifted her head from Xie Yujia's left shoulder to the right. Hao Ren was exasperated, but Xie Yujia didn't mind. It's okay. It's not far, and I can manage. Besides, Z is a girl, and it doesn't look good for you to carry her on your back. Hearing the last sentence, Zhao Yanzi thought for a while and said abruptly, Uncle, I want you to carry me. Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. Yeah, I want you to carry me on your back. Zhao Yanzi's face fell. Hao Ren had no choice. Okay, I'll do it. He went to Xie Yujia's side and bent his back slightly. Zhao Yanzi reached out one hand and grabbed Hao Ren's shoulder. Without touching the ground with her feet, she moved to Hao Ren's back. Hao Ren murmured silently, Are you a monkey, crawling from one person to another? But the moment Zhao Yanzi's body touched his back, his feelings immediately changed. Although in his eyes, she was only a second grader of middle school, her soft skin on his back turned his mind blank. In fact, Zhao Yanzi was a bit shy, but her blush was not noticeable in the setting sun. She had meant to make Xie Yujia angry and had not expected she would end up on Hao Ren's back. Okay. Let's go. Without thinking, Hao Ren gripped the inside of her knees and continued to walk in the direction of the setting sun. Xie Yujia smiled in resignation and walked beside them. Zhao Yanzi wound her arms around Hao Ren's neck and placed her cheek on his head. All of a sudden, she felt touched. Hao Ren's steps were steady, and even Xie Yujia noticed that he was trying to adjust his steps to avoid jolting Zhao Yanzi. She could feel Hao Ren's gentle care for Zhao Yanzi. She wouldn't be so surprised if she saw Hao Ren's anxiety when he searched for medicine for a sick Zhao Yanzi a couple of days ago. Zhao Yanzi lay quietly on Hao Ren's broad back. Knowing a tantrum wouldn't get her anywhere, she pouted and got a little satisfaction by wasting Hao Ren's physical strength. They finally reached the gate of the villa. Grandma was waiting for them leaning against the doorframe. Grandma! At the sight of Grandma, Zhao Yanzi immediately jumped from Hao Ren's back and ran to her. Hao Ren rubbed his shoulders. He didn't feel any soreness in his back, but his neck ached due to Zhao Yanzi's hard grip. Hee hee, little Z. Grandma spread her arms and took Zhao Yanzi into her arms. During her stay in Zhejiang, she helped the villagers and worked in the fields each day, reliving her youth with energy. However, she had missed little Z very much. Xie Yujia walked over and said gently, "Grandma." "Oh, my little Yujia." Grandma reached out her wrinkled hand and took Xie Yujia into her arms, too. She had missed her very much. She didn't want to let either of the girls out of her arms. In contrast, she neglected her own grandson, Hao Ren. "Come on in. It's cold outside." Grandma led Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia into the house, each hand holding one girl. Poor Hao Ren followed them inside after the hard labor of carrying Zhao Yanzi on his back all the way home. Grandma gave all her attention to Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia and didn't even spare him a glance. "Grandma, what local products did you bring me?" Zhao Yanzi asked immediately when they were inside the house. "Hee hee, I brought you your favorite." In a mysterious air, Grandma opened a bag. Zhao Yanzi leaned over and cried excitedly, "Wow, sweet potatoes." Hao Ren was speechless. "Seriously? Sweet potatoes? I knew you liked to eat sweet potatoes. You and Ren stole the sweet potatoes, and the villager told me all about it." Grandma patted Zhao Yanzi's head, and her eyes were full of affection. "Yujia, Grandma didn't buy you anything. I brought you some wild vegetables from the mountains. I just want to see you." Grandma looked at Xie Yujia affectionately. Xie Yujia smiled gently. She had great affection for Grandma, but she was too old to play cute like Zhao Yanzi. "How come Uncle Wang isn't here today?" Seeing their excitement, Hao Ren walked over and finally had the chance to speak. "He doesn't know I came home today. I guess he is in his own home." Grandma looked at Hao Ren. "I haven't seen you for a while, and you seem to have grown again." "Grandma, I miss you, too," Hao Ren said. "Humph, you little liar, you didn't call me very often. I guess you will become your father one day." Grandma scolded Hao Ren with a smile. Her love for her grandson was obvious. "The three of you live here today, and no one goes back?" Grandma demanded. She looked at Zhao Yanzi. "I'll call you parents about it." Then she turned to Xie Yujia. "Yujia, you make a call and explain your absence tonight." "No problem." Zhao Yanzi was glad since she wouldn't have to do her homework if she didn't go home. Immediately she took out her cell phone to make a call. Not wanting to disappoint Grandma, Xie Yujia sent a message to Ma Lina, telling her that she wouldn't go back to the dorm tonight. As to what Ma Lina would reply, Xie Yuha didn't care. "I'm hungry. Which of you two is going to cook me dinner?" Grandma looked from one to the other, not able to decide which girl she liked better. Not able to make fried eggs, Zhao Yanzi remained silent when she heard the question. Xie Yujia nodded. "Grandma, I'll cook some simple dishes." "Humph." Zhao Yanzi showed her dissatisfaction with a slight snort. Ignoring her, Xie Yujia walked into the kitchen and found the fridge was empty. Walking back into the living room, she picked up the sweet potatoes and wild vegetables Grandma brought home and returned to the kitchen, putting on an apron. Seeing Hao Ren's gaze followed Xie Yujia into the kitchen, Zhao Yanzi gave him a dirty look before hitting him with her fist. "What are you looking at? It's no big deal to cook meals." The words were for Hao Ren and for Xie Yujia as well. "If no one could cook, all four of us would go hungry." Grandma reached out and pinched Zhao Yanzi's little nose. She was very fond of Zhao Yanzi and thought she would make an adorable granddaughter-in-law. On the other hand, Grandma liked Xie Yujia's gentleness and thought she would make a considerate and caring granddaughter-in-law. Looking at her grandson who got more handsome each day, Grandma wanted the best for him. With one sweet potato, a bunch of wild vegetables and nothing else, Xie Yujia cooked 3 fragrant dishes and 1 soup. Hao Ren, who was not a good cook himself, was amazed by the feat. Even Grandma was surprised. "It's just a sweet potato soup and dishes of fried wild vegetables. I can do it too, Zhao Yanzi mumbled with a pout. Hee hee, Yujia, thank you. Grandma came to the dinner table, pleased. It's nothing, Grandma. Xie Yujia took off the apron and pulled the chair out for Grandma. Zhao Yanzi didn't want to eat the dishes Xie Yujia cooked, but she was starving. Besides, the house had been empty for more than half a month, and there was no food in the fridge or anywhere else in the house. Finding even a piece of bread or a cookie was impossible. Reluctantly, she picked up the chopsticks and tasted the dish of wild vegetables and instantly found the difference. It tasted even better than her mother's dishes. Looking up at Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi was struck with a strong sense of threat. She had thought her mother was the best cook, but it seemed Xie Yujia was a better chef than her mother. Yujia, they are delicious. Grandma was full of praises. Hee hee, Grandma, it tastes good because of the wild vegetables you brought home. Xie Yujia was modest. Sitting in the house on the seaside, they could enjoy the view of the sea while they ate in the dining room. Hao Ren admired Xie Yujia's excellent cooking skills, but seeing Zhao Yanzi's sulky face, he didn't dare to express his appreciation. He busied himself with eating. Happy and excited, Grandma told them about the life she lived in Zhejiang in the past month. She looked several years younger while she talked. By now, Zhao Yanzi revealed her nature as a chatterbox, and her gossips about her school life made Grandma laugh. Xie Yujia didn't speak much. She was happy to see Grandma was excellent and healthy. After dinner, Hao Ren offered to stay behind to clear the table. The dinner was peaceful, but he felt it was the peace before the storm. Yujia, Z. Come up to choose rooms. There are 3 rooms and 4 of us. What should we do? Walking toward the stairs, Grandma beckoned Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia.